Chapter 1. Qingzhou Academy was a sacred place in the city of Qingzhou. Over half of the strongest individuals from the wealthiest families and most prominent clans had attended this academy. Thus, citizens of Qingzhou took pride in being able to develop themselves there. If the opportunity presented itself for one to attend the academy, they would undoubtedly study with the utmost diligence. However, it seemed that not everyone felt this way. In a classroom in the academy, there was a young man fast asleep at his desk. Lecturing at the front of the room was a young woman, clothed in a long teal dress. She took notice of this. A wave of anger flashed across her face as she made her way towards the young man, who was in a deep slumber. Qini was 17, and an official disciple of the academy, as well as a lecturer for outer sect disciples. She was blessed with a beautiful face and an alluring body. In the classroom, all eyes followed Qini as she moved. Even when she was mad, every move she made was elegant. This guy again. I can't believe he fell asleep during Senior Sister Qin's lecture again. It seemed as if the rest of the class had not noticed their sleeping classmate Yu. Until that point. Many of them did not know what to say. It was obviously not their first time witnessing this. Senior Sister Qin is serious eye candy. I don't know how that guy could have fallen asleep, whispered a fellow classmate. Among all the lecturers, Qini was without a doubt the most popular. The reason as to why was evident as soon as one laid eyes on her. She was considered a goddess by many. Her lectures were always made to a packed classroom. Falling asleep in Qini's classroom was seemingly impossible. Qini's steps were light. She arrived at the young man's side without making a sound. Standing in front of the desk as she eyed his face in deep slumber, her beautiful face frosted over. Yi Futian, a soft voice said. The voice was not Qin Yi's, however. It had come from behind Yi Futian. As if he had heard his name called, Yi Futian's body moved slightly. With his hands holding up his head, he slowly opened his eyes. Through his blurry vision he was able to make out two round peaks. So big, Yi Futian muttered unconsciously. His voice was very soft, and he had only murmured to himself. In a quiet environment like this, however, his unexpected comment was heard loud and clear by the entire class. In an instant everyone froze, then immediately grew angry again. I can't believe it. How can he be so openly disrespectful to Senior Sister Qin? This shameless bastard. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Yi Futian, piercing him as sharp swords would, which caused him to shiver. He could feel that something was wrong. He shifted his gaze upward and away from the glorious view in front of him. His eyes landed on a face as exquisite as jade, but also filled with anger. Ah! Yi Futian was dumbfounded. It was Qin Yi. Had it not been Qingxue calling him? Turning around, he saw the glaring eyes of a seemingly innocent 15-year-old girl. Yi Futian took a glance at the young girl and immediately cursed under his breath. He had been played. No wonder the cup size had been wrong. Senior Sister Qin, Yi Futian attempted to explain. Yi Futian, Qini coldly interrupted him. She asked, "What is the history behind the establishment of Qingzhou Academy?" It was obvious Qini wanted to avoid the awkwardness by changing the subject, but Yi Futian could clearly feel her anger radiating towards him. He could even feel the will of sword flowing through her body. It was as sharp as a knife, cutting into every inch of his body. 300 years ago, the Great East Phoenix united the divine prefectures of the East and commanded all dukes to establish martial arts academies in order to promote martial arts. This was the reason behind the establishment of Qingzhou Academy, Yi Futian answered. Of course, what he had said had come straight out of the history books. In the unofficial history books of his clan, another name was connected to this event. However, this tabooed name must not be brought up. What types of occupations are involved with development? Qini continued her questioning. Development can be divided into martial arts and the art of divination, Yi Futian replied. Development in martial arts is associated with occupations such as warriors, knights, swordsmen, and so on. Development in the art of divination involves occupations such as mages, alchemists, armorers, and so on. Mages can also be divided into subcategories. Of course, there are also people who are naturally gifted and choose to work on both arts. It seems like you missed one type of occupation, Qini stated solemnly. I couldn't have possibly missed anything, the young man said with a radiant look on his face. The Divine Prefecture acknowledges mandate sorcerers as the most powerful occupation of all, as they possess a gift from the heavens. Most of those who possess rare gifts are mandate sorcerers, conjurers, beastmasters, and astrologers, for example. No matter which art form they decide to pursue, they are able to surpass all others. Everyone in the classroom was focused on Yi Futian's words. Being a mandate sorcerer is a legendary occupation. They operate on the will of the heavens and are blessed by the heavens as well. Not only that, but even the most ordinary mandate sorcerers possess an innate capability for both martial arts and divination arts. Qini glanced at the young man in front of her, impressed. However, she was still angry. She said, I didn't expect you to know so much about this. Well, of course, said Yi Futian as he looked at Qini. I am a mandate sorcerer. Not far away, a young man began choking on his water, and was now coughing up a storm. Many pairs of eyes looked at Yi Futian as if he were crazy. Everyone began to think that it was possible to be that shameless. Yi Futian was a legendary character at school, and his notoriety was well-deserved. Not only had he disrespected senior sister Qin in public, but he was now falsely claiming to be a mandate sorcerer. Could it be that he was doing this to attract the attention of senior sister Qin? Who did he think he was? In his 3 years developing at the academy, he had been stuck on the collection plane of the first level of development, awakening. His body was weak. It was clear that he had yet to reach the enhancement plane. How could this loser claim to be a mandate sorcerer? How could he be so blatantly shameless? Qini's chest puffed out again. It was truly a magnificent sight. She looked at Yi Futian angrily. Since you're a mandate sorcerer, you must have spirit in your life palace. Set the spirit of your life palace free and prove your words to be true. My life spirit is still in a deep slumber. It cannot be summoned. It is also the reason why I fell asleep in class, Yi Futian answered calmly. Yi Futian, Qini called out abruptly. Her beautiful eyes pierced into those of the young man facing her. 3 years ago, you arrived at the academy as a 12-year-old boy. Back then, I observed the entrance talent inspection as an outer sect disciple. Your ability to perceive spiritual qi was at the highest level, shocking the academy. Despite the care of many instructors, you have not made any improvements in surpassing the first level of awakening for the past 3 years. Having spent your days lazing around not paying attention during class, have you developed at all? And now you even dare to falsely claim to be a mandate sorcerer, going as far as using it as an excuse for sleeping in class. In these 3 years, whether it be the spring quarter examinations or the fall quarter examinations, you always drop out of testing, automatically making you last in ranking throughout the entire academy. Yi Futian, do you really not feel ashamed? Following Qin Yi's enraged outburst was a silent classroom. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone watched Qin Yi as she fumed. It seemed to be the first time any of them had seen her like this. Yi Futian was frozen in shock as well. His dark, black eyes stared at the delicate face in front of him, which was now red with anger. Has it already been 3 years? He thought to himself. Unknowingly, 3 years had passed, but the commotion in his life palace was still the same, unchanging. He was also a bit surprised because senior sister Qin, a goddess to many, was usually an ice beauty. However, it appeared that she had been keeping tabs on him, and doing so since the entrance talent inspections at that. The room was filled with a dead silence. Qini carefully looked over the young man before her eyes. He had a handsome face with sharp features, with eyes as clear and deep as the night sky. At the young age of 15, his only shortcoming was his thin frame. In a few years, he would definitely grow to become an attractive man. Qini silently questioned herself. Was her tone too harsh? She noticed the slight sadness in Yi Futian's eyes. Her anger dissipated slightly. There is still 1 month before this year's fall quarter examinations. If you fail or give up again, no one will be able to save you from being expelled. The academy is not going to let you stay, do you understand that? Qini continued. The class watched. It seemed that the academy had reached its limits with this guy. Was he finally going to be expelled? If it did happen, it would be one for the history books. After all, it was not easy to get expelled from Qingzhou Academy. If he goes, I go. From the back of the room, someone spoke up rather indifferently. Many looked over to the young man, who was sitting in a corner. There were looks of envy, jealousy, worship, and worry as well. The academy has already decided that Yusheng doesn't have to participate in next year's spring quarter examinations, Qini said. He can choose to develop at the academy battle house, with the Society of Knights, or in any of the divination schools. His future can't be tied to you. You will only hold him back. Qini looked at Yi Futian and sighed. Yusheng and he were destined to head in two separate directions. Hold him back. The corners of Yi Futian's mouth curled into a soft smile, revealing a hint of cynicism. Shut up, Yusheng said from the back of the room. He stood up, his eyes shooting daggers at Qini. Sit down, Yi Futian said lightly, not turning to look at Yusheng. Yusheng's gaze dulled as he looked at the silhouette in front of him. He then took his seat quietly, as if Yi Futian's words were absolute orders to him. I've decided. Yi Futian had a frivolous smile on his face. He continued as he looked at Qini. I am officially participating in this year's fall quarter examinations. In the back, Yusheng's eyes sparkled. After 3 years, was he finally going to take things seriously? Over his 3 years of development at Qingzhou Academy, everyone knew of Yusheng's exceptional talent. His ability to perceive the element of metal was of the highest level. He was also highly gifted in martial arts. He could continue developing in either of the arts. Even though he was an outer sect disciple, his plane was higher than many lecturers at the academy. But even so, who could really understand Yi Futian? Your body is frail, plus you're still stuck in the first plane of awakening, the collection plane. Even if you were to participate in the fall quarter examinations, how do you expect to pass? Qini eyed Yi Futian, inwardly releasing a deep sigh. Even if he were to start working hard now, it might already be too late. And what if I pass? It seemed that Yi Futian did not have a clear understanding of his own abilities. His voice was filled with confidence. If you pass, then you are free to do as you please in the classroom, replied Qini. A peculiar light flashed in his eyes as he took in the captivating figure standing in front of him. His eyes unconsciously made their way to a place where he should not have been looking. He asked weakly, Is it really okay for me to do anything I want? This guy. What does he mean by that? Many wondered as they stared at Yi Futian. You shameless asshole, where do you think you're looking? The other students had finally realized what his eyes were trained on. Oh, how they all wanted to hit him. How could he still be saying such disrespectful things to senior sister Qin? Naturally, Qini was aware of Yi Futian's gaze as well. The little pity she had for him died in an instant. Her beautiful eyes glared at Yi Futian with rage once again. She bit her lip and answered his question, Whatever you want. Chapter 2. Qini stared at Yi Futian fiercely. Seeing the smile on his face, she was reminded of what had happened 3 years ago at the Academy Entry Talent Inspection. Yi Futian had only been 12 years old at the time. In front of all the masters at the academy, his smile still remained natural and proud, completely different from the nervousness of the other youngsters. Qini stared at Yi Futian fiercely. Seeing the smile on his face, she was reminded of what had happened 3 years ago at the Academy Entry Talent Inspection. Yi Futian had only been 12 years old at the time. In front of all the masters at the academy, his smile still remained natural and proud, completely different from the nervousness of the other youngsters. The test had finally determined his talent to be of the highest level, which meant that his perception of spirit and chi was great. This made him a natural at martial arts. Now that 3 years had passed, his perception had not changed, unfortunately, nor had his plane. He had remained casual, lazy, and frequently absent from classes. However, his eyes were still bright and clear. What if you can't? Qini asked. It's your call, Yi Futian said. Please do not put Mr. Yusheng's future in jeopardy. Qini looked up at the resolute boy sitting behind Yi Futian. Yusheng's metal element perception was of the highest level. He was already in the 8th awakened plane, the metamorph plane, and was even stronger than Qini, who was at the 7th awakened plane, the mystery. His future should not be tampered with. Sure, Yi Futian promised. But was this possible? Qini walked back to the podium. Her beautiful eyes looked around at all the students, then she said, There is only 1 month before the fall quarter examination. Please use this time wisely. If you wait until next spring, another batch of new students will join and compete. Especially you, Ling Xiao. You are on the 6th awakened plane, the Invincible, and Feng Qingxue, you have stayed on the 5th awakened plane, the Juggernaut, for too long. I want you guys to make progress on the spring quarter examination next year. The first level of development was Awakening, which was then divided into 9 planes. Collection, Enhancement, Venation, Adamance, Juggernaut, Invincible, Mystery, Metamorphosis, and Unmaker. To become an official student in Qingzhou Academy, one had to reach the 7th awakened plane, the Mystery, before the age of 18, and perform accordingly in the spring quarter examination. I will, Miss Qin, Ling Xiao nodded. Feng Qingxue made a fist, feeling more determined to reach his goal. You are dismissed, Qini murmured. She then began to walk outside, her graceful figure followed by the eyes of the boys in the room. Finally, after the figure was gone, they all viciously looked at Yi Futian, the bastard who, in their eyes, had just been disrespectful toward their goddess. Yi Futian, turn around, a cold voice said in Yi Futian's ears, attracting a lot of looks. It was Feng Qingxue, who was seated behind Yi Futian. Even at just 15 years old, she was already a beauty, with delicate eyes and exquisite facial features. Her body was full of youthfulness, endowing her with a sense of purity and attractiveness. When she stood up, her legs appeared slim and graceful. How could you do this? Feng Qingxue stared at Yi Futian with anger. Yi Futian suddenly realized what had happened and laughed. You are jealous, aren't you? Feng Qingxue suddenly froze, speechless. A little while later she continued. How will you explain this to your father? Explain what? Yi Futian blinked, then remembered his father having spoken about Feng Qingxue, and how she would be a good mother because of her childbearing hips. He couldn't take his eyes off of her curves. Stop thinking of weird stuff. We are still young. It's not time to be talking about having kids yet. Yi Futian's words suddenly brought silence upon the class. The other boys felt nothing but anger. They believed this bastard was shameless. Just minutes ago he had been flirting with Miss Qin, and now he was talking dirty to Feng Qingxue, who was so gorgeous and young. What was wrong with this guy? Feng Qingxue completely froze. She suddenly remembered that Yi Futian's dad had made an inappropriate joke to her dad about her and Yi Futian having kids together. She blushed badly, thinking this shameless bastard was intentionally making fun of her. I meant if you were to be expelled from the academy after the fall quarter examination. How would you explain that to your dad? Feng Qingxue was breathing hard. Her chest heaved. She was confused about what Yi Futian was even thinking about. Apparently she did not believe Yi Futian would pass the fall quarter examination with only the first awakened plane. I will pass, Yi Futian said as he looked at her, shaking his head a bit. Come on, you have been stuck on the first awakened plane for 3 years, yet you are still confident? Seriously, Yi Futian, please spell the word shame for me. Another cold voice said from behind him. People looked back and saw that it was Ling Xiao, the boy sitting behind Feng Qingxue. Ling Xiao had already reached the 6th awakened plane, the Invincible. He was such a talented wind element mage that he was considered extraordinary in the 15-year-old class of Qingzhou Academy. He would hopefully become an official cultivator after passing the spring quarter examination next year. While he was speaking, he did not look at Yi Futian for even a moment. His eyes were drawn to Feng Qingxue. He continued, Yi Futian, you are the worst in this class, yet you are talking nonsense to a talented girl like Feng Qingxue. You are obviously getting your confidence from nowhere. No wonder people say, he who knows not fears not. Ling Xiao was actually speaking on behalf of the rest of the class, who were now looking at Yi Futian. They believed that he was definitely the most shameless in the class. Yu Sheng walked beside Yi Futian without any attention. His mere existence gave him an aura of power, which suddenly demanded the respect of the others' eyes. Brother Yu, Feng Qingxue mumbled. Hi, Yu Sheng casually nodded, his eyes locked onto Ling Xiao. He was giving him such a powerful look. He who knows not fears not? Yi Futian did not seem agitated by Ling Xiao's words. In fact, he had heard so many insults over these last 3 years that it was no longer a big deal. It was common for people to insult others in an effort to make themselves look superior, especially when someone beautiful was present. You think you are the doctor, don't you? Yi Futian said. For development? That's not even a question, especially compared to you, loser. Ling Xiao was confident because Yi Futian had been stuck on the first awakened plane for so long, and he was always absent from class. Okay. Then tell me how a warrior could beat a double-element fire/metal mage? Yi Futian suddenly asked. Ling Xiao hesitated for a second, then answered sarcastically, Are you kidding me? Even a single-element mage would easily defeat a warrior, unless the mage were such an idiot that he let the warrior get into melee range. In a one-on-one battle this would be the only way, let alone a double-element mage. The spells of a mage could attack a warrior from a far distance, which could cause a clear advantage for the mage over the warrior in battle. You idiot! A warrior wins when he is on a higher level plane, Yi Futian said satirically. Ling Xiao looked gloomy. People looked at Yi Futian and wondered how shameless he really was to have asked such a question. You raised a question about battle between different classes without telling me they were on different planes. Is this question even meaningful at all? Ling Xiao fired back. Same plane, huh? What if the warrior had increased strength and enhanced agility? Yi Futian asked again. People suddenly realized that he was making some sense. A warrior that had increased strength would be good at blitzing. With enhanced agility, the warrior would be able to get in close range quickly. Come on, you are talking about a double-element fire/metal mage. He would have a fire shield spell and enhanced armor from metal element spells. Even in close-range combat, there is no chance the mage loses, Ling Xiao sneered. Then what if this warrior knew rampage cleavage? This is a specialized armor-breaking technique. With the power from strength concentration, metal element armor would be nothing more than a piece of paper, Yi Futian continued. As for the attack from the mage, you know it is nothing. Ling Xiao became gloomier. In fact, a strength concentration warrior with enhanced agility would surely evade the attacks of a mage. Yi Futian was making a good point. This conversation is nothing but strategy on paper. Just stop it. Ling Xiao was reluctant to admit his loss in the debate. Right, how could a mage ever lose to a warrior? Someone followed. You are just repeating what you know from books, pretending you know everything and that everyone else is ignorant. Okay, then answer this simple one. How do people differ in development over the first awakened plane, the collection? Yi Futian kept asking. A cultivator feels the spiritual qi from the universe and collects them in this plane. A mage possesses better perception over the qi of a certain element, thus more pure power is gained from the collection. Therefore, if we are talking about collection of a certain qi element, there is a major difference. However, for general development there would be little difference. For mage collection, each mage definitely differs in their respective collection plane because of their different elements. Ling Xiao answered slowly, confident that he was including every possibility. Idiot! Yi Futian glanced at Ling Xiao with scorn, then turned his back and walked away. What do you mean? Ling Xiao said, frowning at Yi Futian's back. Pretending to have the last word by walking away when you can't answer? You loser. Yi Futian is a douche, people murmured. Suddenly, a piercing glow burst out from Yi Futian's back. It was a cloud of qi, spreading all around him like a brilliant rainbow. The students dropped their jaws in amazement, completely shocked. Yi Futian was trying to make a statement. Even people in the collection plane could be different, some could be superior like he was. Ling Xiao seemed upset about this scene. The glow from Yi Futian was so brilliant that he could not believe he was only on the first awakened plane, the collection. Could it be true? Yu Sheng followed Yi Futian and they left. After they had disappeared, the class was still blown away by what they had just seen. I gotta admit, this douche is unique in the collection plane. So what? He has been stuck on this plane for 3 years, of course there is going to be a difference. If we ever got trapped on the first plane we would be the Sam. That's right. He has been stuck for 3 years already. How the hell does he have the nerve to be so arrogant? And how dare he talk dirty to Miss Qin and Feng Qingxue like that? Damn this scumbag. Ling Xiao, take it easy. No matter how much he talks, you would beat him in an instant if he ever dared to challenge you. Someone told Ling Xiao. Others mumbled in agreement. Ling Xiao hesitated for a while, then felt confident again. The others were right. A low-level cultivator like Yi Futian was not going to confuse him. Feng Qingxue, that boy is a prodigy. I know you have known each other since you were very young, but still. Stay away from him, Murongqing said. She was Feng Qingshua's friend, and was trying to persuade Feng Qingxua to stay away from Yi Futian. She had always looked down on Yi Futian, mostly because she believed Yi Futian was always showing off when he had no actual ability at all. He is out of line, isn't he? Feng Qingxua also seemed mad. Murongqing noticed that Feng Qingxua seemed distracted. She began speaking seriously. Wake up, girl. You are going to be an official cultivator soon. It's time for you to seriously think about your future. Even being around him will ruin your reputation, but you don't seem to care about this at all. Can you imagine what people will think of you in the future? Is it even worth it for a guy like him? Feng Qingxua frowned. She was speechless. She had not thought that far ahead yet. Time to grow up. Stay away from him forever, Murongqing said. Chapter 3. At Qingzhou Academy, with Mount Tianyao as its background, occupied quite a bit of land. Even an outer sect disciple would be able to have a personal residence on campus. At Qingzhou Academy, with Mount Tianyao as its background, occupied quite a bit of land. Even an outer sect disciple would be able to have a personal residence on campus. Yi Futian returned to where the residences of the outer sect disciples were located. With Yushang trailing quietly behind him, Yi Futian walked into his own residence. Yushang, I want to give up, he said slowly as he stopped in his tracks. Even if the mandate has yet to awaken, you're still incredibly gifted. Yushang looked at the youth in front of him. When Yi Futian had identified himself as a mandate sorcerer, everyone had laughed at him, but only Yushang knew that it was no laughing matter. Yi Futian was indeed a mandate sorcerer. I know that. It's just that I've worked so hard. Yi Futian smiled bitterly. It's been 3 years. If this goes on, I really will get left behind by you. It looks like I'll have to work harder. Come on, let's go train. Yi Futian turned to look at the young man behind him. Yushang was a head taller than him, with a frame larger than most. He naturally had a strong aura about him. The two walked into the designated development area inside the residence. Yi Futian sat down cross-legged, instantly closing his eyes. A bright airflow surrounded him. The spiritual qi in the small area he occupied was going crazy, and began rushing towards Yi Futian. Yushang watched all of this from behind without a word. At that moment, Yi Futian was like a formidable vortex, engulfing all the spiritual qi. If the others were to witness this scene, they would be rendered speechless out of fear. The frightful flow of air drifted through his body, his inner mind its destination. This was the location of his life palace. Possessing a spirit in your life palace, also known as the life spirit, was an attribute of a mandate sorcerer. Currently, in Yi Futian's life palace, there was a large ancient tree thick with jade green leaves. However, the land around the tree was barren. As the spiritual qi drifted into the life palace, the tree greedily absorbed it all. The crisp green leaves rustled, moving without the help of wind. An apparition appeared under the tree. It was Yi Futian. He looked at the magnificent tree in front of him and said quietly, 3 years of absorbing spiritual qi, yet it hasn't made any difference. You only know how to take. If you're going to be like this, then I'm no longer going to transfer any of the spiritual qi I absorbed to you. He had said everything that he needed to say. The apparition he had created with his consciousness disappeared. The spiritual qi that was flowing through his body was no longer headed in the direction of his life palace, but traveled to the rest of his body instead. A great wave of spiritual qi washed over his body. He was ready for the enhancement plane. Right at that moment, however, a strong force emerged, pulling all the spiritual qi backward. It began rushing straight back into the life palace. The sudden change caused Yi Futian to shudder. Boy, he was pissed. For the past 3 years he had sent every last bit of spiritual qi he had collected to the life palace, but saw no results. Now it was forcefully taking it away, keeping him from developing. Just the thought of this made Yi Futian want to fight. The forceful energy ignored his feelings, however, and continued its crazed absorption of all the spiritual qi. The force then began to absorb all the energy in Yi Futian's body. In only a few moments, Yi Futian's complexion began to turn pale. Asshole! Yi Futian cursed. Accompanying the raging rush of spiritual qi into the life palace, he felt a violent shaking in his head. It seemed as if there was a drastic change going on in the palace. His consciousness attempted to interrupt it, but was destroyed by a wild force. Ah! A deep growl escaped his lips. Yu Shang stood up abruptly, witnessing the change in Yi Futian's body. Not only was his body changing, but all the spiritual qi he had previously collected from around him was rushing towards him as well. Even more, the flowers, grass, and trees in the surrounding area all began to wilt at an alarming rate. Yu Shang's eyes lit up as he realized what was happening. He stepped closer to Yi Futian and took a seat right behind him. When he placed both of his hands on Yi Futian's body, he immediately felt an enormous force. It absorbed the spiritual qi Yu Shang had in his own body, just as he thought it would. Was it finally awakening? Oh! When Yi Futian woke up, all he knew was that his body felt extremely weak. The sunlight pierced his eyes as he opened them. A night had passed. What happened? Yi Futian sat up and saw the withered plants. Seated beside him was a weakened Yu Shang. Thinking of the events of the previous day, Yi Futian closed his eyes, his consciousness entering his life palace. Yi Futian jumped at the sight of his previously barren life palace. There was now a moon in the sky, shining down on the vast land, as well as mountains and streams. The ancient tree the life spirit had resided in stood as tall as ever, looking greener than ever before. It was full of spiritual qi. The world tree, the apparition of Yi Futian, created by his consciousness, appeared under the ancient tree once more. Could it be that his old man had lied? His father had once told him that his ancestors were mandate sorcerers who had gone against heaven's will. The world tree could take the spirit from anything on earth. However, it had failed to be passed on, and Yi Futian was the only one who had inherited their ancestors' innate abilities. Could it be that freedom meditation is real? Yi Futian thought of the freedom meditation mantras he had repeated over and over as a child. He was excited. With his eyes closed, the mantras flowed from his mouth. He quickly became focused, controlling all his thoughts. It was as if he was galloping between heaven and earth. Just as quickly, a dense force of spiritual qi appeared in his meditative mind. Within that dense force, he was able to see different colored spiritual qi. Those were the purest kinds of elemental spiritual qi. Each color represented a different type of element. Flames. Yi Futian's thoughts locked onto the blazing red spiritual qi. It was the fire element spiritual qi. The world tree life spirit took on the blazing red color. It was truly a dazzling sight. Suddenly, outside the life palace, the fire element spiritual qi flowed feverishly into Yi Futian's body. It wandered into every organ, giving him a strong burning sensation. Wood element. Yi Futian shifted his focus to the green spiritual qi, using the freedom meditation. His body flooded with wood element spiritual qi, instantly replenishing the energy that had been taken from him. Metal, earth, wind, water. Yi Futian played around with this for quite a while. Finally he stopped, opened his eyes, and stared blankly into the space in front of him. Is this real? Yi Futian looked down at his hands in disbelief. Of course it's real. You're a full attribute sorcerer. Sitting behind him, Yu Shang had clenched his fists in excitement, to the point that the veins in his arms were clearly visible. He stared straight ahead at Yi Futian. Plus, you're a full attribute mandate sorcerer, who is able to develop in both martial and divination arts. Then isn't my gift? Yi Futian's eyes shimmered. Against the will of heaven, Yu Shang finished. There's no one else like you in the city of Qingzhou. His face cracked into a big smile. So many of the elders in his family had been unable to inherit their ancestors' great gift. Yet he had. Was this the mandate of heaven? A mandate sorcerer, operating on the will of the mandate? Let's go. Yi Futian stood up suddenly, heading outside the residence. Where to? Questioned Yu Shang. To the back of the mountains, replied Yi Futian. The mountains he was referring to were the Mount Tianyao Mountains behind Qingzhou Academy. Demons scour the back mountains. Why do you want to go there? Yu Shang asked. We'll just go near the border. Besides, what do I have to be afraid of with you next to me? He was out the door before he finished his sentence. Yu Shang did not have much to say, so he followed after him. Mount Tianyao was an extensive chain of mountains. The terrain was steep, and demons walked the land. Not many people knew exactly how deep the mountains were. It was said that the reason for building Qingzhou Academy in front of the mountains was to prevent the demons from coming out and causing harm to the citizens. At the same time, it also provided a place for the academy's disciples to train. At noon, the two youths climbed up Mount Tianyao and stood on a boulder that was resting on top of a cliff at the border of the mountain range. Looking down at the massive academy grounds, Yi Futian exhaled. It had been 3 years. Knowing his identity as a mandate sorcerer, how could he have possibly been satisfied developing in only martial arts? There had been no change in his life spirit, creating a hint of disappointment under his proud exterior. It had finally come to an end. He was going to keep reaching for his dream of becoming a powerful mandate sorcerer. The scorching sun beamed on Yi Futian as he looked up at its rays. His squinted eyes gave off a powerful sense of confidence. The Freedom Meditation's key points were observation and thought. Right now he was observing and thinking about the sun. As Yi Futian observed and thought about the scorching sun, he stood atop the large boulder. The rays of the sun turned into flames and permeated his surroundings. They then pierced Yi Futian's body. The forceful blaze of fire flowed around him, reaching every internal organ in each of his limbs, filling his entire body. Yu Sheng watched as Yi Futian turned into a man on fire in front of his very eyes. Those same firm eyes showed happiness. The sleeping dragon had finally awakened. Crackling sounded as Yi Futian's skin burned red from the blazing flames. Under the incineration of the sun's flames, his body continued changing. After a long while, Yi Futian's skin glistened like crystals, but also bright like a fire. Within his body, fiery dragons rushed into every vessel, causing a loud rumble. There was a lot of activity and many loud, frantic noises. Luckily, there was no one else at the top of the mountains, so Yu Sheng was the only one that heard them. It was shocking that entering the enhancement and Venation planes could cause such a ruckus. In the blink of an eye, it was already dusk. The sun was setting, and Yi Futian's entire body was engulfed in flames. It felt like a storm was raging inside his body. His bones were crackling continuously. He finally stopped when the sun disappeared below the horizon. Slowly he opened his eyes. Unexpectedly, a beam of fire shot out from his pupils. "You broke through 3 planes in a day," Yu Sheng stated in shock. After having been suppressed for 3 years, he had broken out in 1 day. Borrowing the power of the sun for the calcination of his body, he had powered through both the enhancement and Venation planes in 1 go. He was now in the 4th plane of awakening, the adamant plane. He now possessed an impenetrable iron body. "This is too cool," Yi Futian muttered. It would have taken at least a few months for an ordinary person to achieve an iron body. To become a mandate sorcerer, he had used freedom meditation to observe and think about the flames of the sun, and with some help from his life spirit, he had been able to achieve it in half a day. At that moment he felt completely energized. He stood up and walked over to an ancient tree at the top of the mountain. With a quick wave of his fist and a loud snap, the large tree that had once stood in front of him split into pieces. The area where his fist had landed on the tree trunk was now burned black. "Even those in the Juggernaut plane wouldn't be able to handle a punch from you," Yu Sheng gasped, seeing the result of Yi Futian's work. Those in the Juggernaut plane had immense strength, but the force of that one punch from Yi Futian definitely surpassed the strength one would normally possess in the Juggernaut plane. Chapter 4. Yi Futian was shocked by the power of his punch. Delighted by what he had just accomplished, something suddenly slipped into his mind. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness went into the Life Palace. Yi Futian was shocked by the power of his punch. Delighted by what he had just accomplished, something suddenly slipped into his mind. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness went into the Life Palace. The apparition of Yi Futian appeared under the World Tree. His eyes filled with excitement. At that moment, the jade green tree was faintly covered in flames, looking radiant with fire element qi. What shocked Yi Futian even more was the bright, sun-shaped matter that hung in the sky. It exuded a breathtaking flame, though it was far from the dazzling effect of the real sun. The mind of an actual cultivator always had some kind of artifact in their life palace. For some, it would be a mountain or river. For Yi Futian, it was a bright sun. This power felt so strong that it almost absorbed the essence of the universe. Yi Futian was shocked as he stared at the sun in his life palace. Suddenly, he felt as if he were the sun himself. The spiritual chi of the entire universe had flowed inside him, then into his constellation and the world tree. The world tree now had flames, and the sun above had grown even brighter. Oh my, this scorching feeling! Yi Futian felt like he was in the middle of the sun. His joints, muscles, and bones were continually being forged by the flame of the sun. My spirit lies in my life palace, Yi Futian mumbled to himself. Suddenly, he remembered something that could possibly be happening. He began to focus, and soon after the glow of the sun had burst out of his head and shone all over the place. It gave his face a sense of holiness. Your spirit in your life palace, is it a sun? Yusheng asked, standing beside him. Yi Futian suddenly opened his eyes. The glow was now gone. He looked at Yusheng, slightly confused, then mumbled, I seem to be able to make spirit in the palace. He realized the sun in his life palace was obviously the spirit. It had boosted his cultivation, and even showed increased improvement on his body. Yusheng was thrilled, his eyes opened wide. He stared at Yi Futian and asked sincerely, Then please create one for me? Yi Futian was speechless. Yusheng was so out of line. How could he even think to ask Yi Futian to make him a spirit in his palace after having been thrilled like this? Keep an eye on your imagination, buddy. Yi Futian nodded, turning away. Yusheng was confused again. Where to? Time for cultivation. We have to observe some animals. Yi Futian laughed, seemingly in good spirits. The sun was pushing him through planes so fast that it would be entirely possible to reach the Juggernaut plane from the Adamant plane. Though it would require the extreme coordination of strength and spirit, once he arrived at Juggernaut, he would be able to integrate his mind, strength, and spirit. Every technique and move would evolve into a new level of power in the Juggernaut plane for him. He had to put in the effort. Mount Tianyao was surrounded by herds of demons, even on its perimeter. Soon after they marched into the mountain area, Yi Futian and Yusheng were met with a level 4 swift demon panther. Yusheng, go wait to intercept her. I will chase after her. Yi Futian commanded Yusheng. Hearing the order, Yusheng flew like an arrow, with a momentum that somehow shook the earth. The panther sensed the threat, and suddenly tried to run away like a bolt of lightning. Soul generates mind, mind guides strength. Creator of the universe, break your limit and unleash all your power. Yi Futian mumbled out the spells of unleashed cultivation power. As he ran, the panther created a shadow figure, sprinting in his mind. It seemed that almost every single one of Panther's moves were being repeated and slowed down in his mind. Gradually, his body had unconsciously copied the gestures of the panther. When he leapt into the air, his right leg curled a bit to burst harder into the next step. It was almost as if he were the panther himself. Though he ran fast, he was still not proficient enough for the panther's moves, so the panther was almost able to get away from him. Fortunately, Yusheng managed to cut off its escape. It's not just strength. It's the power of the wind. Yi Futian could perceive the wind element power surrounding the panther. He began to feel that his body had also absorbed energy from the wind. His clothes rustled, and his movements became even more fluent. Half an hour later, he merged with the wind, just as the panther had. Yusheng, leave her alone. I'm done. Yi Futian stopped running, and Yusheng let go of the panther. You are such a great imitator, Yusheng complimented. He had watched Yi Futian gain the essence of the panther's moves in only half an hour. I have a sense of wind element power. As long as I practice my techniques as the panther has, I will have her speed. It's still not enough though. It looks like you have more work to do for me these days, Yi Futian laughed. Yusheng did not say anything but followed him in silence. The following few days, Yi Futian developed in Mount Tianyao. He observed and imitated the movement patterns of monkeys, tigers, lions, and even birds. He progressed every single day. On the 10th day, he made it to the 5th plane of awakening, the Juggernaut. That day, Yi Futian and Yusheng walked deep inside the forest. The earth began to shake lightly, as did the trees around them. A terrible voice came roaring in their ears. They looked at each other to make a decision, then walked towards the source of the voice. The shaking became even worse. Finally, they saw a giant furious monster, which was over 5 meters tall. Wow, that is a level 9 demon. Ape the Furious. Yusheng's eyes looked sharp. The giant demon was a real threat to him. What was surprising, however, was seeing a graceful beauty standing right in front of the ape. The girl was dressed in all white. Her hair danced along with the wind, as did her skirt. Her facial features were so perfect that she would definitely be considered a Helen of Troy when she grew older. It's Hua Jieyu. I know her. This girl was a legend at Qingzhou Academy. Yi Futian marveled at her beauty. Should we help? Yu Sheng asked. Wait, the ape is injured. Yi Futian noticed that the ape had wounds all over, while the girl looked safe. Hua! The ape suddenly stepped towards the girl with a loud roar. Because of the size difference, it seemed clear that the girl could not withstand one attack. However, Hua Jieyu swiftly flew towards a tree to evade the attack. The ape knocked down the tree, then picked it up as a weapon to swing at Hua Jieyu. The strength of the throw was terrifying. The girl remained calm. She bounced all over the air. She also used leaves as her weapon. The leaves charged towards the ape as if they were blades, and each one made a sound as they flew through the air. The ape tried to block the leaf blades with the tree in hand. The leaves were everywhere, and after a while, the tree had almost been cut into pieces. Gravel and boulders flew all around. Hua Jieyu fell behind another tree and closed her eyes. Suddenly, all the flying rubble charged towards the ape. Each piece of debris was like a small blade. Together, they were eroding the defense of the ape by cutting into his skin bit by bit. Even more horrifying was the extreme razor-like lance of rubble that had been formed by Hua Jieyu's qi, and was pointed right at the ape. Such a powerful spell. Yi Futian was completely shocked. A moment later, he witnessed the lance pierce right through the eye of the ape. The giant monster growled in extreme pain and began to run away. He knocked down every tree on his way. The girl did not chase after the ape. She slowly descended to the ground, as if she were a goddess gracing the planet with her presence. Enjoyed the show, didn't you? Hua Jieyu smiled softly. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng walked out of their hiding spots and looked at the girl, who was their age, in shock. You are a multiple element mage? Are you serious? Yi Futian asked. I know you. Hua Jieyu didn't answer Yi Futian's question, instead choosing to look at him. Sounds like I am famous. Yi Futian also smiled. He seemed genuinely honored to be known by the legendary beauty of the academy. It was 3 years ago at the entry test of the academy. I overheard what you said when we first met. Huh? Yi Futian sensed the awkwardness in the air, but he soon calmed down and asked, What did I say? Hua Jieyu gave him a sweet smile that nearly took his soul away. You asked if I was a fairy. She kept smiling, then turned back into the forest. Of course. Yi Futian was paralyzed for a second, then nodded at the figure as she left. Looks like you remember it. Yu Sheng also watched her as she left. Yi Futian thought back to 3 years ago. When he had first met the then 12-year-old Hua Jieyu, he had told Yu Sheng, she's too beautiful to be a human. In a few years she's going to be a fairy, and dangerous for men. People say that she has reached the 9th plane of awakening already, and that she majored in both strength and spells. I cannot imagine how awesome the spells she used were. Most people in the 9th plane of awakening cannot do the same things she did. Rumor also has it that she is a mandate sorcerer. Some great master in the academy already made her their private disciple. Guys are going after her, but none of them could even remotely match her beauty and talent. Yu Sheng mumbled. She's caught your heart. Am I right? Futian mocked him. Yu Sheng shook his head, then said in a serious tone, I think she's here for you. Come on, Yi Futian said as he patted the top of Yu Sheng's head. Just stop thinking then. He turned back and suddenly smiled like a child. To be honest though, I do want to marry her. She's definitely qualified to be a wife candidate. Yi Futian chuckled. Yu Sheng stumbled upon hearing this. He stared at Yi Futian from behind. Just a candidate? What a rude joke. Chapter 5. In the blink of an eye, over 20 days had passed. 2 silhouettes were seen leaving the back mountains, returning to Qingzhou Academy. In the blink of an eye, over 20 days had passed. 2 silhouettes were seen leaving the back mountains, returning to Qingzhou Academy. There had been a significant amount of change to Yi Futian's body. His eyes had never been filled with such energy, and his physique was better than ever. As he walked on the academy's cobblestone road, it all felt like a dream, as if he had been gone for a long time. This rascal is finally back after hiding for so long. He probably couldn't hide any longer. The fall quarter examinations are only 8 days away. People in the academy whispered amongst themselves upon seeing Yi Futian. The events of Qin Yi's lecture 20-some days ago had already spread. This infamous character, who hadn't broken through a single plane in 3 years, disrespected their goddess senior sister Qin. Then he turned around to flirt with Feng Qingxue. Yi Futian was now the talk of the academy. Seems like people are looking for trouble. Yi Futian's hearing had sharpened quite a bit. He could now hear even the lowest of whispers. How do you feel about that? Yu Sheng eyed him with pity. Qin Yi and Feng Qingxue were both extreme beauties. The two were very popular in Qingzhou Academy, and had countless suitors, especially Qin Yi. At the ripe age of 17, she had the looks and the body to captivate any man. So, when this guy flirted with both ladies in a day, he irritated many people. It's nothing. I know you have my back, shrugged Yi Futian. Shouldn't you be able to handle it by yourself now? Yu Sheng asked confusedly. Yi Futian was already on the brink of breaking through the juggernaut plane. His power might have been able to surpass someone on the sixth awakening plane, the invincible. I have to keep a low profile. Yi Futian walked away arrogantly, with his hands behind his back. Yu Sheng looked at the hateful figure ahead, completely speechless. Was this the same person who had announced his identity as a mandate sorcerer to the world, despite being stuck on the first plane? Now that he really was a mandate sorcerer, he wanted to keep a low profile? How could he be any more contradictory? Not long after, the two returned to the dorm where they resided together. As expected, there were many other people making their way over there as well. What's more, it was not just one group of people but two. The two groups met along the way and exchanged wary looks, ready for a fight. Putting their differences aside for the time being, the two crowds became one as they walked towards Yi Futian's residence. It's people from the Society of Knights of the School of Martial Arts and people from the School of Divination Arts, said a bystander. Many people were headed in Yi Futian and Yu Sheng's direction. These individuals were all official disciples of Qingzhou Academy. It did not seem like they were there out of jealousy from what had happened with the two girls. Things were not that simple. The School of Martial Arts within Qingzhou Academy consisted of the Battle House, the House of Swordsmen, and the Society of Knights. The School of Divination Arts was made up of the 7 great elemental pavilions. One of the two groups was dressed in silver. These people were from the Society of Knights, where the strongest knights were groomed. On the other hand, the second group of visitors was donned in gold. The two metallic colors reflected off one another. This group was from the Metal Pavilion. Senior Brother Mo Lanshan, a 3-star Glory Knight, and Senior Brother Han Yi, a Metal Element 2-star Glory Sorcerer. I can't believe they're here at the same time. Someone recognized the leaders of the two groups. Their intentions were now clear to everyone. Wow, what an honor! If both schools were there, then it couldn't possibly be for Yi Futian. Inside the dorm, Yi Futian stood off to the side and looked at Yu Sheng, who was standing in front of the two parties. He smiled lightly. Yu Sheng had always stood behind Yi Futian, but even then he still shone brightly. His future would only be brighter. Yi Futian believed in him, just as Yu Sheng had for him. Senior Sister Qin had previously mentioned that Yu Sheng would be exempt from next year's spring quarter examinations, and that he would be free to choose whether to join the School of Martial Arts or the School of Divination Arts. Back then, Yi Futian thought that there might be a possibility the higher-ups would take action first and recruit him instead of waiting for him to pick. Just as predicted, they were here now. You should step outside, Mo Lanshan said. Naturally, Yi Futian understood this was directed at him, so he smiled and stepped outside, not minding too much. Outside the dorm, a rather large crowd had gathered. Of the thousands of outer sect disciples attending Qingzhou Academy, only a handful were personally recruited as official disciples each year. For this reason, many people would be jealous. Yu Sheng is about to be an official disciple while he's about to be expelled. What a joke. The people noticed that Yi Futian was alone and so, they felt no need to lower their voices. There were many others in the academy that did not like him anyway. He only made it this far because of Yu Sheng. Without him, Yi Futian would have been kicked out of the academy ages ago. I'm really looking forward to seeing his performance during the fall quarter examinations. Everyone around laughed at Yi Futian. Instead of worrying about me, why don't you worry about yourselves? If you mess up during the exam, it'll be really embarrassing. Yi Futian replied as he leaned on the wall nonchalantly. How arrogant. Fits his reputation. Everyone stared and discussed Yi Futian. Even though Yu Shang always followed Yi Futian, he was going to become an official first. Shouldn't Yi Futian be ashamed? Yi Futian closed his eyes and tried to block out the noise. Not long after, the Society of Knights exited the dorm. As they walked past Yi Futian, their leader halted. I heard that Yu Shang's father works as a manager for your family clan, Mo Lanshan said, without a single glance at Yi Futian. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded. People are indeed often blinded by others' family backgrounds. But as they grow older, they'll come to understand that people from different worlds should not collide. The more arrogant you are now, the more petty you will be later in life. The people you once knew will soar so high above your head that you won't even be close enough to reach out and touch them. Mo Lanshan said coldly and walked away. From the very beginning, Mo Lanshan never spared a glance at Yi Futian. He was worthless in his eyes. Yi Futian was confused. His eyes followed Mo Lanshan as he departed. Yi Futian was sure Yu Shang would not have made a choice without asking for his opinion first, and Mo Lanshan knew that. So why did Mo Lanshan say all those things to mock him? Were they not complete strangers? The group from the School of Divination Arts also started to leave. Han Yi glanced at Mo Lanshan's figure ahead of him. His eyes then landed on Yi Futian. You've got some guts. Flirting with a senior sister like that. Ah. Yi Futian was speechless. Had the gossip reached the official disciples? Mo Lanshan is from the Society of Knights of the School of Martial Arts. And even though Qin Yi is from the House of Swordsmen, they're still from the same school. Han Yi left this for Yi Futian to think about as he walked away. Yi Futian thought about that for a while and his eyes lit up. He finally understood Mo Lanshan's cold attitude towards him. Yu Shang looked as if he had something to say when he saw Yi Futian re-enter the dorm. Don't waste your time thinking about this. How can they ask you to just decide like this? Isn't this a mockery of your abilities? Don't choose either school. If nothing happens, they'll be able to see what a genius you are at the fall quarter examinations. Yu Shang was dumbstruck by what Yi Futian said. It didn't seem like Yi Futian wanted to discuss this situation. So even though Yu Shang already had his thoughts on the topic, he simply nodded. Yu Shang trusted Yi Futian more than he trusted himself. It was 7 days before the fall quarter examinations. Early in that morning, a bell rang all across the Qingzhou Academy campus. People left the dorms and all headed in the same direction. Around this time every year, the academy would gather all the outer sect disciples and make announcements regarding the fall quarter examinations. It was also a time for pre-examination inspections. The outer sect disciple gymnasium was enormous, able to accommodate tens of thousands of people with ease. Even though the outer sect disciples filed in continuously, the gymnasium remained unfilled. The outer sect lecturers had arrived early on. Qin Yi was wearing something tight-fitting that showed off her curvaceous figure and attracted the attention of all those around her. He's here. The news had come from a small group in the crowd. They were all making a fuss while looking in the same direction. From that direction came two people. I heard that senior brothers from both schools went to recruit Yu Shang yesterday. That sort of treatment isn't for just anyone. How dare that loser walk in front of Yu Shang like that? Everyone watched the school's infamous character, and they were not too happy with him. Yu Shang was going to be someone important in the future, but what was Yi Futian going to amount to? Probably nothing. None of this bothered Yi Futian though. Others could not possibly understand his relationship with Yu Shang. Senior sister Qin, Yi Futian greeted her with twinkling eyes. With a face and a body like that, it was no wonder that a glory knight like Mo Lanshan wasted his time getting mad at a nobody like him. Qin Yi's face fell when she saw Yi Futian. Where have you been these past days? I went cultivating, of course, he replied. Since I made a promise to you, I should give it my all. It did not seem like he was lying, so her expression warmed up a bit. As long as it was possible to encourage him to develop, and he did not do too badly during the fall quarter examinations, maybe it would be possible to persuade the academy to give him some time. Have you progressed into the enhancement plane? Qin Yi asked. Senior sister, I've already stepped into the juggernaut plane, he said with a serious look on his face. After she heard his words, her face fell once again and she glared at Yi Futian. She couldn't believe that she actually trusted him, and that she was even considering putting in a good word for him. Ha ha! Everyone around began to laugh. Ling Xiao walked close to the two and questioned Qin Yi while staring at Yi Futian. Senior sister Qin, what should we do about this guy? You're running out of time, Yi Futian. If you want to stay in the academy, you have to pick up the pace and try harder to reach the enhancement plane. Qin Yi was a bit disappointed. Thinking back on the entrance talent inspections 3 years ago, it seemed like such a waste. Yi Futian seemed to understand how she felt. His face broke out into a warm smile. Even though she didn't seem to believe him, he knew she truly cared about his well-being. Don't worry, senior sister. I won't let you down. His smile was a display of his pride. The morning sun shone off his handsome face. Qin Yi's heart warmed at his words, but just as she began to feel this way, Yi Futian said, "Don't forget what you promised, senior sister." You. She stomped her feet and turned to walk away. She was only a young 17-year-old. She did not know how to deal with this type of thing. Many people were dumbfounded. They glared at Yi Futian furiously, but also with a bit of jealousy. Even though it was quite shameless of him, they were jealous that he could joke with Qin Yi without worry. Why waste your time on a person like him? A male lecturer stepped beside Qin Yi and asked. She spared him a glance and said, "He is actually quite gifted. I still don't understand why he couldn't manage to break through the collection plane over the span of 3 years. Maybe a miracle will really happen at this year's fall quarter examinations. I really don't understand why you have such high hopes for him." The fellow lecturer beside her shook his head and looked at Yi Futian with disdain. At that moment, Yi Futian wondered and questioned Yu Shang, who was standing beside him. How come no one believes me when I tell the truth? Yu Shang had no answer for him. Who would believe that anyone could make it from the collection plane to the juggernaut plane in less than a month? We'll become official disciples in the spring of next year. Should we give Feng Qingxue a hand as well? Yi Futian asked. Yu Shang took a quick look at Feng Qingxue and nodded. If she was able to develop with Yi Futian, then she could definitely make it to the mystery plane by the spring quarter examinations. Yi Futian located Feng Qingxue and began to make his way over. The crowd made way for him unwillingly. Of course, this was because he had Yu Shang behind him. Before he could get close enough to her, someone stepped out in front and blocked his way. It was Feng Qingxue's best friend, Murong Qing. "What do you want?" Murong Qing asked emotionlessly. "I want to speak with Feng Qingxue." Yi Futian gave out a smile. "I know. You can say what you need to from here," she said. Yi Futian lifted his head, ignoring Murong Qing, as he looked towards Feng Qingxue and said, "I have to talk to you. It'll be the same if you said it from over there." Feng Qingxue was avoiding his eyes. "Feng Qingxue, what do you mean by all of this?" Yi Futian was confused by this situation. "You don't understand? It means that Qingxue doesn't want to be near you. So mind yourself," Murong Qing answered. Yi Futian's gaze sharpened and he turned serious. However, Feng Qingxue continued to avoid meeting his eyes. "Forget it." His eyebrows unfurled and he spoke softly. "Yi Futian wanted to ask you to train together from now on." Yu Shang spoke out abruptly from his spot off to the side, his gaze sharp as always. Yi Futian was shocked as he turned towards Yu Shang. He was never a man of many words, but the Yu Shang that Yi Futian was looking at now looked extremely mad. At this point, Feng Qingxue lifted her head and noticed the look in Yu Shang's eyes. She then greeted him timidly. "Yu Shang." Their interactions attracted the attention of others. Yi Futian wanted to invite Feng Qingxue to train together? That's rich. Was he dreaming? However, it was Yu Shang who brought this up, so no one dared to interfere. "I know that Feng Qingxue really looks up to you, but do you really think that Yi Futian is worthy enough to have her train with him?" Murong Qing asked Yu Shang. Yu Shang paid her no attention. His eyes were still focused on Feng Qingxue. "I want to know what think." Feng Qingxue clenched her small fists. She was shaking. She looked at Yu Shang, then at Yi Futian. Shaking her head, she replied, "Yu Shang, we're all grown up now. I think it would be best for us to keep our distance." After saying this, she let go of the breath she had been holding in. A rock had finally been lifted off her shoulders, and she was feeling much more relaxed now. However, she knew that she had just lost something. Yifutian finally got the answer he had been waiting for, although it was not the answer he had hoped to hear. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. She really had grown up. Chapter 6. Feng Qingshua's answer met the expectations of her peers. They believed Yifutian was too bold asking Feng Qingxue to cultivate together, which seemed like poorly disguised flirting. How rude was that? Feng Qingshue's answer met the expectations of her peers. They believed Yifutian was too bold asking Feng Qingxue to cultivate together, which seemed like poorly disguised flirting. How rude was that? Even though people knew they had some history together, mostly friendship over the years since they were young, it still meant nothing, especially when it came to boundaries. When Feng Qingxue had said they were both adults, she had apparently been making her point. Rejected, huh? People mocked Yifutian seeing him in this position. In fact, Yifutian had been so bold that he had left himself no leeway. Seeing their expressions, Yifutian soon realized what the others were thinking of him. What a cheap novel show he was creating. He shook his head and left. I am such a fool for asking her in public. It was my fault, pushing her into a place where she had no choice, Yifutian sighed. Can't you tell that she was obviously making a point when she let Murongqing stand between you? Come on man, you've known each other for so long. She told you to keep your distance. What does that mean? Cutting off all ties? Yu Sheng seemed angered by Feng Qingshue's attitude. He looked like a ferocious lion. It's okay. She is only 15. She is still young, and easily persuaded by others. Yifutian did not seem ashamed by what had just happened. In fact, he was still trying to stand up for Feng Qingxue. Don't forget what she just said, Yu Sheng said with authority. She was throwing those words right in your face. Why can't you understand your friendship with her is over? She made her choice. Yu Sheng knew Yifutian better than anyone else. He looked cynical, but deep inside he was warm and understanding, especially towards people he knew well. He knew that Yifutian was trying to forgive Feng Qingxue and give her another chance. However, Yu Sheng was not going to just let it go. He felt that he must protect Yifutian's pride and self-esteem for him. He knew what Feng Qingxue had just missed out on. He never forgot what his father had told Yifutian. People saw things the clearest when they were down in their lives. It was not a big deal because one day when you became a king, the world would kneel before you. A noise in the crowd came from the battle arena, drawing the attention of the students. Yifutian and Yu Sheng looked back and saw several people flying over the arena. They had wings that held them suspended in midair. They are seniors from the College of Sorcery, wind element mages, who can actually condense air to create wings with wind element spells and fly with them. The crowd watched in admiration, as they were still in the awakening planes, trying their best to break out of their physical constraints and combine their spirits and bodies in perfection. These mages were in the glory plane, which meant they were proficient in all kinds of spells. In the divine prefectures, mages outranked ordinary cultivators. Only the wind element mages were able to fly in the glory plane. We are here to inform you that a certain area of Mount Tianyao has been cleared, a flying mage said. In this area, there will only be demons and monsters within the awakening plane levels. The following 7 days will be the hunting season before the fall quarter examination. You may hunt in this area to test your own gains from the past year, as well as hone your techniques in real combat in imminent danger. Another flying mage began speaking. You'll leave this place sooner or later. Without being seriously tested by real situations, you will never become a true cultivator. However, safety must be your priority. We suggest you partner up with other people to look out for each other. People nodded to show that they understood what was happening. Every hunting season before the fall quarter examination, the academy would clear the area to make sure that it was safer than usual. However, some daredevils would still go into Mount Tianyao, even when it had not been cleared. During the fall quarter examination, the academy will hold a homecoming event. People from the city of Qingzhou will come to watch, possibly even your parents. Make sure you perform well during the event, and do not let them down. The mage continued giving information most students already knew. The fall and spring quarter examinations were remarkable events for both the Qingzhou Academy and the city as a whole. The fall quarter examination was bigger than the spring quarter examination because the latter was for the selection of official students and focused only on a few people. Okay, now go and prepare yourselves. The mage waved goodbye. Then the group flew towards Mount Tianyao. The arena buzzed with excitement. People gathered around for the fall hunt. This was an opportunity no one should miss. Yi Futian, what's your plan? Qini asked Yi Futian from a distance. What do you mean by plan, Miss Qin? Yi Futian looked at her. It's a great opportunity, especially for you. You could go with Yu Shang. It will be safe. Also, you may reach a new plane during the hunt, Qini said. Nah, not this time, Yi Futian shook his head. After all, he had just come back from the mountain. He figured he should save himself the trouble. Qini stared at him and said, You are still young. Relationships are not everything. Do not give up on yourself after being turned down once. Qini was worried about Yi Futian feeling defeated after the apparent rejection he had received from Feng Qingxue. Yi Futian blinked and realized Qini misunderstood what had happened. He scanned the shapely body of Qini and mumbled, You know, I'm not that young. Qini fell speechless for a second. Soon she realized that Yi Futian was hitting on her and became angry. She turned around and said, You're hopeless. Seeing she was mad, Yi Futian laughed even more. My pleasure, Miss Qin. Qini stopped then kept walking. She's nice, you better consider her, Yu Shang said. Yi Futian looked at him with confusion. Consider what? She could be a wife candidate. Yu Shang looked serious. This guy. Yi Futian rubbed his head. One could really be influenced by his friends. The academy was full of activity these days. Endless groups of people were marching towards Mount Tianyao, most of whom looked high-spirited. It happened every year. But in a few days they would return frustrated, defeated, and injured. During the hunting season, the academy cleared the area for students, making sure the monsters were safe to deal with. However, some level 7, 8, or even level 9 monsters would still be a nightmare for some unfortunate students. This hunt served as a trial, but also as a purgatory. Under the mountain, students entered in groups. Some of them looked familiar. Look, it's Feng Qingxue. People noticed the girl in this particular group. She was dressed in scarlet. She looked even more attractive and charming than usual in such a beautiful dress. The guy next to her, who's that? Some people were surprised to see a charming young man next to Feng Qingxue. In addition to her friend Murong Qing. He's Murong Qiu, Murong Qing's cousin. He is the pride of the Murong family. He's already in the highest plane of awakening, the Unmaker. He's with Feng Qingxue for the hunt? No wonder she. People thought of that some poor guy who had experienced a harsh rejection at the hands of Feng Qingxue. They shook their heads and sighed with pity. Keep their distance? Then why the heck was Murong Qiu here? They could not help imagining how frustrated Yi Futian would be if he saw this. He was rejected so badly. I guess he's going to quit the fall exam. After seeing Murong Qiu accompany Feng Qingxue into the mountain, people began to gossip. Yi Futian soon heard about this from the others. He was a bit confused as to why he had somehow become the main character. Even though he had never thought about pursuing Feng Qingxue, he still felt slightly pissed off. It was not out of love but pure agitation. Still, he did not mind much anyway. He had a more important job to do before the fall quarter examination, which was to further cultivate into a new plane. Days later in the dorm, Yi Futian was cultivating quietly. The burning flames of the sun were all over his body. It forged his joints, muscles, and bones. He owned the life spirit of the sun, which indicated that he was supposed to major in fire element techniques. While he was on Mount Tianyao, he had perceived wood element chi from plants and water element chi from waterfalls. However, they did not compare to the power from his life spirit, the sun. He wondered whether he was being too greedy. It had only come about by accident. Someone was approaching. Yi Futian stopped his work and looked at the approaching figure. Yu Shang, what happened? He knew that Yu Shang would not bother to come in unless something terrible had happened. People were evacuating the mountain recently, and some of them brought back terrifying news. Yu Shang said. What is it? Yi Futian was caught in curiosity. Some claimed that they saw a dragon in the cleared area. Yu Shang's eyes were lit up with excitement. A dragon! Yi Futian's eyes also shined brightly. He was shocked that even after being cleared, the hunting ground still had a dragon. The mere presence of a dragon would bring the entire city of Qingzhou into a panic. They only ever seemed to show up in the restricted area. The dragon was a sign of pure power, the emperor of demons and monsters. Do you believe it? Yi Futian asked. Some swore that it was true. The academy should have evacuated the whole place already. If the academy actually had, it could possibly be true, Yu Shang said. Let's go for a walk. Yi Futian stood up and walked towards the yard. By now many students had returned. Some students refused to go into the mountain, knowing that they were incapable of ensuring their own safety. When the two arrived at the mountain, they saw people fleeing in groups, which seemed unusual. They looked at each other. Then someone in the crowd asked, "What's going on?" Some true evil broke out of the restricted area. The masters are now demanding that everyone leave the area as soon as possible, someone answered. A true evil? Is it something that cannot be killed by the masters? People were shocked. I heard it was a giant thunder boa thousands of years old, with a threatening sense of demonic power. No one can do anything to her for now. The crowd bubbled with excitement. Yi Futian and Yu Shang felt slightly confused. What was it exactly? A boa, or a dragon? Chapter 7. Hordes of people were making their way out of the mountains. Some felt lively, while others were drained of energy. Almost all of them, however, had discussed the topic of the demon boa as they traveled. Hordes of people were making their way out of the mountains. Some felt lively, while others were drained of energy. Almost all of them, however, had discussed the topic of the demon boa as they traveled. The instructors had already made a decision. Those who claimed to have witnessed the demon boa must have been mistaken. After all, demons in cultivation may have a similar appearance as a dragon. Yi Futian saw a familiar figure making her way down the mountain road. Although Feng Qingshua's bright red clothing was covered with a thin layer of dust, her beautiful face remained clean and radiant. She seemed to be in a good mood, chatting with Murongqiu, who remained at her side. After seeing Feng Qingxue and Murongqiu together, many people peeked unconsciously at Yi Futian. Their actions confused Yi Futian. When Feng Qingxue noticed this, she could not help but take a look at him herself. However, when her eyes landed on him, she quickly looked away, not wanting to make eye contact. Her conversation with Murongqiu halted. Beside her, Murongqiu took notice of her sudden quietness. His eyes followed the descent of road and found Yi Futian a distance ahead of them. Even his side profile oozed with pride. His smiling eyes showed his carefree nature. After a quick glance, Murongqiu looked away. Yi Futian paid little to no attention to his classmates. Turning to Yu Shang, he asked, "Do you think the academy would keep it from us if it was a dragon?" Yu Shang stayed quiet for a little bit, then nodded slightly. "Yes. Let's go check it out before they place the entire mountain on lockdown." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Futian's legs carried him up the mountain in a sprint once again. Bystanders stopped to take everything in. Feng Qingxue stood in shock. She stared as he made his way up, getting closer to her. Did her actions finally break him? She continued to stare as he came closer, her lips twitched. Just as she was about to speak, he breezed right past her. So he wasn't coming for her. Yu Shang brushed past Feng Qingxue and Murongqiu, but not without a chilling glance. What are they doing? It seemed that everyone else had thought the same as Feng Qingxue, but they were all mistaken. Why were the two of them going back up into the mountains at a time like this? Is he crazy? He didn't want to go before, but now that a demon boa had been sighted, and everyone had to be evacuated, he wants to go back up? People were unable to understand Yi Futian's logic, but even Yi Futian did not know what he was doing. However, this was a dragon they were talking about, a creature from the legends. If it was beneficial to observe animals under the freedom meditation, what would happen if it was a dragon? Yu Sheng wanted to know what dragons looked like too. The main road leading to the top of the mountain was blocked off. Senior brothers of the Qingzhou Academy stood guard at the blockade. Only people leaving the mountains were allowed to pass through. It was good that Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were prepared for this. They took a small side road far from the main, a shortcut of sorts. They passed by several blockades on their way up, but these obstacles only heightened their curiosity and at the same time confirmed their suspicions of a cover-up. "We can't keep wandering blindly," Which direction should we head in? Yusheng had enough of sneaking around in the mountain forest. We should go where the largest amount of people is being evacuated, Yi Futian said with determination. Yusheng immediately understood. They began to travel towards the most heavily regulated area. Time passed little by little. The sun had descended and the night had come, making it easier for the two to continue unnoticed. There seemed to be fewer and fewer people around. We must be in the center of the lockdown zone. Let's test out our luck and wait here. Yi Futian leaned his back against a nearby tree, resting his tired eyes. The sky got darker. The area had a strange silence. No demon activity was detected. Suddenly, a flash of lightning brightened up the night sky, casting a light on the tightly knit forest. Presently, everyone on guard in this area looked up with a solemn look on all their faces. Was it here? Thunder rumbled. Flashes of lightning appeared more and more frequently. Yi Futian felt excited, but also nervous at this strange sight. A dragon, it's really a dragon! A voice rang out from somewhere in the area. Yi Futian jumped up from the ground he was sitting on. Eyes locked on the sky ahead of him. There he saw it, a dragon dancing in the night sky. This creature, a couple thousand feet long, disappeared into thin air and reappeared in a different location. The rumblings got louder and louder. The whole area was engulfed in lightning and thunder. Dragon! Yusheng stared at the sky. It was impossible to put into words what he was feeling. From above came multiple figures, their aura brighter than anything else. A simple look at their silhouettes was enough to let people know that they were individuals with extreme power. They must be the best of the best. Another figure appeared in midair. This person looked to be middle-aged, and was extremely handsome. In his presence, the men from before retreated slightly. It was obvious that this man was greatly respected. That is not a dragon. The middle-aged man watched the creature in the sky with his hands resting behind his back. His first words sent shivers down everyone's spines. It only looks and acts like a dragon. This creature was purposely released here, the man continued. To create a creature that replicates a dragon so perfectly, they must have been in contact with a real dragon. How could this be, and why have they come to Mount Tianyao? So that's why it hasn't caused any harm since its appearance. If it were a real dragon, we'd all be goners, said one of the men in the group. Even though it's not real, we still don't know what its appearance at Qingzhou Academy means. The middle-aged man floated in midair, looked down at the group of youths. All of them had come from a different direction. You guys have quite some guts. Below him were Yi Futian and Yusheng. It turned out they were not the only ones who didn't leave the mountain. Others were probably curious about this legendary creature as well. These rascals. Someone in the group of men scolded the youngsters. How dare they break in during a lockdown? Yi Futian thought of nothing but the dragon in the sky. He kept recalling the movements of the dragon. The freedom meditation was in progress. Lightning and thunder went off within his life palace. A dragon appeared as well. Thunder spiritual chi rushed to gather around Yi Futian as the lightning coursed through his body. His consciousness was faltering. In his eyes, only the mystical dragon existed. Every scene was engraved deep in his mind. A flash of lightning abruptly struck him between his eyes. The image of the dragon bored into him. The fearful vibrations of thunder took over Yi Futian's entire body, causing him to growl deeply at the sheer power. He was no longer able to break free from this state. Every movement of the dragon was engraved deeply in his mind. Upon the sight of the magnificent dragon approaching him, Yi Futian shuddered slightly, but was unable to move away. Watch out! Yusheng shouted when he felt something amiss, but it was too late. The dragon charged at Yi Futian at a crazed speed and entered his body through the spot in between his eyes. Yi Futian let out an ear-splitting scream with the thundering pain. It was as if a real dragon had entered his mind. Boom! His mind shook and his consciousness scattered. You've finally grown up. A voice sounded in his mind. His body fell straight back. The anomalies in the area disappeared. What's this? The group of men wanted to know. Their eyes focused on Yi Futian's fallen body. What just happened? What an unlucky guy. It looks like he was attacked by the fake dragon, someone said. That was so gutsy. Let's check to see if there's anything wrong with him, said someone else. He's fine. The handsome middle-aged man spoke. By Yi Futian's side, Yu Sheng looked up to the man and heard him say, "Entrust him to me for now, I'll bring him back and have him examined." Everyone nodded in agreement. However, Yu Sheng had something to say about this. "Elder, may I come along?" "Don't worry. Nothing will happen to him. I'm just going to be at the academy," said the middle-aged man. There was something strange about his eyes that made people willing to trust him, and thus Yu Sheng nodded. "Please take care of him, elder." When Yi Futian finally awoke, he did not feel a single shred of pain, which he thought was strange. His consciousness slipped into his life palace. Just as he thought, above the word tree was an area of lightning and thunder. A dragon flew around the sky, a truly majestic sight. "I can't believe it actually came into my life palace." He was shaken up. After fainting, he could hear something, but he couldn't recall what it was. He had already fainted twice since officially beginning to develop. When he thought of how unlucky he was, he could only smile bitterly. If he could benefit from it somehow, though, he wouldn't mind fainting a couple more times. As if he could feel that something was out of place, he shot up and realized that the clothes he was wearing were not his own. It was also obvious to him that he was not in his own dorm. Standing up, Yi Futian pushed open the door and was able to see that he was in a quiet, elegant residence. Ahead was a pavilion, and quietly seated there was a young lady. It looked like she was drawing. Beside her was a middle-aged male sipping on tea. It was such a peaceful scene. With a light foot, Yi Futian made his way to the pavilion. His gaze fell on the young lady's drawing. She was using a special type of paper, and she wasn't drawing. She was continuously inscribing lines and streaks. From those inscribings seeped a bit of spiritual qi. It's an amulet." Yi Futian was shocked. This young girl in front of him knew how to inscribe scrolls? Then wouldn't that make her an inscriber? That's so awesome. Have you seen one before? The middle-aged man put down his teacup and looked towards Yi Futian. "Not in person, I've only seen them in books," Yi Futian replied. "A shield is inscribed on the scroll paper with metal spiritual qi. This must be a defense spell." "You can see it?" The middle-aged man was surprised. "Yeah." Yi Futian nodded. Through freedom meditation, his ability to perceive spiritual qi had improved greatly. The man smiled and asked, "Do you want to learn?" "Yes." He nodded again and immediately bowed to pay his respects. Disciple Yi Futian would like to pay formal respects to master. He worked fast. Yi Futian understood the importance of being an inscriber. It was a more rare occupation than being a sorcerer. It was also a high-status occupation. An inscriber also had to be a gifted sorcerer. "You're as shameless as they all say." The young girl put down the pen in her hand and looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian didn't care, he just smiled. Seeing her amazing looks, he said, "Hey beautiful. So we meet again." Chapter 8. The girl who had just showed up was Hua Jieyu, the legend of the academy. The girl who had just showed up was Hua Jieyu, the legend of the academy. She had become a legend not only for her unmatched beauty, but for the fact that she had managed to ace every test of the fall quarter exam from the first year she had been admitted. "You call her a beauty?" The middle-aged man looked at Yi Futian with confusion as Hua Jieyu stared at him. "Professor, she is just too gorgeous to be human." Yi Futian laughed and explained. It was apparent to him that there was some relationship between the professor and Hua Jieyu, which made the compliment necessary. "Okay. Sounds like you know how to talk." The professor smiled and sipped his tea, then looked at Yi Futian. "Everyone in this academy could be your master. If you want to learn more in the future, come see me. I would be okay with you calling me master." Hua Jieyu was confused by her father. He had stopped accepting students for so long. How talented would Yi Futian have to be to get him to make an exception? "Greetings from Yi Futian, your humble student." Yi Futian saluted. The professor nodded and said, "I never cared about these unnecessary and over-elaborate formalities. The fall quarter exam is about to start. Go prepare yourself." "What? Today?" Yi Futian was shocked. He had not realized how long he had slept. Ding ding ding. As if responding to him, the academy bell rang, the sound reverberating all over the place. Yi Futian looked off towards the distance. It was finally time. "Jieyu, send him out," the professor told her. Hua Jieyu noticed that Yi Futian looked a bit proud. Come on, let's go. Hua Jieyu began leaving. I haven't changed yet, Yi Futian said. The clothes on him had to have belonged to the professor. Then go change. Hua Jieyu was giving him the cold shoulder. Yi Futian caught up to her and asked, So what should I call you? Ms. Hua Sr. or Ms. Hua Jr.? Neither. Well then Fox it is, Yi Futian shrugged. What plane are you in now, Fox? Hua Jieyu ignored his questions. People say that you are a mandate sorcerer, is that true? Yi Futian kept asking still without a response. Have you ever dated anyone? Yi Futian would not let her go. No comment means yes. No. Hua Jieyu slightly bit her lips as she stared at him with anger. Me neither, what a coincidence. Seeing her angry actually made him smile. Hua Jieyu suddenly stopped. When Yi Futian looked back at her, he noticed that her young and delicate face was shining in the rays of the early morning sunlight. This made him forget everything he had on his mind. You are seriously shameless. Hua Jieyu turned around and left. A smile appeared on Yi Futian's face when he saw her gradually disappear. The academy was busier than ever today. Crowds of people were continually entering the academy. Every fall quarter exam, the big local chiefs of Qingzhou would join the event, as would the parents of the current students. They were all qualified for entry. Those who could not enter would wait outside, looking forward to finding out which students had stood out this time. Although all the exam participants were kids, the eldest of whom were still under 18, the stars of this exam would definitely be prominent chiefs of Qingzhou in the future. Most of the big chiefs that watched this event were also former students of the academy. The exam drew attention from all over the city. The legendary girl of Qingzhou Academy, Hua Jieyu, has aced the written test all 3 years. I bet she will take our breath away this time. Yang Xiao has been right behind her in second place for the past 3 years. He might outperform her. Murong Qiu, the son of the remarkable Murong family, is already in the Unmaker plane. In fact, he has already qualified to be an official student. Rumor has it he wanted to be official along with the unquestioned no. One of the fall quarter exam, so he refused to be official without the exam. This might be his last try. Don't forget the son of the chamberlain for the Yi family, Yu Shang. He would have been an official student last spring if it weren't for Yi Futian. Remember, he is only 15. The crowd outside spoke as if they knew everything about the academy. It showed how influential the academy was around the city. Yi Futian returned to his dorm. Yu Sheng was reassured seeing him back and asked him, Are you all right? I'm better than all right, Yi Futian laughed. Suddenly, his body started cracking with the sound of thunder. Thunderbolts ran through his body with absolute control from his mind. Wow, amazing, that is the power of the invincible plane. Yu Sheng was surprised that Yi Futian had it made into another plane with the power of thunder. It seemed the interaction with the dragon had made him even stronger. You can try some basic spells now, Yu Sheng said. Not enough time, buddy. The fall exam has started, Yi Futian said. Your father is coming to the event to watch you. He's coming. Yi Futian was shocked for a moment, then smiled. He realized that this time might be a big surprise for his father. Yi Futian changed. Then he and Yu Sheng left the dorm for the battle arena. The arena was equipped with 3,000 desks, all lined up in rows. In the front, over the staircases, there were many official students and professors from the academy. The stands on the sides were filled with people, including the big chiefs of Qingzhou and parents of the students. Yi Futian's presence drew some attention, most of it out of confusion. The story of him being rejected by Feng Qingxue, and Feng Qingxue being accompanied by Murong Qiu during the hunt, had spread all over the city. Then there was the story of his altercation with the demon boa in Mount Tianyao. He was only adding to his notorious reputation. In fact, he looked tough. Few would survive after being attacked by a demon boa. The academy officially announced it was a demon boa that attacked you, Yu Sheng told Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded and scanned the far corner of the stand, then smiled. Come on, he said, running towards the corner. There was a small group sitting there. Yi Baichuan was chatting with another middle-aged person. He saw Yi Futian coming and called out, Listen, I am only here for you, do you understand? If you perform horribly, never tell anyone that you are my son again. Yi Futian felt humiliated. Seriously, Dad? Not in public. Can you at least try not to embarrass me? Now you know you have a reputation to protect? He was surprised at Yi Futian's response, as he had heard how shameless his son could be. I feel so sad, Yi Futian said, patting his own forehead. Stop pretending. Did you offend my future daughter-in-law? Yi Baichuan just would not let him off the hook. Yi Futian soon found that Feng Qingxue was sitting quietly next to Mr. Feng. She avoided making eye contact with him. Yi Baichuan, when the hell did I promise you that my daughter would be your daughter-in-law? Stop that nonsense, Feng Rihai told Yi Baichuan. Uncle Feng. Yi Futian was disturbed by what was happening. Boy, how are you doing in your cultivation recently? Any better? Feng Rihai asked him. Of course. There has been some progress. Otherwise I would not have shown up for the exam, Yi Futian told him. Good for you. You are still young, you should focus on your cultivation. Do not think and talk about nonsense like your father. Feng Rihai stared at Yi Baichuan. Roger that, Yi Futian laughed. Yusheng, we really have some expectations for you this time, Feng Rihai said, looking at Yusheng. Okay. Yusheng seemed indifferent. Go prepare yourselves for the exam, Feng Rihai said. They nodded. Then Yi Futian and Yusheng turned around and left. Later, Feng Qingxue left in another direction. What's wrong with these kids? Do you have any idea? Yi Baichuan frowned, feeling confused. Yi Futian and Feng Qingxue had quarreled with each other all the time when they were young. Something must have been wrong if they were just staying silent. People spoke casually amongst themselves. Even though it was only the written test today, the audience still showed high interest. Knowledge was as crucial as talent, and served as the foundation for their futures. The weaker students with profound experience could beat out those who were stronger than them in the future. The students entered and took their seats. There were 3,000 of them. How grand it was! Yi Futian and Yusheng entered and sat down in a row. Yi Futian took a deep breath. This was his first time taking the fall quarter exam. It was impossible not to be nervous. It's her. Hua Jieyu. A girl entered and suddenly drew all the attention from the crowd. She was in a light-colored suit, but she was so beautiful that she seemed to shine over everyone. God, such a beauty! The students were amazed. She is so gorgeous and she is only 15. I bet 3 years from now she will be a Helen of Troy for the boys. People believed that with her beauty and talent, she would definitely be a troublemaker in the future. Even some of the big chiefs knew that she had quite a history. People say that Murong Qiu was rejected by her? In the stands, a member of the Murong family seemed disappointed by these words. It's okay. With such talent, how can you expect her to accept any boy in this city? It's a pity for Murong Qiu though. He would have been an official last year if not for her, someone said to the member of Murong family, trying to comfort them. Yep, she is a fox. Yi Futian also noticed her and the fact that she had drawn everyone's attention. No one else could ever manage to do this except her. Hua Jieyu stood for a while, scanning the rows for a spot. Soon she began walking again. All the students that had already sat down were praying to themselves that she would stop next to them. However, none of their fantasies came true. She finally stopped and picked a seat. People stopped praying, and began to wonder who was the lucky bastard she had chosen to sit next to. Suddenly they all froze in shock, completely baffled by her choice. Chapter 9. Hua Jieyu sat down beside Yi Futian. This was the same Yi Futian who had opted out of exams for 3 years, gotten rejected by Feng Qingxue, and was about to be kicked out of Qingzhou Academy. Hua Jieyu sat down beside Yi Futian. This was the same Yi Futian who had opted out of exams for 3 years, gotten rejected by Feng Qingxue, and was about to be kicked out of Qingzhou Academy. What a lucky dog! Many people were very jealous. How come he got to sit next to Hua Jieyu his first time joining the fall quarter examinations? Furthermore, Hua Jieyu was sitting in an aisle seat, which meant that only one person had the privilege of sitting next to her. Seeing this opportunity given to Yi Futian, one could only imagine how the others felt about this. Yi Futian could feel the hateful stares directed at him. He took a glance at the girl sitting beside him. She was sitting there silently, elegant and natural. It was as if she had no idea who he was. This fox, she definitely did this on purpose, Yi Futian thought to himself. He had originally planned to participate in the exams quietly, but now he had become the center of attention for all the wrong reasons. As more and more people gathered around, the area surrounding Huajieyu became the most sought-after seats. People glared at Yi Futian as they passed by. Then a delicate-looking youth approached him and asked, "Can we switch seats?" Yi Futian looked up, his eyes meeting with a boy about the same age as himself. His delicate face glowed with pride, his voice natural. "It's Yang Xiu." Many people's attention was still on where Yi Futian's was. Yang Xiu had placed second in the written examinations for the past 3 years. He had always wanted to surpass Huajieyu, and a lot of people knew he had a crush on her. Yang Xiu had not only done extremely well in the written examinations, he was also extremely gifted. He was already on the 7th awakening plane, the mystery plane. His ability to perceive fire spiritual qi was also at the highest level. He truly was a genius. Losing to Huajieyu only in the slightest bit, he was still one of the best outer sect disciples. Yi Futian looked at Yang Xiu and thought, "Wow, now that's rude." "Of course," said Yi Futian. The people around him were stunned. Was he really just going to give up that easily? "Not," he finished. Hearing these 3 words, the smile on Yang Xiu's face was now frozen. He saw Yi Futian's smile. It looked like he was mocking him. "I know you. You gave up on participating in any examinations for 3 years and are about to get kicked out of the academy. A person like you shouldn't be wasting time here." Yang Xiu was not mad. He was simply trying to mock Yi Futian back. "But I want to." Yi Futian was still smiling. "Then I hope that it won't be too embarrassing for you after the written exam." Yang Xiu laughed lightly. But then again, it wouldn't be the first time. After mocking Yi Futian, Yang Xiu gave Huajieyu a look before he headed back to his seat. He sat back down and got extremely serious, like a warrior before a battle. What a sad life. Yi Futian looked at Yang Xiu's silhouette with great pity. Yi Futian's rejection did not shock anyone. This was what he really was. A legendary, arrogant loser. However, his legend would come to an end after this year's fall quarter exam. Yi Futian was going to be expelled. As the outer sect disciples entered, the official disciples surrounded the entire gymnasium. There were 3,000 tables, but only a little over 1,000 people were participating in the fall quarter examinations. After all, a lot of the first-year outer sect students lacked the confidence to get a decent grade. They knew it was difficult to do well, so they chose to opt out of the examination and keep a clean slate than to have a bad grade on their permanent record. However, to give up participating in the examination for 3 years like Yi Futian had done was simply unheard of. This was why he was a legend. Even the academy had had enough of him. At the front of the gymnasium, many of the official disciples were present. Qini stood there and glanced in Yi Futian's direction. After 3 years he was finally here. He wasn't giving up on the exams again. Let's hope for a miracle. Yang Xiu already made a deal with the School of Divination Arts. After the fall quarter examinations end, he's going to be admitted into the school as an official disciple. I don't even know where that useless loser Yi Futian got the guts to talk to him like that, said Mo Lanshan. He was chuckling lightly beside Qini. Qini's eyebrows furrowed. Yi Futian did have some problems, but she still wouldn't call him a useless loser. Do you have something against him? She asked Mo Lanshan. Of course I do. Mo Lanshan felt no need to hide his feelings. How dare he say those things to you in class? I really don't understand why you have such high hopes for him. Why do you waste your time on him? Qini did not know what to say to defend herself. Maybe it was because she could not forget the amazing results he had achieved during the entrance talent inspections 3 years ago. He should not have ended up like this. It's time, hand out the test papers, said an elder seated behind the two. Official disciples rose out of their seats and began to distribute the written examinations. This meant that the fall quarter written examinations had officially begun. The enormous crowd was in complete silence. The people who came to observe the examination process consisted of parents and family, as well as many well-known individuals of the city of Qingzhou. They understood that they had to stay quiet too. As everyone got their test papers, Feng Qingxue took a deep breath. She hoped to rank well in this year's fall quarter examinations and gain the privilege to access the second floor of the Qingzhou Academy Library. This way she would have unlimited access to some of the most powerful spells. Ling Xiao glanced at Yi Futian before looking down at his test paper. When he noticed the beautiful Hua Jieyu seated beside Yi Futian, he could not hide the look of jealousy on his face. Ling Xiao had always had a crush on Feng Qingxue, and Hua Jieyu was the girl of his dreams, unreachable. How was Yi Futian worthy of sitting next to her? Hua Jieyu remained quiet after receiving her test papers, probably because she was just that confident. Somewhere near the front of the room, Yang Xiu's fists clenched tight and then relaxed, in preparation for the exam. As for Yi Futian, he looked through the test questions once and a smile appeared on his face. He then picked up his pen. His very first fall quarter examination was finally here. He knew many people were waiting for him to make a fool out of himself and looked forward to seeing him be expelled. What a pity. They were about to be disappointed. The test questions went from easy to difficult, starting with basic questions about cultivation. Most students were able to answer these questions. Yi Futian's pen danced across the test paper. He answered the questions with ease. Interesting, said Yi Futian as he read one of the test questions. During a battle between a knight and a sorcerer, the sorcerer's elemental spiritual qi runs out. If you were the knight, what would you have done? What if you were the sorcerer? He scribbled down his answer quickly. Time was passing by quickly. Some students were now sweating. Towards the back of the test packet, the questions got more abstract and more difficult to answer. Unknowingly, Yi Futian was already on the last question. This question seemed easy enough. The question was, a group of martial arts cultivators and a group of divination arts cultivators on the same plane and level fought. Which side won? This was a freebie. In a group battle, the martial arts cultivators would have people from a variety of occupations. Naturally, the divination arts group would also consist of a variety of elemental sorcerers. If the sorcerers worked together, the amount of power they possessed could destroy the opposing group. There wouldn't be much fighting. Yi Futian thought of this and smiled. After writing down his response, he put his pen down. Coincidentally, Hua Jieyu had also just placed her pen down on her desk beside him. The two looked at each other. Yi Futian gave her a provoking smile. All Hua Jieyu did in response was glare at him, but no matter what she did, she remained breathtakingly beautiful. Nobody amongst the test-takers noticed their little exchange, but at the front of the room, someone took notice of Hua Jieyu. She's still the same, always the first one to finish, said an elder at the academy. She was always the focus of the room, even if she just sat quietly focused on her exam. That's not true, the young man next to her finished just before her. But his responses are probably rubbish, said another elder. He smiled and shook his head thinking of how hard it must have been for Yi Futian to focus with Hua Jieyu sitting next to him. Wow, look how quickly he finished. You worked so hard to give him a fighting chance. But all he's thinking of is how to put on a show to attract a girl's attention. Emo Lanshan's words were directed at Qin Yi. Her eyes went to Yi Futian and she felt a twinge of disappointment. Slowly more and more people finished up their exams, some excited, some not so excited. Finally, an elder stood up on the stage and signaled the end of this year's fall quarter examinations. The official disciples were waiting. Once the elder stood up, they moved forward to collect test papers. Even though the test papers had been collected, everyone remained seated in the gymnasium. Qingzhou Academy's fall quarter written exams had always been graded on the spot, and the results were announced the same day. A group of academy elders and outer sect lecturers graded the exams together with great speed. As they graded, the students looked on nervously while the audience chatting lightly. When the lecturers began to separate the test papers by score, the atmosphere intensified. After a while, one of the lecturers walked up to face the students, holding a list. Everyone knew that the list of people who had passed this year's fall quarter examinations would be announced first. Liu Fengyuan and Mo Hanjiang. With every name the lecturer announced, students began to relax one by one. Of course, there were also many who looked very disappointed, as they had hoped for better results. Other than the list of those who passed, there were also lists of rank 3, rank 2, and rank 1 students yet to be announced. After the names on the first list were announced, it was revealed that there were 72 people in rank 3, 36 in rank 2, and only 3 in rank 1. Qin Yi listened carefully. After the list of rankings was announced, Her disappointment heightened. If he could not even pass the written exam, then he was destined to be kicked out of the academy. Her eyes drifted toward Yi Futian and she let out a deep sigh. Seated in front of Yi Futian, Yang Xiu laughed coldly. Just as expected. You were going to fail regardless, why embarrass yourself like this? Feng Qingxue also looked at Yi Futian. Her eyes reflected her disappointment, but it disappeared shortly. Wasn't this what everyone expected? Yi Futian, remember what you said in class last time? Now that you're about to be expelled, doesn't it feel like a big slap in the face? Ling Xiao asked loudly from far away, causing many people to avert their attention towards Yi Futian. Secretly, they were all happy that this shameless bastard was about to be expelled. Chapter 10. Yi Futian looked at Ling Xiao, who was laughing at him with irony. However, Yi Futian seemed calm as usual. Yi Futian looked at Ling Xiao, who was laughing at him with irony. However, Yi Futian seemed calm as usual. This list only contains those who merely qualified. Why are you laughing like that? Yi Futian spoke slowly, then glanced around to see that other people were also chuckling. Come on, seriously. Ling Xiao laughed even harder and stared at Yi Futian. You don't think you made it onto the list of excellence, do you? You have been daydreaming for 3 years, and you are clearly not going to stop now. You know what? You are just hopeless. Look at your face. Stop that outrageous laugh, please. I doubt you will be able to keep it when I make it onto the list of the highest rankings. Yi Futian frowned at him. He knew Ling Xiao had always looked down on him, but how severe was his hatred that Ling Xiao was excited about his failure? Sounds like you will not shed a tear until you see the coffin, right? Then keep waiting. Ling Xiao sounded cold. Yi Futian shook his head and ignored him. The lecturers were still busy organizing the test papers and lists. After a while, Qini came onto the stage to announce the names of 72 students who had made it onto the list of perfection. Of course, a remarkable student like Ling Xiao was on the list. He was now behaving even more arrogantly towards Yi Futian. He was waiting until the end of the list announcement to throw every insult right in Yi Futian's face. Feng Qingxue felt excited because her name had not shown up on the list of perfection. She had definitely passed the test, which meant that her name was possibly on the list of brilliance. Once she performed well after the written test, she would have achieved her goal. Feng Qingxue. The list of brilliance was being announced, and Feng Qingxue was first. Her eyes shined as she smiled with ecstasy. She definitely deserved her spot. Yu Sheng. The announcements continued. Every name on the list really meant something at the academy. Murong Qiu. This was the last name on the list. The announcer lowered their hands. Murong Qiu suddenly turned pale and looked as if he were truly frustrated. There were 36 names on the list of brilliance. For most ordinary people it would be glorious. But sadly for him this was not the case. Anything other than the list of excellence meant failure to him. Last time he had ranked 3rd on the list of excellence. He had participated in the exam this time to challenge the legendary girl, but he had failed again, and by an even worse margin. In the stands, a member of the Murong family also looked pretty gloomy. Murong Qiu only made the list of brilliance. There's not even a rank for this list. The Murong family member mumbled. They were right, as only the top 3 could be ranked for being on the list of excellence. Other people were also wondering and discussing to themselves. There should be 3 on the list of excellence. Common sense said that the legendary girl and Yang Xiu would be the top 2. But if that was the case, who had taken Murong Qiu's place and forced him onto the list of brilliance? It was even more mysterious because the famous students had all already been listed on the list of brilliance. People could not find anyone that was missing. Looks like we have a dark horse, but who is it? People started looking around to figure out who they were missing for this possible honor. This mystery had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. He watched Yi Futian intently, believing he was just bluffing and pretending to be calm after the first 2 lists had been announced. In the very front, several masters of the academy were having a debate over the ranks of the last 3 tests. Yang Xiu took a deep breath. He was not sure whether he would beat Hua Jieyu this time. He had already promised the College of Sorcery that after this fall quarter exam that he would join the college and become an official student, which meant that this was his last chance to beat Hua Jieyu. Finally, the masters reached a consensus. Someone recorded the decision, and a master went towards the crowd, prepared to give the final announcement. The whole place was suddenly cloaked in silence. Everyone's ears perked up for the final decision. Yang Xiao, number 3 on the list of excellence. The master gave the first name. Everyone immediately began gossiping. Yang Xiao was only number 3? For real? Yang Xiao, someone who had always ranked under Hua Jieyu, was suffering the same tragedy as Murong Qiu? Who had caused that? Impossible. Yang Xiao had gotten nothing but disappointment from the wait. He seemed lost. This has to be impossible. His entire mind had been fixated on being ranked over Hua Jieyu. However, this time it had turned out even worse. How was he supposed to accept this reality? Who is it, for God's sake? People were becoming even more curious. They began focusing on the master announcing the list. Number 2 on the list of excellence, Hua Jieyu. Another name came out, and it bewildered the entire crowd. Hua Jieyu had consecutively ranked number 1 for 3 straight fall quarter exams. Now she was number 2? How could that have happened? What was even more strange was that neither Yang Xiao or Murong Qing had beaten her. There was only one thing on the minds of everyone in the building. Who was this John Doe? Hua Jieyu was even a bit surprised herself. She subconsciously looked at Yi Futian and suddenly realized that something unusual might have been happening. The tension was at an all-time high. Everyone waited in suspense to find out who it was. He made it. Yu Sheng tightened his fists. He was kind of excited. No one knew why he was suddenly behaving like this, or whether there was anything worth being excited about. However, he was the only one who knew what was coming. The eyes of the master passed all over the crowd, eventually stopping on a boy. The master seemed astonished and surprised. For 3 years he had been a nobody at the academy, but now he was going to be the superstar? The number 1 ranking on the list of excellence for the Qingzhou Academy fall quarter examination is. The master paused, then said slowly, Yun. The crowd immediately shut down and became silent upon hearing this name. It was as if the entire building was muted. Every possible expression was showing on the crowd's faces. They had considered every possibility, but not Yi Futian. How could their imagination have been that wild? This guy had abandoned the exams for 3 years, and had been stuck in the collection plane. Yi Futian, champion of the written test, sounded like the worst joke ever. However, people soon realized that the masters of the academy would never pull a prank like that for this exam. Suddenly, they were even more shocked by the decision. Yi Futian, champion of the test? Tell me I am dreaming, please. Some were doubting whether they had heard the announcement correctly. Yi Futian. Qini was next to the master. She repeated the name, seemingly dumbfounded. Nobody had thought that his name would show up on the list of qualification. They thought he wouldn't have done well enough to even accomplish that. It was incredible that he had performed so well that he had made it onto the list of excellence. Ling Zhao's face turned to stone. He had believed Yi Futian would be expelled from the academy soon, and had prepared a long, humiliating speech for Yi Futian. Now Yi Futian was number 1. How could that have even happened? Feng Qingxue was in such awe that she could not speak. Her eyes moved from the master who had announced the list slowly to where Yi Futian was sitting. Yi Futian sat in his spot quietly. The smile on his face was the same as usual, calm and light. It seemed like he knew he deserved this honor, and that nothing was shocking about the outcome to him. What strong confidence he had. Could it be possible that the last 3 missed years had only served to make this moment more glorious? Hua Jieyu was sitting next to Yi Futian. She observed this boy with her beautiful eyes. This boy had broken her record, but she did not seem too disappointed. It was not like the bitterness that was on the faces of Yang Xiao and Murong Qiu. Instead, she felt curious and surprised. Her father had told her that Yi Futian was as talented as she was. At first she had refused to admit it. Actually, she had looked forward to this fall quarter exam, because Yi Futian would not have been able to conceal his talent anymore. She was eager to know why her father had broken his rule, and accepted him as his student. She was quite surprised by the results. Something must be wrong. Someone yelled all of a sudden. All the eyes were suddenly drawn to the shouter, Yang Xiao, who was standing in front of Yi Futian. It was already disappointing enough to be listed as 3rd place on the list of excellence, but it was even more humiliating to see that it was Yi Futian who had made this happen. Yi Futian had been humiliated by him moments before the lists were announced. How could this have happened? Had he made himself look like a total fool? What's the problem, Yang Xiao? The master looked at him. Yang Xiao paused for a second, then glanced at Yi Futian with contempt. He sat next to Hua Jieyu. He must have cheated off of her to earn that score. Yes, plagiarism, that's definitely it, Ling Xiao followed. Many others seemed to be in agreement about this reasonable explanation. Who do you guys think we are? Professors or just a bunch of old blind folks? It was like cold water was being thrown right in their faces. The test papers of the top 3 had gone through the strict review of multiple masters. How could plagiarism have gone unnoticed by them? Yi Futian slowly tapped on the desk with his fingers. He was casual and relaxed. He believed that all the doubt would be silenced by the truth. You are all honorable masters, but people just have different preferences. I cannot accept the fact that I am listed as number 3, and that Yi Futian is number 1 because you preferred his viewpoints. Yang Xiao was completely agitated. He was desperately trying to pull Yi Futian off his throne. The master looked at Yang Xiao with disappointment. It seemed that this student had little patience for failure. Without ever enduring failure, even a talented student like Yang Xiao could never make significant achievements in the future. Yi Futian looked at Yang Xiao. He was so persistent, even when it only brought shame onto himself. Chapter 11. Everyone's eyes were on Yi Futian and Yang Xiao. Another one of Qingzhou Academy's elders walked up on the stage and asked Yang Xiao, "Could it be that you want to grade the exams yourself?" Everyone's eyes were on Yi Futian and Yang Xiao. Another one of Qingzhou Academy's elders walked up on the stage and asked Yang Xiao, "Could it be that you want to grade the exams yourself?" "I would not dare to have such thoughts." Yang Xiao shook his head. "I only want to know why he scored higher than me. What was I lacking?" The Qingzhou Academy elders sat in silence. Finally, one of them nodded and said, "All right. Since you have your doubts, then we will let you know the reason why." All of the students and everyone observing from the stands remained quiet. They too were curious. What responses could Yi Futian have given to surpass Yang Xiao? The first question. During a battle between a knight and a sorcerer, the sorcerer's elemental spiritual qi runs out. If you were the knight, what would you do? What if you were the sorcerer? How did you answer this question? The elder asked Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao's eyes lit up as he said with confidence, "If I were the knight, I would continue my attacks until the sorcerer's spiritual qi ran out, and end them with a final blow. If I were the sorcerer, I would try to find my opponent's weak point and attack at full force once the opportunity presented itself." Many people began to nod. To them, Yang Xiao's response was well-rounded. Many people would have answered the same. So where did he go wrong? Even the VIP guests on stage were intrigued. This question was given to test the students' ability to adapt to an emergency situation. In their eyes, Yang Xiao's answer was not bad. How would Yi Futian answer this question? Yi Futian, please tell us your response. The elder looked at Yi Futian, who in turn stood up and looked at Yang Xiao. He then said, "If I were the knight, I wouldn't give my opponent a chance to retaliate. I would attack continuously until he falls. If I were in the sorcerer's position and collected the wind element, then I would escape. If I was a sorcerer of any other element, I would pretend to be completely drained of power. If needed, I would even take a hit from the offense and then when they're least prepared, attack with my last remaining power." "Why did you respond in this way?" asked the elder. "In a battle between the two, if the knight can drain the sorcerer of his power, then that means that his foundation is probably already stronger. Under continuous attack, the only person making any mistakes would be the sorcerer. The bug in Yang Xiao's response is if the sorcerer was able to find the knight's weakness, then he would have done so during the previous exchanges. If you want your opponent to trip up, you must pay the price," Yi Futian answered slowly. Upon hearing this seamless response, Yang Xiao paled. Everyone on stage began to nod in agreement. In comparison, there truly was a big difference between the two. The elder nodded as well, then turned to look at Yang Xiao again. The last question. In a group battle between martial art cultivators and sorcerers, who would win? How did you answer this question? It would be difficult to determine the results if everyone was on the first few planes of awakening. If everyone was in the same higher plane and if both sides were equal in number, of course, the victory would go to the sorcerers. Yang Xiao did not waver in his response. He himself was a sorcerer, so he believed that sorcerers were better than martial arts specialists. He was very prideful. Yi Futian, and your answer? Asked the elder. At awakening, the martial art cultivators have a higher chance of victory. Anything above this level, sorcerers would have a higher chance, he replied calmly. Ridiculous. How could martial art cultivators win against sorcerers, even at the awakening level? Furthermore, sorcerers wouldn't have a higher chance at a more advanced level. They would have a complete victory, no questions asked, Yang Xiu said coldly. Explain it to him. The elder made his request to Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at Yang Xiu and asked, between martial art cultivators and sorcerers, who has the better fitness, stamina, and speed? Indeed, those are a sorcerer's weaknesses, but martial art cultivators wouldn't even be able to get close to the sorcerers. Yang Xiu stared at Yi Futian. At the awakening level, sorcerers cannot cast their spells from a far distance. If the martial arts cultivators choose to surround without attacking, what do you plan to do? That's a stupid question. Then I would obviously choose to attack first. Even at the awakening plane, sorcerers have more powerful attacks. Yang Xiu retorted. You attack, I recede. You retreat, I surround, said Yi Futian. His words gave shivers to many of the honorable guests. He was able to calmly deliver his battle plans. If a person with a lot of battle experience had said this, no one would have been surprised, but these words came from an inexperienced youngster still in the academy. This was what made it so impressive but chilling at the same time. His battle tactics showed his detailed understanding of strengths and weaknesses of both martial art cultivators and sorcerers, and he was able to incorporate this knowledge into his plans. His tactics were extremely passive-aggressive. Martial art cultivators were stronger, have better stamina, and were faster than sorcerers. Sorcerers in the awakening plane cannot attack from afar, so all you had to do was wait for them to deplete themselves of power. Yang Xiu did not look well at this point. He stared at Yi Futian and said, the awakening plane leads to overall enhancement. If sorcerers focused on the enhancement of their spiritual powers, then they might not lose to the martial art cultivators in strength, stamina, and speed. You already said to disregard the first couple planes of awakening. Once sorcerers reach the sixth plane, the invincible plane, they would have to focus on learning to control their elemental spiritual powers, as well as other spiritual powers between heaven and earth. They would have to focus on training in sorcery, as the amount of energy they can exert for enhancement is very limited. Martial art cultivators, on the other hand, don't have this problem. Your ideal situation right now is edging closer to cultivation in both arts, Yi Futian slowly explained. Even though the cultivators in the two groups do not have that much of a difference in the awakening plane, the comparison is still there. Naturally, it would be most beneficial to cultivate in both martial and divination arts. That's enough, the elder spoke once again. As for the reason behind why it would be possible for martial art cultivators to win at higher levels, we'll leave that for you to think about yourself. Remember, understanding yourself and others is the key to victory. The strong are strong regardless of which art they cultivate. Yang Xiu, if we placed you against Yi Futian in a fight under fair circumstances, you would be fated to lose. Since the start of Qingzhou Academy, the spring and fall quarter examinations always included a written test. These youngsters have had no actual battle experience, so the most important thing to do is to engrave basic knowledge into their brains. Fated to lose? Yang Xiu was now in a somber mood. He then lifted his head toward the elder and said, I acknowledge my defeat. The elder looked at Yang Xiu and knew he had yet to accept this reality. It was not easy to change the mind of a youth. The fall quarter written examinations will end here for today. The most important portion of the test will continue tomorrow, announced the elder. Students began to stand one by one, wanting to go up to the stage and greet the VIP guests. This was the end of this quarter's written exams, however, so students had yet to settle into their feelings. Countless pairs of eyes fell on Yi Futian. For the past 3 years he had been ridiculed numerous times for being a legendary loser. But now he had thoroughly shocked everyone. Who would believe that he could be ranked first on his first written test? Yang Xiu turned to face Yi Futian. He said coldly, I take back what I said to you before. I guess you have learned a lot in the 3 years you wasted. But even if that's the case, everything written on paper is useless. There is no use in having all of this knowledge if you are physically incapable. With no powers, it would be as easy as stepping on an ant to defeat you. Are you trying to make yourself feel better after all that embarrassment? How disgraceful. Do you want me to step on you like an ant? Yu Sheng stood up, his large physique shadowing over Yang Xiu. His aura was enough to suffocate the latter. In the blink of an eye, Yang Xiu's expression looked even worse than before. Of course he had heard of Yu Sheng. This psycho knocked out all the teeth of a senior brother 2 years ago, just because the brother had insulted Yi Futian. After punching out his teeth, Yu Sheng picked him up by the collar and tossed him outside the academy gates. Since then, no one has dared to insult Yi Futian in his presence. Even though many people had forgotten about this incident in the passing years, Yang Xiu remembered. He cowered in front of Yu Sheng. Scram! The thunderous shout from Yu Sheng scared Yang Xiu to no end. He quickly looked at Yi Futian and said, "See you tomorrow." Before leaving, he did not forget to take a look at Hua Jieyu, who remained seated beside Yi Futian during all the drama. He could not believe that he was made to look like such a fool in front of her. His mood worsened at the thought. Yi Futian just smiled, not saying anything. A quick glance at Ling Xiao revealed that he was also looking at Yi Futian. Yi Futian could not help but to give a sarcastic smile, thinking of all the things Ling Xiao had previously said to him. Just one smile was enough for Ling Xiao to know that Yi Futian was taunting him. Ling Xiao's fists tightened as he stared at Yi Futian. 3 years, you're pretty good at hiding secrets. Even though you haven't developed at all, you gained quite a lot of book smarts. This doesn't change a thing though. Even if you got first today, you're going to drop back down to your loser status tomorrow. You might still have a chance of being expelled. Can you imagine how interesting that would be? Idiot. One word from Yi Futian was enough to wipe the smirk of Ling Xiao's face. He was reminded of the last time Yi Futian had insulted him in the classroom. That bastard. Yi Futian looked around him. He was full of pride. He had just ranked first after all. There were already a lot of people who looked at him less harshly than before. There were even some people who could not look him in the eyes. At this time, Hua Jieyu got up slowly from her seat beside him. As she walked towards the exit, Yi Futian watched her. Hua Jieyu took a couple of steps and suddenly turned back with a smile. Nothing could compare to her beauty in that second. I look forward to your performance tomorrow. She smiled brightly. People's gazes froze on her smile, their hearts melting at the sight of it. However, this smile was not for them but for Yi Futian. Leaving her smile imprinted in everyone's minds, Hua Jieyu turned to leave once again. Yi Futian blinked and quickly realized that people were shooting daggers at him with their eyes. Those who did not dare look in his eyes just a minute ago were now looking at him with pure hatred. Everyone seemed like they were out for blood. After seeing those looks, Yi Futian could imagine what was waiting for him tomorrow. In that split second, Yi Futian finally understood the purpose of Hua Jieyu's smile. He could not help himself and cursed her in his mind. That fox set me up. Chapter 12. Yi Futian was upset. The others were just jealous. Yi Futian was upset. The others were just jealous. Was Hua Jieyu smiling at him? Did they already know each other? It was impossible. How could this legendary loser have gotten the chance to know the real legend of the academy? It must have been that his performance on the written test had made her a bit curious about him. People tried to justify why Hua Jieyu knew none of them, yet she knew Yi Futian. Yep, that must be true. Yi Futian will fail tomorrow anyway. What happened today is just another part of his daydream. The crowd was dismissed. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng walked towards the stands, where Yi Baichuan was waiting for them. When he saw the boys, he laughed. Good job, boy. You really are my blood. Good job? Who was gloating about having an excellent son minutes ago to everyone? Where are those big words now? Feng Rihai was also laughing. You are impressive. Congratulations. Sure, so is Qingxue. She made it to the list of brilliance, Yi Baichuan said. Come here, son, I have to ask you something. Yi Baichuan walked away, his son following him. Yi Baichuan stopped and showed a sly smile to Yi Futian. Tell me, are you being mean to Qingxue because you are going after someone better? Be honest with me. Yi Futian felt so awkward. It seemed that the smile Hua Jieyu had given him had also caused some silly misunderstanding for his father. This is really complicated. Leave me alone. I will deal with it. Yi Futian shrugged his shoulders. Yi Baichuan gazed at his eyes and said, Okay, you take care of this. It's none of my business anymore. Now that you have aced the written test, what about tomorrow? Yi Futian looked serious and showed a curious face to Yi Baichuan. In our family ancestry, were there any great mandate sorcerers with cultivation specialized in freedom meditation? Of course. I take it you have awakened already? Yi Baichuan immediately realized what had happened. Yes, Yi Futian nodded. Good. Yi Baichuan suddenly slapped his son on the shoulder. He was so excited that his palm made a cracking sound when it hit Yi Futian's head. He retracted his palm when he saw the painful expression on his son's face. What are you doing, Dad? Yi Futian stared at his father. So, if we have great family ancestors, why am I the only one who awakened with that special talent? That's definitely because of my efforts. Yi Baichuan was taking this for granted. Yi Futian frowned. His father must have been even more shameless than he was at his age. I'll tell your godfather the good news. He will be so happy for you, son. Maybe he will come and watch tomorrow by himself, Yi Baichuan said. Yi Futian's eyes suddenly lit up with hope. Ever since he was a child, his godfather had told him that one day he would be awakened, and it had finally happened. He could not wait to see the happiness on his godfather's face. As the two were talking, Feng Ruhai also began to speak with his daughter. He asked, When did Yi Futian meet Hua Jieyu? Has he been mean to you since then? Apparently both fathers believed that Yi Futian had betrayed Feng Qingxue for another beautiful girl. Feng Qingxue realized the misunderstanding and shook her head to deny it. Then what's going on? Tell me the truth. Feng Ruhai wanted to know what was going on. Feng Qingxue hesitated for a second, then slowly told her father the whole story. That is stupid. Feng Ruhai seemed angry about what she had said. That's not how you deal with relationships. You have known Futian for years. You guys have been arguing and joking forever. There should be nothing that you cannot just sit down and talk about. How rude of you to let someone step in between that. It was not a rejection of pursuit, it was a farewell. Not to mention that this boy has always loved to joke. There is a clear difference between asking you to cultivate and asking you out on a date. As for Yu Sheng, how could he not be angry enough to be unfriendly to you in public? You even hung out with Murong Qiu after all this happened. Have you ever stopped to think about Futian? How is he supposed to deal with the aftermath of your inappropriateness? Nothing is going on between Murong Qiu and me. We only went hunting together because of his cousin, Murong Qing. I needed some extra help from someone powerful. Feng Qingxue began to defend herself stubbornly. I know he likes to make jokes, but come on, Dad, we are both grown-ups. He definitely crossed the line with a joke like that. I believe what Murong Qing said about keeping some distance makes sense. I know that nothing is going on between Murong Qiu and you, but hanging out with another guy after turning down Futian? That is humiliating. Can't you understand that? Feng Ruhai sounded more serious as he stared at his daughter. You have known each other since birth, and your Uncle Yi is my best friend. We respect your choices in handling the relationship between yourselves, but you have embarrassed me. Feng Qingxue tried to be strong and keep herself from crying because she seldom saw her father being strict like this. She felt uncomfortable. She looked at her father and said, I hope what I did is not getting in between you and Uncle Yi. We are both grown-ups, and we will never regret our choices. Come on, girl. Feng Ruhai shook his head. Don't you realize that all you did was mask your feelings? You rejected him in such a terrible way because you think that you are way out of his league. You believe that you are mature enough to make these decisions, but a pure friendship without interest and calculation is the most beautiful thing in this world. You would not regret it if Futian kept being laid back as he has always been, but what about today? He just became the new star of this academy. Please tell me you don't regret your actions even a little bit now. She reluctantly acknowledged to herself that she did regret what she had done, especially after seeing the new Yi Futian, but she remained silent. I have seen Futian grow up over the years. He looks lazy and casual, but deep inside a tiger is waking up, Feng Ruhai continued. He has been bearing the insults from others for 3 years at this academy. Can you think of anyone else with as much tolerance as he has? He is not just some normal guy that you'd never regret missing, trust me. After his speech, Feng Ruhai shook his head and left, leaving Feng Qingxue dumbfounded. A tiger waking up inside. Her eyes turned to a figure in the distance. Soon she turned back and went to the dorm. Yi Futian also said goodbye to his father. He looked towards the arena and found that Qin Yi was staring at him from far away. He pointed his forefinger towards the sky and smiled at Qin Yi with a strong sense of confidence. This gesture conveyed a simple message. Just wait. Qin Yi eyed him then walked away. She was also disturbed by what he had done. She had never imagined that this guy could ace the written fall quarter exam. She had a faint feeling that another miracle would happen tomorrow. Suddenly, she realized that she had a weird sense of hope and expectation. The crowd was finally gone, and the arena became quiet. However, tomorrow this place would be even more busy. The fall quarter exam had always been the annual focus of the city. After the lists had been announced, the crowd waiting outside the academy soon heard about what Yi Futian had done. It was absolutely fantastic for someone to win over Hua Jieyu and Yang Xiu on the written test. Those who knew this infamous boy before felt even more thrilled by this miracle. During lunch, the restaurants of Qingzhou were full of customers. Inside a fancy restaurant next to Qingzhou Academy, a group was hatching a plan. Murong Qiu, student of Qingzhou Academy, now sat in a private room. Beside him were the elders of the Murong family. They were led by the current head of this big family, Murong Yunshan, Murong Qiu's father. The fall quarter exam today reminded me of our past decades ago. Brother, we were both big shots in the academy, do you remember? Murong Yunshan looked at the middle-aged man sitting opposite him, feeling a sense of nostalgia. How could I ever forget that you were the champion and I was in second place for so many years? The middle-aged man laughed. I can't believe you remember. It's been decades. Sometimes I still want to go back to being careless youth, but it's impossible now. I have been glued to mundane business, and the passion I once had is gone. Your life looks way easier than mine, I must say. Murong Yunshan laughed. Are you serious? You are the head of an influential family. Why are you so modest when you have so much power? Me? I just hang around in the academy and teach my students some spells to kill time. That's all. The middle-aged man shook his head. Actually, he did not just hang around. He was Shizhong, the director of the Earth Element Hall, which was one of 7 branches in the College of Sorcery. He was one of the Academy's true masters. Modest. Murong Yunshan kept laughing. Okay, let me be honest. I do have some business that I need your help with. Shizhong got down to business. Just lay it out. I am sure you know the situation of our family. Competition is fierce for the leader position. My son has so many of his own cousins and brothers competing against him that he cannot afford to lose the test tomorrow. He may not have performed well today, but I have to help him prepare better for tomorrow. You know that his talents and power are among the top, he continued. He is already 17, and he is taking the exam after reaching the highest awakening plane, the Unmaker. Rumors and criticism will surround the family if he does not ace the test tomorrow. Shizhong did not seem affected by what he said. He knew that Murong Yunshan was making the plea for his son's sake. You know that those who are in this exam have mostly been stuck under the 7th awakening plane. Just make sure Murong Qiu performs well enough in the debate tomorrow to beat the others. If he does, I might have some solid reasoning to persuade the panel to name him the champion. Hua Jieyu is too proud to attend the debate. If she does, she will do so well that she will be the champion and end the rumors anyway. If she does not show up, my son will have his best shot tomorrow. Then it is you who will decide his future. Murong Yunshan then tried to bribe him, saying, if you need anything in the future for cultivation, and I mean anything, just tell me. I'll take care. Of course. Your business is my business. Shizhong definitely understood what was going on. After Qiu enters your hall, he's going to need a lot of help from my brother. Cheers. To our friendship. Murong Yunshan took his cup and drank. A conspiracy was forming harmoniously inside this room. Chapter 13. Qingzhou Academy was home to the largest library collection in all of Qingzhou. Qingzhou Academy was home to the largest library collection in all of Qingzhou. After the written exam, Yi Futian returned to his dorm to cultivate. Sometime in the afternoon, he arrived at the academy library alone. He only had access to the first floor of the library. On this floor were books and scrolls containing the most basic of martial art exercises, battle strategies, and simple divination spells. These books were perfect for outer sect disciples in the awakening plane. The second floor of the library was only accessible to official disciples and outer sect disciples who ranked during the spring or fall quarter examinations. It was every sorcerer's dream to be able to view all these powerful spell books. Feng Qingxue was one of those dreamers, and therefore it was her goal to be ranked at the fall exam. However, the second level of the library was not the reason why Yi Futian was here today. He had begun properly cultivating. Aside from the freedom meditation, he had not done any martial art exercises, nor had he practiced any spells. Tomorrow's exam might require him to participate in a battle. If he showed up tomorrow with mediocre fighting skills, it would be a huge embarrassment. He could not let that happen. After all, he had ranked first on the written exam. Many people were waiting for him to make a fool out of himself. The library was split in half, with a martial arts section and a divination arts section. Yi Futian made his way toward the martial arts section. The sixth level of awakening was a point of division. Before the invincible plane, martial and divination art cultivators had essentially trained in the same way. The difference was that one used worldly essence to enhance the body in order to break through the different planes, and the other used elemental spiritual qi. The planes were all the same until the division of the invincible plane. When martial art cultivators were able to understand the artistic conception of the exercises, they could break into the mystery plane. Sorcerers, however, had to seek out hidden elemental spiritual qi, using their abilities to perceive these energies. They had to create harmony between these new energies and the spiritual qi they had previously collected in the collection plane. Then and only then were sorcerers able to break past the invincible plane. Therefore, Qingzhou Academy had a requirement to become an official disciple. If you could make it into the mystery plane before your 18th birthday, you had the advantage of joining the school of your choice. Or if you were like Yu Sheng, capable of cultivating in both martial and divination arts, you could pursue both. Even though there weren't many people in the library, there was still a fair amount of attention on Yi Futian. His results from the written exam put him in the spotlight, but in conjunction with the smile he got from Hua Jieyu, the amount of attention this ex-loser got was through the roof. Rumor had it that he was stuck on the collection plane, so why was he here picking out books on martial arts exercises? Everyone was asking themselves this question as they observed Yi Futian quietly. They watched him as he wandered around the library, stopping here and there. It looked like he was trying to find some suitable cultivation exercises for himself. A while later, Yi Futian stopped again. He flipped through the book in his hands with great concentration. The release of the dragon power studied by warriors, it was an exercise of immense power. The body of the cultivator became like that of a dragon, uncontrollably powerful and fierce. The exercise may be harsh but also powerful. Yi Futian was satisfied with what he had found. This is it. He closed the book and was ready to leave. You're going to cultivate the release of the dragon power? An observer asked with a face ridden with curiosity. Is there a problem with that? Yi Futian asked, chuckling. No problem, it's perfect for you, said the observer, trying to hide their laughter. Yi Futian could not be bothered. He turned to leave, and a round of laughter and gossip ensued behind him. Did he come to the library just to put on a show for us? People questioned his true intentions for coming to the library. What do you know, the release of the dragon power is so domineering, fit for someone who ranked number 1 on the written test. Oh, how could I forget, that's Yi Futian, said another person. That's right. First place really is different from the rest of us. The mocking comments and laughter came from behind Yi Futian. The release of the dragon power was very well known amongst the outer sect disciples. Indeed, it was a powerful exercise, but it required the cultivator to mimic the movements of a dragon. How could that be possible? There had been people who tried, but none that had succeeded. Since Yi Futian came all the way to the library just to take out the release of the dragon power, it was only right to have a little fun. Yi Futian did not care about what they said. He headed for the divination arts section of the library when he saw 2 figures headed in his direction, causing him to stop in his tracks. After being scolded by her father, Feng Qingxue was in a sour mood. So she decided to look around in the library to get her mind off of it. Plus, after the fall quarter hunting practice, She had officially stepped into the 6th level of awakening, the invincible plane. She was finally ready to cultivate the divination arts properly, so it would be perfect for her to find something useful at the library. Feng Qingxue had not even thought about the possibility of running into Yi Futian here. Her beautiful eyes shone bright, no longer avoiding Yi Futian. She looked right at him and said, "Are you here to pick out some exercise books?" "Yeah," Yi Futian smiled and nodded lightly. Feng Qingxue did not know what to say. The atmosphere had become awkward. "Feng Qingxue, didn't you want to go look at the spell books?" Beside her, Murong Qing pulled Feng Qingxue into the divination arts section after glancing at Yi Futian. Yi Futian walked in that direction as well. Seeing him in the same section of the library, Murong Qing furrowed her brows and whispered, "Feng Qingxue, I don't think he's given up on you." Feng Qingxue froze. She then snuck a peek at Yi Futian, only to see him browsing through book labels. What a fake! Murong Qing could not help but call him out when she saw what Yi Futian was looking at. Even though he ranked first, it was just a written exam. What did he know about actual cultivation? Even if he did cultivate, he should be in the martial arts section. Maybe he just wants to get an understanding of the divination arts. Feng Qingxue lowered her voice. Yi Futian's performance on the fall quarter written examinations had truly left an impression on her. To rank first on the written exam required a deep knowledge and understanding of every class in both arts. Martial divination? Murong Qing saw the book in Yi Futian's hands. Her sarcastic smile widened and unrelentingly opened her mouth. "If you're going to be a poser, can you try a little harder? You're not fooling anyone holding that baby book." Everyone around heard her words and looked at Yi Futian. Most of them began to laugh when they realized what she said was true. He was indeed holding a book which contained the most basic of spells. Martial divination were spells that you would only use to trick children. Yi Futian closed the book and put it under his arms with the release of the dragon power. He then turned to look at Murong Qing quizzically. "Do I even know you?" Yi Futian asked and walked away, not taking a second look at Murong Qing. "You." Murong Qing pointed her finger at Yi Futian's back. Not knowing what to say, then she finally mustered, "Seems like you got quite cocky after ranking first on the written test. You even have the nerve to come to the library and try to look good in front of us while holding a book like martial divination. Forget the fact that you're a complete loser. Even if you were a proper cultivator, a martial art cultivator like you would never be good enough for Feng Qingxue." Feng Qingxue was a sorcerer, as was Murong Qing. Sorcerers all think that they are better than martial art cultivators. After all, in some sense, all sorcerers had the innate ability to cultivate in martial arts. All they had to do was cultivate elemental spiritual qi as they would worldly essence. But other than those who were truly gifted in cultivating both arts, no sorcerers would waste their time on martial art development. Yi Futian did not want to be bothered with what she said, but nothing could stop Murong Qing as she went on. "Besides, you'll be back to where you started after tomorrow. First rank? What a joke. Once a loser, always a loser. I can't wait to see how you'll make a fool out of yourself tomorrow." Yi Futian took his 2 books to be registered, then left the library. Inside the library was overtaken by a wave of gossip. People mostly whispered about the 2 books he had taken out, the release of the dragon power and martial divination. How ridiculous was that? Feng Qingxue quietly listened on. She had nothing to say. Even though Yi Futian had smiled at her, she still felt an invisible line separating them. He did as she asked and kept his distance from her, but Feng Qingxue did not know why there was discomfort in her heart. The release of the dragon power and martial divination. Yu Sheng was surprised upon seeing the 2 books. He looked at Yi Futian. "Are you cultivating in both arts and starting with martial arts?" "Yeah, mandate sorcerers are called sorcerers because we're innately gifted with the elements. However, mandate sorcerers are also extremely suited for the cultivation of the martial arts. Naturally, I can't put heaven's gift to waste." Yi Futian nodded and continued, "As for my reason for starting in the martial arts, that's because at my level the sorcery I can cultivate is still not powerful enough. It's all the basics. I can't unleash my full potential as a sorcerer yet." "Then what about martial divination?" Yu Sheng was very curious. "It's better to be prepared for everything." Yi Futian gave him a mysterious smile. "Besides, cultivation of martial divination is super easy. It won't take up much of my time. Yu Sheng nodded his head, not having any more questions. Yi Futian spoke again. That fox probably has no interest in the debate as usual and will not participate. If she doesn't, then I will try to get ranked first in the fall quarter examinations overall. Okay. Yu Sheng nodded. If this was what Yi Futian wanted, then this was what he was going to do. He had already gotten on the list of brilliance. If he was able to stand out above everyone tomorrow, then he could definitely get first place for the entire exam. I'm going to cultivate, said Yi Futian. He then made his way to the designated cultivation area and flipped through the release of the dragon power. Looking at the words and diagrams in the book, he closed his eyes. Seconds later, a rumbling noise began. He was surrounded by flashes of lightning, which intensified by the second. The fearful lightning roamed across his body. Yi Futian observed the dragon in his mind as it roared and danced. Its aura was powerful. In his body, the thunder and lightning spiritual chi slowly shaped itself until it was in the form of a dragon. It looked just like the dragon in his life palace, incredibly realistic. Others who had tried to cultivate the release of the dragon power failed to replicate the form of a dragon, but to Yi Futian this was no problem at all. Using the exercises from the book, the dragon formed by the thunder and lightning charged recklessly throughout his body. It passed through his nerves, organs, limbs, and bones. It was everywhere. Instantly, Yi Futian's face turned bright red, then white. It seemed like he was in great pain. A groan slipped out every now and then. The release of the dragon power was immensely powerful and took a huge toll on one's body. It was all to create the image of a dragon within oneself, allowing your own body to become like that of a dragon. This one session went from day to night. When the sun rose the next day, a figure was dancing in the yard of the dorm. It was Yi Futian. He was still cultivating the tactics in the release of the dragon power, his movements big and powerful. His surroundings were brightened with a curtain of light. Circling his body was a faintly formed dragon. At times it almost looked like a real dragon. A loud roar sounded with a single punch from Yi Futian. It sounded like a dragon had broken free. Another loud noise sounded from a distance away. A wall had collapsed. Someone ran onto the scene. It was Yu Sheng. Upon witnessing the crime scene, his eyes fell on Yi Futian. You've achieved the artistic conception of martial arts. You're in the mystery plane of martial art cultivation, stated Yu Sheng. The seventh plane of awakening. Yi Futian smiled. Looks like we'll have to get someone to fix that wall. Tell them you broke it while cultivating. You're throwing me under the bus? Yu Sheng stared at him in disbelief. Of course. Yi Futian laughed and headed back to his room. He was dripping with sweat and needed to shower in preparation for the beginning of today's fall quarter examinations. Chapter 14. The morning sun shined on Qingzhou Academy, giving the historic academy a golden glow. Outside the academy, a crowd began forming again. There were even more people today than there had been yesterday. The morning sun shined on Qingzhou Academy, giving the historic academy a golden glow. Outside the academy, a crowd began forming again. There were even more people today than there had been yesterday. The fall quarter examination was separated into two sections, one day for the written test, and the next day for the debate. The written test examined the students' knowledge learned over the past year, while the debate tested their talents and planes. There would also be combat to evaluate their cultivation status. Although knowledge was essential for cultivators, power would be the primary texting criteria. Therefore, people considered the debate more crucial than the written test. Boom boom. The ground outside the academy suddenly began to shake as a group of knights began approaching. Look! The dark Qilin knighthood. The news quickly made itself through the crowd when everyone saw the knights. The knights were all riding on monsters, dark Qilins. The monsters' bodies were completely dark, which gave them a very ominous vibe. Rumor had it that the dark Qilins carried blood from the ancient Qilin, the true lord of the monsters in this world. It's General Qin Shui. When people saw the middle-aged general of the knights, they voluntarily cleared the way for the riders with ultimate respect to these knights. The knights were the guardians of the city. People in Qingzhou respected the knighthood even more than the lord of the city. Did General Qin Shui come here to see his daughter? People asked each other. The fact that General Qin Shuai's daughter was an academy student was not a secret. "No, he is here to check out the future talents of this city," someone said. Others nodded agreement. The young students in the academy would become the pillars of the city in the future, and some would even join the knighthood. General Qin Shuai had actually once been a student here. After drawing the attention from the crowd outside, the knights entered the academy. Soon, another group of people arrived with a well-decorated coach in the middle. The lord of the city is coming. Every year, the lord of the city would attend the fall quarter exam in an effort to show how much he valued the school. This year was no exception. Looks like today more than half of the big chiefs in the city are coming. Yep. Today, some of the students will be noticed by them, people outside said to one another. Meanwhile, inside the arena, the stands were packed to capacity. There wasn't a single empty seat. Most of the students were here, but many of them could only watch the debate. It was a strict rule at the academy that only those who had qualified on the written tests could join the debate. It was designed to signify the importance of knowledge. In the stands, Yi Futian found his father. He looked around and asked, "My godfather didn't come?" Yi Baichuan shook his head. "He isn't here, but he had some words for you." "What are they?" "The first thing is that you have to stay calm under any possible circumstance. The second is not to show all your power until you are cornered into desperation," Yi Baichuan told him plainly. "Okay, got it." Yi Futian nodded attentively, then looked at Yu Shang, who was standing next to him. "Did Godfather have any words for Yu Shang?" Yi Baichuan smiled at Yu Shang and said, "After you become an official in the academy, you do not have to be stuck here and study all the time. We welcome you to come home often." "Sure." Yi Futian nodded again, but he seemed a bit disappointed for a second. "Let's go, boys. It's your time to shine today." Yi Baichuan laughed and let them go. They left together for the arena. Seeing them leave, Yi Baichuan felt happy that they had finally grown up. Feng Ruhai was also talking with his daughter. "You made it to the list of brilliance on the written test, and you have the second highest level of perception over fire element power. Besides, you are already in the sixth awakening plane, the invincible. Don't be nervous, just fight for yourself." "Okay, Dad." She nodded slightly and looked at Yi Futian from far away. As she started walking, she suddenly got a small feeling that Yi Futian was very different than he had always been. She thought some miracle would happen to him today. The Murong family members were also sitting together. Murong Yunshan looked at the host of the debate and told Murong Qiu, "Few people in this debate have reached the Unmaker plane. If Hua Jieyu does not participate, you have to do your best and beat everyone else. Do you understand?" "Yes, father," he nodded. He was confident that he would win. There were two hosts for this debate. Leng Qingfeng, the director of the Hall of Swords at the College of Martial Arts, and Shi Zhong, the director of the Hall of Earth Element at the College of Sorcery. They walked to the center and glanced around the crowd. Suddenly, Shi Zhong said, "Those who qualified in the written test will take part in the debate today. I believe you guys know the rules clearly enough. Now all participants please enter." The students began to enter the arena from various directions. When Hua Jieyu showed up, she automatically drew the attention of the majority of the crowd. She was so gorgeous and talented at the same time. Unfortunately, she always refused to fight in the fall quarter exam. She only took the test on her talent and level, but never joined the combat. She had aced 3 straight years of written tests until her first failure yesterday, and she still refused to join the debate? I guess she just believed she was too good to be challenged by the others. An incredible honor like the champion of the fall quarter exam seemed to draw little interest from her. What arrogance! Then many started to look at Yi Futian. Those who were not official students were expecting him to fail this time, believing he had no way of escaping. Among those people, of course, were Ling Xiao and Yang Xiu. They both looked forward to his failure. Feng Qingxue was standing next to Murong Qing. They also noticed Yi Futian, which made Murong Qing sneer at him. Yesterday he was the champion with all the glory, but today he will be the failure again. How hilarious would it be if he got expelled from the academy for being stuck in a low plane even after acing the written test? Most people were thinking the same thing Murong Qing was. They believed that even though Yi Futian had aced the written test, he was still useless because he had been stuck in the collection plane for 3 years. For a cultivator, their plane was almost everything. Feng Qingxue remembered seeing Yi Futian at the library yesterday, and how she had felt something strange about him. However, she pushed the thought out of her mind. Yi Futian, a little bird told me that you went to the library yesterday and checked out 2 books. One for martial arts, The Release of the Dragon Power, and another one for sorcery, Grand Meteor? Ling Xiao said as he walked towards Yi Futian, laughing. In fact, the news of Yi Futian checking out these books had already spread around the academy. That's our champion of the written test. His taste is so distinguished. Some began to laugh with Ling Xiao. Students in both the College of Martial Arts and the College of Sorcery all sneered when they heard the names of these books. It would be impossible for Yi Futian to learn such profound material. What a fool! I would like to experience the power of these 2 books, but I'm afraid you will have to quit before you use them. Ling Xiao was cold because Yi Futian had aced the written test and humiliated him yesterday. But today, Yi Futian would be the one being humiliated. Most of them were looking forward to Yi Futian quitting. How humiliating would it be for the champion of the written test to abandon the debate session? But what if he did not quit? It didn't matter regardless, as he would be defeated and expelled from the academy anyway. This meant that no matter what, this guy who had stolen the thunder yesterday was definitely going to be put to shame today. This ironic contrast would be inevitable. Yi Futian, someone called him with a cold tone. People looked towards the voice, finding that it was Yang Xiu. Yang Xiu was also ashamed of what had happened yesterday. He was writhing in anger, and was ready to tear Yi Futian to pieces at any moment. Today people are going to know that you are nothing more than a daydreaming talker. Yang Xiu still sounded bitter about what had happened. In fact, many people were looking at Yi Futian with a combination of jealousy and viciousness. Yi Futian knew how complicated his situation was, and involuntarily looked towards the fox. Almost all the hatred for him had come from the smile she had given him yesterday. In the past, people had only made jokes about him. Now he was public enemy number 1, and it felt as if everyone would spit on him if they had the chance. He was the champion of the written test yesterday, Yi Futian. Looks like he has earned all the hatred pointed at him. Some people in the stands were also looking at him with slight smiles. People say that he has been stuck in the collection plane for 3 years. He is talented but has bad methodology. He skipped the last 3 fall quarter exams, but suddenly aced the written test this year. How strange is that? Yeah, he's good, but he's also in trouble. Other participants are going to kill him. People were still talking about how bad things would go for him. The pressure was pretty high. Right in the middle of the stage, there was a spiritual qi testing matrix inscribed by the masters. It would accurately test the talents of the participants and their perceptions of spiritual qi. The students had already been put through this process before, but because their ability would change with cultivation, it was necessary to retest at the fall quarter exam. A master was standing beside the matrix. He said to the students, "You know the rules. Time for our first challenger." "I'm ready," someone shouted, walking towards the matrix. It was Ling Xiao. He stepped onto the matrix and closed his eyes. Soon, the matrix began to shine brightly with the wind whistling through his body. It was the intense power of wind element flowing all over Ling Xiao. His shirt was drifting with the wind, which gave the audience a sense of his youthfulness and authority. Perception of wind element at the second highest level and 6th awakening plane, the invincible, the master announced, judging his ability. "Who will you challenge?" "Yi Futian," Ling Xiao said, looking directly at Yi Futian. He had only volunteered to be first because he wanted to humiliate Yi Futian. Chapter 15. Not even Ling Xiao himself knew why he hated Yi Futian so much. Maybe it was because Yi Futian did not seem to know just how much of a loser he was. He even had the nerve to tease the goddess lecturer, Qini, in class and bickered daily with Feng Qingxue. These were all things that Ling Xiao would never be able to do. In addition, Yi Futian got to sit next to Hua Jieyu during the written exam. She even turned back to smile at him afterward. Not even Ling Xiao himself knew why he hated Yi Futian so much. Maybe it was because Yi Futian did not seem to know just how much of a loser he was. He even had the nerve to tease the goddess lecturer, Qini, in class and bickered daily with Feng Qingxue. These were all things that Ling Xiao would never be able to do. In addition, Yi Futian got to sit next to Hua Jieyu during the written exam. She even turned back to smile at him afterward. All of these things added to Ling Zhao's hatred of Yi Futian. Just looking at that handsome and confident face of his was enough to start a fire in Ling Zhao's heart. Perhaps this was jealousy. Ling Zhao was jealous that Yi Futian was confident enough to do all these things he never had the guts to do. The good news was that the shameless bastard was about to crawl back down to where he came from and go back to being a loser. He was also going to be expelled from the academy. Everyone watched with heated eyes as Yi Futian walked to the center of the gymnasium. They anticipated what was to come. Ranked first in the written exams? That meant nothing in the world of cultivators. This rascal. Qin was speechless looking at Ling Zhao. He was purposely trying to make things difficult for Yi Futian by calling him out first. Ling Zhao was not going to show him any mercy. She tried to hide her worry for Yi Futian. If Yi Futian was too afraid to accept the challenge and forfeited the exam, then being ranked first on the written exam was useless. I didn't think anyone was going to make a move for him before I did, but this is good too. Let's see how he's going to try to keep up his facade, Yang Xiu said coldly. Watch closely, Feng Qingxue. You'll realize soon that your decision was correct. That disgraceful loser is not worthy of standing beside you, Murong Qing said to Feng Qingxue. Murong Qiu was also looking ahead. He scowled at the sight of Yi Futian, as if he could not have cared less about him. However, it was also because of Yi Futian that Murong Qiu was pushed down from the list of excellence, where he once belonged, onto the list of brilliance. The first round of the debate had already stirred up so much tension, but not because of how strong the competitors were. It was because of how legendary Yi Futian was. Yi Futian walked to the center of the gymnasium step by step, finally stopping in front of Ling Zhao. Yi Futian, do you accept the challenge? An elder questioned him. Everyone's eyes were frozen on Yi Futian, awaiting his response. A huge smile spread across his face. Under the sun, his youthful face looked exceptionally appealing. I accept, he replied. A look of surprise immediately spread across the faces of many in the audience, but it quickly turned into amusement. Had he finally realized that there was no escape? When I was accepted into the academy, my perception ability was tested to be of the highest level, Sky. I am also about to participate in the debate. I should not have to go through the matrix inspections then, right? Yi Futian asked the elder. If he rejected the debate, he would have to go through inspections and everyone would know what plane he was in. But if he accepted the challenge, everyone would find out during the battle anyway. That is correct, the elder agreed. Out of the blue, Ling Zhao laughed and said while looking at Yi Futian, You're about to drop back into reality. How does it feel? After the written exam, I asked you one thing. What are you going to do if the results turn out differently from how you imagined? Yi Futian said, shaking his head at Ling Zhao. If you forfeit now, maybe you won't have to experience the shock and humiliation that's to come. Otherwise, with your state of mind, I know you won't be able to withstand it. Everyone was stunned. How could Yi Futian say something so absurd at a moment like this? Has he gone completely insane? How can you still be pretending when everything is about to end for you? Ling Zhao's rage was through the roof. The wind spiritual qi in his body was bursting at the seams. One foot landed on the floor ahead. His body was moving as fast as the wind as ran toward Yi Futian. Ling Zhao was a wind element sorcerer in the invincible plane. He was in front of Yi Futian in the blink of an eye. He could have easily used the spiritual qi within himself to cast a simple spell on Yi Futian, but he was not worthy enough for Ling Zhao to use sorcery. A simple punch would suffice. Look out! Shouted Qin from afar. She could not help being nervous after seeing Ling Zhao's attack toward Yi Futian. If Yi Futian was really still in the collection plane, he would not be able to handle this punch. Ling Zhao was too much. Even though almost everyone in the vicinity disliked Yi Futian, they could not help but feel pity for him. He was about to get seriously hurt by this single attack. Murong Qiu, Murong Qing, and Yang Xiu watched without a worry in the world. It was as if they had been waiting for this to happen. There was a loud boom. An unexpected scene unfolded. Ling Zhao halted. His fist did not land on Yi Futian's body. Instead, it was engulfed by Yi Futian's hand. This. Everyone's eyes widened and froze on the scene in the middle of the gymnasium. As Ling Zhao's fist had gotten close, Yi Futian had lifted his hand and stopped the powerful punch like it was nothing. Could a complete loser in the collection plane do that? Qin Yi, Fengqingxue, Yang Xiao, Murongqing, and countless others all focused on Yi Futian. They were all so surprised and rendered speechless. To easily stop Ling Zhao's punch, Yi Futian had to, at the very least, be in the same plane as him. That would mean that Yi Futian was a martial art cultivator in the invincible plane or higher. How is this possible? Ling Zhao looked ahead. The only thing he knew was that his fist had been stopped by a powerful force, making it nearly impossible to advance any further. I gave you a chance. Yi Futian looked at Ling Zhao. Afterward, a strong intent for battle emitted from his entire being. The artistic conception of martial arts. He's in the 7th plane of awakening, the mystery plane. Everyone watching Yi Futian shuddered at the sight of him. The infamous loser of the academy was actually a martial arts cultivator in the mystery plane. Furthermore, his gift of martial art perception was of the sky level, and he also ranked first on yesterday's written exam. He was without a doubt worthy of being called a genius at the academy. How many people have mocked, laughed at, and insulted this genius in the past? Gosh, this guy really pisses me off. Qin Yi was conflicted. On the one hand, she could not believe he had kept this from her. Thinking about the bet they made in the classroom, her face flushed red with rage. This rascal had always been shameless. What if he came up with an inappropriate request? Was she really going to have to accept it? On the other hand, she felt happy. The boy she had seen at the entrance talent inspections all those years ago was still here. He had not given up on his wonderful gift. However, it was still very puzzling when had he reached this plane? Fengqingxue was completely dazed by Yi Futian. She suddenly felt a little lost. A loser? She thought back to what her father had said. After hiding his abilities at the academy for 3 years, he had emerged from his shell despite all the negativity he had received. Yi Futian really was special. Standing beside her, Murongqing did not look too well. Neither did Yang Xiao. Everyone was completely focused on what was going on. Yi Futian looked at Ling Zhao with the slightest of smiles. What do you think? Yi Futian was repeating Ling Zhao's words back to him. Ling Zhao broke through the shock and instantly retracted his fist, wanting to back away. Fighting close range with a martial arts cultivator really was a poor choice. He had to widen their distance. He still had a chance. Boom! Ling Zhao was not expecting an attack. The powerful force from Yi Futian's kick to the chest caused Ling Zhao to propel backward. He landed on the ground far away, groaning with blood in his mouth. It looked like he was injured pretty badly. Ling Zhao managed to pull himself up. He was as pale as a ghost. He glared fiercely at Yi Futian. This is what you've always wanted to do to me. How does it feel to get a taste of your own medicine? Yi Futian did not pity him. He had never done anything to Ling Zhao. Yet Ling Zhao had always seen him as an enemy. He was constantly looking for ways to insult Yi Futian. Ling Zhao had made it his goal to see Yi Futian be expelled. Plus, the punch he had delivered earlier had showed no mercy for Yi Futian either. Therefore, just as Yi Futian had said, this was simply to give Ling Zhao a taste of his own medicine. I'll get you back for this, said Ling Zhao. He stood and walked toward the crowd looking dejected. Everyone was still focused on Yi Futian. So yesterday's written exam wasn't just a fluke. Even if you are in the mystery plane, do you have to be that arrogant? Aren't you thinking a little too much of yourself? Asked Yang Xiao. He stared right at Yi Futian and continued, plus, since you're a martial arts cultivator in the mystery plane and I'm a sorcerer in the same plane, this is the perfect chance for us to settle our little dispute from yesterday's written exams. I challenge you to a duel. During yesterday's written exam, Yi Futian and Yang Xiao fought over the power of martial arts and sorcery cultivators in the awakening place. Yi Futian thought that martial arts cultivators had a higher chance of victory in a battle between the two, and even the academy elder agreed. As Yang Xiao brought up, this would be the perfect chance to test out each of their theories. Do you accept? Yang Xiao asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian took a quick look at Yang Xiao. Calmly, he said, you lost to me during the written exam and you're definitely going to lose to me now. Haven't you been embarrassed enough? Isn't this guy being a bit too cocky? Everyone thought Yi Futian was crazy. How could a martial arts cultivator mock a sorcerer like this? Do you accept? Yang Xiao asked once again. Why don't you guys ever listen to what I have to say? Yi Futian was a little dispirited by this. He then shrugged his shoulders and said, "Fine. If you want it so bad, I'll have to comply." He really is crazy. Everyone in Qingzhou Academy was speechless at the Yi Futian's carefree attitude. Even if you were a genius, you still couldn't mock a sorcerer in the same plane. Since when had martial arts cultivators become so arrogant in front of sorcerers? This boy is really asking to get beat. Even the special guests and instructors on the stage were speechless. Chapter 16. Yang Xiu slowly walked to the matrix in the center of the stage. All of a sudden, he lit it up. Bright flames with strong fire element power were raging all around him. He was at the highest level of fire element perception, the seventh awakening plane, the mystery. Yang Xiu slowly walked to the matrix in the center of the stage. All of a sudden, he lit it up. Bright flames with strong fire element power were raging all around him. He was at the highest level of fire element perception, the seventh awakening plane, the mystery. It seemed that the surrounding flame aura was binding with Yang Xiu. The spiritual qi wrapped around his body, gradually converging on him. People were thrilled by the scene, as the flames turned into fire serpents. They spat out fire in the direction of Yi Futian. Such strong spell power. People were staring at Yang Xiu. For a powerful mage like he was, it would be easy to absorb the elemental power from the universe and combine this power into spells to attack the enemy. In general, the power of spells was stronger than the techniques of a martial arts cultivator. Come on, prove yourself. You said the martial arts cultivators could prolong the fight to exhaust a mage and win. Now it's time for you to eat your words. I will make you suffer. Yang Xiu's pride was typical of almost all powerful mages. Yesterday on the written exam, I remember a professor told you that you need to respect the powers of others to become powerful yourself. I guess you just never learned that lesson, Yi Futian said, smiling gently at Yang Xiu. What I said yesterday was for general situations. But I do not have to waste my time with you. While speaking, Yi Futian stepped forward to Yang Xiu. He began to be surrounded by the power of martial arts warriors. The power seemed to combine into one form. He's going to clash head-on? People were speechless at what Yi Futian said. This guy was in the mystery plane of martial arts. Yet he had directly pounced on a mage who already had powerful spells? He is going to regret this ridiculous confidence, someone sneered. Yang Xiu was also laughing, finding Yi Futian's comments amusing. He pounced on Yi Futian. All the fire snakes converged to create their final form, which appeared to be a giant fire python. This fire python was in such a frenzy that the space around Yang Xiu looked contorted, as the python would engulf everything in its way. Is he insane? Qini realized how terrifying this spell was and looked nervously at Yi Futian. She knew that this spell could be lethal. If that's the case, I'll teach you a lesson today, Yang Xiu said coldly as he began charging faster. Yi Futian also sped up with all the power surrounding his body. They were approaching the middle of the arena like two thunderbolts. Right at that moment, the power around Yi Futian turned purple. Suddenly, this purple power formed into a new shape. It was a dragon. Yi Futian's body was now cracking with the roaring sounds of a dragon. The crowd was stunned at what was happening right in front of them. The two finally reached each other and struck at the same time. Yang Xiu shouted with rage. The fire python charged right at Yi Futian. With a roaring sound, Yi Futian became the incarnation of a dragon. He stretched out his arms and a purple dragon burst out of them, going straight into the fire python. The thunder dragon and fire python crashed. The python could not handle this dragon power. It soon disappeared. But the thunder dragon still charged until it struck Yang Xiu's body. Yang Xiu was knocked backwards by Yi Futian's power. This is a technique of martial arts, release of the dragon power. How could he ever manage to do that? All the students were shocked. They knew Yi Futian had checked out the book yesterday, but they had thought it would mean nothing. They didn't believe that Yi Futian could ever learn the techniques, especially in just one day. Now the joke was on them. Those who had sneered at Yi Futian now felt ashamed. Who had said the release of the dragon power was beyond their abilities? Yi Futian proved to them that just because they couldn't do it didn't mean no one else could. The release of the dragon power in just one day? What kind of joke this is? The students still could not accept what was happening. The power of thunder is real. Not only is he a warrior, but he is also dominant in the power of thunder. At this point, most official students and professors were staring at Yi Futian. Yi Futian had combined the power of martial arts techniques and the thunder element. He had successfully fused the power of thunder into his moves as a warrior in the mystery plane. Why didn't you believe me? Yi Futian sighed at Yang Xiao, who looked miserable. He stepped into the matrix, looked around the arena, then began to talk, saying, "Have I ever told you that I'm not only in the highest level of martial arts power, but that I'm also in the highest level of thunder element power?" As soon as he stopped talking, the matrix shined with thunder. Thunderbolts surrounded Yi Futian, making him look like Zeus. People were staring at him in shock. To them, Yi Futian had been a symbol of youth and frivolousness. He had been the joke of the school for 3 years. Even though he had kept calm and acted like he was not mistreated, deep down, he had felt upset. Now, in the middle of the stage, he had broken the shackles that had been holding him back for 3 years. Yi Futian was no longer the loser. Now he was the champion of the written exam, had the highest level of perception in martial arts and thunder element power, and was in the 7th awakening plane, the mystery. Feng Qingxue could not take her eyes off of him. She seemed gloomy. She finally understood that when Yi Futian had asked her to cultivate, he had only been trying to help her. He knew he could help her cultivation. Yi Futian hadn't been trying to hit on her. But how did she respond? She had let Murongqing get between them, and told him to keep his distance. All of a sudden, the image of Yi Futian leaving and sighing came into her mind. It gave her a feeling of sorrow. She kept asking herself, have I really grown up? Will I ever regret my decision? She had been lying to herself. Maybe she had kept a distance from Yi Futian, only because she had thought she was out of his league. Just as her father had said, what a punk. Murongqing looked dismal. She was also staring at Yi Futian, refusing to admit that she was wrong. However, these words sounded harsh to Feng Qingxue. She began to remember all the advice Murongqing had given her, and now doubted why she had believed her unconditionally in the past. While Yi Futian was still in the matrix, he turned around. His eyes were drawn to a beautiful girl. Hua Jiyu noticed Yi Futian was looking at her. She faintly sensed that something was wrong behind that weird smile Yi Futian was giving her. Hey Fox, I didn't let you down, did I? Yi Futian began to laugh again. His eyes seemed to speak to her. Suddenly the crowd was silenced again. Fox. What a flirtatious nickname that was. Plus he had used the phrase, didn't let you down. People began wondering if something was going on between these two. Especially when they also remembered that yesterday, after the written exam, Hua Jiyu had sat next to Yi Futian and smiled at him when she had left. She had said, I have some expectations for you tomorrow. Now people were genuinely petrified. They were thinking, come on, it can't be how it seems. Being looked at in that way, Hua Jiyu became speechless, again realizing how shameless Yi Futian was. The way she had spoken to Yi Futian had apparently made him public enemy number 1, and now Yi Futian was getting back at her. He was doing it intentionally, of course. How could he stay silent when this girl had tried to set him up? Now almost everyone was looking at Hua Jiyu. They waited to see if she would deny or ignore him. Her eyes glittered. With all the attention on her, she suddenly smiled back at Yi Futian. The smile looked like the most beautiful star on a clear night. Yeah, I'm satisfied, she said. Her voice was soft and gentle. This, combined with her perfect girlish smile, made the students' hearts melt. At that moment they were falling in love. However, their hearts were bleeding, because that smile was not for them, but for another boy. Hua Jiyu, the legend and goddess of almost all the students, had never been seen speaking or smiling to someone like this. They felt like Yi Futian was doing something unheard of. Yang Xiao and Murongqiu had both failed to make her behave like that, yet Yi Futian was able to. Looking at what was happening, Feng Qingxue became even more upset. She now knew that even though she was also a 15-year-old beauty of this academy, she had still been overshadowed by Hua Jiyu. Yi Futian was also enamored by the smile Hua Jiyu gave him, as it was too perfect a smile for Yi Futian to keep his heart defiant. He was so overwhelmed and befuddled. Yi Futian, accept my challenge. How dare you do this to my goddess? Accept my challenge. Angry people were yelling at him from all over the place. It gave Yi Futian chills. Only a few of the participants today were in the 8th or 9th plane of awakening, but all of them were eager to kick his ass now. You are a badass, Yi Futian said to himself as he looked at Hua Jieyu still speechless. However, she kept smiling at him with that unique softness. This smile was making the crowd even angrier. This is the fall quarter exam. Be respectful and silent. Yi Futian suddenly yelled at the crowd, turning back around to address them. People were shocked for a moment, then became silent, continuing to stare at him. Okay, now who wants to challenge me? Yi Futian began asking. I do and I. Many people rushed to the stage and answered. Yi Futian looked at them trying to remember their names. Yi Futian began talking again with his hands in his pockets saying, I have fought twice in a row. It's time to rest. He then turned around and left the arena. What, are you kidding? People began swearing at him. You can run but you cannot hide. A student in the 8th Awakening plane started to say. Yu Sheng, it's your turn. Take care of them. Yi Futian had made the crowd speechless again. Seriously, how could someone be that shameless? Chapter 17. When Yu Sheng arrived at the center of the gymnasium, the expansive space was once again filled with silence. When Yu Sheng arrived at the center of the gymnasium, the expansive space was once again filled with silence. His fit physique made it easy to forget that he was merely a 15-year-old. He walked into the matrix. Almost immediately, a bright golden light shone over his body. The intent of battle and his powerful aura embraced his entire being. His perception of metal spiritual chi was of the sky level. He was in the 8th plane of awakening, the metamorph plane for both arts. Come here. Yu Sheng was pointing at the person who had clamored the loudest. They were now shaking, pale-faced, but he somehow still made his way forward. He was gifted. His perception of worldly essence was of the second highest level, earth level. He was also in the metamorph plane, but he had no confidence standing in front of Yu Sheng. Are you ready? Asked Yu Sheng. Yeah. The challenger's voice was shaking. Hearing his response, everyone in the gymnasium became riled up. Yu Sheng took a giant step toward his opponent. Let's go, yelled the opponent. His jaw was clenched tightly, and he was ready to take on Yu Sheng. But his determination disappeared as soon as he saw the ring of golden light around Yu Sheng. It made Yu Sheng look like the god of war. Boom! Everyone saw the challenger sailing through the air after one attack. Yu Sheng did not use any special battle tactics, nor did he use sorcery. He was able to send his opponent flying using the pure force of his body. Next, you, ordered Yu Sheng. The person at the other end of his pointed finger was another individual who had wanted to challenge Yi Futian. He was no longer interested in battle though. I admit defeat, he said in fear. You are still required to step into the matrix to show everyone your power ranking, even if you forfeit, said an elder. They were not impressed by the cowardice of this student, though they were very impressed by Yu Sheng. He was indeed unique. Yi Futian's challengers were not looking too good. Was Yu Sheng really going to fight all of them? If he did, they would have no chance in today's debate portion of the fall quarter examinations. Yi Futian. The challengers were not too happy with him at the moment. They only stood up because they wanted to challenge him. But now Yi Futian has handed them all off to Yu Sheng. They felt scammed. Yi Futian smiled as he watched the events unfold. His attention shifted to Yu Sheng, who was still standing at the center of the gymnasium. He was the true star of this year's fall quarter examinations. Not surprisingly, all of Yi Futian's challengers were picked off by Yu Sheng one by one. None of them stood a chance against him, despite the fact that many of them were in the metamorph plane. There were even some in the 9th plane of awakening, the unmaker plane. All of these people could have been official disciples already. They purposely put it off to impress officials at the fall and spring quarter examinations, in hopes that their brilliant performances would make their lives easier as official disciples. Furthermore, rumor had it that the top-performing students from the fall and spring quarter examinations had a chance of being chosen as the disciple of very high-ranked academy officials. It was because of this that many people participated in the exams to test their luck. It was such a pity. All of their hard work only made Yu Sheng look better and shine brighter. He's not human, the people on the observation deck shared with one another. Even General Qin Shui of the Dark Qilin Knighthood saw Yu Sheng in a different light. This boy was naturally strong. His gifts in martial arts and sorcery were both of the sky level. If he became a knight, He would be a force to reckon with on the battlefield. Yushang, that's enough, Yi Futian finally spoke. Yushang returned to his original position beside Yi Futian, and a lot of people let out a sigh of relief. Now other people finally had a chance to show off their talents. Many students came forth and put their powers on display. However, no matter how interesting the duels got, nothing possessed the same shock factor as Yushang's previous displays of power. Time passed and it was finally time for Murongqiu to step up. Things were finally going to get interesting. After he stepped up, Murongqiu challenged numerous high-level cultivators. When he had defeated all the Unmaker Plane students, he moved down to the Metamorph Plane. He was in the spotlight. He even looked over at Yushang but gave up on the thought of fighting him. It seemed that Murongqiu had no confidence that he would be able to beat Yushang. Yi Futian recognized the determination in his eyes. Of course, Murongqiu was also aiming for first place. The only way for him to place first would be to get rid of his biggest obstacle, Yushang. He did not do this though because he lacked the confidence. Both Yushang and Murongqiu are on the list of brilliance, and both have had excellent performances in today's exam. But in terms of age, Yushang has the upper hand. First place will most likely go to Yushang, Yi Futian thought to himself as he patiently waited for the exam to be over. The sun was setting in the sky, but everyone in the gymnasium was still just as energetic as they had been at the beginning of the day. Hundreds of students did their very best to showcase their abilities and shine above all. Even though Hua Jieyu was not participating in the exams, she still stepped forth into the matrix to have her power ranking determined. Seeing her beautiful face, the hearts of her admirers began to ache. Please don't really be dating that shameless douche. Finally, the debates had come to an end and everyone waited for the closing statements. Eyes diverted to the front of the gymnasium where the academy's elders sat. When Cabinet Master Lung Qingfeng of the House of Swordsmen and Pavilion Lord Shizhong of the Earth Pavilion came to an agreement on the results of today's exams, this year's fall quarter examinations would finally be over. Lung Qingfeng and Shizhong were in a serious discussion about the results while someone stood beside them and kept a record of what they were saying. An elder beside Shizhong took the recorded list and walked to the front of the stage. He looked at all the hopeful students and explained, as usual, the results from both the written exam and the debate will be taken into consideration, and the outcome will be the overall rankings for the entire fall quarter examinations. At the end of the fall exams there would only be one list, the ranking list. Similar to the written exam, only the top 3 would be informed of their placement on the list. The top 3 garnered great glory and honor. In addition, everyone on the ranking list would have the privilege to access the library's second floor. Everyone waited excitedly for the results. Who were the top 3 going to be? Yi Futian watched the elder with bright eyes. First place belonged to Yushang. In first place, Murongqiu, announced the elder. Yi Futian's gaze froze. He could not comprehend what had just been said. First place? Murongqiu? Others were just as shocked, but the shock dissipated quickly. After all, Murongqiu was in the 9th plane of awakening and his performance was quite outstanding as well. However, they still felt that it was a pity for Yushang. Second place, Yushang. The elder continued with his announcement. Why? Yi Futian interrupted the elder as he prepared to announce third place. Everyone waited for a response, feeling mixed emotions. The elder, as well as other academy elders, scowled in disapproval. Interrupting the result announcements was extremely disrespectful towards the elders. Why is Murongqiu first and Yushang second? Yi Futian wanted to know. You're getting out of line here, the elder scolded. The results have already been decided, and they are this way for a reason. I refuse to accept this, said Yi Futian. Murongqiu 17, Earth Elemental Sorcerer, Sky Level, cultivating in the 9th plane of awakening. Yushang 15, cultivating in both arts, Sky Level for both. In comparison, Yushang is obviously more outstanding. In the written exam they were both on the list of brilliance and did not receive placement, so I can count that as a tie. However, in today's exam, Yushang defeated cultivators in the 9th plane despite only being in the 8th. No matter how you look at it, Yushang has the upper hand. So why is Murongqiu in first place? Reasoned Yi Futian. He took a step closer to the elders on stage and bowed down. Please reevaluate their performances and decide on the results carefully. This guy. Qini looked at Yi Futian. Even though she objected the results as well, how could Yi Futian question the decisions made by the cabinet master and the pavilion lord? He was obviously a smart guy, but why was he acting so dumb now? Outer sect disciples standing in the gymnasium were all watching Yi Futian and began to whisper about him. Murongqiu's face frosted over as he glared at Yi Futian. The honorable guests sitting on the stage were all speechless as well. They too felt that it was a pity for Yu Sheng, but they would never have thought that a disciple would stand up to question the results. "Stop talking. Do you know what you're doing right now?" asked an elder standing by the matrix. He liked Yi Futian, but it was also because of this that he could not let him continue his outrageous actions. "You may do crazy things in your youth, but you should know your limits." Yi Futian knew exactly what he was doing. He also knew that his actions might not change a thing. His actions were not being made logically right now. He only knew that he had to speak up. If he had been in this situation, he would not have cared. But this was Yu Sheng's honor they were talking about. Why should he let Yu Sheng miss out on first place because of the judge's mistake? The rankings for the fall quarter examinations were based on the grades of both days. Just as he had said before, Yu Sheng did not lose to Murongqiu in any aspect, so why was he ranked below Murongqiu? There really was not that much of a difference between first and second place, but to Yi Futian, first place could only be Yu Sheng. Why should it be taken away? I know that what I'm doing may be disrespectful, but I really cannot accept these results. He was set on his decision, and he could not have been more serious. Yi Futian could handle being insulted by the world, but he could not and would not sit by and do nothing as they took what rightfully belonged to Yu Sheng away. "Yi Futian," Yu Sheng called out to him. His hand was on Yi Futian's shoulder as he shook his head, trying to get Yi Futian to forget about it. Yi Futian looked right back at Yu Sheng and he shook his head as well. "Continue announcing the results and cross his name off the list," said Shizhong coldly. They had anticipated some disagreements with the final results. However, they also thought that there would not be too much of a problem since Murongqiu's performance was more than good enough. They never expected that Yi Futian would stand up and question the results in front of everyone. The elder announcing the results nodded. He took a look at the name listed for third place and skipped over it. "Third place Hua Jieyu," he announced. Even though Hua Jieyu had not participated in the debates, she had ranked second in the written exam, possessed outstanding talents, and was in the unmaker plane. No one questioned the decision to give her third place, but everyone had assumed that third place would have gone to the stubborn youth Yi Futian. "I still refuse to accept these results," Yi Futian repeated himself once again, but his words were ignored as the elder went on to announce the next name on the ranking list. Then, for the first time ever, a great disturbance interrupted the announcements of the fall quarter examinations results. Yu Sheng stared at Yi Futian's small frame, clenching his fists tightly. His determined eyes now shone red. Boom! Yu Sheng took a step forward. No one could diminish Yi Futian's pride. Not even Qingzhou Academy. Chapter 18. Boom boom. The ground beneath the arena was shaking again. It was Yu Sheng who was stepping forward slowly. Boom boom. The ground beneath the arena was shaking again. It was Yu Sheng who was stepping forward slowly. What is he doing? People were looking at Yu Sheng and wondering whether these two young men were going to defy the authority of the academy. The final decision of the fall quarter exam was being announced, and the decision had been made by two masters who were hall directors. It definitely could not be easily overridden. How insane was it that they were trying to make the masters change their minds? Yu Sheng, get back here. Yi Futian could feel Yu Sheng's anger, and somewhat believed he was going to do something horrible. He tried to yell and stop him, but this time it did not work. The list of excellence was still being announced, but Yu Sheng entered the middle of the arena and interrupted the announcement. Many of the masters looked mad because of the fuss Yi Futian had already made, which had brought shame to the academy. The masters did not hold him responsible only because they thought he was still young, and that it was a mistake. However, Yu Sheng was now right in the middle of the arena, about to make an even bigger one. "Yu Sheng, back off," Leng Qingfeng, the cabinet master of the Hall of Swordsmen, commanded him. He had planned to list Yu Sheng as the champion of the debate, but Shizhong had insisted that Murongqiu should get first place. He had given in because he had not wanted to make his working relationship with Shizhong awkward over such minor issues. But these two young men were just stubborn. I want to challenge Murong Qiu, Yushang said, staring at Lung Qingfeng. How dare you say that? The fall quarter exam is over. There is no way you can change the results, especially in such a rude manner. You better respect the rules of this academy and back off now. Shizhong yelled at Yushang as he stood up. Yushang looked up to the masters of the academy. There was an aura of fury coming from his body that made the air dense. Yi Futian could feel something dangerous coming from the furious body of Yushang and began yelling at him even louder. Yushang, seriously. Come back here. His godfather had told him that no matter what happened, no one should ever witness the Yushang's true talent. No! Yushang shrieked horrifyingly. There was now a scary stream of energy around his body. The power formed a dark golden glow that armored Yushang in a suit that almost looked demonic. Some of the masters began to take this seriously. Their gazes sharpened. They were staring right at Yushang and could foresee the looming danger. No, I'm mad. Come back. Yi Futian also sounded truly angry. He was trying to stop the imminent danger by threatening him. Yushang seemed to wake up hearing his voice. His blood-red pupils trembled, and the dark energy around his body was gone. He looked back at Yi Futian. Yushang's father had told him that he should never allow anyone to stomp on Yi Futian's pride. Whenever a violation happened, he was supposed to stand up for Yi Futian with everything he had. Hey big boy, you know what? Just forget about it. Time will show that we are right. The voice of Yi Futian turned gentle and soft. It was Yushang who had been trying to persuade him before. Now he was trying to talk some sense into Yushang. Even though Yushang was still stubborn, he walked away as he was told. This gesture relieved the tension on the faces of the masters. However, the looks on people's faces in reaction to these two had become even weirder. These guys had a complicated relationship. They looked towards the perfect girl, Hua Jieyu, and began to worry about this girl's future. The masters continued announcing the list of excellence. Despite expectations, Yi Futian's name did not get called. Surprisingly, some people began feeling upset about this. Before the debate, lots of people had been expecting Yi Futian to make a fool of himself. It had not been personal until it had come to Hua Jieyu, the goddess of their dreams. But no matter what, Yi Futian's talent was top-notch. He should be at least in the top 3. Of course, it did not mean that they now felt empathy for Yi Futian. The hatred for him flirting with their goddess was still real and intense. Besides, this guy was so shameless. Yi Futian seemed calm about the fact that he had not made it onto the list of excellence. He now felt indifferent about the situation. However, he was doubting whether the masters were acting justly by ranking Yushang as second on the list of excellence. As for most of the big chiefs of this city, they were still racking their brains about the darkness around Yushang. They could not figure out what it was exactly. They had a feeling that in the future, the boy who had performed so flawlessly on this exam would be renowned all over the city. They believed it was worth it to come watch just for him. This concluded the fall quarter exam. After Lung Qingfeng and Shizhong announced the end of the event, they went into the stands to greet General Qin and the lord of the city, who had spent their time supporting the event. The disturbance inside the hearts of the students did not end with the event, however. Murong Qiu had Yi Futian in his sights. He looked calm, but his heart was cold. He was listed as the champion of the fall quarter exam, but Yi Futian had questioned the decision in public so outrageously that Murong Qiu felt ashamed. Now people actually believed that he was not as good as Yushang. Even worse, he felt angry about Hua Jieyu's reaction. She had never even talked to him, but she had kept smiling at Yi Futian the entire time. Something evil quickly flashed in his eyes, then he walked towards the stands. Feng Qingxue was also looking at Yi Futian. She seemed hesitant about something. What did he just do? He was defying the authority of the masters in public. Murong Qing said. Feng Qingxue seemed absent from the conversation. She was still looking at Yi Futian. In fact, Yi Futian sensed that he was being watched. He turned his head to look at Feng Qingxue. Feng Qingxue noticed that there was a moment of confusion in his eyes, then he smiled at her and looked away. There was no grudge in his smile. It was like any regular smile between friends, natural and peaceful. But it made Feng Qingxue feel even worse. In the past, when Yi Futian had smiled at her, there was a feeling of inappropriateness behind the smile, but not this time. She realized that she had finally gotten the distance she had requested. Friendship was something you lost and lost forever. After turning away, Feng Qingxue was on the verge of tears. She controlled herself and walked toward her dad. People were leaving in groups. In fact, most of them were still paying attention to Hua Jieyu, and were surprised to notice that she left alone instead of with Yi Futian. This gave them some hope. They tried to convince themselves that nothing special was going on between them. Yi Futian. A beauty suddenly showed up in front of Yi Futian and stared at him with anger. How could you act so stubbornly? You had the chance to be listed in the top 3 on the list of excellence and become an official student just like Yu Shang. You know what? You just ruined that chance. Seeing the fuming beauty before him, Yi Futian smiled teasingly. You still look so beautiful even when you're angry, Miss Qin, did you know that? What, you? Qini was dumbfounded. How could he transform so fast from that brave person who had stood up for Yu Shang to a shameless playboy? Was this really the same person? You were in the first plane of awakening for so long. How did you do that? Qini asked confusedly. Remember our bet? It motivated me so much that I jumped directly over from that low plane. Yi Futian looked at Qini and said, You do remember your promise, don't you? Qini rolled her eyes. As for the promise, Qini asked, Did I make a promise? It was Yi Futian's turn to be dumbfounded. Looking at this beauty right in front of him, Yi Futian said with humor, You told me I can do whatever I want as long as I pass the exam. Really? Did I? I don't remember that. Qini was suspicious about this. Then she turned to a student who was in that class and asked, Did I ever make a promise? The person was caught off guard, then looked serious and said, Nope, definitely not. Then he glanced at Yi Futian with a chuckle. This shameless bastard was flirting with Miss Qin now? No, that was not going to happen. You liar. Yi Futian realized he was being set up. He then yelled, Yu Sheng, come here. The student ran away as fast as he could. It had only been a joke. Why was Yi Futian so serious that he would ask Yu Sheng to beat him up? Yi Futian felt wronged. He looked at Qini. Miss Qin, seriously, you can't do this. Qini sounded content and smiled. Shameless, of course, that's your style. She was surprised at how fun it was to act shamelessly once in a while. Looks like Miss Qin misunderstood my point. Yi Futian felt bitter. His reckless plan had gone awry. What are you guys talking about? Someone suddenly interrupted. Both of them turned around, and Yi Futian looked respectfully at the newcomer. Greetings, General. Dad. Qini said cutely. It was exactly how you would imagine a 17-year-old young beauty like her to act. Yi Futian was surprised that the serious Miss Qin also had this side to her. Are you bullying him again? Qin Shui patted the head of his daughter and then nodded at Yi Futian. You did well today. Thank you for the compliment, General. Of course Yi Futian knew who he was. Everyone in the city knew. You are Yu Sheng, right? Qin Shui looked away from Yi Futian. Yu Sheng answered with a nod. You are a talented mage, of course, but deep inside you are a natural-born warrior. Do not only focus on becoming a mage and ignore your talent as a warrior. Qin Shui sounded serious. He really appreciated this boy because he was one of the most talented warriors he had ever seen. Years from now, this boy would be just as powerful as he was. Yu Sheng nodded again. He understood this naturally. You are more than welcome to join the Dark Qilin Knighthood. It will be open to you at any time. Qin Shui was making a serious proposal. Yu Sheng was surprised, as was Yi Futian. He was only 15, yet he had been invited by General Qin in person. Sure, Yu Sheng answered. Let's go home. Qin Shui left with Qini. She looked back at Yi Futian and smirked. You've changed. Yi Futian sighed, feeling upset. She had promised him that he could do anything he wanted. Yi Futian walked to the stands. His father was there talking with someone else. It is such a shame that he did not make it onto the list of excellence. I know he is powerful enough, the person answered. In fact, Yi Baichuan had said this about 100 times already. Can't be compared to how good I was at that age though, Yi Baichuan said. Yi Futian was ashamed. He confronted his father saying, Come on, Dad, that was totally unfair to me. Isn't it time for you to comfort me instead of blame me? Yi Baichuan felt confused. Does this failure even mean anything to you at all? Yi Futian was speechless. Just go home. I won't see you off. He turned back to the dorm and sighed the entire way about how unlucky he was to have a father like that. Chapter 19. The fall quarter examinations had ended with a little drama. People dispersed, and the gymnasium returned to its usual emptiness. The fall quarter examinations had ended with a little drama. People dispersed, and the gymnasium returned to its usual emptiness. However, everyone was still shaken up. Yi Futian's performance in this year's exam was too eye-catching. He went from an infamous loser to a genius in martial arts and sorcery. Even more, his gift was of sky level for both arts. But what had really made everyone jealous was his strange and mysterious relationship with Hua Jieyu. You could say that the entire fall quarter examinations had gone his way, with the exception of his little argument with the elders about Yu Shang's final ranking. Besides Yi Futian, Yu Shang also caught everyone off guard. Nobody knew what a monster he could become. All in all, Murongqiu, who was in first place, had nothing on these two. The autumn nights brought about a cooling breeze. It seemed like winter was just around the corner. In the following days, Qingzhou Academy buzzed with the newest information. Murongqiu and Hua Jieyu were becoming official disciples, and had caught the attention of high-level personnel at the academy. The same was true for Yu Shang. It had been said that a couple of the elders from the School of Martial Arts as well as the Metal Pavilion Lord had fought over him. So many outer sect disciples were jealous of this treatment. As expected, the ones who stood out the most during the fall quarter examinations were being sought after by the best of the best. Other than that, many of the other students on the ranking list had begun to visit the second floor of the library. They now had unlimited access to some of the most powerful martial art exercise books and spell books. As for Yi Futian, who had been removed from the ranking list for disrespecting academy elders, he seemed to be in a bit of a slump. Rumor had it that the elders were extremely unhappy with him and were preparing to punish him. Yu Shang had stood out during the exams as well, but he was being fought over by the elders. Who would be daring enough to punish him? Besides, all of Yu Shang's wrongdoings had been attributed to Yi Futian. That guy was really unlucky. However, Yi Futian and Yu Shang had been cultivating for the past few days and paid no attention to the news. Senior sister Qini had another lecture today. Yi Futian was prepared to be a good student, so he arrived in her classroom once again. However, as soon as he stepped into the classroom, he received strange stares from his classmates. Yi Futian really had great timing. The final verdict on his punishment had just been announced, and he had come in right on time. Qini also noticed Yi Futian's arrival and stared at him as well. She felt that Yi Futian had been wronged. I know I'm good looking, but you guys don't have to stare, said Yi Futian. His classmates could not help but roll their eyes. They should have known. Once a shameless jerk, always a shameless jerk. Qini took a few steps toward Yi Futian and looked upset when she said, Yi Futian, the academy has decided to temporarily ban you from lectures, but don't worry. I'm going to talk to them. I believe they'll lift the ban soon. When Qini had found out about this news, she was extremely unhappy. Everyone had seen just how gifted Yi Futian was. Even if he had created a little conflict with the elders, why should he be punished like this? Weren't the fall quarter examinations supposed to be 100% fair? To be honest, Qini had yet to tell Yi Futian the whole story. Not only was the academy banning Yi Futian from the class, but he was also going to be placed on probation, where they were going to keep a close eye on him. This meant that Yi Futian still had a chance of being expelled. It was for this reason that everyone stared. Yi Futian had just proven himself not to be a loser but a top-notch genius in the cultivation of both arts. None of that could help him escape the fate of being kicked out of the academy. What a shame. Maybe this was the price you had to pay to be young and stubborn. Still made no sense though. According to his performance at the fall quarter examinations, he should still be considered one of the best in the academy. The look on Yi Futian's face fell, and his expression told the world that he felt wronged. Senior sister. His voice was sunken. He walked up to Qini with his head hung low. She could not bear to see him like this. Qini smiled and tried to comfort him, saying, Don't worry. Everything's going to be okay. Yi Futian gave a quick hum and nodded his head. He then stepped forward and embraced Qini. What is he doing? Everyone around was frozen in shock. What the hell was this asshole doing? Was he actually hugging her? Thank you, senior sister, Yi Futian said softly, as if he was filled with gratitude. Qini blinked. Something was not right. Hadn't she only mentioned that he was being banned from class? This guy didn't come to class often anyway, so why was he having such a strong reaction? She abruptly backed away from him, her face flushed red. Qini was no longer feeling any pity for Yi Futian, she was furious. She seemed to have finally realized his intentions and glared at him hard. Yi Futian. Senior sister, I just remembered I have prior commitments. I have to go now. His words slurred together because of his quick speech. His feet were moving just as fast. You would not have been able to tell that he was upset just a second ago. Don't let me see you again. Qini yelled at his fleeing figure. Some of the male students stood up, finally breaking free from their frozen state. He asshole, one of them shouted. Yi Futian had actually embraced their goddess. That shameless asshole. His punishment is too light. The academy should have just expelled him on the spot, said another student. Yeah. He should be expelled and never be allowed to step foot on academy grounds ever again. Everyone was fuming. Their goddess had been taken advantage of. Yi Futian and Yusheng were walking around the campus when Yusheng asked, "Did you feel anything? What are you saying?" "I just couldn't help myself. Senior sister is too good to me," Yi Futian answered. He gave Yusheng a look of disdain for thinking that he had had impure intentions towards Qini. He was not that type of person. Okay. Yusheng nodded, looking like he understood. Yi Futian could only sigh. Even Yusheng had changed. "I can't believe the academy is really going to punish me," said Yi Futian. The dispute he had started during the fall quarter examinations was all for naught. Yusheng's first-place title had been wrongfully stolen. And now the academy was going to punish Yi Futian for standing up against them. Yi Futian was pissed. Yusheng furrowed his eyebrows and gave his thoughts. "Maybe they're punishing you because the cabinet master and the pavilion lord felt that you damaged their reputations. I don't care anymore. It's not like they can really kick me out," said Yi Futian. "Who said they can't?" Someone had spoken up from behind them. Yi Futian halted and turned to look at the speaker. His eyebrows lifted in recognition. It was Wuxia. He threw Yi Futian a look of mockery and said, "You're not actually naive enough to believe that your gifts will be able to solve all your problems, are you? If it were so, then why is it that Yusheng lost his first-place title?" At the sound of his voice, Yi Futian's eyes shot up. Could it be that Yusheng lost his title to Wuxia not because of the judge's bias or misjudgment, but because of a conspiracy? What you're thinking right now is probably correct. Not only that, the academy's punishment for you is because of me as well. Wuxia stepped toward Yi Futian and lowered his voice. "Are you surprised?" Yusheng's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. He was fighting a strong urge to fight. "You want to hit me? Do you have the guts to do it? Idiot." Wuxia glanced at Yusheng. He was looking down on him. Yi Futian's chilling eyes squinted. "I heard that you are childhood friends with Feng Qingxue. She's very beautiful. 15, a tempting age, a budding flower." Wuxia continued. Yusheng took a step forward. "Yusheng!" Yi Futian called out. The ice in his gaze disappeared and then he smiled. Wuxia's words were getting even more unbearable now. He only had one goal, to trigger Yi Futian. If Yi Futian and Yusheng actually made a move on him, Wuxia might not even defend himself. Then the academy would have one more reason to legitimize their punishment for Yi Futian. "Wuxia, I'll remember this," said Yi Futian with a smile. He then turned to leave. "Let's go, Yusheng." Yusheng glared at Wuxia one last time, then walked away to follow behind Yi Futian. Wuxia was surprised. He was watching the two of them leave when his demeanor cooled. Weren't they super arrogant during the exams? Why were they acting so cowardly now? "Why didn't you let me make a move on him?" Yusheng was very angry. "And then have me take the blame for it?" asked Yi Futian. After what happened during the fall quarter examinations, Wuxia had his sights set on Yi Futian. "You can head back without me. I have business to attend to," Yi Futian said out of the blue. "Where are you going?" asked Yusheng. "The fox's den." Yi Futian turned away and left Yusheng standing there staring at his back. Yusheng muttered under his breath, "Meeting the parents already?" It seemed like they hadn't even known each other for a month. Weren't they moving a little too fast? Yusheng could not understand, so he shook his head and began to make his way back home alone. Hua Jieyu's place was in a very nice area within Qingzhou Academy. It was a large private residence, separated from other buildings. Yi Futian was not surprised. That day on Mount Tianyao, even the academy elders had to pay respects to the middle-aged man. It was easy to tell that he must have been highly ranked within the academy. Besides that, Hua Jieyu has always been a person of high status and mystery in Qingzhou Academy. Outside the residence, Yi Futian saw a young man. The young man saw Yi Futian as well, and couldn't help but be confused. Yi Futian, senior brother, greeted Yi Futian. He vaguely recalled seeing this young man before. He had been sitting by the elders during the fall quarter examinations. He must have been an official disciple. "What are you doing here?" asked the young man. How could Yi Futian have found his way here? "I came to look for my master," said Yi Futian. "Your master?" the young man asked Yi Futian. "Who is your master?" "Not too sure, but he lives here," answered Yi Futian as he pointed to the residence. "Senior Hua?" the young man asked weakly. "Yeah." Yi Futian was a bit embarrassed. He did not even know his master's family name. Then he thought about the master's relationship to Hua Jieyu, and what the young man said seemed to be correct. So he nodded in agreement. The young man thought of Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu's interactions during the fall quarter examinations, and immediately understood the situation. He grabbed his chest in pain. Then he turned and walked away bleakly. The young man also thought of the academy's punishment for Yi Futian. There were even some people who wanted to facilitate his expulsion from the academy. The world sure was a messy place. Who would dare to expel Senior Hua's disciple? The Pavilion Lord of the Earth Pavilion? Chapter 20. Yi Futian stepped into his professor's home. He heard someone playing a delightfully moving melody on the guqin. There was a unique softness in the sound, which indicated that the player might be a woman. Yi Futian stepped into his professor's home. He heard someone playing a delightfully moving melody on the guqin. There was a unique softness in the sound, which indicated that the player might be a woman. However, Yi Futian was surprised to find that it was Hua Jieyu's father who was playing the guqin in the pavilion. He looked gentle and peaceful with the instrument. Seeing that face, Yi Futian truly understood why his daughter was such a beauty. His master's handsomeness was almost comparable to his own. Yi Futian stepped gently into the pavilion, trying not to make any noise. However, the sound stopped gradually, the musician apparently noticing his approach. The master looked at Yi Futian and smiled. "You're here. Greetings, Professor Hua." Yi Futian bowed to him. "Come grab a seat," Mr. Hua told him. Yi Futian walked forward and sat down, facing the master. "How much do you know about spell scrolls?" A spell scroll is a scroll with a certain spell inscribed on it. Only mages that are extremely talented in power perception can manage to do that, hence why they are called scroll inscribers, Yi Futian said. The spirit and chi that a mage is able to release in a fight is limited, and sometimes the mage has to release the power really fast. In that case, the power of his spell is proportional to his plane. However, in a non-battle status, a mage can actually take a lot more time to inscribe more powerful spells on a scroll so that he can release the power instantly during a fight. You are correct. If you are a good enough scroll inscriber, the spell inscribed can be much more powerful than those you can use during a fight. Therefore, the scroll inscribers can sometimes surprise their enemies with spells way beyond their ability range. In fact, people seldom want to fight against a good scroll inscriber. Mr. Hua continued. There are more benefits to being a good scroll inscriber. Inscribers are generally very wealthy because the scrolls of good quality are expensive. In addition, the status of this profession is very high. I know. Yi Futian smiled. This profession is very talent-oriented. Mages with normal ability can never become scroll inscribers. You do, however, have this talent within you. He looked at Yi Futian, stood up, and began exiting. This way. Yi Futian followed him to a small library. Even though it was a tiny space, there were thousands of books stored inside. He pointed to a shelf and told Yi Futian, Browse the books on that shelf. They are the introductions to spell scrolls. Sure. Yi Futian nodded without asking any questions. The master was pretty satisfied with this reaction. He left Yi Futian alone to read. He roughly scanned the books, then chose one of them to start reading seriously. He understood that the foundation of a knowledge system was critical, and that no matter how talented he was, the basics were still necessary. In fact, he was well influenced by his godfather, and he thoroughly understood the importance of fundamentals. He was extremely focused on the materials. Unknowingly, dusk had already arrived. Hua Jieyu came in from outside and greeted her dad. The man smiled at her and asked, "How was your performance today?" "I took down 3 level 9 demons." Hua Jieyu smiled back at him. "Nice job." He nodded and told her, "Go prepare some pens and scrolls for scroll inscribing." "Another practice session?" Hua Jieyu was confused. "It's not for you. It's for Futian." He smiled again. Something flashed through her eyes when she heard that name. That guy had come? He was so driven. When Yi Futian came out, he saw Hua Jieyu preparing the desk for him. She was tall and slim, with an elegant aura that could not belong to someone her age. Her mother must also be a pretty woman. What a pity that Yi Futian had never seen her. Yi Futian sneaked towards her and smiled. "What a virtuous woman I'm looking at." Hua Jieyu stiffened. Virtuous? Was he kidding? "This is my house. Mind your language." Hua Jieyu looked back and smiled at Yi Futian. The smile was breathtaking, but Yi Futian could not enjoy it anymore. He knew how calculative and cunning this fox could be. "Futian, are you done reading?" The master came out of his room with a book in his hand. "Yep, I'm done." Yi Futian slightly nodded. "Okay, so which plane are you in now for sorcery?" He asked. "The 6th awakening plane, the invincible." "Have you ever practiced any spells?" "No." Yi Futian thought something like the Grand Meteor was not the answer he was looking for. "That's good for you." The master seemed quite satisfied, which made Yi Futian really curious. Never practicing spells before was a good thing? There are major differences between the inscribed spells and the spells you directly cast during a fight. In fact, a lack of experience makes you better at perceiving these differences. Mr. Hua explained to Yi Futian as he gave him a book. "This will teach you some inscribing methods of basic spells. Let's start with the first one." Yi Futian nodded and took the book. The first spell was Thunderblast, a spell for a basic level of awakening. It induced a thunderstorm used to attack the opponent. "I'm done," he said as he closed the book. "Now try to inscribe." The master nodded. Yi Futian picked up the pen, looking really serious about this first try. Suddenly, he was surrounded by the power of thunder flowing from his body to his hand, which finally converged on the end of his pen. At the same time, it looked like the thunder power was being engraved on the scroll. Yi Futian began using the pen slowly and thoughtfully. However, a thunderbolt suddenly cracked, and all the power diffused immediately. "I failed." Yi Futian was kind of disappointed. "It's okay. Keep going, try another one," the master told him. Yi Futian picked up a new scroll feeling sad. He was wasting something very costly. His second attempt was a failure, as was his third attempt, and so on with his 9th effort. He still could not do it, but every time he made some progress by hanging on for longer period of time. "Jieyu, show him please," the master asked his daughter. She nodded, and her hands reached out for the pen that Yi Futian was holding. Yi Futian was stunned for a moment, then gave her the pen. Hua Jieyu took a scroll and began inscribing. The power of thunder was all over her body. Wow, that thunder element talent of hers is amazing. Yi Futian was awed by this. He had seen her incredible metal and wind element talent on Mount Tianyao. This fox was just as multi-talented as he was. She looked focused while she was inscribing, yet somehow still seemed to be at ease. Her entire body was glowing with not only the power, but also her unique beauty from concentrating. She finished the scroll soon, then smiled at Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled back but felt awkward. "Okay, now take your time," the master told him. He then left the pavilion with his daughter. He was leaving intentionally so Yi Futian could focus. "Sure," Yi Futian answered. He began genuinely focusing on the inscribing. Even though he continued to fail, he did make some progress after every failure. Dusk settled over the academy. Mr. Hua sat on the couch and asked his daughter, "How long did it take for you to make your first scroll?" "A day," she answered. "He will make it soon, even without my instruction," Mr. Hua told her. "In fact, he is the most powerful mage I have ever seen in perceiving and controlling spiritual qi in the awakening plane. He is even better than you." Hua Jieyu stared at the boy. Suddenly, a shining thunderbolt burst out, the storm striking the pavilion directly. "I made it!" Yi Futian was so excited. Hua Jieyu winced. She could not believe that he had made his first success this fast. He used the scroll right after making it. What a waste. Mr. Hua felt a little sad, but he kept smiling at Yi Futian. He had not expected to have someone as talented as Yi Futian in this city. This boy was a mage of all elemental talent, and a natural-born scroll inscriber. This meant that he would be an all-elemental scroll inscriber, which was pretty rare. "I made it!" Yi Futian ran to the master. He was so excited that he had not only successfully inscribed a spell, but that he had learned it as well. "Nice job. You have a lot more to work on. In fact, you need to be able to inscribe all the spells in that book." The master knew why he was so excited. No matter how talented he was still a 15-year-old, an age meant for being simple and naive. "Okay." Yi Futian nodded. "It's already night. Are you?" Hua Jieyu smiled at Yi Futian, implicitly telling their guests that it was time to leave. Time flew by so fast. Yi Futian looked to the sky, then continued, "It's too dark and dangerous outside. Do you have a spare room here, Mr. Hua? Is it okay if I stay for tonight?" "What?" Hua Jieyu was caught off guard. "Dark and dangerous? What lame excuses." Yi Futian ignored her, looking to his master with expectancy. "Okay then, stay. Jieyu, go prepare the guest room for Yi Futian." Mr. Hua smiled. "Ah." Hua Jieyu blinked. Why was she being asked to prepare the room for this shameless guy? Yi Futian looked at her with a grin. His gaze was full of anticipation. In his eyes, a fox was making a bed for him. What a dream. "Nope." Hua Jieyu refused after she saw the expression on Yi Futian's face. "Jieyu, mind your manners," her dad told her. She stood up, feeling wronged, then reluctantly went to the room. "I'll go help her, Professor." Yi Futian followed her to the room. Soon it began to sound like they were bickering. Mr. Hua looked to the sky full of shiny stars and showed a smile of nostalgia. "We used to be such a beautiful age." Yi Futian had refused to go back to his dorm after his stay. Hua Jieyu believed that her father had just invited a wolf into their house. Time passed by, and Yi Futian was able to inscribe even more spells. Some of them were actually of the 7th awakening plane. One day, Yi Futian was working alone in the pavilion. All of a sudden, he felt something vague and intriguing going on in his mind. Later, he found that his body had resonated with the spiritual qi of the universe. The power was all over his body. The feeling was so different from the mere act of collecting. "Okay, now I am in the 7th awakening plane, the mystery." He smiled. During the inscribing these days, he was making progress on the perception and control of elemental power. In fact, the inscribing was also a form of cultivating. Chapter 21. The cold winds of winter had arrived. The greenery had wilted, and Qingzhou Academy had become rather bleak. The cold winds of winter had arrived. The greenery had wilted, and Qingzhou Academy had become rather bleak. However, Yi Futian was not affected by the cold at all. His days passed by comfortably and carelessly. Other than inscribing scrolls daily, he treated himself to the eye candy that was Hua Jieyu. He had been so happy that Yusheng was almost the last thing on his mind. 2 months passed and he had only gone back to their dorm to visit Yusheng twice. This had Yusheng's imagination running wild as to what Yi Futian could be doing at the Hua residence. The academy's ban on Yi Futian was still in place. When everyone was looking forward to Yi Futian's reaction, he completely vanished from their sights. His disappearance had everyone thinking if he would have come to class if there had not been a ban. Maybe if it was senior sister Qin Yi's lecture. Without any warning, the first snow arrived. The snow was coming down hard, covering everything in a blanket of white overnight. In the morning, Yi Futian stepped out of his room. He looked up at the sky, full of snow flurries, and rubbed his hands together. A hot breath escaped as he smiled. The pavilion up ahead looked lonely, standing alone in the white, while everything around it was completely hidden by the snow. One figure stood out in the midst of it all. She seemed to have lost herself in the beautiful view. The snow was too beautiful. Yi Futian picked up his feet and headed towards her. Another set of footprints appeared in the snow on the ground. Standing next to the young woman, Yi Futian snuck a glance at her, but it seemed she had not taken notice of him. Her eyes were closed as she enjoyed the serenity. Yi Futian closed his eyes as well and continued to stand beside her quietly. The white snow fell non-stop until the both of them were covered in a layer of it. "What are you doing?" Hua Jieyu had opened her eyes and smiled at Yi Futian when she saw that he was mimicking her. Yi Futian opened his eyes and looked at Hua Jieyu tenderly. Smiling, he replied, "Accompanying you until our hairs turn white." Hua Jieyu blinked speechlessly. She then looked at Yi Futian's head, covered in the white snow. Her heart twinged with disappointment. She could never take his words too seriously. "It's already been 2 months. You don't really think this is your home now, do you?" Hua Jieyu teased Yi Futian. "Master is more than just my teacher. He has become like a father to me. So his home would be like home to me," Yi Futian said. He sounded quite serious. "You two little rascals," a voice said, causing the two to turn their heads. They saw a handsome figure smiling at them and heard him say, "Flirting so early in the morning, you guys really don't think of me at all." Yi Futian sighed to himself. Master knew him too well. "Father," Hua Jieyu called out, feeling wronged. She stared at her father. "Am I really your child?" He always took Yi Futian's side. "What kind of father did that? Who else but I could have birthed the most beautiful daughter in all of Qingzhou City?" the middle-aged man replied in a joking manner. Hua Jieyu looked at her father. In a mere 2 months, her father's tone and manner of speech had already adopted that of Yi Futian's. This was just. "You really are a master." Yi Futian was impressed. Master was on a completely different level than he was in every aspect. After spending so much time together, Yi Futian had finally found out his master's name, Hua Fenglu. Even his name was impressive. He could not even hope to compete with master. "Yi Futian, over the past days your cultivation in scroll inscribing has become so well developed that you no longer need guidance. As your power level increases, you will naturally be able to inscribe more powerful scrolls," said Hua Fenglu. He eyed Yi Futian unwaveringly. Even though Yi Futian was only in the mystery plane for sorcery cultivation, he was able to inscribe some of the highest level awakening plane scrolls in the short span of 2 months. "It's all thanks to your guidance, master." Yi Futian bowed with gratitude. Hua Fenglu waved his hand in denial. "You are naturally talented. You would have yielded the same results even with a different teacher. However, you must remember you cannot be overly prideful. The outside world is far more complicated than you can imagine. Your journey has only just begun. You can come to me for help when you have any questions, not just for inscribing, but for anything about cultivation as well. I shall keep master's words at heart." Yi Futian nodded in response. "All right, go on now," said Hua Fenglu. Yi Futian nodded again before dropping down to both knees and gave Hua Fenglu 3 deep bows. His forehead came into contact with the cold ground. "I have been under your guidance for months now, and have not yet paid my respects to you properly. Even though I like to joke around, I was serious when I said that you are like a father to me. I will always keep master's words in mind," said Yi Futian. When he was done, Yi Futian stood up slowly and said, "I shall be on my way now." He then turned towards Hua Jieyu for a farewell. "Bye Fox, don't miss me too much." He walked out of the residence before she could reply. "That rascal, it's going to take some time to get used to things without him here." Hua Fenglu laughed as he shook his head. "Why do you like him so much?" Hua Jieyu could not understand her father. She could feel that her father genuinely liked Yi Futian, but why? Was it just because of his gift? Initially, it was because of his gift, but after hearing your stories about him and what happened during the fall quarter examinations, I realized that under his playful demeanor was a pure heart. After receiving 3 years' worth of insults, any normal person would have been resentful, but he remained cheerful and bright like the sun. Furthermore, he was willing to stand up to the academy just for Yushang's placement. It is easy to determine that he is an extremely loyal person, explained Hua Fenglu. After these past 2 months with him, I'm starting to like his personality more and more. So you would sell out your own daughter? Hua Jieyu rolled her eyes at her father. She said, even if he does have all those good qualities, you can't deny that he's a shameless pervert. Don't you think his little antics are cute? Laughed Hua Fenglu. Hua Jieyu did not know what to say. Her world was in a messy situation. Her respected father had fallen under a certain person's spell. The snow continued to fall until the entirety of Qingzhou Academy was covered in white, adding beauty to this sacred place. However, the students of Qingzhou Academy were not interested in the beautiful sight. Early in the morning, a group of powerful individuals arrived at the academy. When they arrived, all the instructors of Qingzhou Academy prepared for combat, calling upon the most powerful people at the academy. Leaders of the martial arts and sorcery schools readied themselves. The atmosphere across campus was very tense. Many outer sect disciples did not understand the situation, but the older official disciples knew exactly where this group of people had come from, and their purpose for coming. They knew that their prestigious academy was about to fall victim to some serious provocation. All of Qingzhou Academy was a mess. Disciples rushed toward the same direction in a frenzy. Yi Futian witnessed this sight and found it weird. Not knowing what had happened, it seemed like something big was about to take place at the academy. Yi Futian. Yi Futian heard someone call his name before he could reach his dorm. Shifting his gaze in the direction of the voice, he saw a beautiful face and a soft smile spread across his own face. Where are you going? Asked Feng Qingxue. Going back to look for Yu Shang, answered Yi Futian. The academy is gathering all the students. Yu Shang should also be there, said Feng Qingxue. Something flashed in Yi Futian's eyes as if he had just had a thought. Feng Qingxue pulled at her sleeve. She looked nervous. She asked, why don't we go check it out? Together? Yi Futian stared blankly at the beautiful girl in front of him. The snow was falling on her body. She looked a little nervous and unsettled. Sure, Yi Futian nodded with a smile. Okay. Feng Qingxue took the initiative to stand beside him, and the two of them headed towards the crowd. Yi Futian was not joking or teasing her like he had used to. But Feng Qingxue knew that things could never go back to the way they were before. Of course, she would have liked everything to be as it had been in the past. However, she had matured, and understood that things did not always go the way you wanted. Despite knowing what had been lost was gone for good, she still did not want to be complete strangers. I'm sorry, said Feng Qingxue suddenly. Yi Futian stared at her blankly once again. He could see that she was trying to be as courageous as she could. She looked at him and smiled. Yi Futian, I'm sorry. Her eyes were getting red. These days she had been thinking a lot about what her father had said, and she knew that her actions had hurt his pride. I have forgotten about it already, replied Yi Futian. He understood perfectly why she was apologizing. There's nothing going on between Murongqiu and I. He came to look for me after the incident, but I ignored him, and I haven't gone near him since. Feng Qingxue tried to explain herself, even though she knew it wouldn't make a difference, but it was best to make some things clear. That's all in the past now, Yi Futian replied. Oh yeah, what's going on at the academy? Feng Qingxue could tell that Yi Futian was trying to change the subject, and felt slightly disappointed. She replied to his question anyway. I heard that aces from the city of Haiyan led the people of Haiyan Academy here. The city of Haiyan, muttered Yi Futian as his expression darkened. Haiyan and Qingzhou were both cities of East Sea Island. To Yi Futian, who grew up reading history books, history was something he knew quite a lot about. Before Emperor Yi Qing and Dong Huang the Great united the world 300 years ago, there was an age of separatism led on by the nobility. During this complicated period, it was very common for cultivators to loot resources. At the time, the city of Haiyan was controlled by the Haiyan clan. This clan was very aggressive, and repeatedly invaded the other cities of the East Sea Island for resources. After the world had been united, Emperor Yi Qing and Dong Huang the Great set up new laws, and the world became much more peaceful. However, they still lacked control of the East Sea Island cities. The Haiyan clan became Haiyan Academy, and took complete control of the city. All these years had passed, and they had still not given up on the invasion of Qingzhou City. With this background, Haiyan Academy and Qingzhou Academy were natural enemies. Every couple of years they would lead a group of their most powerful individuals to provoke Qingzhou Academy, as well as to test the power of its students. Looks like Haiyan City is getting overly ambitious once again, said Yi Futian. The peace in Qingzhou was about to be disrupted. However, this matter did not involve Yi Futian, since the city had its own special protectors, the Dark Qilin Knighthood. But Qingzhou Academy was still in trouble. Chapter 22. In the lecture area of Qingzhou Academy, a group of people wearing black robes embroidered with 3 flames were blocking the entrance. In the lecture area of Qingzhou Academy, a group of people wearing black robes embroidered with 3 flames were blocking the entrance. By the time Yi Futian and Feng Qingxue entered, many people had already gathered around, lecturers and students alike. In fact, some of the big chiefs had also heard about the situation, and were arriving as well. They just blocked the entrance to the lecture area. Yi Futian was shocked by how rude these people from Haiyan Academy were. The fact that Yi Futian and Feng Qingxue had showed up together surprised a lot of people. Just 2 months ago, there were rumors this bastard had hugged Qini. Now he was hanging around Feng Qingxue. They believed that the academy should absolutely expel him, but not now, as they were facing an imminent external threat. They knew why the Haiyan Academy students were here. The intruders had terrible intentions to stir up some trouble. The directors of the halls are here. People made way for the group of big chiefs to let them through. They were from the College of Martial Arts and the College of Sorcery. They looked very serious about the group from Haiyan Academy. They knew these troublemakers had been planning to come to this place days ago when they had first arrived in the city. It was snowing heavily now. People were cold, not only from the snow, but from the danger being posed by the intruders. This is the sacred lecture hall of Qingzhou Academy. You have come a long way to be here, so why don't we pick a quiet space to have a word? A director said to the Haiyan group. No need for that. This is going to be quick. Just say what you need to hear. The leader of the Haiyan group had dark skin, and his face was chiseled. His eyes looked exactly like those of an eagle. He was insulting Qingzhou Academy with the way he spoke. He did not need to be polite, as they were only here to show off their power. Bring it on. Leng Qingfeng, the director of the Hall of the Sword, understood what was happening. He wanted to get down to business. It's been years since the last time we came here. Over the years, many young students in our academy have shown their talents. They are always trying to get some new experiences with people from other places. Therefore, I have brought them here to be challenged by your young talents, who have been nurtured in this sacred place. The Haiyan leader said in a cold voice. He then looked back to the young students standing behind him. You asked for a challenge. Now come here and accept the challenges. All the young students looked to be under 18, and the youngest of them looked about 13. However, they were staring at the students of Qingzhou Academy with disdain. Bastard! The students of Qingzhou Academy were pissed off. They clenched their fists, looking forward to teaching these intruders a lesson. A boy stepped forward from the Haiyan group. He appeared to be around 16 years old and was tall and slim. In fact, he looked like a student from a regular academic school, not a kung fu academy. Mu Jiang from the Haiyan Academy. In the 9th Awakening Plane, the Unmaker will accept any challenge. He spoke politely. However, he was so calm that it appeared he was actually very proud, and that he did not take any possible challenges seriously. A student stepped forward from the Qingzhou Academy group. Qiu Yan, the Unmaker Plane. He began introducing himself also peacefully. He had been outstanding in the spring quarter exam this year and had become official. He had always been a powerful and famous mage at this academy. Bring it on. Mu Jiang nodded to accept. Qiu Yan suddenly started charging. He was fast to say the least. The power of martial arts was all around his body, but there was a faint flame bursting out. Apparently, he had double cultivation in martial arts and sorcery was the major. Mu Jiang seemed indifferent. He just stood still and waited. The masters of Qingzhou Academy saw the danger coming. Mu Jiang was calm, to the point where he seemed to prepared for the attack. Qiu Yan was approaching his opponent fast. The fire element power around him became frenzied, and turned into lotuses. The lotuses burned the air with a sizzling sound. Suddenly, the snow from the ground gathered around the body of Mu Jiang. His body was covered with snow, looking almost as if he was frozen. The attack from Qiu Yan landed. The flaming lotuses suddenly burst into an ocean of fire, engulfing Mu Zhang's body completely. This made the students of Qingzhou Academy really excited, as such a powerful attack from a mage of the highest awakening plane could destroy anyone who dared to take them without evading. However, the excitement ended in seconds. A freezing breath permeated through the flames and drove them away from Mu Zhang. Soon after, people found that Qiu Yan's hands were frozen, and that the ice was traveling up his body. What the? He's frozen. People in Qingzhou Academy soon realized that Mu Zhang was a water element mage. He countered Qiu Yan's element. Qiu Yan was now trembling with frostbite. Half of his body was already frozen, and the other half was soon to be as well. In fact, he could be entirely encased in ice in seconds. Stop! A master of Qingzhou Academy yelled. Mu Zhang listened to the command and stopped. He reached his hand out to pat the head of Qiu Yan. Qiu Yan fell to the ground entirely immobilized. People from the Qingzhou group soon took him to the medical room. His life had been endangered by the frostbite already. He just attacked without a backup plan, not even knowing the elemental attributes of his opponent. Is that what your masters teach you to do, losers? Mu Zhang was still peaceful and arrogant. He returned back to the group once he finished speaking. People in Qingzhou Academy were chilled by his power, as they seldom saw a mage that was able to freeze another mage at only the awakening plane level. Once Mu Zhang was back in his group, another young man stepped forward. His eyes were as sharp as the sword on his back. He was apparently a powerful swordsman. Eighth awakening plane, he began saying. He was too lazy to say his name. He was more arrogant than Mu Zhang. I'll accept the challenge, someone responded. Wow, it's Senior Li Qingshan. People held high expectations for the responder. Li Qingshan had ranked third on the list of excellence for the spring quarter exam this year. He was now cultivating in the Hall of the Sword. I'll take you down with only 3 strikes, the young man from Haiyan Academy bragged. What a presumptuous bastard. Li Qingshan was angry. Please. Li Qingshan unsheathed his sword. It whistled through the air. The power of the sword was a specific martial arts power, and a great one at that. The spiritual qi in the universe was condensed into the sword to attack the enemy. This power was not less than the element power of a mage. The attack from a swordsman would be terrifying. Li Qingshan had learned his lesson from Qiu Yan. He remained cautious and still. However, the young man began to laugh. He said, so obedient. Right after he spoke, he charged towards Li Qingshan. He was almost as fast as the wind, so fast that the snow covering the ground was disturbed by his speed. Be careful, he's a wind element mage. The Qingzhou Academy group was shocked. A wind element mage with sword cultivation would be dangerous. Li Qingshan looked serious about this attack. He was anticipating the attack, and countered it in a moment with a lightning-fast strike. His enemy was faster, however. The sword took a curve around his body with the wind element power, so fast that Li Qingshan could not even detect its direction. Li Qingshan's sword began shaking to condense its power. Soon, Li Qingshan took his first strike at his enemy. However, his opponent dodged the attack quickly, sidestepping the blade. Senior. People were really nervous about the situation on the battlefield, as the combat between the two swordsmen could be life-threatening to both of them. Li Qingshan directed the power of the sword to his left palm, and used its power to block the attack from his side. His enemy used the same tactic again, and rushed behind him for a strike he could never anticipate. The sword was swung, and Li Qingshan fell down with a shriek. His back was severely wounded by the blade. It would not stop bleeding. Third strike it is. His enemy sheathed his sword and went back to his group. The people of Qingzhou Academy now felt even worse because they now knew that Haiyan Academy had sent some compelling figures to cause serious trouble this time. To be honest, it's a waste of time if the students of Qingzhou Academy keep performing so poorly like this. Another young man came forward from the Haiyan group. His complexion was bright, and his eyes were shining with arrogance. His ego could be sensed by everyone there. Hey, why do you want to waste your time on these losers? Someone behind him asked. He shook his head and answered. I am here to make sure these losers know how horrible they are. I am in the 7th awakening plane, the mystery, and I will accept challenges from students in any awakening plane. The students of Qingzhou Academy were shocked. This guy was only in the mystery plane, yet he was asking for challenges regardless of plane limitation? How arrogant was that? I'll challenge you, Yang Xiu responded. He had been humiliated during the fall quarter exam. He needed to prove himself again. I'll challenge you as well. Some other people also responded and stepped forward. The young man took a glance at them and said, "Bring it on all at once, you fools." Right after he spoke, he stomped hard on the ground, and the snow was removed by the aftershock. A pattern began to show up on the ground. The challengers began their attacks, but the young man seemed to ignore them. He kept stomping and more complicated patterns appeared on the ground, with ancient letters engraved on them. That's a matrix. The big chiefs of Qingzhou Academy were in awe of this young man. In fact, he looked like he was not even 15 yet. He looked too young to build a matrix, let alone build one this fast. The spiritual chi was now centering on the middle of this matrix. The young man was standing on the powerful matrix, looking at the opponents with contempt. The challengers began to realize something was wrong, but it was already too late. They looked at each other, then launched their attacks together. Seeing the incoming attacks, the young man did nothing but laugh. He soon responded to the attacks, another matrix showing up behind his body. His body was now radiant with the glow from this new matrix, surrounded by the power of fire. "Go, pythons," he commanded. All of a sudden, giant flaming pythons rushed out of the matrix behind him and began attacking the enemy. In fact, the flame python summoned by Yang Xiu was so small and weak compared to the giant monsters that the challengers could not hold off the attack for even a moment. The director of the Hall of Water Elements stepped out and cast a spell. The temperature dropped, and a freezing bite attacked the giant flaming pythons. They quickly dissipated in the snowstorm summoned by the director. The challengers were now lying on the ground, injured and in pain. They could have died if not for the snowstorm summoned by the director. "Oh my gosh, he's a mandate sorcerer." The director looked shocked. But it was the truth. This young man who wasn't even 15 years old was a mandate sorcerer. Chapter 23. Mandate Sorcerer. The students of Qingzhou Academy discussed in shock. That formation, it was a life spirit, no wonder he was able to create the matrix so quickly. Mandate Sorcerer. The students of Qingzhou Academy discussed in shock. That formation, it was a life spirit, no wonder he was able to create the matrix so quickly. This young fellow was not even 15 years old, yet his matrix was so powerful that it could be a threat even to aces in the 9th awakening plane, the Unmaker plane. Qingzhou Academy students were feeling threatened. With the two people before, they could still confidently say that Qingzhou Academy had students who were able to stand up to them, but with this fellow, it would be difficult to find someone on his level. "I heard that your academy just had fall quarter examinations. Who took first place?" the youth asked arrogantly. He did not even spare a glance at the students. They were not good enough to be his opponents. He stared straight at the important figures of Qingzhou Academy. "Murong Qiu," someone answered him. Everyone immediately shifted their gaze towards Murong Qiu, but his fellow schoolmates did not hold high hopes for him. Even though he came in first during the exams, everyone knew that Yu Shang and Hua Jieyu were both much stronger than him. Murong Qiu had no confidence in himself either. Everyone was looking at him, but he just stood there having no intentions of stepping up. Even Qiu Yan, who had been defeated earlier, was more capable than Murong Qiu. The important figures of Qingzhou Academy were also watching Murong Qiu, but they were quickly disappointed when it became clear that he was not going to participate in the duel. "Yu Shang," Cabinet Master Leng Qingfeng of the House of Swordsmen called out. It was rumored that Yu Shang had broken into the Unmaker plane not long ago. Plus, Leng Qingfeng had already witnessed his power at the fall quarter examinations. To have him battle increased their chance of victory. Yu Shang glanced at Leng Qingfeng once and did nothing. He did not move nor give a response. His expression was as cold as ice. It was like a silent protest. "Seems like Yu Shang is still pissed. I don't think he plans on fighting," someone said. Everyone shuddered at the expression on Yu Shang's face. Not once did they think Yu Shang was afraid of fighting like they thought Murong Qiu was. They felt that he was unwilling. In the past 2 months, Murongqiu had become an official disciple. Even Yang Xiu joined the School of Divination Arts but not Yushang. No matter how many times the schools of martial arts and divination arts tried to recruit him, he never once accepted. Qingzhou Academy knew exactly why. It had something to do with the ban they had placed on a certain student. They knew this made Yushang very angry. Some people even hypothesized that as long as the ban existed, Yushang might ever choose to leave the academy altogether. The higher-ups of Qingzhou Academy had argued over this topic many times, but there were still some individuals that refused to give in and lift the ban. It was because of this that Yushang refused to battle, even if the academy's reputation was on the line. In Yushang's eyes, the academy's punishment on Yi Futian was incredibly insulting. Until the academy was able to provide him with a satisfying result, Yushang was unwilling to do anything for the academy. Leng Qingfeng was furious upon seeing Yushang's reaction, but his anger was not directed at Yushang. It was directed at Shizhong. He was extremely ticked off as he looked over at Shizhong. It was Qingzhou Academy that was in the wrong for being unjust. He had no right to punish Yi Futian for the way he had questioned the academy. Yushang is still angry about what happened to you, said Feng Qingxue after witnessing this scene. Yi Futian nodded in agreement. Of course he knew how stubborn Yushang was. If the academy had punished Yushang, Yushang would not have cared one bit. But because it had been Yi Futian, Yushang was bound to hold a grudge. There was no way he would stand up for the academy. Yi Futian would do the same if it had been Yushang who had been punished. Feng Qingxue was disappointed. If Yushang was not going to forgive the academy, there was a slim chance of him forgiving her. Is Hua Jieyu here? Asked one of the school's leaders. Everyone looked around in search of her. One part of the crowd moved to make a path for Hua Jieyu. With something big like this happening at Qingzhou Academy, it did not take long for Hua Jieyu to find out. She had to have come. So beautiful, said the fellow from Haiyan Academy. His eyes glistened at the sight of such a beauty. Hua Jieyu looks like it's up to you, said the school leader from before. All of Qingzhou Academy anticipated her reaction. In 3 years, no one had ever seen Hua Jieyu in action. Would she be able to defeat this genius from Haiyan Academy? How can I possibly fight such a beautiful lady? The prideful youth was smiling as he looked at Hua Jieyu. We're not too familiar with the city of Qingzhou. Why don't you keep us company, beautiful? I can let Qingzhou Academy off the hook for today. Hearing his words, his companions from Haiyan Academy began to laugh. Someone chimed in. Junior brother has a point. Being accompanied by a beauty is a great thing. It could turn into a beautiful story for both academies. How presumptuous, said someone from Qingzhou Academy. This group of assholes. Everyone from Qingzhou Academy joined together to curse at their rivals. They were furious. Hua Jieyu was the perfect being to all of them, and she was now being insulted by these jackasses from Haiyan Academy. Shut up, you group of losers. If you don't like the things we say, then come stand up to us, said the young fellow. He was dripping with pride. The students of Qingzhou Academy felt deeply insulted, but they knew that they could not fight against him. On the other hand, Hua Jieyu seemed to be at peace. She did not step up like the elders had hoped she would. She smiled and turned, her gaze falling on a certain someone. It was Yi Futian. Not only did she see Yi Futian, she also took notice of Feng Qingxue beside him. She smiled and said softly to Yi Futian, "They're picking on me." When she turned toward Yi Futian, everyone was confused. The moment she spoke to him, their hearts broke. "They're picking on me." It was such a gentle voice. Their perfect goddess was whining so cutely to Yi Futian. It was a cute, flirtatious whine. If she had said this to any of them, they would have fought to their deaths. But her words were sadly not for any of them. "My heart hurts," someone said. Everyone saw Feng Qingxue standing beside Yi Futian. First he had teased senior sister Qin Yi. Now he was with Feng Qingxue. He was surrounded by so many beauties. Why him? Feng Qingxue was shocked by Hua Jieyu's words. Feeling the countless pairs of eyes on herself, Feng Qingxue lowered her head and began to pick at the corner of her clothes. This was Hua Jieyu that she was up against. Yi Futian could feel all the gazes on him. He rubbed his forehead. It really was impossible for him to keep a low profile. Everyone from Haiyan Academy looked at him as well. They were trying to figure out what made Yi Futian so special that a beauty like Hua Jieyu would act that way towards him. Yi Futian took a step forward. The people of Qingzhou Academy thought that he was really going to try his best to stand up for Hua Jieyu. But then again, any of them would have done the same had they been in his shoes. However, their results would probably have been much worse. The prideful youth watched Yi Futian's figure. The corners of his lips lifted in a smirk as he said, "I think it would be best for you to rethink your choice. Standing up for a girl, how corny. You better be prepared for the consequences." Yi Futian pretended not to hear him and said, "First, slap yourself a couple times and then apologize. Maybe after that I'll decide to let you guys leave Qingzhou Academy unscathed." This. Everyone's eyes widened. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. Even if you were trying to stand up for a girl you liked, you didn't have to be so arrogant. When he was completely defeated by their rivals, all of Qingzhou Academy was going to look so bad. The hearts of the Qingzhou students continued to ache. How could a person like this get a girl like Hua Jieyu? What was wrong with the world? Even the important figures of the academy could not bear to listen to Yi Futian. This rascal was exaggerating a little too much. Even though his gifts were not bad, his opponent was a mandate sorcerer. And if I refuse? The prideful youth was looking at Yi Futian as if he were a moron. There was definitely something wrong inside this guy's head. Well then. Yi Futian took another step forward. Everyone was still watching him. Just when they thought he was about to make a move, Yi Futian called out loudly, "Yu Sheng!" Dead silence. Wide-eyed, everyone continued to stare at Yi Futian. This was so like Yi Futian. Even Hua Jieyu was wide-eyed. This was embarrassing for her. The ground shook. Snow flew around on the ground as Yu Sheng's large body approached the center of the crowd. His arrival was a threat in itself. It did not matter whether you liked Yu Sheng or not. There was no way you could deny that he was a natural-born warrior. The expressions on some of the faces from Haiyan Academy darkened upon Yu Sheng's arrival. Just from his aura one would feel suffocated by his power. He was definitely stronger than any of the other Qingzhou Academy students. The important figures of Qingzhou Academy felt embarrassed. They could not get Yu Sheng to budge. Yet 2 simple words from Yi Futian had been enough. It was really a slap in the face for them, but at the same time they were relieved that he was finally stepping up for battle. Yu Sheng looked at Hua Jieyu and said, "Leave it to me, sis-in-law." Huh. Everyone was confused. Smart guy. Yi Futian complimented him in his mind. Yu Sheng had changed. He had become so understanding. Yu Sheng pointed at the prideful fellow from Haiyan Academy and said emotionlessly, "Scram. Let someone of a higher level come out. I don't want people to say that I pick on the weak. He's so cool." Everyone from Qingzhou Academy complimented him. This was crazy. Not long ago, someone else had also done something crazy like this, but everyone had thought it was embarrassing. It was the complete opposite with Yu Sheng. A shameless jerk like Yi Futian could never compare to Yu Sheng. Chapter 24. Yun Tianhao was mad. He was already arrogant enough about being a mandate sorcerer that he didn't expect there to be someone more arrogant than him. Yun Tianhao was mad. He was already arrogant enough about being a mandate sorcerer that he didn't expect there to be someone more arrogant than him. However, the truth was these 2 new challengers were the source of this feeling. "Fools," Yun Tianhao spoke in a cold voice. The spiritual qi started to surround his body, but Mu Jiang stepped up and stopped him. "Let me take care of him," Mu Jiang said. He then moved directly towards Yu Sheng to challenge him. He faintly felt that Yu Sheng was a threat, and he wanted to take matters into his own hands to prevent Yun Tianhao from a sudden failure. Yun Tianhao was the pride of Haiyan Academy, and they couldn't afford to lose this pride. "Sure, take him down for me." Yun Tianhao nodded and stepped back. Mu Jiang started to control the frost energy from his surroundings, and he vibrated with all the power around him. "Yu Sheng, make sure he has to be carried out." Yi Futian was mad about being called a fool by Yun Tianhao. "Of course." Yu Sheng nodded, then stepped forward firmly. The earth was shaking from his sheer strength. Mu Jiang stared at the huge guy in front of him and started to get concerned. He could feel a horrifying mass of coldness flowing in front of him, forming a storm to attack his enemy. Yu Sheng stomped the ground and started to attack. Mu Jiang also initiated his spell. All of a sudden, an ice storm appeared out of nowhere. and Yushang's body was covered with frost. Mu Jiang was trying to confine his enemy by trapping him in a prison of ice. That was the spell, ice imprisonment. Look how powerful he is. People noticed that the ice on Yushang's body was growing thicker. Mu Jiang was still in the plane of awakening, but he could already convey ice imprisonment without physical contact. This ability usually belonged to those in the glory plane. However, a golden glow burst out of Yushang's body, and suddenly the ice shell started to shatter. He now looked like the Almighty in this golden glow, and he was unstoppable as he reached closer to Mu Jiang. Imprison him! Mu Jiang shouted, and another stronger ice storm burst out from his body. Yushang was engulfed by the storm in a second. Qiu Yan had been defeated by the same tactic. Yushang was not affected at all. He got rid of the ice on his body by merely shaking his hand. A golden glow flowed down his arm. Mu Jiang tried to retreat. As a mage, when he led a warrior into his melee range and failed to attack, he could do nothing but retreat. Unfortunately, he was just not fast enough. Yushang's hand had already clamped onto his neck, and Mu Jiang's entire body was lifted into the air. People were in awe to see that Yushang did this with such ease. "Let him go," Yu Tianhao shouted at Yushang. However, Yushang ignored his words. He threw Mu Jiang to the ground and smashed his whole body. After a booming noise, Mu Jiang was screaming in extreme pain, and it sounded like his bones had been shattered. Fu Tian wanted the guy to be lifted out, so he obviously couldn't be allowed to walk. People were awestruck and fell silent. All eyes were drawn to the young man who was just as strong as the Almighty himself. That is some real power. The Qingzhou Academy students felt excited. "So hot!" some girls exclaimed. Mu Jiang, one of the arrogant intruders from Haiyan Academy who had defeated Qiu Yan in a second and intimidated Murong Qiu, the first-place student in the fall quarter exam, had just lost to Yushang in such an embarrassing way. He was smashed with one hand. What an overbearing gesture Yushang had made. "Yushang is going to attend my college. Whoever tries to take him away is going to be my enemy for sure." The director of the College of Martial Arts glanced at the other directors around him. He liked this young man so much that he believed he was meant to go to his college. "So count me as your enemy. I want him." The director of the Hall of Metal Element ignored his threat. He also believed that Yushang would be a perfect student. Yi Futian seemed to be the only one that was not shocked by Yushang's performance. In fact, Yushang had been able to defeat those who were even in the higher planes of cultivation. Who else? After seeing the Haiyan Academy medical team take Mu Jiang away, Yushang began to invite challengers again pridefully. Yun Tianhao was going to step up, but right at that moment, a hand landed on his shoulder and stopped him. The head of Haiyan Academy Group, the man with eagle eyes, had keenly perceived the immeasurable power of Yushang. He had told Mu Jiang to challenge Yushang and test his power. Now he had the answer. He just could not risk the future of Yun Tianhao. Even though Yun Tianhao was a mandate sorcerer and able to defeat those in higher planes of cultivation, Yushang was a monster. Even a powerful mage like Yun Tianhao did not have a 100% chance of winning against him. "Okay, we concede," the eagle-eyed leader said. Yun Tianhao felt reluctant to concede, but did not say anything. "Then get out of here," a director at Qingzhou Academy uttered. "We only lost one after you had lost 3. You have thousands of students in the planes of awakening in your academy, but only one of them can fight?" The eagle-eyed leader taunted them. "At least that one's enough to sweep you all," Yushang responded. "You arrogant fool," Yun Tianhao said angrily. "If I ever reach the 9th plane of awakening, you will bow down to my power." Seriously, who allowed challenges regardless of planes? What now? You want to change your mind? Yi Futian asked sarcastically. Yun Tianhao glanced at Yi Futian and said, "If you want to challenge me, just step up and fight. Otherwise, stay a coward and shut up." People were now looking at Yi Futian. They didn't believe he was as powerful as Yushang, so he was going to humiliate himself. Yi Futian frowned a little at the provocation. He laughed at the words "be a coward" and then stepped forward. This humiliation would not be tolerated. "Yushang!" Yi Futian yelled. "Yep," Yushang responded. "It's my turn." Yi Futian stepped forward. Suddenly Yushang started laughing and pointing at Yun Tianhao and said, "This one's for you." Actually, he had let Yun Tianhao stay in the arena intentionally for Yi Futian to show off. However, why did he believe that Yi Futian would win? Besides, how dare Yi Futian challenge the pride of Haiyan Academy? The students had witnessed in person how powerful Yun Tianhao was. He was a mandate sorcerer who specialized in matrices, and he had defeated multiple challengers with only one strike from his matrix. Yi Futian continued stepping forward until he was standing in the middle of the arena. Feng Qingxue looked at him, and she experienced a moment of déjà vu. The exact same thing had happened during the fall quarter exam. He had been the underdog of all the students, but he had ultimately defeated Ling Xiao and Yang Xiao, the top-ranked students. However, he was now challenging someone even more powerful, a mandate sorcerer from Haiyan Academy, and the pride of all the students there. Yi Futian made a peaceful introduction. I am in the 7th plane of awakening, the mystery. Only 7? Yun Tianhao was surprised for a moment, then responded, You are too weak to challenge me. He had a strong enough talent to say that. After all, he was a mandate sorcerer who had never lost a challenge from anyone in the same plane or lower. I feel the same way about you, but since you're asking for it, I'll give you the humiliation you deserve. Yi Futian peacefully conversed with him. I don't mind if you take the challenge or not. All of you can take this challenge. You can take me on one-on-one, or you can take me on all at once. What the? The Qingzhou Academy students were shocked. He didn't have to show off in such a dangerous way, did he? Yi Futian had repeated the intruder's own words. But what if he lost? The students of Qingzhou Academy dared not think further. That's not funny at all. Yun Tianhao believed that Yi Futian was imitating him to mock him. Words are just words. Now you're the one acting like a coward. Yi Futian kept speaking with an odd sense of confidence. He had his hands in his pockets and looked like he despised all of the Haiyan Academy group. Yun Tianhao was incredibly mad at this gesture. He had never seen anyone act so arrogantly in front of him. However, he had seen 2 arrogant fools today, and the one talking now was only in the 7th plane of awakening. How dare he talk like that to a mandate sorcerer? I'll take him on. The swordsman who had defeated Li Qingshan with 3 strikes stepped up. Yun Tianhao nodded and backed down. Take him down. Remember, never let him forget this fear. For sure I will. The swordsman unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Yi Futian. 3 strikes, no more no less. He had made the same statement before while defeating Li Qingshan. I don't need 3. You'll be down after 1 strike, Yi Futian said calmly. The students of Qingzhou Academy were already used to his arrogance. They were just curious as to how this would eventually end. The swordsman started laughing, and wind gathered over his body. He had specialized in both sorcery and martial arts, and was in the 8th plane of awakening, the metamorph. How could he ever lose to a cultivator in the 7th plane of awakening? The swordsman took the form of a shadow and disappeared. Snow was raging, and the attack was initiated. At the same time, Yi Futian closed his eyes. The students of Qingzhou Academy were dumbfounded. Had he lost his mind? He had just closed his eyes while facing an imminent attack? Even though most of the students hated Yi Futian, they didn't actually want to see him die. They had had a faint hope that this guy would save the pride of their academy, but it seemed that Yi Futian had just given up. Thunder started gathering around Yi Futian's body, and a roaring sound burst out of him. The sound was almost like a dragon. He stayed still and let his power take care of the fight. The blade was fast approaching his neck. However, Yi Futian seemed to be ignoring this attack. His eyes were still closed, and his body had not even moved an inch. The blade came within inches of Yi Futian without actually hurting him. This attack was a diversionary attempt to draw away his attention, but Yi Futian just didn't move at all. Die, you fool! The swordsman was agitated by Yi Futian. He had been counting on him to flinch and move to the side so that he could make the second attack, which was solid. However, the arrogance of Yi Futian made him change his mind. Now the blade was rushing right toward Yi Futian's throat. Right before the blade touched his throat, Yi Futian started moving. He turned a little bit to his left, so subtly that the sword came through the air in front of his face. The audience was holding their breath at this evasion. How had he done that? Was it a reaction or merely luck? The swordsman frowned. His attack combo had been changed, and there was no way he could further adjust his attacks. In other words, he could no longer win this fight. However, right after Yi Futian turned away, his hand reached for the neck of his opponent. A thunder dragon was roaring and burst out of Yi Futian's palm. The dragon wrapped around the neck of Swordsman and lifted his body into the air. Seriously. People were shocked by what they saw. Yi Futian had not touched his opponent at all, but he was in complete control of the thunder dragon that was totally overtaking the swordsman. Chapter 25. The hand of the dragon from the release of the Dragon Power Book of Battle Tactics, formed from the artistic conception of martial arts, said someone in the crowd. The hand of the dragon from the release of the Dragon Power Book of Battle Tactics, formed from the artistic conception of martial arts, said someone in the crowd. The elders shuddered. Having the artistic conception of martial arts meant that sorcery had started blooming outside of his body. Cultivators in the Unmaker plane were able to do this, but nobody expected Yi Futian, who was 2 planes behind in the mystery plane, to be able to do this as well. What was even more shocking was the fact that he was using the hand of the dragon. At that moment, many people were reminded of the fall quarter examinations when Yi Futian defeated Ling Xiao and Yang Xiu with great ease. It seemed now that Yi Futian did not give it his all. He stepped off the battlefield and made Yusheng fight. This seemingly shameless move was not because he was afraid, but because he wanted to let Yusheng shine. It was also because of this that Yi Futian reacted the way he had when it was announced that Murong Qiu had gotten first place over Yusheng. Almost everyone had underestimated Yi Futian. Yi Futian took a look at the young swordsman in training who had fallen into the grasp of the hand of the dragon and spoke lightly. Haiyan Academy came so far to pick a fight, but is this all you guys have? All the disciples of Qingzhou Academy looked at Yi Futian. Even though he was still being as pretentious as always, it did not bother them as much as usual. After the 3 previous losses, Qingzhou Academy was utterly humiliated. Now they were going to gain back some honor with the help of Yusheng and Yi Futian. The young swordsman gave Yi Futian a dead stare. He still could not understand how Yi Futian managed to have such quick reflexes despite having his eyes closed. "Next!" shouted Yi Futian. The loud roar of a dragon accompanied the movement of his arm. With one quick, simple swipe, the young man was thrown back into the group of his peers from Haiyan Academy. Nobody in that group looked too good. They had sent out 3 people and gotten 3 consecutive wins, but now 2 of those 3 people had been defeated in the blink of an eye. If this was the result they left with after having come such a long way, it would be really embarrassing. Yun Tianhao stepped up, looking more serious than before. He looked at Yi Futian and said, "You're worthy enough for me to step in personally." "Worthy enough?" Yi Futian looked at him in disbelief. Yun Tianhao was more arrogant than Yi Futian. "Make your move," said Yun Tianhao. "You should make the first move. If I go first, you won't have a chance to do anything." After hearing Yi Futian say this, Yun Tianhao's expression darkened. He then released his life spirit and took a step forward, a matrix forming underneath him. It was a fire matrix, able to endlessly absorb the world's fire elemental spiritual qi. Frightening fire boas revolved around the matrix. Yun Tianhao stood at the center pompously. "How dare you act so presumptuously in front of a mandate sorcerer?" asked Yun Tianhao. As he finished speaking, a fire boa broke free from the matrix and raged toward Yi Futian. Everyone from Qingzhou Academy had a change in expression. Yun Tianhao was able to control his sorcery outside of his body in the awakening plane. What's more, his spells were very powerful, perhaps even one of the most powerful in the awakening plane. Despite what everyone thought about Yun Tianhao's powers, Yi Futian walked up to the fierce fire boa nonchalantly. No matter how strong Yi Futian was, wasn't he being a little too cocky disregarding its powers? The fire boa approached, ready to engulf Yi Futian in flames. There seemed to be something clutched in his hands, and the next moment a force enveloped Yi Futian. Lightning and thunder surrounded him. When it collided with the fire boa, they both dissipated into the air. "It's a spell scroll," said someone in the audience. "Shameless, how can he use spell scrolls in a battle?" The people of Haiyan Academy complained. Yun Tianhao continued to control his matrix. More fire boas danced through the air and charged at Yi Futian. Yi Futian charged head-on at the boas with multiple spell scrolls in his hand. With a sly smile on his face, he threw the scrolls into the air, and more of the boas disappeared in the cloud of lightning. Yun Tianhao growled in anger and continued to manipulate the matrix. More and more fire boas appeared in a frenzy. Suddenly, Yi Futian was holding a handful of scrolls on each side. People from both academies were dumbfounded. I guess that's one way to go about the situation. Stop! Yun Tianhao was not impressed. Yi Futian stopped what he was doing and looked at Yun Tianhao, who was still standing in the middle of the matrix. You finally realize that you can't beat me and want to give up? Yun Tianhao had no words for Yi Futian. He stared at the spell scrolls in Yi Futian's hands and felt an urge to curse him out. Was this even a battle? How could Yi Futian be so shameless? How were they supposed to have a fair fight when he had fistfuls of top-grade spell scrolls? How did Yi Futian even have the nerve to ask if Yun Tianhao wanted to give up because he was unbeatable? As a disciple of Qingzhou Academy, don't you think it's disgraceful to use spell scrolls in a battle? Asked the eagle-eyed leader from Haiyan Academy. He could no longer stand what Yi Futian was doing. Others from Qingzhou Academy felt ashamed of Yi Futian. Their opinion of him had changed not long ago, but now they realized that he truly was just shameless. However, Yi Futian did not seem to notice anything wrong. He remained arrogant as he stared at the eagle-eyed leader. If he can use a matrix in a battle, why can't I use spell scrolls? If you guys know that you can't win, then just leave. Stop throwing a tantrum. He created the matrix himself. It's one of his abilities, so of course he's allowed to use it in battle, reasoned the eagle-eyed leader. Well, I also inscribed these spell scrolls myself, so it's part of my abilities as well. If he can use a matrix, then why can't I use spell scrolls? Yi Futian retorted. Eagle Eye's expression darkened. He was speechless. Yi Futian's shamelessness was on a different level. The people of Qingzhou Academy were dumbfounded. Had he just said that he had inscribed the spell scrolls? How could a 7th plane cultivator in Awakening produce top-grade spell scrolls such as those? Wasn't Yi Futian exaggerating a little too much? Yun Tianhao had also created a top-grade matrix, but it was because he was a mandate sorcerer. His life spirit was the matrix. It wouldn't matter if you did personally inscribe those spell scrolls. I created my matrix during the battle, but you came onto the battlefield with pre-inscribed spell scrolls. How could these be comparable? Said Yun Tianhao. He thought that Yi Futian was simply spewing nonsense. Since you won't admit defeat, I'll just have to continue to fight you until you accept it. Yi Futian spoke lightly. He then turned to the elders of Qingzhou Academy. Will you please ready a pencil and some scroll paper for me? The higher-ups were surprised. Was Yi Futian planning to inscribe spell scrolls during battle? I'll get them for you. An elder responded and departed quickly. The audience was discussing quietly amongst themselves as they all studied Yi Futian. Could he really be an inscriber? Did he really inscribe all the spell scrolls he used earlier? If what he said was true, then Yi Futian really was gifted beyond belief. A short while later, the elder reappeared and handed a pencil as well as a stack of scroll papers to Yi Futian. Thank you very much. Yi Futian thanked him and began to lay out the papers in front of himself. What is he doing? Everyone wanted to know. Inscribing spell scrolls was just like creating a matrix. You needed time. Yun Tianhao was a mandate sorcerer who possessed a matrix for his life spirit, so he was able to create the matrix quickly, and was able to use it immediately in battle. Even if Yi Futian really was an inscriber, he wouldn't be able to mimic Yun Tianhao's speed and efficiency, would he? If the opponent attacked with their matrix before you could finish inscribing your spell scroll, you would be as good as dead. However, it seemed that Yi Futian wanted to challenge the impossible. Many people turned very serious. Although Yi Futian was shameless, his capabilities were not something people doubted anymore. Is he mocking me? Yun Tianhao was furious when he saw Yi Futian laying out the papers. Even if he was an inscriber, to do so while in battle with a mandate sorcerer using a matrix was a form of mockery. You may begin, said Yi Futian. He held on to his pencil calmly. He was being serious. It was as if a holy light was emitting from his person. This made people want to believe in him. It seemed like he was born with this aura around him. Yun Tianhao took a step forward and released his life spirit once again. This time it was no longer a fire matrix but an ice matrix. The water elemental spiritual qi in the surrounding area began to be absorbed into the matrix. From there it cooled into ice. A blizzard began where Yun Tianhao stood. He was in a world of ice and snow all by his own doing. One could feel the freezing temperatures from far away. Because his life spirit is the matrix, he is able to control all elements. His matrix is able to absorb all the different elements. He's too powerful, said someone from Qingzhou Academy. Even though the two schools were rivals, the elders of Qingzhou Academy could not help but be envious of Yun Tianhao's gift. He was truly a genius. No wonder Haiyan Academy had brought him here to gloat. Even so, the young man whom Qingzhou Academy placed a ban on was facing Yun Tianhao fearlessly. Yi Futian sat on the ground, covered in snow, and inscribed his scrolls quietly. He created his strokes at the speed of lightning. The pencil danced across the paper like a dragon in the sky. Lightning spiritual qi flooded into the pencil in his hand. The bright lightning shone from the pencil. At that moment Yun Tianhao made his move. A long icicle broke free from the matrix. "Watch out!" screamed out many concerned onlookers. Despite their warnings, Yi Futian kept his head now and continued inscribing the scrolls. With every stroke lightning flashed. In just a moment, a curtain of lightning appeared in front of him, stopping the icicle headed his way. The icicle fell to the ground and shattered. "A defense spell, lightning shield," said someone in the crowd. Many people knew what spell Yi Futian had used. He was able to use this spell to defend against his opponent's attacks. The ice on the ground cracked loudly. The spiritual qi continued to flow into the matrix. Upon the completion of the matrix, Yun Tianhao raised both of his hands, controlling the icy world around him. "Jiao!" yelled Yun Tianhao. At his command, countless icicles flew towards Yi Futian relentlessly. Finished. Yi Futian completed his final stroke and lifted his pencil. The scroll followed the pencil and was lifted into the air. Once again, the lightning shield appeared and destroyed the attacking icicles. Yi Futian had still not lifted his head. He was inscribing another scroll. The movements of his arms were extremely fluid. Coupled with his good looks, he had the female disciples swooning. Who knew he was this powerful? Feng Qingxue kept her eyes on the young man sitting in the snow. She felt a slight sadness in her heart. She did not know why she felt this way. Yi Futian had just started to showcase his talents, yet it was already obvious that his gifts were unparalleled by that of any other. Chapter 26. The big chiefs of Qingzhou Academy were staring at Yi Futian, almost as if they were looking at a monster. The big chiefs of Qingzhou Academy were staring at Yi Futian, almost as if they were looking at a monster. He could inscribe the scrolls so quickly that it was definitely important. It meant that this boy possessed an insane control over the perception of spiritual qi. Therefore, even without the scrolls, he was still able to initiate spells that were above his level and plane. "Looks like we missed someone on the list of excellence for the fall quarter exam, and this guy is now on probation. Anyone mind explaining that?" The director of the Hall of Thunder Element questioned these decisions, giving Shizhong a cold glance. Shizhong looked really awkward. Yu Shang had been so powerful in the previous battles, while Murongqiu had been wholly intimidated by the enemies. Yi Futian just made Shizhong's situation worse with his talents. Yi Futian kept inscribing with absolute focus. Yun Tianhao, however, was mad. His matrix had no advantage against the inscriptions and it was humiliating. Yun Tianhao initiated spell attacks continuously. In fact, a lot of them were actually over the plane of awakening level. Yi Futian seemed to be unaffected by the attacks. He blocked every attack from Yun Tianhao with a swing of his inscribing pen and kept working on the scrolls. Soon another scroll was coming into form. He finally finished the scroll and laughed slightly. At the moment he dropped his pen, a horrifying thunderstorm burst out of the scroll, roaring towards Yun Tianhao. Frost barrier. Yun Tianhao sealed his body with the frost he had summoned. He almost looked like an ice sculpture. Frost barrier was the top-level water element defense spell in the Plains of Awakening. The thunderstorm was raging down from the sky. However, rather than attacking the frost barrier, it was the matrix under Yun Tianhao that was the focus of this attack. The patterns of the matrix were being scraped and destroyed. "Be careful. He's aiming for your matrix." Someone from Haiyan Academy tried to alert Yun Tianhao. At the same time, Yi Futian stood up. He charged toward Yun Tianhao like the wind. He was so fast that Yun Tianhao had no time to defend himself with his matrix. Yun Tianhao stood up straight. Coldness flowed around him, absorbing the power of the universe, and he was turning his own body into a matrix to generate spells. All the space around him began to freeze. His hair began to turn gray and white, along with his eyebrows. He looked directly at Yi Futian as frost condensed into sharp lances right in front of his body. Die! Yun Tianhao had lost his mind. He had decided to kill his opponent, and the frost lances were aimed at Yi Futian's heart. However, at the same time, a flame burst in front of Yi Futian. Soon, countless flames suddenly started to appear. Grand Meteor? The people of Qingzhou Academy were confused. The Grand Meteor was, in fact, the most basic spell of all attacks, and its power was truly limited. The question was, where did it come from? Had Yi Futian controlled the fire element power in the same space to initiate that? It was impossible, because it required the level of elemental power perception that did not belong to a cultivator in the plane of awakening level. He was at the highest level of martial arts power perception and thunder element power perception. People were now reminded of his talents in power perception. In fact, they now believed that he also possessed talent in fire element power perception, which could be at the highest level as well. Of course, the Grand Meteor did not serve as an attack. Yun Tianhao briefly lifted his hand, and his frost engulfed all of the flames in front of him. However, more flames were flying around his field of view. He suddenly realized that Yi Futian was blocking his sight with the flames and approaching him. Yun Tianhao considered this distraction useless. He was ready for any possible attacks. Suddenly, Yi Futian bolted to his side. At that moment, Yun Tianhao shouted with extreme anger. All of the frost lances floating in front of his body rushed at Yi Futian without any hesitation. While he attacked, Yi Futian's entire body was bathed in fire, and he almost looked as if he was glowing like the sun. All of the frost lances melted and vaporized the moment they reached his body. Yi Futian's body was more than a furnace that evaporated all coldness. Water elements could counter fire elements in a fight. However, when the flame was hot enough, it worked the other way. No! Tianhao, go back! The eagle-eyed leader yelled at Yun Tianhao. However, Yi Futian was just too fast. His body pounced into the air. Then he rushed at Yun Tianhao with all the flames around him, like a roaring fire dragon. A fire dragon seemed to possess Yi Futian's body during this attack. All the frost defense was gone. Yun Tianhao realized that there was nowhere he could escape to. The matrix on his body started to absorb any surviving frost power around the area to cushion the inevitable attack. A dragon roar shattered through the space and the frost barrier. Yun Tianhao was thrown into the air by this attack. The flame even penetrated his skin, and his whole body was scorched. An influential member of Haiyan Academy rushed forward and caught Yun Tianhao's body. Soon many others gathered around this boy. They all looked incredibly nervous. A flow of blood gushed from his mouth. He felt a bit better and mumbled to the people surrounding him, "I won't die." His arrogant eyes looked toward Yi Futian coldly. He had actually lost to someone in the same plane of awakening. Yi Futian was also looking at him. He started talking calmly. "Someone once told me, a mandate sorcerer never loses, right?" Another gush of blood flowed out. Yun Tianhao had been considered the pride of Haiyan Academy since he was a kid and had never been humiliated like this. However, he had lost anyway. He could not deny this fact. "Who are you?" He stared at Yi Futian with all the strength left in his body, as if trying to etch this boy into his memory forever. "I am Yi Futian." The eagle-eyed leader frowned and asked, "I knew all the names that were listed on the lists of excellence for the spring and fall quarter exams during recent years. Why were you not one of them?" He believed that something must be wrong for a powerful mage like Yi Futian to be a nobody in Qingzhou Academy. The big chiefs of Qingzhou Academy felt uncomfortable about this question. Something was going on behind the scenes that had caused Yi Futian to be excluded from the list of excellence. However, they could not answer the question with the truth. Yi Futian took this opportunity to mock the big chiefs of Qingzhou Academy. "You know what? Not only am I not on the list of excellence, but I am actually on a probation list now. You're the winner, but you don't have to humiliate me in such a manner." Yun Tianhao stared at Yi Futian. He thought Yi Futian was joking to make fun of him. "He's telling the truth," Yu Shang said. Although it seemed like he was not satisfied by this truth, The people of Haiyan Academy were confused, but soon the eagle-eyed leader began laughing and looking at the big chiefs of Qingzhou Academy with contempt. Seriously, you put such a genius on probation? Boy, just quit your school and come with us. I promise you that you'll be the star over here. The people of Qingzhou Academy felt ashamed by this invitation, especially the big chiefs. Their enemy was now inviting a student that they had decided to put on probation. What irony was that? Thanks for your consideration, but no. Yi Futian rejected them directly. Sure. Next time we see each other, it's going to be a real fight. The eagle-eyed leader sounded like he was threatening and warning him, then he turned back. Let's go. The group from Haiyan Academy glanced at the Qingzhou Academy group, then turned around and left. Even though they had lost, their pride seemed unharmed by the defeat. Actually, the people of Qingzhou Academy weren't relieved either. Their top students had lost all 3 fights. Without Yushang and Yi Futian, their arena would have witnessed the worst humiliation in the history of the academy. How exciting that one of the saviors of the academy's honor was currently on probation, and the other one had lost his first place on the list of excellence. They were standing together, and all eyes were drawn to these boys. Only moments ago, people had finally realized how powerful they were. Before the fights, people believed they were just bad students with inappropriate arrogance. However, they now believed that their arrogance was in fact well-deserved. Yi Futian, I apologize on behalf of the academy. We have mistreated you. I am glad that we have seen our mistake. Now, since we know that you have the highest level of talent in Thunder Element, Fire Element and Martial Arts Power, do you have any preference in the selection of a college? Lung Qingfeng, the director of the Hall of Swords, was now asking for Yi Futian's decision. The big chiefs had realized that with all of these talents and his scroll inscribing ability, Yi Futian would be the star of any hall he chose to attend. Both the College of Martial Arts and College of Sorcery were waiting for his choice. And Yushang, you are more than welcome to join the Hall of Martial Arts. I will accept you as my own disciple if you choose to join, I promise. The director of the Hall of Martial Arts invited Yushang. Consider the Hall of Metal Element, Yushang. You would be a great addition for us. The director of the Hall of Metal Element was also competing for the prize students. Yushang said nothing but looked toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian would make the final decision for both of them. The big chiefs realized what Yushang meant by this gesture. They understood that Yi Futian would decide their futures. Everyone was watching Yi Futian, waiting for him to make the final call. Yi Futian perceived the expectations that all of the big chiefs had of him. He started speaking slowly. Are we done with what happened during the fall quarter exam yet? This question indeed made a lot of big chiefs feel awkward, and the students wondered how stubborn this boy was to stay fixated on the topic even at this point. This boy, Qini mumbled. Of course, he felt happy for Yi Futian and Yushang, because their abilities had been confirmed to everyone at the school. There was no doubt that their futures would be splendid. However, why did he continue to misbehave and bring up the topic of the fall quarter exam again? Lung Qingfeng looked at Yi Futian, and he was even more dissatisfied about the conspiracy from Shizhong. He said, Yi Futian, we admit that we somehow made a misjudgment during the fall quarter exam. However, you guys have totally proven to us how powerful you are. Let's just leave it in the past, please. Misjudgment, that's it? Yi Futian was laughing because he was still not satisfied. He knew that something must have been going on behind the scenes during the fall quarter exam that made Morong Chiu rank first place. What Lung Qingfeng said was only to appease him. What do you want? Lung Qingfeng asked again. Yi Futian bowed slightly and said, to be honest, I am not even an official student at the academy. It is definitely not proper for me to say whether it was truly just a misjudgment. We defeated Haiyan Academy only as a favor for the 3 years of education we received from Qingzhou Academy. As for becoming an official student, there is no need. People were shocked by his decision. The whole arena was in silence. Nothing moved other than the falling snowflakes through the air. People finally understood how stubborn this young man could be. Chapter 27. He had actually rejected their offer. He had actually rejected their offer. Countless people had their eyes on Yi Futian. Just a while ago, Yushang and Yi Futian defeated the people of Haiyan Academy and saved the honor of Qingzhou Academy. In combination with his astonishing gift, everyone knew that the ban was as good as gone. These two young men were definitely going to be well favored by the higher-ups of Qingzhou Academy. The reality was exactly as had been expected. Many of the school leaders extended a welcoming hand to the two, and it seemed as if this whole fiasco was coming to an end. They would have never expected such an ending. Everyone had obviously underestimated Yi Futian's stubbornness and pride. If he were still the Yi Futian of the past, no one would have cared about him. Now he was a genius prodigy. He was able to inscribe top-notch spell scrolls in the blink of the eye and defeat a same-plane mandate sorcerer. He had every right to be prideful. Everyone fell into a deep silence, even the authoritative figures of Qingzhou Academy. At Qingzhou Academy, outer sect disciples receive guidance and basic knowledge on cultivation from instructors. However, they had to put in a lot of work themselves for cultivation. Even at the library, they were only allowed on the ground floor. They did not have the privilege to make use of many other resources at the academy. The battle also now involved the honor of the entire academy. So when Yi Futian had said that this victory was a sign of gratitude for being able to cultivate at the academy for the past 3 years, no one could blame him for anything. From the looks of it, Yi Futian and Yu Shang stepped up to battle together not only for Hua Jieyu, but they had everything thought out in advance. At the thought of this, none of the authorities had a thing to say. Yi Futian had studied at the academy for 3 years, and not a single person was able to see his immense potential. In the fall quarter examinations, Yu Shang should have been ranked first and Yu third. This will be written down in the academy's records, Leng Qingfeng said to Yi Futian. In the crowd, Murong Qiu's expression darkened immediately. This was so embarrassing. 2 months ago, it had been announced that Murong Qiu ranked first in the fall exams. Now the academy was going to break tradition and alter its records by taking him off the ranks. This was sure to cause a huge ruckus. If the news got out, how was he going to look to the world? He would be a giant laughingstock. There was not a word from any of the other students. They could not help but look over at Murong Qiu. It was true. He had had no right to be ranked first. When Haiyan Academy attacked, he had not even had the courage to step up and fight. Yu Shang, on the other hand, had been able to do everything Murong Qiu could not. I object, Shizhong spoke up. He was not pleased. He stared at Yi Futian and said, "The results have already been announced. How can we change them so easily?" Even though Yi Futian's performance today was impressive, we cannot ignore the fact that he used his victory in today's battle as a bargaining chip and threatened the academy. What's the use of having a student like this, even if he is immensely gifted? Threatening the academy? Yi Futian stared at Shizhong. It looked like it was Earth Elemental Pavilion Lord Shizhong, who put Murong Qiu in the first rank position. It was most likely his idea to place the ban on Yi Futian as well. As for Cabinet Master Leng Qingfeng of the House of the Swordsman, he had always been friendly to Yi Futian. He probably had nothing to do with any of this. Looking at Shizhong, Yi Futian could not hold in his smile. I'm just an outer sect disciple. What ability do I have to threaten Qingzhou Academy? On the contrary, I would like to ask Pavilion Lord Shizhong, what have I done to offend you? What do you mean? Asked Shizhong. During the fall quarter examinations, Yu Sheng obviously had the upper hand in terms of both gifts and capabilities. Today's battle was proof of that. When you gave first place to Murong Qiu, I was being reasonable to object your decision. Even if you thought I was purposely going up against you, I was already punished when you removed me from the ranks and banned me from class. I cannot understand why removing the ban on me is the only thing you are willing to offer after all the work Yu Shang and I put in today to protect the academy. Does the honor of Qingzhou Academy mean that little to you? Yi Futian looked at Shizhong and continued. Or should I ask, what exactly have I done for you to dislike me so much, and what about Murong Qiu is so great that you had to give him first place? You even placed a ban on me under his influence, is that not true? How presumptuous! Shouted Shizhong. His eyes shot daggers at Yi Futian. Utter nonsense. Is this the attitude you use when speaking with your elders? Even if we groom you into the best of the best, a treacherous student like you will only bring disaster in the future. Treacherous. Everyone could obviously tell that there was something deeper going on behind the results of the fall exams. Every word Shizhong said was an attempt to get Yi Futian expelled. Besides, just like Yi Futian had said, Shizhong's ban on Yi Futian was influenced by Murong Qiu. Thinking about what might have been going on behind the scenes gave the students of Qingzhou Academy shivers. "Shizhong, that's enough," said the Pavilion Lord of the Thunder Elemental Pavilion. The 7 Pavilion Lords of the School of Divination Arts were all acquainted with each other. There were some unspoken rules between them, and a blind eye was turned as long as it did not interfere with the interest of Qingzhou Academy. However, none of them expected the 2 young men, who were unfairly judged during the fall exams, to be this talented, as well as stubborn and prideful. "Yi Futian, in today's battle you did a really big favor for the Academy, so the Academy will not mistreat you. There will surely be Pavilion Lords interested in accepting you two as official disciples. You guys will be able to focus on cultivations, and in the future, the 2 of you will definitely make a name for yourselves and achieve great things. You shouldn't be too stubborn regarding other things." Pavilion Lord Li Jiang of the Wind Elemental Pavilion tried to persuade Yi Futian. Hearing these words, Yi Futian began to laugh at himself. It looked like he was still too young and too confident in himself. No matter how exceptional his gifts were or how much work he put in to protect the Academy, it did not change anything. All it had done was help him gain the attention of a couple authoritative figures and speed up the process for him to become an official disciple. But was this really enough? Pavilion Lord Li Jiang wanted Yi Futian to stop being so stubborn. It was obvious that he wanted Yi Futian to stop while he was ahead. Li Jiang most likely shared Shizhong's opinion that Yi Futian was simply trying to threaten the Academy. He was not really going to drop out of the Academy. After all, Qingzhou Academy was the holy land for cultivators in the city of Qingzhou. Should Yi Futian really just forget about the events of the fall quarter examinations? Was there really going to be no explanation for his punishment and the ban on him? As for the secrets behind the exam results, it seemed to be forbidden to expose. Maybe he was just too young, too naive. But there was one advantage of being young: you had the right to be stubborn. At the thought of this, Yi Futian smiled and lightly bowed to the Academy elders. Everyone watched him. What was the meaning behind his actions? "I will remember everything Qingzhou Academy has taught me in these past 3 years. I will take my leave now," Yi Futian said with a smile. "Yu Sheng," he shouted after. Beside him, Yu Sheng hummed in response. His eyes stared coldly at the elders, evidently unhappy. "Let's go," said Yi Futian as he turned to leave, stepping into the white snow. Yu Sheng stopped his staring and followed closely behind Yi Futian. In that instant, their backs looked lonely but their footsteps determined. From this, it was possible to feel the pride they had. They were really leaving. The elders were all dumbfounded. They did not expect Yi Futian to take this so seriously. The house master of the battle house, the cabinet master of the House of the Swordsman, and multiple pavilion lords stared coldly at Shizhong. The looks on their faces said it all. This caused Shizhong's expression to darken and he called out reluctantly, "Wait." Yi Futian's steps halted and he turned around to look at the person speaking to him. "Is there anything else you need from me, Pavilion Master Shizhong? What kind of place do you think Qingzhou Academy is? Coming and going as you please," said Shizhong. Yi Futian squinted his eyes in confusion and asked, "What exactly are you trying to say? You're rebellious by nature and hold a grudge against Qingzhou Academy. Now that you're leaving the Academy, do you plan to join Haiyan Academy to get revenge on Qingzhou Academy?" Shizhong asked. The temperature dropped at his words. Everyone could feel the iciness in his voice. Was Shizhong trying to give Yi Futian the death sentence by saying this? Haiyan Academy and Qingzhou Academy were rivals. Therefore, as soon as Shizhong instilled the thought in everyone's heads that Yi Futian and Yu Sheng could betray Qingzhou Academy, what awaited them was not a pretty ending. Pavilion Lord Shizhong, Yi Futian had already rejected Haiyan Academy's offer. "It's impossible that he would go join them," Qini said with worry. Yi Futian's performance today really surprised her, but his stubbornness left her speechless. However, she felt that she must speak up against Shizhong right now. "Of course, he wouldn't accept the offer in front of all of us, but how about when he steps outside?" asked Shizhong. Beside him, Ling Qingfeng observed him. Shizhong was trying to force Yi Futian into a dead end. Even if Yi Futian had no such thoughts, the consequences of Shizhong's words had already been placed into action. "What do you want?" asked Yu Sheng. The rage he felt radiated off of him. "Rid yourself of all the powers you gained in the past 3 years," Shizhong said. It was dead silent once again. Everyone was stupefied. No one was able to make a sound. It was a long while before soft steps could be heard. A perfect silhouette appeared like a goddess descending from heaven. It was Hua Jieyu. She stopped beside Yi Futian and took a look at him. This made Yi Futian lose his train of thought. She really was a fox. Hua Jieyu then shifted her gaze toward Shizhong and smiled lightly. I think it would be best if you took back the words you just said. Her voice was so soft and peaceful, it was almost able to put everyone under her spell. Was she threatening the pavilion lord of the Earth Elemental Pavilion? A while ago, it was Yi Futian who had stepped up to protect her. Now it was her turn to protect him. Many people in the audience were envious and jealous of Yi Futian right now. In the snow, Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu stood side by side. The Holy Qingzhou Academy did not seem so impressive anymore. Chapter 28. The snowflakes still flew around Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. The snowflakes still flew around Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. No one had anticipated that Hua Jieyu would stand up for Yi Futian this time. Not to mention the fact that she had protected Yi Futian by directly threatening a director in the academy. So many hearts broke. Were they already dating? However, their viewpoints had changed slightly. They didn't feel pity for Hua Jieyu. In fact, they understood that Yi Futian was the only boy qualified enough to become her partner. Subconsciously, their views about Yi Futian had transformed entirely after the fight. He now symbolized dedication and talent in their minds. Even Yang Xiao and Ling Xiao, who used to look down upon Yi Futian, had changed. The one they once ridiculed was the only one able to defeat a mandate sorcerer, challenge the rules of the academy and utterly reject the idea of becoming the disciple of a hall director. He had never taken them seriously before. Feng Qingxue was also staring at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. It looked like she had tears welling up. She thought maybe the goddess of this academy was the only one that deserved a boy as great as Yi Futian. She had used to believe she was out of his league, but now she knew that it was the other way around. Shizhong had not expected to see Hua Jieyu stand up for Yi Futian. She had even threatened him for this boy's sake. He couldn't help swearing to himself. Undoubtedly, love among young people was so consuming that even a girl as wise as Hua Jieyu could get lost in her feelings. Hua Jieyu, this is none of your business. Step away. Shizhong spoke gently to her. He knew how powerful this girl was and how influential her family was, so he didn't dare act harshly to her, even after being obviously threatened. You don't get my point, do you? She was still smiling in such a beautiful manner that it totally contradicted her cold tone of voice. She was utterly humiliating Shizhong in public. Shizhong became even more upset and stopped trying to hide it. No matter how remarkable this girl was, he was still a director at the academy, and he was the elder in this conversation. How frustrating it was to be threatened twice by a young girl, in front of the students no less. Listen, this should be taken care of by the academy. Even your father wouldn't interfere. Shizhong's tone turned rigid. Hua Jieyu looked him in the eye and kept talking. So you're telling me that you'll never regret the decision you just made, right? Of course, Shizhong responded. Yi Futian betrayed this academy with all the powerful talents he gained there. If he ever attended Haiyan Academy and turned his back on us, the damage could be tremendous. His abilities must be taken to prevent this treachery. Hua Jieyu was laughing at Shizhong's statement. She did not even try to hide her contempt. Was he being serious? I gave you a chance to redeem yourself, but it's gone. Hua Jieyu mumbled as if talking to herself. The moment she stopped, the snowflakes surrounding them turned into a frenzy. The wind blew harder in the area, and everyone was feeling frostbitten. A general sense of threat was impending. Even though people had tried to attribute this to the snow, they believed it was actually anger from the beautiful girl. Whose power are you going to strip? A cold voice sounded on the far side of the space. There was a path between the rows of trees, already white due to the massive snowfall, and someone was walking down the road toward them. The man was wearing a white fur coat and had long black hair that casually covered his shoulders. He was middle-aged and truly handsome, like a melancholy scholar. He was walking slowly, but his pace was magically attracting the attention of all the bystanders. In fact, he was walking faster than his pace seemed to allow. In a short while he was approaching the crowd, and people had the chance to look clearly at his face. This gentleman is unparalleled by the rest of the world. People were amazed by this incredibly handsome man. Both his appearance and temperament were just perfect. People believed that when he was young, he must have been a real ladies' man. Mr. Hua, the big chiefs of the academy, even the directors greeted him. Shi Zhong, however, looked upset at the fact that he had arrived. The students of Qingzhou Academy were shocked to suddenly see someone that was called Mr. by all the big chiefs, even the directors. Who was he? Father. Hua Jieyu greeted. The students finally realized why Hua Jieyu had such superior power at this academy, even strong enough for her to confront a director. It was no wonder anymore, when even the directors had to greet her father respectfully. Plus, his face definitely explained where Hua Jieyu's beauty had come from. Hua Fenglu nodded, then turned to look at Shi Zhong. Answer me now. Mr. Hua. Excuse me for the misunderstanding. I would never dare to strip the abilities of your daughter. I did not mean any harm to Ms. Hua. Shi Zhong said politely. I know. Hua Fenglu understood that Shi Zhong didn't have the guts to threaten his daughter. He turned back and looked at Yi Futian. Then he is your target, right? Shi Zhong nodded and pointed to Yi Futian. Mr. Hua, this boy is a student of Qingzhou Academy. He was committing treachery by trying to quit the academy and join our enemy. To prevent further treachery, his abilities and talents must be removed. Jieyu was trying to stop me for a reason I do not understand. Is he telling the truth? Hua Fenglu asked the boy. Professor, how could this be true? Yi Futian shook his head with a wry smile. He knew that Mr. Hua should have been informed of what really happened. Professor. Shi Zhong was shocked by this form of address. His face suddenly became pale. He could not believe that Yi Futian had been a disciple of Hua Fenglu and that Hua Fenglu had come here not to stand up for his daughter, but for this boy. Shi Zhong now felt cold, his back dripping with sweat. He felt the temperature around his body drop. Even with his plane, he felt true coldness. My disciple just fought for the honor of Qingzhou Academy, but now you're trying to deprive him of all his power? Hua Fenglu sounded peaceful, but everyone realized that he was concealing his anger. He stepped forward a bit toward Shi Zhong. People noticed that Shi Zhong was actually trembling. Hua Fenglu gave his ultimatum. Looks like you have been the director of the Hall of Earth Element long enough. His beautiful eyes suddenly turned white and glowed. Horrifying lights shot out of his eyes. His hair flew around his shoulder from the storm wind he had caused. The storm took a moment to form, then suddenly rushed toward Shi Zhong. Shi Zhong had no choice but to defend himself. He summoned the earth element spiritual qi of the universe to form a wall to protect against Hua Fenglu's attack. However, it didn't work at all. The wall was shattered in a moment, and Hua Fenglu reached his hand out toward Shi Zhong. The wind around his body formed an invisible hand that clamped around his neck and lifted his body into the air. Mr. Hua, forgive me. I did not know he was your disciple. Shi Zhong was yelling for mercy, but his voice was hoarse from his throat being clamped. Now you know. Hua Fenglu became frenzied. The white lights from his eyes were horrifying. He smashed Shi Zhong's body to the ground so hard that a fissure appeared. The big chiefs could not do anything but watch as Shi Zhong was being smashed to the ground and lifted into the air repeatedly. Two sounds were resonating around the space. The sound of Shi Zhong hitting the ground and his screams. People could only feel pity for Shi Zhong. Because even as a director, he shouldn't have pissed off someone as powerful as Mr. Hua. After a while, the torture finally stopped. The earth wasn't shaking anymore. Hua Fenglu put his hand down, and his eyes became peaceful again. He explained to those who were still shocked by what had happened. Sorry, I have bad temper. Yi Futian's eyes widened, and he couldn't stop looking at Mr. Hua. He had never imagined that a gentleman like his professor could be as violent as this. However, he believed it was cool for a real man to switch between being calm and collected to as violent as Mr. Hua was. Other directors of Qingzhou Academy could only smile wryly. Ling Qingfeng started speaking. Mr. Hua, I feel so sorry for our mistakes. We will definitely make compensation to Yi Futian for our errors in the future. Future? There is no future. This academy does not deserve him. Mr. Hua sounded peaceful again. Ling Qingfeng stopped talking because he understood that as long as Mr. Hua had already accepted Yi Futian, it would be unnecessary for Yi Futian to become an official student at the academy. But in this case, there was also no way Yi Futian would betray this academy. They just wondered when Yi Futian had become his disciple. Soon, Leng Qingfeng was reminded of a past occurrence. Before the fall quarter exam, there was a dragon wandering in Mount Tianyao. They heard that a daredevil boy had gone deep into the mountain and was attacked by the dragon. Later the boy was taken away by Hua Fenglu. People were focused on dealing with the dragon since it was so late at night, and didn't pay attention to who was attacked. When they finally tried to find the boy, he was already gone. It had been months and people had forgotten about this. Now they finally realized that Yi Futian was the boy who was attacked by the dragon. "Let's go," Hua Fenglu said. "Okay." Yi Futian nodded. Then Hua Jieyu, Yu Shang and him left with Hua Fenglu. "That was just awesome, Professor." "What was that? A spell or a martial arts technique? Why have I never seen that before?" Yi Futian kept asking. "You will know in the future." Hua Fenglu smiled at him. Yi Futian could not stop his curiosity. He looked at Hua Jieyu and asked her, "Fox, mind telling me?" Hua Jieyu smiled back at him. "Sorry, no comment." "Phew." Yi Futian sighed and mumbled, "I thought you were in love with me when you stood up for me. Am I wrong?" The smile on her face was suddenly gone. She gave Yi Futian a malevolent look, then ran to her father. However, Yu Shang was looking at Yi Futian with admiration. This guy had just flirted with the daughter of his professor. He believed the professor would become Yi Futian's father-in-law someday in the future. Chapter 29. Even after Yi Futian departed with Hua Fenglu, the people of Qingzhou Academy were still unable to calm down. Even after Yi Futian departed with Hua Fenglu, the people of Qingzhou Academy were still unable to calm down. It was going to be difficult to forget the image of a determined Yi Futian. Yi Futian and Yu Shang did not say much about being treated unfairly during the fall quarter examinations. Nor did they say anything when the academy decided to punish Yi Futian. Despite receiving unfair treatment from the academy, it was the two of them who still stepped in to protect the honor of Qingzhou Academy. However, they were resolute in their decision to leave after gaining the attention of the most influential people at the academy. Finally, the relationship between Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian was clear, and the hatred that everyone felt for Yi Futian in the past disappeared. Everyone used to think that Yi Futian was unworthy of a goddess like Hua Jieyu, but now, he was the only person of the outer sect disciples that was worthy of standing by her side. Naturally, this only made the hate Murongqiu felt for Yi Futian grow stronger. Pavilion Lord Shizhong of the Earth Elemental Pavilion was badly hurt, but only one of his colleagues went over to help him up. The others just left, obviously unhappy with him. As a result of his actions, Qingzhou Academy might lose 3 of their most gifted students. If the 3 of them made a name for themselves, would Qingzhou Academy be able to tell the world that they made any contributions to their success? Yi Futian returned to his master's residence, where he had left just a little while ago. It felt weird to be here again. "Yi Futian," called out Hua Fenglu as he took his seat. "Master," replied Yi Futian. He was still trying to figure out his master's true identity. This was most likely the doing of Shizhong alone, as he harbors bad intentions. "I will have Qingzhou Academy deal with him. Qingzhou Academy has contributed so much to the city of Qingzhou. There's no need to harbor vengeance against them for the doings of one person," Hua Fenglu reasoned. "Yes, master. I understand," nodded Yi Futian. "I am confused as to why you're so adamant about leaving the academy. If you choose to stay, then it would only be a matter of time before one of the pavilion lords set their sights on you. You would be highly valued," Hua Fenglu asked, puzzled. "I know the other pavilion lords are different from Shizhong, but still, none of them prevented his actions toward me even though they knew what he did was wrong. It's obvious that they were not willing to make an enemy of Shizhong for a mere outer sect disciple like myself. One might say that it was because I was not worth fighting for back then, but even after today's battle they were still unwilling to help Yu Shang and me. I can't tolerate this, so naturally I made the decision to leave the academy. Besides, now that Shizhong has a bone to pick with me, staying will only make things harder for myself. Should I have to fight against a pavilion lord while in the awakening plane?" explained Yi Futian. Yi Futian continued, a bit confused himself. "As for being valued by the pavilion lords, none of them can surpass you. Under master's guidance, would I even need them?" This Yu Sheng listened from behind Yi Futian. He was impressed. With this level of brown-nosing, no wonder Yi Futian was able to turn his master into his father-in-law. Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian with disdain. At the same time, she could see that her father was nodding in agreement with Yi Futian. Hua Fenglu looked very satisfied at his response and replied, "You have a very good point." Yu Sheng widened his eyes. Hua Fenglu was definitely not the modest type. "Master, the outside world is too dangerous. A small issue is enough to warrant a request to rid me of my powers. I think I should just stay here by your side and cultivate from now on." Yi Futian saw an opportunity and took it. "No." Hua Jieyu opened her mouth before her father could say anything. What did he mean the outside world was too dangerous? Did he plan on just staying indoors for the rest of his life? "Father, you said that cultivation isn't simply about putting work into training and practice. You must also have actual battle experience. If I have to regularly go to Mount Tianyao for battle training, then he should definitely have to as well. Since his gift is so great, he needs to go out and gain actual experience to aid his cultivation," said Hua Jieyu. "Master, what she said is correct. So, from now on, besides cultivating here, I should go out regularly with Hua Jieyu. Under her care, Master shouldn't have to worry about me," said Yi Futian. "You." Hua Jieyu was completely speechless. She felt wronged as she looked toward her father. "Father, are you really not worried he might do something to me?" "Of course I'm not worried. You've been cultivating longer than he has and you have more experience. Would he even be able to bully you?" asked Hua Fenglu jokingly. But Hua Jieyu had more to say but was cut off by Yi Futian. "Thank you, Master." "Am I the third wheel?" Yu Sheng asked quietly. He scratched his head in confusion. Yi Futian looked back at him and thought that Yu Sheng was getting smarter and more observant by the day. Hua Fenglu smiled at Yu Sheng and said, "Yu Sheng, you're a natural warrior and need to continuously refine your skills through battle. I will give you a spell scroll for defense later. You should also pick out some books on battle tactics and some spell books for cultivation from my library. Then head to Mount Tianyao to train. You should keep challenging higher-level demons to help yourself improve." "Okay," nodded Yu Sheng. It seemed like he really was the extra wheel. "Master, what about me?" asked Yi Futian with anticipation. He had already learned to inscribe spell scrolls, and could not wait to see what Hua Fenglu had in store for him next. "Since you're cultivating in martial and divination arts, you'll need to break through the planes for both at the same time. You've got tons to do," said Hua Fenglu. Yi Futian nodded and headed towards the study. Hua Fenglu had a large collection of books in his library, including books from all categories. It was a smaller version of Qingzhou Academy's library. Awakening Level Thunder Elemental Sorcery, Thunderlash and Fire Elemental Sorcery, The Burning of Silence. Yi Futian picked these two spellbooks to study. As he continued to study the spells, night fell. The snow was still falling and a crescent moon hung in the night sky. The sound of a string instrument resonated throughout the residence. It was a guqin. The song was peaceful and brought serenity. Yi Futian was drawn in by the sound of the guqin. He left the library and walked toward the main residence. There, he saw Hua Fenglu plucking away at the strings of the guqin. Basking in the moonlight, he looked so graceful. Freedom meditation kicked in by itself. Yi Futian could almost see the music notes floating through the air like tiny fairies. His eyes closed, Yi Futian sat down in the snow and emptied his mind. He could feel the moonlight washing down on him, the cool light cleansing his body. The music flowed into his body, into his life palace. There the world tree began to rustle. Each leaf danced as the music notes wafted. The notes floated around and eventually formed a picture. It was a guqin. The guqin continued to play. Yi Futian entered a state of oblivion. Only the music continued to enter his mind, relaxing his entire being. His worries were all tossed into the back of his mind. The song ended. Yi Futian still had his eyes closed. In his life palace, a third type of life spirit appeared in addition to the natal spirit and the world tree spirit. It was the guqin spirit. Yi Futian was shocked. He knew that even by using the freedom meditation, life spirits could only be created in very special conditions. However, all it had taken for him to create the guqin spirit was one piece by Hua Fenglu. Yi Futian opened his eyes slowly and asked Hua Fenglu, "Master, what piece was that?" Purification of the night moon, replied Hua Fenglu. I felt something change within me after listening to Master play. My ability to perceive energy has strengthened. I want to learn to play the guqin, said Yi Futian with great determination. Energy determined the level of a sorcerer, so if pieces played on the guqin could help improve that, then it would definitely aid in cultivation. Okay, said Hua Fenglu with a smile. Hua Jieyu watched everything unfold off to the side. She looked at her father and knew that he purposely played the guqin to test Yi Futian. Hua Fenglu wanted to pass down this skill to Yi Futian. Let's start by learning some basic pieces. Hua Jieyu, bring the sheet music. You will teach Yi Futian, ordered Hua Fenglu. Me. Hua Jieyu blinked in disbelief and looked at her father in distress. Yi Futian felt touched. Master was too good to him. Be a good girl, Hua Fenglu tried to persuade Hua Jieyu. She glared at her father and left to get the sheet music. Moments later, the moonlight was shining down on Hua Jieyu as she sat elegantly in front of the guqin. She unwillingly explained something to Yi Futian. Hey Fox, how do I play this note? Yi Futian pointed at the music score and accidentally touched Hua Jieyu's hand. Hua Jieyu immediately turned to look at him. In response he said, Sorry, it was an accident. I can't see clearly since it's dark out here. How many accidents have you had already? Hua Jieyu asked with a smile on her face. Her hand touched Yi Futian's waist. Her fingers grabbed hold of him and she began to pinch down hard. He gasped and looked at the beauty in front of him. At least he could enjoy the view while in pain. Yi Futian learned quickly, acquiring all the basic knowledge. He then began to play sheet music. Slowly, his skills matured until he was able to play smoothly. It got deeper into the night. Hua Fenglu had already gone to bed, but Hua Jiyu was still by Yi Futian's side, teaching him the ropes. At that moment, Yi Futian had his hands on the instrument and a bright aura emitted from him. When his fingers plucked at the strings, the music flowed and sent shivers down Hua Jieyu's spine. She watched as Yi Futian kept his eyes closed. His guqin spirit harmonized with the guqin, giving life to every note that resulted from a stroke of his fingers. Under the moonlight, his handsome face looked peaceful. His hands were like magic. They had the ability to get the listener moving with their every stroke. Hua Jieyu became more and more relaxed, her eyes closing as well. She was immersed in the music, and eventually fell asleep sitting in the snow. A prodigy, remarked Hua Fenglu, who was listening from his bedroom. He was very pleased. He too closed his eyes, drifting off to sleep with the music. Yi Futian was spellbound by the music, unable to pull himself out of the state. He continued to play throughout the night, but felt no fatigue. On the contrary, he felt clear-minded. The next morning, he opened his eyes and felt a change within himself. Using the freedom meditation to perceive the spiritual qi of the heavens and the earth, he knew that he had broken into the 8th plane of awakening for sorcerers. He could not help but smile. Yi Futian looked ahead and saw Hua Jieyu laying in the snow, her body covered in a layer of white snow. The jacket laid out on top of her was now drenched. He walked up to her and carefully removed the jacket. At that moment, Hua Jieyu opened her eyes and looked up at Yi Futian. He smiled at her and retracted his hand. The jacket's wet. I didn't want you to get sick, so I took it off for you, he explained. Really? You didn't have any other intentions? She asked with a faint smile. Am I that type of person? Yi Futian saw her smile and took a step back. What do you think? Laughed Hua Jieyu. Suddenly they heard something. It was the door to Yu Shang's room. He stepped out and saw Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian. He then gave them a strange look. I'm going to leave now. Please feel free to continue whatever you guys were doing, Yu Shang said as he took giant steps to bring himself away from the two. They were flirting in front of him so early in the morning. How inconsiderate. How was he supposed to feel about this? Chapter 30. Yi Futian was living in the guest room at Hua Fengliu's house. His days consisted of playing the guqin, practicing his inscribing, and enjoying the company of a beautiful girl. With this comfortable life, time flew and the new year was fast approaching. Yi Futian was living in the guest room at Hua Fengliu's house. His days consisted of playing the guqin, practicing his inscribing, and enjoying the company of a beautiful girl. With this comfortable life, time flew and the new year was fast approaching. One day, a giant monster flew into Gukingju Academy, a huge black condor. Even though the guards of the academy had tried to stop her, she flapped her wings so vigorously that the wind prevented anyone from approaching her. There were several people mounted on the condor. The leaders of this group were an old man and a young man. That way. The older man pointed toward the academy. The huge black condor flew as directed, and on the way the director of the Hall of Earth Element, Shizhong, showed up trying to stop this monster. Stop right now. However, the condor just ignored the warning, and so did the people on top of her. The wind from her wings was so intense that the fierce power knocked Shizhong yards away in a second. The people on her back didn't seem to be affected by his interruption. The condor was heading to Hua Fengliu's house. The gentleman in white came out of his house and walked to the black condor without making much noise. Hua Fengliu, the old man started speaking with a sneer. It's been 3 years since our deal. Where is Ms. Hua Jieyu? It has not been 3 years yet. You promised me that you would not interfere with her. Hua Fengliu responded coldly. The new year is coming in a few days, so it has in fact practically been 3 years. She's too talented to waste so much time with you. This is just enough for our deal, the old man said. Time is time. I insist it has not been 3 years yet. Hua Fengliu did not give in. Mr. Hua, the Guqin devil, I am Zhou. The young man who bowed slightly to Hua Fengliu and greeted him. It was just general courtesy. In reality, the smile on his face showed that he was too young to be genuinely humble, and had a faint sense of disdain. Hua Fengliu glanced at him and asked, Who are you? My master, the art saint, has been feeling somewhat guilty over the years since he destroyed your natal spirit. He sent me here to see if you were doing well. Zhou smiled as he spoke. Hua Fengliu's eyes soon turned sharply to this young man, but he was not going to attribute this humiliation to Zhou. He turned to the older man and asked, Why did you bring his disciple to my home? I did not bring him here. The art saint actually sent him. Zhou, 16 years old, a glory plane invoker. The old man told Hua Fengliu. Suddenly, Hua Fengliu understood what the art saint was trying to do. He started laughing so hard that his hair flew around him, then he said, He lost to me in the past, and he wants his disciple to win in the present? Is that correct? My master destroyed your natal spirit and banned you from entering the city of Donghai forever. How did he lose? Zhou rejected. A win or loss is not judged by you. Young man, Hua Fengliu said with a smile. Just go back, I do not have time for this. Then I will come back for Hua Jieyu after the new year. If you try to stop me at that time, my family will not make it easy for you. The old man sneered. And suddenly the black condor swayed upwards and flew away. Hua Fengliu looked at the shrinking image of that black spot and laughed. You already lost in the past, and now you're putting your hope onto your disciple? That's not going to work. In the guest room, Yi Futian had finished a song. He opened his eyes, but the feelings from that song were not gone. Mr. Hua had not taught him any songs other than the purification of the night moon. Yi Futian's activities these days were just cultivation and music practice. In fact, his plane of martial arts had reached metamorph, the 8th plane. His plane of sorcery had broken through 2 planes directly, and now he was in the 9th plane of awakening, the Unmaker. Yi Futian understood that the purification of the night moon played an essential role in this fast improvement. At this time, Hua Jieyu was inscribing. Yi Futian went to her side and asked her gently, Fox, do you want me to keep playing? No. Hua Jieyu did not even look at him. Then I guess it's time for us to have a couple's talk. Yi Futian kept teasing her. Hua Jieyu put down the pen and started smiling at Yi Futian. However, the spiritual qi around her gathered, almost like she was going to attack. Yi Futian stepped away and said, Gentlemen fight with words rather than actions. I am a gentlewoman, thank you. Hua Jieyu condensed the power into a wind element spell and sent it toward Yi Futian. Don't kill your boyfriend. Yi Futian ran away quickly. Hua Jieyu was already a mage in the glory plane. There was no chance he could take that damage. Hua Fengliu came in from outside and saw the scene. Jieyu, stop it. Hua Jieyu stopped according to his demand. She glared at Yi Futian and complained, Dad, this guy keeps picking on me every day. Hua Fengliu ignored the complaint and asked them to come with him. Just follow me. Yi Futian understood that there was something serious going on for Mr. Hua, and he stopped his joking attitude at once. Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian followed Mr. Hua to a room. Hua Fenglu led them to his own book collection room. There were shelves in his book collection room and a chamber that was concealed in the wall behind them. Yi Futian was surprised when Mr. Hua opened the chamber and took out something that seemed to be very important. There were some books in the hidden chamber. Hua Fenglu took them out and handed them to Yi Futian. Futian, they are all yours now. Yi Futian knew that these books were the true treasures. He took the books and read the names on them. Dragon Roar in the Mountain, The Fiend's Carnival, The Dance in Flamboyant Feathers. These books were actually Guqin music sheets. Professor, these are all music spells, am I right? Yi Futian asked. Okay, so you do know what they are. I used to be good at this specific kind of spell, and, in fact, when I was young, people gave me the title of the Guqin Devil because my natal spirit was a Guqin. Someone destroyed my natal spirit and totally prevented me from making any progress on my cultivation since then. Now it's your turn to take over, Hua Fenglu said inside. Yi Futian was surprised. He had already known that the professor was a mandate sorcerer, but he never knew that his natal spirit had been destroyed. Don't ask me why or try to avenge me. I just hope you cultivate hard enough to not to waste all the talents you have been granted. Hua Fenglu looked him in the eye and kept talking. This city is too small for you in the long term. Next year I believe you will reach the glory plane. Do you want to sail through the East Sea and go inland? My godfather asked me to leave here after I turn 18, but I still need to consult with my father and my godfather about this, Yi Futian responded. The new year is coming soon. You should get home. I'll tell Yusheng to go home when he gets back, Hua Fenglu told him. Yi Futian nodded a little reluctantly. He looked at Hua Jieyu and said, Fox, take care of your father after I'm gone. Hua Jieyu, however, felt angry. In fact, during the whole time this boy was living at their house, she had done all the household work. Now he was just telling her to take care? Oh my, you're finally leaving. Hua Jieyu seemed excited. Hey, what's with the attitude? Yi Futian felt heartbroken. What do you think? Hua Jieyu laughed at him. I'm leaving now, Yi Futian told her. Okay. Hua Jieyu smiled. Yi Futian walked to the door and looked back at her. Seriously, I'm leaving. Just go. She was still smiling. Yi Futian sighed and waved to Mr. Hua. See you next year, Professor. Then he left for home. After he left, the room became quiet suddenly. Hua Fenglu shook his head with a wry smile and said, He made this place so lively, and now that he's gone, this silence almost feels unfamiliar. You're too into this boy, Dad. Hua Jieyu joked to her dad. Then what about you? Hua Fenglu smiled at his daughter. Me. Hua Jieyu blinked her eyes and said, I'm happy that he left. The 3 years is up. Someone already came here from the city of Donghai to inform me. Actually, you might also have to leave after the new year. Hua Fenglu turned his eyes to the snow outside. He felt lost. Hua Jieyu was shocked. She was reluctant to leave her father. She looked at the lonely figure of her father and said, I don't want to leave. I want to stay here with you, Dad. Silly girl, your mom is also missing you. Your family is not going to let you stay with me anymore. I am happy to have enjoyed your company over these 3 years. He patted his daughter on the head and kept speaking gently. You may never see Yi Futian again. Moments ago may have actually been the final farewell for you guys, and you were just making fun of him. Hua Jieyu was tremendously shocked. Several minutes ago the boy had left, and they were joking with each other. Now it was their farewell? Jieyu, tell me, do you like this boy? Hua Fenglu suddenly asked her. What are you talking about, Dad? Hua Jieyu was surprised again. She looked at her father, and it seemed that she was shy about answering this question. That's just impossible. Really? Hua Fenglu smiled at his daughter. You're turning 16 this year. You do have the right to decide your future, including whom to be with. You have not experienced much, so you don't understand that there are things and people in this world that once you miss them forever. I do like that boy. He's smart and talented. It seems to me that he's not going to waste his talents. More importantly, he looks like a playboy. But he is truly devoted to love. I'm pretty sure he is the same as I was at his age. Make your own decisions. Don't miss someone you really love forever. Think about my words these days. Remember, life is short. Do not have any regrets. Hua Jieyu was dumbfounded by what her father had just said. She hadn't realized that she might miss someone forever. The boy has been spending so much of his time with you, and you just take it for granted. But if you disappear from each other's lives, another beautiful girl will appear in his. You are not a couple yet, so do not just think that you are the only one for him in this world. Hua Fenglu smiled and left his daughter alone. Hua Jieyu started to think about this seriously for the first time. The feeling was intense, but the concept of love seemed to be pretty faint and unfamiliar to her. She always felt annoyed when Yi Futian was around in the house. However, when he was suddenly gone, she actually felt as if something was lost and even needed time to adapt. Her father had told her that she could miss someone forever, and thinking about this indeed gave her a sense of fear. Fear of the thought that she had just lost something precious. Chapter 31. The city of Qingzhou was an island city, located in the East Sea, surrounded by the water. The city of Qingzhou was an island city, located in the East Sea, surrounded by the water. On the vast ocean water sailed a big ship, headed in the direction of Qingzhou City. On the deck stood multiple people suited in armor. They were a group of knights. There were 3 figures. A middle-aged man, 1 young man, and a young lady stood on the edge of the deck. The man looked dignified and imposing. The young man beside him was handsome, his eyes giving off a hint of evilness, and the young lady on his side looked cold and arrogant. However, her sex appeal was off the charts. So, this is the city of Qingzhou? The young man spoke while looking straight ahead. That's right. Qingzhou City is an island city in the East Sea. But because there are many similar island cities in the East Sea, it doesn't stand out. So you've probably never heard of it before, explained the man. That's true. If it weren't for you, I never would have found out about this island city. Did someone like him really come from this small place? Asked the young man, unable to believe this. Even though the young man has always been haughty, when they spoke of him, he could not stop the fear-induced palpitations of his heart. The information we have should be accurate. We were able to find some traces from the history books found in the East Sea Prefecture. The only thing we don't know is if he left anything behind in Qingzhou City, said the man. Hopefully this won't be a wasted trip, said the young man, his lips curling into a smile. It was hard to imagine that the most legendary character in the divine prefectures of the East originated from this little island city. Emperor Yi Qing, a legend in the divine prefectures, along with the great East Phoenix, ruled the divine prefectures for over 300 years. He died suddenly 15 years ago. His death is a mystery to this day. Nobody was brave enough to investigate the cause of his death, and his name had since become a taboo. However, traces he left behind in the East Sea Prefecture pointed to him leaving the prefecture and ending up in the city of Qingzhou. The ship sailed quickly, and as they got closer to shore, their view of Qingzhou City became clearer. On the shore stood many high authority figures. The city lord and authoritative figures of the Murong Chamber of Commerce waited deferentially. The people of Qingzhou City had no idea some very important people had arrived. Yi Futian was also oblivious to this. Walking down the familiar streets, the Yi house came into view. Yi Futian's steps relaxed. He had missed his family. Yi Futian is back, shouted a street vendor selling bing, a type of flat cake. Hello, Auntie Shi, greeted Yi Futian. Then he turned to 2 older males playing chess not far away and called out, Uncle Wang, Grandpa Yun. Oh, you sweet boy. The Lin family's daughter is home. After the new year she'll be 15. She's looking prettier every day, laughed Uncle Wang. Uncle Lin, is Xiaoqing here? Yi Futian asked the shopkeeper of the restaurant next to where Uncle Wang and Grandpa Yun were playing chess. No, she's not here. You haven't been home in a while, hurry home, ushered Uncle Lin with a quick smile. He then turned to Uncle Wang with a glare. Yi Futian is home? A crisp voice rang throughout the restaurant. Go back to work, you brat, the shopkeeper reprimanded lowly. Yi Futian smiled and was on his way. He waved as he left. Xiaoqing, I'll come hang out another day. After he left, Uncle Wang said to shopkeeper Lin, Hey Lin, Yi Futian is the young master of the Yi family. Shouldn't you be glad that he wants to hang out with your daughter? Excuse me, that little devil has never taken anything seriously. How many girls around here have fallen for his words already? How can I let my daughter be around him? Shopkeeper Lin looked worn. He pitied the man whose daughter would fall in love with that little devil. Yi Futian weaved through the streets and came upon a private residence, separate from other buildings. Yi was engraved on the plaque above the main entrance. 2 people stood guard on either side of the entrance. By the door was a white-haired, hunched figure. He looked out onto the streets, and when he saw Yi Futian, his eyes lit up. Godfather, Yi Futian greeted the man. He made his way to the entrance of the residence in a light jog. What are you doing here, Godfather? Although his face did not look old, his white hair and hunched body made Yi Futian's godfather look oddly aged. He smiled at Yi Futian and said, "It's already December. I thought it was about time you came up, so I was waiting here for you. By the way, why don't I see Yusheng with you?" "Yusheng is training on Mount Tianyao," explained Yi Futian. He walked closer to hold the older male by his arm. "Godfather, your white hair has grown out even more." "That's fine. I'm just happy and honored to see that you have grown up," smiled the old man. "Godfather, you're talking nonsense again." Yi Futian did not know what to say when his godfather used the term honored. "What do you mean nonsense?" "A day will come when you understand what I mean," said the old man. He smiled and continued, "Come now, let's go home." "Okay, let's go," answered Yi Futian. With a skip in his step, he arrived at the courtyard. His father, Yi Bacon, said, "You brat, you have finally come home? Is it already the end of the year? Where have you been? Picking on girls?" Yi Futian was speechless. "Pops, I just got back. Can't I get some fatherly love?" "Yi Futian, don't mind your father. Let me take a good look at you." A beautiful and elegant woman walked out. It was Yi Futian's mother, Yiro. It was said that Yiro was not originally from Qingzhou City. She had met Yi Baichuan when he was traveling around to gain experience. Later, when she had gotten pregnant with Yi Futian, they came back to Qingzhou City together. "I don't know how you lucked out and ended up with such a beautiful, genial woman," sighed Yi Futian as he looked at his father. "Do you want to get beaten? Let's see if you're capable of bringing home a woman as great as your mother," Yi Baichuan said as he walked up to stand next to his wife. "That's an easy enough task for me, it's just that I don't want to do it," said Yi Futian without shame. "Yi Futian, you're boasting again," a beautiful girl said from outside. She looked to be a little younger than Yi Futian. She walked towards Yi Futian and his parents. She was an equally beautiful woman. It was Yi Baichuan's younger sister, Yi Rong, and her daughter Yi Shaoqin, who had taken her mother's surname. Behind the 2 females were 2 more people. A middle-aged man was leading a young boy around the age of 13. They were Yi Baichuan's younger brother, Yi Donglu, and his son Yi Mo. "Uncle, Auntie," greeted Yi Futian. Then he looked at the smiling girl and said, "Are you itching to get hit, Yi Shaoqin?" Yi Shaoqin hid behind her mother. "You're bullying me again. Don't forget, your dad is watching you." The whole lot began to laugh. Yi Mo stepped up and said, "Yi Futian, your dad said that you're really powerful now. Is that true?" "Of course it's true. I've been cultivating in martial and divination arts. I'm approaching the glory plane, and countless people at the academy look up to me," Yi Futian said with a smile. Yi Mo looked at Yi Futian with distaste as he said, "I almost believed you." "Same," Yi Shaoqin chimed in. "Yi Futian, enough with your lies. When are you going to bring a girl home? You better keep an eye on Feng Qingxue. She's pretty and talented. You might lose her to someone else," teased Yi Rong. "Feng Qingxue." Yi Futian shook his head with a bitter smile. Seeing his reaction, everyone seemed to have everything figured out. It seemed like Yi Futian couldn't get her to be his. "All right now, it's rare to have the family gathered together like this, so let's go catch up while we eat," Yi Ro suggested. Everyone nodded in agreement, and they all headed for the dinner table. They chatted happily over a delicious meal that night. After dinner, people made their way back to their own homes. Yi Futian asked his father for a guqin and headed back to where he was staying. Not long after, the sounds of the instrument filled his room. Under the moonlight, everything seemed at peace. The next day, Yusheng returned. He was now officially in the glory plane of martial art cultivation. Yi Futian was very happy for him. In the blink of an eye, it was the last day of the year. The night came, but Qingzhou City was illuminated with lights. The streets were buzzing, and the skies were decorated with fireworks. At the Yi house, there was an area occupied with the sounds of the guqin. One person was elegantly playing the guqin while another person at his side sat cultivating on the ground. However, at this moment, Yu Sheng opened his eyes to look at Yi Futian. Something did not seem right. The music stopped and Yi Futian lifted his head to stare at the moon. His mind was not at ease. Yi Futian, a white-haired elder, walked in from the outside and looked at Yi Futian. This piece can put the mind at ease, yet you are restless. A messy mind results in a messy performance. I don't know what's going on either, said Yi Futian with a bitter smile. From your music I could feel happiness, longing and melancholy. You have truly grown up now, the elder said lightly. Who's the girl? Godfather. Yi Futian was shocked. He looked to Yu Sheng, only to see him shake his head in denial. He had not told his father about Yi Futian. So there really was longing? Questioned his godfather. Yi Futian shook his head with a bitter smile. Godfather, did I let you down by not focusing on what I was supposed to? Silly child. This is the journey to adulthood. Who in history hasn't been troubled with matters of love? Asked the white-haired elder. He approached Yi Futian's side and continued. I'm not opposed to you dating, but she should be worthy of your love. You must remember, your other half will become a motherly model to the nation in the future. Yi Futian lifted his head to look at the elder. Naturally, Yi Futian knew that his godfather held high hopes for him since childhood. His hopes for Yi Futian were so high that they exceeded his own expectations. Godfather, I'm afraid of letting you down, Yi Futian said quietly. Believe in yourself just like I believe in you, the elder said as he patted Yi Futian's shoulder. Let's go, your family is waiting for you. The guests from the Feng family have also arrived. Okay, Yu Sheng, let's go together, Yi Futian said to Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng, you stay. I have something I want to talk to you about, said the elder. All right. Yi Futian nodded and left the quarters. After his departure, a gust of wind shut the doors of Yi Futian's living quarters. The elder looked at Yu Sheng. Show me your life spirit. Yu Sheng stood and focused. His eyes glowed fearfully with a bright light and a course of energy radiated from his body fiercely. The spiritual qi in the surrounding area began to flow crazily. A suit of armor appeared on his body and his life spirit appeared. Right now Yu Sheng was godlike. That's good enough, nodded the elder. Yu Sheng withdrew his life spirit. The look in his eyes returned to normal. Yu Sheng, you must remember. You will forever be Yi Futian's deadliest weapon and his sturdiest shield. There will come a day when your name will be written down in the history books, urged the elder. Yu Sheng was not sure he completely understood his father's words. All he knew was that he would forever protect Yi Futian, and it was not only because his father told him to do so. Chapter 32. The Yi family gathered to spend New Year's Eve together with a feast. Feng Ruhai's family came to visit as well. Even though the two families had been good friends for decades, it was the first time Feng Ruhai had come to visit on New Year's Eve. The Yi family gathered to spend New Year's Eve together with a feast. Feng Ruhai's family came to visit as well. Even though the two families had been good friends for decades, it was the first time Feng Ruhai had come to visit on New Year's Eve. Uncle Feng, Yi Futian greeted Feng Ruhai, then sat in between Yi Shaoqin and Yi Emo. You will officially be 16 years old after tonight, Yi Futian. You look more and more handsome, Feng Ruhai complimented. As a result of the constant cultivation that Yi Futian was going through, he now looked more charming than ever. He had become a thin young man with a handsome face like a model. Feng Qingxue kept looking at Yi Futian from afar. She still couldn't forget what had happened at the academy 1 month before, when the young man had been standing with another beautiful girl in the snow, and they fought against the authority together. Yi Futian had used to make fun of her all the time, and she had believed that this boy would be around her forever. But now there was a certain distance between them. What if she had never talked to Yi Futian in that horrible manner? This boy has only inherited about 30% of my looks, Yi Baichuan said. But Qingxue is growing ever more beautiful. She's just too gorgeous to be your blood, Yi Baichuan joked. Feng Rahai was speechless, so he gave Yi Baichuan a stare. Stop boasting. Why have these kids not gotten engaged? Yi Rong, Yi Futian's aunt, smiled and cut into the conversation. Yi Futian was shocked by this while panic flashed across Feng Qingshua's eyes. She lowered her head to avoid the glances cast on her. Feng Rahai looked at Yi Futian and Yi Rong kept talking. Brother, why are you looking at him? I know this boy so well. Really? He would be laughing all night if Qingxue said yes to this engagement. Yes, Yi Futian loves beautiful girls. Yi Xiaoqin was speaking for her mother. Looks like you're getting lucky, bro. Mo mumbled to Yi Futian. Yi Futian felt awkward that no one had even bothered to ask what his opinion was. Qingxue, my girl, what do you say? Yi Rong looked at Feng Qingxue. Feng Qingshue's face turned red from all the attention. She snuck a look at Yi Futian and soon was reminded of the time when another girl was standing up for Yi Futian. She suddenly felt disappointed and shook her head. He's too good for me, Aunt Yi. She had just rejected the suggestion. Yi Rong was a bit embarrassed, but she smiled and said, It's fine. You're still young, and there is enough time for you to foster your relationship. Nah, it's not happening. Yi Xiaoqin was trying to relieve her cousin. That's too bad, bro. Yi Mo mumbled to his cousin. Futian, you need to work harder, and I believe Qingxue will finally accept you someday. Yi Donglu, Yi Futian's uncle, also said. They all thought that Yi Futian had just been rejected by the girl. Yi Futian remained silent and nodded. Actually, he didn't care about what the others were thinking. Soon someone approached the Yi home. A guard from the house came in with a message. Someone is looking for Mr. Yi Futian outside the door. For me. Yi Futian had no idea who it was. Go ahead, Yi Baichuan told him. Sure. Yi Futian nodded and followed the guard. After he left, Yi Rong started talking with Feng Qingxue again. Qingxue, you guys have grown up together for so many years. Just give him some time and a chance to prove himself. Feng Qingxue was now even more embarrassed. Still, she was curious about who was waiting outside. Right at that moment, Yi Futian stepped out of the door. He recognized the gorgeous figure waiting outside quietly. He was so surprised that suddenly a bright smile showed up on his face. Wow, you missed me? Hua Jieyu glared at him and said, Dad told me that the city would be lively tonight, so I thought I should go out for a walk. I noticed that this is the Yez place, so I was wondering if it was your home. It looks like I guessed right. Wow, such a coincidence. Yi Futian fluttered his lashes, and he looked at the girl with a weird expression like he was concealing his laughter. Deep inside, he felt really surprised by this unexpected visit. Mind if I join you for the walk? Yi Futian asked. I'm right outside your home. Why don't you be a friendly host and invite me inside? The cute manner in which Hua Jieyu asked the question almost melted Yi Futian's heart. Yi Futian was surprised by this offer. Bringing a girl home on New Year's Eve was like meeting the parents for an engagement? You're not willing to? Hua Jieyu asked with a smile, sensing the boy's embarrassment. How could I say no? Even if you're ugly, I would still be willing to bring you to meet my family. Yi Futian was picking on her, and Hua Jieyu pretended that she was mad about the joke. She smiled at Yi Futian and condensed the power around her again. Ugly? Huh. Gentlemen never fight. Yi Futian felt the threat in her gesture. He turned back and ran. Am I ugly? Tell me. Hua Jieyu chased after him, laughing. Fine, what if I call you my pretty wife? Yi Futian responded. Yi Futian. They ran away. The guards exchanged glances. One said with awe, Jesus, he's so good with girls. Too good, another guy agreed. This fairy-like girl just asked to meet the parents? They realized that being shameless was somehow attractive to girls, even beautiful ones like Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian walked into the feast together. Hua Jieyu asked him, Is your whole family here for New Year's? Yes, it's our tradition. Yi Futian nodded, and soon they were beside the table. People in the room were quite shocked that Yi Futian had brought a gorgeous girl to the table at this specific moment. What a beautiful girl. Yi Mo was shocked by his cousin. Yi Rong blinked. She looked at Hua Jieyu, then Feng Qingxue. She had to admit that the newcomer was so much more beautiful. Feng Qingxue had never imagined that Hua Jieyu would just show up at the Yi family's home at that particular moment, in such a meaningful situation. She felt extremely disappointed. She lowered her head and clenched the hem of her skirt in her hands. Futian, introduce the girl please, Yi Rong said. This is Hua Jieyu, Yi Futian started introducing. She is my professor's daughter. Professor's daughter? The people smiled and some type of understanding showed in their eyes. Hua Jieyu's cheeks turned a bit hot, and even felt a little panic, but she did not reject this feeling. In fact, she even felt happy about it. Why are you still standing there? Come have a seat. Yi Baichuan soon recognized who she was. He had a feeling that something was going on between this girl and his son when they had met after the fall quarter exam. However, he never anticipated that his son was good enough to successfully bring her back home in such a short time. Yi Mo gave his spot to Hua Jieyu so that she could sit next to Yi Futian. After the introduction, Hua Jieyu started greeting the family members one by one in a sweet manner. Yi Futian was surprised. She had never treated him in such a manner before. Hey Yi Futian, how did you manage to trick her into coming here? Yi Xiaoqin asked her cousin. My amazing looks, obviously. Yi Futian smiled at his cousin. Yi Xiaoqin looked at her cousin with contempt. No matter how handsome he was, the girl sitting next to him had no match. In fact, Yi Xiaoqin never imagined that there could be a girl as beautiful as Hua Jieyu. After sitting down, Hua Jieyu did nothing but sit there quietly. However, the whole atmosphere had changed since her arrival. Soon after, Feng Qingxue mumbled to her father, Dad, I'm full now. Let's just go home. Okay. Feng Ruhai nodded. Then the Feng family said goodbye and left. Yi Rong noticed that Feng Qingxue's eyes avoided the boy and girl sitting together. She suddenly realized that what Feng Qingxue had said was right, rather than an excuse for rejection. Dad, Mom, I'm going to take Jieyu out for a walk, Yi Futian said. Sure, go ahead. Take care of her, Yi Baichuan responded. Sure, we will, Yi Futian answered. Then they left the house together. Colorful fireworks were everywhere above the city, and the area of Qingzhou Lake had the best view of them all. People were rafting in the lake, some of them families and others couples. The restaurants on the shore were full of people. All of them were enjoying the beautiful scenery while drinking. It's beautiful here. Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian had come to a stop. While looking at the scenery around them, the happiness could be read in the girl's eyes. It is not as beautiful as you are, Yi Futian said. Hua Jieyu gave him a spiteful glance, but deep inside she was happy from being complimented like this. She had never felt this unique happiness before. This was apparently the first awakening of love for the 16-year-old girl. Hua Jieyu walked all around the place. There was a lot of entertainment going on. Lantern riddles, magic tricks. Yi Futian kept following her. The cute smile on her face suddenly melted all the depression he had had these days. He finally realized that he could not be at peace without her. They had only spent 3 months together, but it was such a joyful time that they were already attached to each other without realizing it. On the shore of the lake, Hua Jieyu saw many tourists placing wish lanterns onto the water. She bought one, put it on the lake, closed her eyes and made her wish. I'm done. She opened her eyes and told Yi Futian. What was your wish? Yi Futian asked. I'm not telling you. Hua Jieyu smiled at him. Then she looked at the sky where the bright fireworks show was going on, and mumbled to Yi Futian. Are we in a relationship now? Yi Futian hesitated. He had not expected to be asked like this. What kind of relationship? Yi Futian blinked his eyes. Hua Jieyu looked up at the sky rather than at Yi Futian. But in the next moment, Yi Futian felt a tender hand touch his arm as if looking for something. Yi Futian reached over and grabbed the hand. A smile appeared on his lips. Feeling the softness of the hand, he squeezed it a little. Hua Jieyu blushed. She mumbled. That kind of relationship. Yi Futian closed his eyes, then opened them again. Together they enjoyed the bright fireworks together, holding hands like all happy couples would do. It was the first time Yi Futian realized that a fox could be so cute and silly. It seemed like time had stopped and everything had fallen silent. Neither of them spoke to the other. However, Yi Futian believed that the smile on Hua Jieyu's face was even brighter than the fireworks. Chapter 33. The 2 coasts of Lake Qinghai were where the best restaurants in the city were. All of them had a picturesque view of the water. The 2 coasts of Lake Qinghai were where the best restaurants in the city were. All of them had a picturesque view of the water. There was a group of people seated at the best table in one of those restaurants, enjoying the beautiful sight. Wuxia sat amongst this group. However, he was just a side character. Seated at the same table were people of a higher position than him. At the head of the table was a young man, Xiaofan. He was a big character from the East Sea Prefecture, and beside him sat the son of the city lord, Wei Feng. Wuxia, any news from Mount Tianyao? Asked Xiaofan. Our people are still clearing the mountains. We got some news this afternoon saying that they found a mysterious area. It's possible that something could be hidden there, Wuxia reported. If this goes on, my people will have to be buried on Mount Tianyao. Shouldn't both of our groups send some more people over? Suggested Xiaofan. I will bring it up with my father when I return, said Wuxia. Wei Feng also nodded in agreement. Okay, said Xiaofan. He then added, I hope you were not mistaken. The pavilion lord of the Earth Elemental Pavilion is my father's. My younger brother and I took care of everything personally. There's no way I could have been mistaken. There was definitely something that looked like a dragon at Mount Tianyao, Wuxia reassured him. All right. Xiaofan turned his attention to outside the window. As fireworks filled the sky, two figures by the lake stood out to him. He was captivated by the girl's beauty. He pointed in their direction and asked, Who are they? Wuxia looked over. His face frowned when he saw who Xiaofan was pointing at. Hua Jieyu, the daughter of Qingzhou City's ace, Hua Fenglu and Yi Futian. He used to be a disciple of Qingzhou Academy, but left after rebelling against the academy. He is now Hua Fenglu's disciple, Wuxia explained. Hua Fenglu? As in the Qin devil Hua Fenglu? Asked the man sitting beside Xiaofan. My father did some research on him. He really is known as the Qin devil in the city of Donghai, Wuxia replied. If this is true, then that must be the daughter of Hua Fenglu and her. The man went into deep thought. He's the one who had his powers disabled by the art saint? Xiaofan began to show interest. He would never have expected to meet such a legendary character from Donghai City here. That's right, confirmed the man. That girl is a member of that family, so it's best if you don't try anything with her. It'll only be trouble. He knew exactly what type of person Xiaofan was and felt the need to warn him. I know my limits. Let's go say hello, said Xiaofan. He smiled, then got up and began walking out of the restaurant. The man followed behind him, as did the rest of the group. They all left the restaurant and headed toward Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. At this moment, Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were enjoying the view, but something felt amiss. They turned their heads and saw the lot headed in their direction. Yi Futian noticed Wuxia amongst them and was curious as to what he was up to. Miss Hua Jieyu, I am Xiaofan of the East Sea Prefecture. Xiaofan stopped in front of Hua Jieyu. His devilish eyes could not hide his admiration for her. No female he had ever met could compare to her beauty. Can I help you with something? Hua Jieyu's tone was cold and aloof. I've always admired the Qin devil's skills but have not had the honor of meeting him in person. To be able to run into you here is such an honor. Sorry to have disturbed you, but if you are willing, please come join us at the restaurant for a meal, said Xiaofan. His smile was warm and inviting. Yi Futian furrowed his brows. He was completely invisible to this guy. No, said Hua Jieyu. Even though she was smiling, one could feel that she was trying to distance herself. Besides Xiaofan, everyone had a strange look on their faces. Was she really going to be so blunt with him? I shall be excused then. It took a minute for Xiaofan to speak again. As soon as he turned his back, the smile on his face disappeared, replaced with a stone-cold demeanor. Mood ruined, complained Yi Futian. His hand reached out to try and grab Hua Jieyu's. What are you trying to do? Asked Hua Jieyu. She laughed and pulled her hand away. I thought our relationship was now confirmed, said Yi Futian innocently. Yeah, hasn't our relationship already been confirmed? Teased Hua Jieyu. Fox, how can you do this to me? Yi Futian felt wronged. So he couldn't touch her now that they're dating? Doing what to you? Laughed Hua Jieyu. Now that we're dating, you are forbidden from flirting with other girls. Also, you have to come to me no matter where I am. No, our relationship hasn't reached that point yet. Yi Futian felt like he was being scammed. Just you try. Father said that you're not trustworthy, and told me to hurry home. I have to go back. Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian. She did not want to leave him. They were going to have to part tomorrow. Would he be upset at her for leaving? Yi Futian looked sad. Hua Jieyu could not bear to see him like this. She reached her hand out to him. However, Yi Futian did not take her hand. He continued to look at her. Do you really have to leave? Hua Jieyu knew when Yi Futian said leave, he did not simply mean they're parting right now. Parting ways after falling in love with one another, followed by a long journey to reunite. I never imagined my love life to be so melodramatic. Don't you think you're being a little unfair to me? Yi Futian searched for something in her eyes. He obviously knew the kind of person she was after having spent months together. Even after realizing her feelings for him, there was no way she would pursue him actively. Plus, after what she had said before, Yi Futian knew exactly what was going on. Hua Jieyu had a sad look in her eyes. She looked down when she felt her eyes begin to water. She did not know how to explain it to him. What do you want me to do? She whispered, lifting her head to meet his eyes once again. Looking down at her flawless face and puppy dog eyes, Yi Futian felt his heart melt. If it's going to be melodramatic, so be it. Who told me to fall for a fox? The power of beauty was so great. Hearing his words, she smiled and her mood picked up. She looked at Yi Futian and said softly, Okay, I'll make it up to you. What if I don't leave tonight and stay with you? Aren't we going a little too fast? Asked Yi Futian bright-eyed. Tonight? Stay with him. Upon seeing the perverted look on his face, Hua Jieyu lifted her foot to stomp on Yi Futian. What kind of dirty thoughts are you having? I didn't mean it like that. Like what? Yi Futian blinked at her innocently. I regret everything I just said, she said. Before she could turn to leave, Yi Futian grabbed her by the arm and said, I'll walk you back. Okay. Hua Jieyu nodded quietly, not trying to fight him on the subject. She let Yi Futian take her hand as they walked. Let's go take a boat, said Yi Futian. She nodded again and they walked to the dock. After boarding the boat, they sailed down Lake Qinghai. On the lake were many other boats. The surface of the water reflected the sky, lit up with fireworks. The couple sat next to each other at the front of the boat, leaning on one another like a picture, which attracts such looks of admiration from passengers on passing boats. From across the water, a boat occupied by several people approached them. Two of them were shocked to see Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. General Qin, senior sister Qin Yi. Yi Futian called out to greet them. General Qin was dressed casually. He looked like any ordinary person spending New Year's Eve with his family. Seeing who Yi Futian was with, General Qin gave him a thumbs up. How romantic, teased Qin Yi. Yi Futian chuckled as if he was caught doing something wrong. Another boat floated past them and they heard someone say, Senior sister, you have a really nice figure. By reflex, Yi Futian nodded and he hummed in agreement. He realized what he had just done immediately and turned towards Hua Jieyu, only to see her smiling wryly at him. But I still like you better, he blurted out quickly. She huffed and turned away from him to stare ahead. Next, she felt an arm wrap around her waist. At first, she froze but then her body relaxed, tilting toward him and she laid her head on his shoulder. At that moment, everything was peaceful and beautiful. They felt closer than they ever had. By the time Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu made their way back to her residence at Qingzhou Academy, it was already late at night. Compared to the busy city streets, the campus was dead silent. Hua Fenglu had already gone to sleep. Stepping into her room, Hua Jieyu realized Yi Futian was still following behind her, and her face flushed red. You're not going to kick me out this late at night, are you? It's dangerous out there. Yi Futian got his words in before Hua Jieyu could say anything. When he saw how hard she was glaring at him, he added, Do you have the heart to do that? You have your own room, she said to the shameless young man. You're leaving tomorrow. I just want to spend a little more time with you. I don't even know when I'm going to be able to see you again, he told her in a soft voice. Even though Hua Jieyu knew he was just trying to sweet-talk her, her heart still softened. She'd allow this as compensation. Walking next to the bed, she took off her outerwear, revealing her curvaceous figure. Yi Futian's eyes lit up. Hua Jieyu chuckled as she watched him. How's my figure? Perfect, answered Yi Futian, feeling a bit warm. Hua Jieyu felt proud. She then climbed in between her sheets and had her back facing him as she blushed hard. What a tease, complained Yi Futian. Women really did hold grudges. I can't see you this way, said Yi Futian, but Hua Jieyu ignored him. However, she turned around to face him moments later and said, Stay there, don't come any closer. After that, she closed her eyes and tried to fall asleep. Yi Futian sat there quietly and admired her beauty. Looking at her brought him warmth. It seemed like a long time had passed when Hua Jieyu opened her eyes again to find that Yi Futian was still watching her. Gently she whispered, I can't fall asleep. Let me play a song for you, he said lovingly. He left his seat, and seconds later the sound of the guqin floated into her room. It was peaceful and serene. The song flowed beautifully, full of love, but also with a hint of sadness. Hua Jieyu closed her eyes once again and drifted off to sleep. Quietly, 2 streams of tears rolled off her smiling face. So this was love. The warmth of a first love, the fluttering of your heart when he held your hand, and the sadness of parting. Divine Prefecture Calendar, Year 10,000. The morning of the first day of the new year. A large black eagle descended upon Qingzhou Academy. It waited outside of Hua Fengliu's residence. Inside, Hua Jieyu was getting ready. Dressed in a long green dress, she lived up to her name as a goddess. Her beautiful smile never left her face. As she approached the entrance of the residence, she looked back at Yi Futian. He was still playing the guqin. However, his eyes were fixed on her. They looked into each other's eyes and shared a smile. The look they shared bore a million unsaid words. There was no promise to be together forever. No promises of till death do us part. Just one smile. After that, Hua Jieyu left. She settled atop the black eagle and then was off into the sky. Very quickly, they disappeared into the clouds. Yi Futian continued to play his instrument. Beside him, a handsome figure dressed in white stood silently and watched Yi Futian. Chapter 34. Yi Futian played the guqin for a long while before he stopped. He sighed with a particular sadness. He felt empty deep inside after his fox was gone. Yi Futian played the guqin for a long while before he stopped. He sighed with a particular sadness. He felt empty deep inside after his fox was gone. Stop your fake sadness. The city of Qingzhou belongs to East Sea Prefecture, and the city of Donghai is the capital. You can get there simply by sailing through the East Sea, and I don't believe that you don't know this. Hua Fenglu looked at Yi Futian and said, I know you'll leave once you reach the glory plane. With your talent and effort, it would be several months at most. Don't tell me you have no interest in this. Yi Futian blinked his eyes and looked at Hua Fenglu. As much as you already know, could you please just save me some honor? To reveal my plan like this makes me sound like a horrible person. How far did you go last night? Hua Fenglu asked Yi Futian with a smirk. Yi Futian felt really embarrassed and stressed. He had finally realized there was a difference between a professor and a father-in-law. Apparently, Mr. Hua was transitioning between the two roles smoothly. His embarrassment actually made Hua Fenglu laugh. He told Yi Futian, just stay here until you reach the glory plane. You'll make it soon. Sure, father-in-law. Yi Futian understood Mr. Hua's plan. Now his professor was supervising him on behalf of his girlfriend, and the only way to regain freedom was to reach the glory plane. You glib-tongued boy, Hua Fenglu smiled at him and said, I will teach you the songs I gave you before. Yes, sir. Yi Futian nodded. Since this man was going to be his father-in-law, there was no reason not to obey his orders. Time passed by and the students of Qingzhou Academy came back to school after the break. Yu Sheng went to Mr. Hua's place to look for Yi Futian. Sometimes they went to Mount Tianyao for cultivation, sometimes they practiced songs in the yard. One day, Yi Futian was sitting in the pavilion with his eyes closed. Suddenly he felt that something was happening in his soul. He focused and all the fire element spiritual qi of the universe gathered into a scarlet form around his body. It was dusk, and the orange sunlight fell on his body. Yi Futian started freedom meditation to perceive the vast essence of the universe. Soon after, constant flames concentrated over his body. It was not merely just spiritual qi at all. In fact, it had taken solid form, and the space around Yi Futian was turned into flaming territory. Now his spiritual qi comes into form. Hua Fenglu happened to pass by and noticed the new progress made by Yi Futian. He smiled, genuinely pleased and proud. Yi Futian opened his eyes. He laughed and mumbled, "That's the glory plane of sorcery for me. Professor," he greeted Hua Fenglu. "Since you have reached a new level of sorcery, the next step should be to break through in your martial arts." Hua Fenglu smiled and told him, then gave Yi Futian a letter. "Hua Jieyu sent it. Fox sent me a letter?" Yi Futian's eyes twinkled. He snatched the letter and could not wait to open it. The letter said, "You lecherous boy, I dare you not to flirt or even talk with other girls while I am away. I know it's just unfair to you that I had to leave. But I promise you that when you come to Donghai City, I will compensate you for everything big time." Compensate me for everything? Yi Futian felt excited about this everything. He could not stop thinking about Hua Jieyu's beautiful face and her curvy body that he saw the night before she left. In fact, he almost wanted to leave now. This girl knew him so well that she was throwing him a daring temptation. "How do you want to reply?" Hua Fenglu smiled at Yi Futian. "Professor, you peeked at the letter before giving it to me, didn't you?" Yi Futian demanded when he saw Hua Fenglu's eyes. On the envelope of the letter was written, "Yi Futian's eyes only." Why do you think that I would do that?" Hua Fenglu tried to sound harsh. However, it didn't work at all. The way Yi Futian looked at him indicated that he didn't believe him at all. "The messenger bird is still here. Reply soon or I'll let her go." Hua Fenglu changed the topic. Yi Futian was frustrated. His professor was shameless too. "Help me reply and just say, Fox, wait for me," Yi Futian told Hua Fenglu because he didn't dare add anything else to the reply, since it was apparently being monitored by his father-in-law. "Okay." Hua Fenglu smiled and left. This snooping had severely damaged the image of his greatness in Yi Futian's mind. Bang bang. Someone was stomping on the ground outside. Yi Futian felt like it was almost as strong as an earthquake. Soon he saw it was Yu Sheng who was charging into the place. He was running so fast that his harsh steps actually cracked the ground. What's going on? Yi Futian knew that there must be a reason for him to be in such a rush. A monster tide is coming. Yu Sheng was serious. Yi Futian was shocked by this news. According to the historical profile, there had been several monster tides over the course of the city's history, and every one of them had been considered catastrophic. Countless people died because of these disasters. The tide stopped 300 years ago when the nation was unified. In fact, the main reason that Qingzhou Academy was built near Mount Tianyao was to prevent the monster tide. Fortunately, a monster tide had not come once during the last 300 years. It had been such a long time that people had almost forgotten how horrifying it was. Hua Fenglu heard what he said, and he suddenly rushed to Yu Sheng's side. "Yu Sheng, are you sure that this is a monster tide?" "Definitely," Yu Sheng nodded. "And it was possibly man-made. I actually saw some powerful sorcerers driving the monster herd." Man-made? Yi Futian and Hua Fenglu felt terrible about this. The people who had started this monster tide were committing such a serious felony. If the monster herd in Mount Tianyao broke out of the restricted area, thousands of people would die. "I will inform the academy." "Yi Futian, go find General Qin and his daughter," Hua Fenglu commanded. Yi Futian nodded. He knew that the Dark Kylan Knighthood under the command of General Qin was the most reliable force to help guard the city. If there was indeed a monster tide coming to the city, the force of Dark Kylan Knighthood needed to be activated. They didn't even think about seeking any help from the city lord. He had been nominated by the provincial government and was not a native of the city. It was possible he would be the first one to leave when such a crisis came. Hua Fenglu hurried to the academy right after he made the command. "Let's move," Yi Futian told Yu Sheng. They left the house, then ran to the location of the Dark Kylan Knighthood. The official students and general students of Qingzhou Academy were located in different regions. The areas for the cultivation of martial arts and divination arts were also separate. The School of Martial Arts was located on the mountainside. The arrival of Yi Futian and Yu Sheng quickly raised a lot of attention. They had become quite famous even among the official students. In fact, Most of the students had witnessed the fight when Haiyan Academy intruded and challenged them. "Why are you here?" someone asked. "I'm here for Ms. Qin. Do you know where she is?" Yi Futian said. "Looks like it's an emergency." The student looked at Yi Futian. "However, since you have quit the academy, you are not allowed to enter according to the rules." "This is urgent," Yi Futian insisted. The student realized that Yi Futian was here to warn of something serious. Then he said, "I saw Ms. Qin go to the place of the Dark Kailan. I guess she was going to hone her riding and archery skills. Go ahead and find her." "Thanks," Yi Futian responded, then ran to the practice area of the Dark Kailan knighthood. However, on his way there some people blocked him. Emo Lanshan looked at Yi Futian with contempt and said, "This is the school of martial arts. You are not allowed to enter this place. Leave now. I have an emergency for Ms. Qin. A monster tide is coming to the city." Yi Futian remembered this guy. The first time his natal spirit awakened, Emo Lanshan had invited Yu Sheng to join the Dark Kailan, and then tried to humiliate Yi Futian badly. A student from the School of Sorcery had once told Yi Futian that Emo Lanshan had feelings for Ms. Qin. It looked like he was jealous now. A monster tide hasn't occurred for more than 300 years in this city. How could this be true without even a slight sign? Even if it was true, how are you the first one to see it coming? Stop trying to look for Qin with such a lame excuse, boy. Emo Lanshan responded in a cold voice. When he was with Qin, he had always talked maliciously about Yi Futian, but what Yi Futian had done just made him look like a total fool. Qin had a bone to pick with him because of his contempt for Yi Futian. What was intolerable for him was that Yi Futian used to flirt with Qin so often. They had even hugged. "I have no time for games with you. Back off." Yi Futian meant it. He knew that Yu Sheng would not give a false alarm for such an emergency. If the city were unprepared for the monster tide, buildings would be wiped out, and thousands would die. Emo Lanshan was humiliated by Yi Futian's attitude. He believed that Yi Futian was embarrassing him only because of his contempt in the past. "People say that Hua Jieyu has left the city. No wonder you're so desperate. Even someone as talented as you can't be matched with a perfect beauty like her, am I right? And you just changed your target?" Emo Lanshan started to humiliate Yi Futian, believing that Yi Futian was after Qin because he had failed to pursue Hua Jieyu. Bang! Yu Sheng stomped on the ground, a frenzy of energy all around his body. The group around Emo Lanshan frowned at Yu Sheng, and they prepared to fight. Someone said, "This is our place. You better not try to fight us here." Yi Futian stared at Emo Lanshan. He was determined, knowing that it was the only way to solve this meaningless quarrel. "Yu Sheng, are you ready?" Yi Futian asked. "Sure," Yu Sheng nodded. Yi Futian gave a simple order. "Go." As soon as he finished the command, Yu Sheng charged right toward the group to attack them. Chapter 35. As Yu Sheng took a few steps forward, a golden force field surrounded him, just like golden armor. As Yu Sheng took a few steps forward, a golden force field surrounded him, just like golden armor. Emo Lanshan and his people looked very serious. Everyone charged at Yu Sheng with long spears gripped tightly in their hands. A loud explosion erupted from a single punch from Yu Sheng. Even his fist that he used to enclose the tip of an attacking spear was golden. The point of the weapon was enveloped by his fist when a cracking sound was heard. The point had been broken off by the enormous amount of strength exerted by Yu Sheng. Yi Futian continued to charge forward. He had no time to waste on these people. However, Emo Lanshan had no intentions of letting him pass. Avoiding Yu Sheng, Emo Lanshan aimed his ice-frosted spear at Yi Futian. Yi Futian did not slow down his steps. While in a light sprint, he reached out both of his hands. In a second, bursts of lightning flashed around him. With the movement of his hands, a storm of lightning and thunder was projected toward Emo Lanshan. Excursive sorcery. You're a glory plane sorcerer. Knights observing the battle were shocked. The speed in which Yi Futian was cultivating was unbelievable. Sorcerers had a natural advantage in battles with knights. Even though Emo Lanshan was a 3-starred glory plane knight, he still did not dare underestimate his opponents, especially if it was Yi Futian. The intent of battle flowed through the spear, forming a white light around the weapon. Emo Lanshan waved his spear around, and the white light enlarged to cascade around his body, but it was no use against Yi Futian's storm attacks. However, his defensive spear spell was able to create an impenetrable force field around him. Yi Futian still did not stop proceeding. He was closing in on Mo Lanshan. As a sorcerer, he was supposed to keep his distance while battling with a knight, but he chose to ignore this rule. It was easy to tell how confident he was. How presumptuous. Mo Lanshan looked a bit embarrassed. Then he saw Yi Futian swipe downwards. Almost simultaneously, the thunderous force formed into a flash of lightning, cutting straight through his force field. A spell, the Thunder Lash. Even though it was only an awakening-level spell, when used by Yi Futian it was different. It collected an enormous amount of thunderous force and contained the powers of the Glory Plane. To add to this, Yi Futian was a mandate sorcerer. His ability to perceive these spells was naturally stronger than others. When he applied these things to his spells, every attack he made would be more powerful than that of others in the same plane. The lash continued cutting down. The spear in Mo Lanshan's hand shook and was ready to take on the lash. However, at that same moment, Yi Futian's body became engulfed in flames. Raging flames were radiating off his body and made their way towards Mo Lanshan. Another spell, the Burning of Silence. Although it exhausted a large amount of fire elemental spiritual qi, its destructiveness was frightening. It was considered a close-range spell. The look on Mo Lanshan's face changed drastically. He quickly summoned all the spiritual qi in his body and created a force field. It acted as an armor to protect him against the attack of the Burning of Silence. Yi Futian's attacks were so quick that it made it difficult for Mo Lanshan to retaliate. The Burning of Silence was a spell feared by bi-elemental sorcerers because it was able to continuously release spells of different elements for a short period of time. Boom! A fist came down on Mo Lanshan's poorly defended head. He was propelled directly to the ground, blood gushing violently from his wound. Yi Futian simply stepped over Mo Lanshan's body, not even bothering to spare him a glance. Onlookers felt bad for Mo Lanshan, though Yi Futian had not said a single insulting word. His disregard for Mo Lanshan was even more insulting. Sorcerers were indeed stronger than cultivators of martial arts, but Yi Futian was not exactly an ordinary sorcerer. When the bystanders looked back to the other battle going on, they saw that Yu Shang had defeated multiple high-leveled martial arts cultivators. They were confused. Yu Shang was not using any sorcery, just the pure power of martial arts. These two were monsters. When Yi Futian made it to the training grounds, he saw Qini sitting on top of a black qilin, practicing archery. Qini gave off an air of valiance with her hair tied up. Her figure looked extraordinary in the tightly fitted clothing she wore, but Yi Futian was in no mood to stop and admire this view. He called out to her, "Senior Sister Qin." She followed his voice and was confused to see him. She dismounted the black qilin and jogged towards Yi Futian. Still a distance away from him, she asked, "What are you doing here? There may be a monster tide erupting on Mount Tianyao. You should inform General Qin as soon as possible," said Yi Futian. Her gaze froze and her face fell. She then sprinted towards the black qilin and mounted the creature. As they were about to pass by Yi Futian, she said, "Hop on, we'll talk as we go." Something sparked in his eyes and he got on behind Qini without hesitation. "What happened?" asked Qini, worried. A monster tide could only mean calamity. "Yu Shang has been training on Mount Tianyao and noticed it," replied Yi Futian. Qini looked serious and said, "Hold on to me." "Ugh." Yi Futian hesitated but eventually grabbed onto her when he lost his balance as the black qilin rose into the air. He smiled bitterly and thought to himself, "Fox, I'm not doing this on purpose." On the ground, the people of the School of Martial Arts were speechless as they looked up at the sky to witness this scene. Why was his shameless jerk so popular with beautiful girls? First, it was Hua Jieyu, and now that she was gone he was trying to make a move on the goddess Qin Yi. "You bastard!" Mo Lanshan had just gotten his senses back when he witnessed the scene as well. Boom! He did not notice when Yu Shang came back. A punch landed on his face and Mo Lanshan was thrown on the ground once again. After hitting Mo Lanshan, Yu Shang looked up to see Yi Futian leaving with Qin Yi and quietly made his way back home alone. He was mentally cursing Yi Futian as well. He really was a bastard. In the sky above the city of Qingzhou, The black Qilin soared in one specific direction. It was going fast and the wind was whipping against their faces. The situation that Yi Futian and Qin Yi were in was rather questionable, but he had no time to think about that. His only thought was that they had to reach their destination quickly. However, before they could get there, they noticed a whole flock of black Qilins up ahead soaring through the sky. Seeing this, Yi Futian thought, could it be that word had already reached General Qin? They caught up with the group very quickly. The person leading the group looked surprised to see Qin Yi. Young Mississippi. What are you guys doing here? Qin Yi was equally surprised. A monster tide is about to wash through the city of Qingzhou, the leader answered. I came for the same reason. Looks like father already knows. Where is he? Asked Qin Yi. He's taking care of some business by Lake Qinghai. We rushed here first, explained the leader. Okay then. You guys head there first, I'll go to father, suggested Qin Yi. The two parties separated once again. The Knights of the Dark Qilin Knighthood turned to take a quick glance at the young man sitting behind Qin Yi. At that moment, outside a restaurant on the lake shore, stood a group of people from the knighthood. Their gathering attracted a lot of attention. General Qin was having his people surround the restaurant. What was going on? Naturally, when Yi Futian and Qin Yi arrived, they were met with this scene. They stood behind Qin Shui, trying not to disturb him. He must be busy with something. In the restaurant, a group of people appeared. Leading them was a young man. Upon seeing this group, Yi Futian furrowed his brows. He had seen these people before. It was on the night of New Year's Eve and the person leading them was Xiao Fan. Would General Qin like to join me for a drink upstairs? Asked Xiao Fan frivolously. Is this the doing of your people? Qin Shui asked coldly. I don't seem to understand what General Qin is saying. Xiao Fan played with his cup and did not look at Qin Shui. The monster tide on Mount Tianyao. Are you really going to put the whole city of Qingzhou in danger for your greed? Questioned Qin Shui. I already said I don't know what you're talking about and please be aware of the tone you use when speaking to me. Xiao Fan smiled with his eyes but his attitude was still as arrogant as before. He did not give a crap about the protector of Qingzhou city. When he finished speaking, the people beside him took a step forward and the tension intensified. I can't believe that the city lord's office and the Murong Chamber of Commerce had something to do with it too, said General Qin as he looked at Wei Feng and Murong Qiu. His sharp gaze caused them to lower their heads, not daring to look him in the eyes. Finally, his gaze fell back to Xiao Fan and told him chillingly, You want to use Qingzhou city to satisfy your ambitions? I already sent people to spread the news to all of the East Sea Prefecture, that traces of him were found here. Finishing his words, Qin Shui turned to leave. Xiao Fan's expression darkened, and he glared at Qin Shui's back, wanting to kill him so badly. How dare Qin Shui try to ruin his plans? When Xiao Fan had found out about the secret of Qingzhou city, he sent someone to deliver the news back to the East Sea Prefecture. His father then sent a professional. The purpose of that was to keep things under wraps, but if Qin Shui really spread the news, then it was bound to attract attention. Did Qin Shui know about this secret early on? Qin Shui led the group of knights up into the sky. Quickly, Qin Yi, who was accompanied by Yi Futian, followed right behind them. Then she was beside her father. Father, what exactly is going on? Who are those people? Asked Qin Yi. Sweetie, the city of Qingzhou is in danger and we don't know what is going to happen next, answered Qin Shui. The city of Qingzhou is under the jurisdiction of the East Sea Prefecture, and that person before was the son of the prefecture chief. I've been keeping an eye on him since he arrived in Qingzhou city, so I knew that he sent people to Mount Tianyao to search for hidden secrets. I just can't believe he actually found it. Mount Tianyao? Secrets? Qin Yi was even more confused now. Long before you were born, my master wanted to obliterate the big demon of Mount Tianyao to save ourselves from future problems. He sent people into the mountains but realized that it was an impossible mission after paying a heavy price. However, he did find something important on Mount Tianyao, Qin Shui reminisced. His mind seemed to be miles away. To this day, he could never forget the shocking scene he witnessed all those years ago. What did you guys find there? Qin Yi asked. Qin Shui looked at his daughter and spoke the forbidden name. Emperor Yi Qing. Chapter 36. The ground of Qingzhou Academy kept shaking like an earthquake. The ground of Qingzhou Academy kept shaking like an earthquake. The bells sounded in the academy to call all the disciples. At the same time, along the perimeter of Mount Tianyao, the army of Dark Kylan spread out for the approaching enemy. The words Monster Tide were being spread throughout the whole academy. Now the Dark Kylan knighthood knew that Yi Futian was not joking. A monster tide was seriously approaching this place. Mount Tianyao was such a vast place that no one knew exactly how many monsters were inside. If it was a minor tide, they could still hold it, but if it was a huge tide, the whole city could be destroyed. When Yi Futian and the others arrived, they saw that the battle against the monsters had already begun. Countless monsters were gushing out of the mountain. People from the School of Martial Arts were standing at the front lines, while the School of Sorcery released spells behind them. The whole mountain was nearly engulfed in fire and the earth was fissured from the battle. The guards were just trying to lock down the entire place. However, there were not only monsters running around on Mount Tianyao. A herd of demons was flying to the battleground as well, and they were about to launch an attack. The big chiefs of the academy saw this from a distance, and they now looked extremely nervous. They realized that once the monsters broke through the front lines and attacked the city, they would be unstoppable. The whole city has now entered a state of siege. Inform the major families to protect the city together. Soldiers of Dark Kylan, I command you to spread out and secure the perimeter of Mount Tianyao, Qin Shui commanded. Then the Black Kylan under him flew to the herd of monsters that were flying toward the army. Dad! Qini was worried about her father. Girl, stay away from Mount Tianyao, Qin Shui told his daughter. Qini was still worried about her father, and she was trying to follow him. Yi Futian yelled at her from behind. Stay here. If you go with your father, you will just distract him. Qini knew that he was right. She was only in the 8th plane of awakening of martial arts, and she was not strong enough to fight against the monsters. Yi Futian, what should we do now? Qini looked back at Yi Futian. She looked really flustered. They were practically pressed against each other. Yi Futian felt Qini's nervousness. He blinked his eyes and asked, Is there anything I can do to help? Qini realized that they were too close and suddenly blushed. She punched Yi Futian's chest with her fist and cursed him. You shameless bastard. She turned around to avoid further body contact. Yi Futian smiled and tried to comfort her. Don't worry. It'll be fine, and so will your father. I know. Qini nodded. She understood Yi Futian was just trying to soothe her feelings. Just get off my side. Her face was still red. Yi Futian actually listened to her order this time. He looked into the distance and he did not feel as assured as he seemed. This was a dangerous monster tide. The most he could do was comfort Miss Qin, but he couldn't help much besides that. All the people in the city had been informed of the monster tide outburst. All the significant families were now deploying their military forces. This fight was related to the survival of the entire city, and no one would survive if they lost. The cultivators were also rushing to Mount Tianyao to help secure the perimeter. If they didn't, once the monsters broke through the guards, their homes would be destroyed. Inside the city, a remarkable troop was marching towards Qingzhou Academy. The troop was made up of foot soldiers and knights. The ground was shaking from the force of their marching, and the people who saw them were shocked. Some of them are the municipal guard of this city, some are the soldiers of the Murong family. But who are the other guys? People were curious about this mysterious army. Some people noticed the symbols on their robes, and suddenly they sensed the danger. They are the powerful warriors and mages from the Haiyan Academy. How could that happen? The city of Haiyan is our nemesis. Why are the municipal guard soldiers with the army from the city of Haiyan? I don't know. People were now extremely nervous about this army. The monster tide was going to attack the city soon, but the Qingzhou Municipal Guard was not protecting the city with the Dark Kylan knighthood. In fact, they were marching with soldiers from the city of Haiyan. The city of Qingzhou truly was in danger. This mighty troop was directly approaching Qingzhou Academy. When they arrived, the people of Qingzhou Academy were still fighting against the monsters with the Dark Kylan knighthood. Such a huge army soon attracted the attention from all the people who were fighting. A lot of students froze when they saw the newcomers on the battleground. Wei Meng. Qin Shui stepped out and stared at Wei Meng, the lord of the city of Qingzhou. His face was ghastly pale. You released the monsters from Mount Tianyao, and are now working along with the people from City of Haiyan. This is your territory. I don't understand you. What I'm doing now is completely under orders, Wei Meng said in a cold voice. Xia Fan, what are you doing exactly? Qin Shui noticed that Xia Fan was in the crowd. An evil light flickered across Xia Fan's eyes. He was looking at Qin Shui with contempt. He believed that Qin Shui was only the commander of a private troop of a small city, and shouldn't be allowed to talk to him in such a rude manner. Where is the headmaster of Qingzhou Academy? Xia Fan ignored Qin Shui's question. He looked over the Qingzhou Academy group for the headmaster. The headmaster stepped out of the crowd. His hair was all white and gray, and it was apparent that he was over the age of 70. However, he still looked graceful. He was the headmaster of Qingzhou Academy, Gu Mu. He had left the school business for others long ago and focused on his cultivation. In fact, without the monster tide, he would not have even shown up in this place. Mr. Xia, the Lord of East Sea Prefecture, why are you here? Gu Mu asked Xia Fan. Mount Tianyao has been a potential danger for the city of Qingzhou for many years. As the Lord of Donghai Province, I have come here as soon as possible to consult with the city lord about how to defuse the situation. Therefore, I have summoned the army of the municipal guard, the Murong family, and the city of Haiyan. We are going to break into Mount Tianyao, and we need your cooperation. Xia Fan laughed. Gu Mu didn't believe his explanation. However, the crisis of this city had doubled. They were now surrounded by the monsters and the army. If he said no to Xia Fan, they might all be wiped out. Okay, we will cooperate, Gu Mu answered. I believe Mr. Gu is making this decision for the good of the city. General Qin is the ultimate guard of this city, and I believe you agree with Mr. Gu, right? Xia Fan looked at Qin Shui again. You are shameless. All the people of Qingzhou Academy were cursing Xia Fan in their hearts. They looked at him with contempt. You have summoned quite a lot of powerful people from the city of Haiyan. What promise did you make to them? Qin Shui asked Xia Fan. General, they're merely here to help. There are absolutely no conditions involved. Now I know you're on edge, but I hope you can settle your attitude, Xia Fan said arrogantly. He had summoned a lot of influential people from the East Sea Prefecture and the city of Haiyan, so he had the advantage now. Okay, Qin Shui agreed reluctantly. He knew that there must be some conspiracy occurring under the table. However, with reinforcements breaking into Mount Tianyao, they could actually push the front line and minimize the damage to the city of Qingzhou. In fact, if he didn't agree and the two groups fought against each other right here, the result would be even worse. Then let's go now. Xia Fan smiled. Mr. Xia, I want someone from Qingzhou Academy. A man from Haiyan asked Xia Fan. Who is it? Xia Fan smiled. The middle-aged man looked through the crowd of Qingzhou Academy, and his eyes targeted Yi Futian. Yi Futian suddenly had a bad feeling about it. This middle-aged man was the same man with eagle's eyes who had led the intruders to Qingzhou Academy last time. Yi Futian, have you quit the academy yet? The eagle-eyed man asked him. What do you mean? Yi Futian responded with a smile. Last time I invited you to Haiyan Academy, you turned me down. I believe you won't mind if I raise this question again. I did quit the academy, but I already have my own master, so I'm sorry that I still have to turn you down this time, Yi Futian answered. Who is so lucky to be your master? He kept asking. I am. Hua Fenglu responded from the crowd. It's okay. In fact, Haiyan Academy is still willing to accept you even though you already have a master. The eagle-eyed man would not let him go easily. Haiyan Academy is making a really generous gesture, and I believe Mr. Hua the Guqin Devil would not prevent this, right? Xia Fan also tried to persuade Hua Fenglu. He had not anticipated that Haiyan Academy would be looking for Yi Futian. He's too good for your academy, Hua Fenglu said peacefully. In the Haiyan Academy crowd, an old man whose eyes had been closed for a long time suddenly opened his eyes and asked, Hua Fenglu, you want to fight? Mr. Hua, you're just causing me trouble. Xia Fan laughed, and the army around him stepped forward. They definitely had not dared to mess with Hua Fenglu when he was young. But now, since his natal spirit had been destroyed, they didn't fear him anymore. Hua Fenglu began condensing power and preparing to attack. However, Yi Futian suddenly started laughing. You know what? I feel so honored you keep inviting me to your academy. I've changed my mind, and I believe Mr. Hua will not stop me, right? Hua Fenglu glanced at him. He knew that this boy was really shrewd, and there must have been a reason he suddenly changed his mind. He agreed and said, Okay, I don't mind, but your academy must make sure he is safe. Otherwise, you will taste my rage. Don't worry, Mr. Hua. The eagle-eyed man was happy. Yi Futian had defeated someone as talented as Yun Tianhao. There were only two options for Haiyan Academy. Either accept him or kill him. Yu Sheng stepped forward. Yi Futian knew that he was trying to stop this decision. He shook his head and Yu Sheng stopped. However, Yu Sheng was still angry and confused. A young girl and a young man came out of the Haiyan group. The girl smiled and greeted Yi Futian. Now that you have been accepted by our academy, come over here. Yi Futian nodded and walked toward the Haiyan group. He ogled the body of the young girl and said, If I knew there was a girl so beautiful in your academy, I would have said yes the last time. You're a smooth talker, boy. The sexy girl laughed. Please take good care of me in the future. Yi Futian naturally held the girl in his arms, and the girl also seemed to feel comfortable. She laughed even harder. Of course I will, you cute boy. You shameless bastard. The people of Qingzhou Academy were swearing at Yi Futian. Traitor. How could a student of our academy be so off color? People kept cursing him. Qini looked sad about what had just happened. Xia Fan was jeering at all of this. He believed Hua Fenglu must be extremely embarrassed now, seeing the boyfriend of his daughter betray the academy and flirt with another girl. However, he was surprised that Hua Fenglu was still calm. It almost seemed like Hua Fenglu had no idea about the relationship between Yi Futian and his daughter. Xia Fan believed it was possible. Otherwise, Hua Fenglu would have been furious. Still, he wondered how such a lame boy could get Hua Jieyu to fall in love with him. What he did not know was that Hua Fenglu was calm because he knew Yi Futian all too well. Okay, let's head in there. Xia Fan made the command. He seemed to be pretty satisfied with all that had happened. Chapter 37. The army of people headed into Mount Tianyao together. The city of Qingzhou had never had an expedition of this level before. The army of people headed into Mount Tianyao together. The city of Qingzhou had never had an expedition of this level before. Mount Tianyao covered a large area of terrain, far larger than that of the main urban areas of Qingzhou City. It was difficult to imagine how many demons and monsters lurked in these mountains. Many people had attempted to clear Mount Tianyao of demons and monsters but to no avail. Now because of Xia Fan, Qingzhou Academy and the city's first line of defense, the Dark Chila Knighthood, were forced to send troops of people into the mountains. In addition, the Qingzhou Guards and Haiyan City's army were following behind them. The sheer number of people there was seemingly more impactful than the monster tide. The Dark Chila Knighthood charged forward on the path that Qingzhou Academy's School of Divination Arts had cleared for them using sorcery. Their advance forced the demons and monsters deeper into the mountains, but Qin Shui was not excited about this at all. The troop was attacking at full force, but there were still demons and monsters slipping past them left and right into the main city. All they could do now was try their best to eliminate as many demons and monsters as possible. Lead the way, Xia Fan ordered the middle-aged man ahead of him. His people had left markers in the mountains the last time they were here looking for the historical remains of Emperor Yi Qing. Yi Futian and the people of Haiyan Academy were walking at the back of the group. He had already made some inquiries. Yi Futian found out that the girl beside him was named Tangyu, 20 years old. She was definitely a flirtatious beauty. Yi Futian and Tangyu got familiar with each other fairly quickly. Senior sister, a beauty like you must have many suitors, right? Asked Yi Futian. Why do you ask? Laughed Tangyu. Do I have a chance? He asked her. She looked at Yi Futian and chuckled. You do look pretty handsome, but it's a shame that you're a little too young for my liking. Senior sister, I'm already an adult. 16 is not too young, said Yi Futian. When Tangyu saw how serious he was, she could not help but burst out in laughter. The young men of Haiyan Academy glared at Yi Futian when they heard Tangyu laughing. Senior sister, do you know why we're here? Asked Yi Futian. The elders say that there are historical remains in Mount Tianyao, explained Tangyu. Yi Futian shook his head. Senior sister, let me tell you a secret. He then leaned in close to whisper softly in her ear. In Mount Tianyao, there is a secret methods index left behind by Emperor Yi Qing. Tang Yu's expression turned serious and she looked at Yi Futian. Is what you said true? It looked like Xia Yan had indeed kept this information to himself. It was hard to blame him though because this had to do with Emperor Yi Qing, so of course, he would keep quiet about it. Of course, my master is the Hua Fenglu and I also know General Qin. It's only natural that I know this secret. Why else would they have made such a big fuss? Said Yi Futian. Wait for me here. Tang Yu finished her sentence and left. Yi Futian watched as she walked up to speak with the elder that had wanted to challenge Hua Fenglu, and made her way back. Come with me, she said to Yi Futian. He followed her to stand in front of the elder who had his eyes closed. Where did you hear this information? The elder asked Yi Futian. May I ask what your position is at Haiyan Academy? Questioned Yi Futian. The elder opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. Why do you ask? Since I'm going to pursue an education at Haiyan Academy, it's only common sense to want to learn from the best of the best, explained Yi Futian. I am Tang Mo, the headmaster of Haiyan Academy. If you do well, maybe I will think about teaching you myself, said the elder. Beside them, Tang Yu smiled and explained, he's my grandfather. Yi Futian bowed down and began to blabber baseless information. Since you're the headmaster and senior sister Tang Yu's grandfather, I would not dare withhold information from you. There has always been a rumor in the city of Qingzhou that our city was where Emperor Yi Qing originated, and that he had left an heirloom here. To obtain the heirloom was to obtain the right to inherit his position and his secret methods index. A lot of people think it's just a legend, but it's all true. The heirloom is up in Mount Tianyao. General Qin has personally seen it in the past. Why didn't he take it then? Tang Mo was skeptical. Headmaster, do you really think Emperor Yi Qing's heirloom is that easy to obtain? If it were, why would Xia Fan do all of this? Asked Yi Futian. Tang Mo squinted his eyes in suspicion. Do you know what happens if you lie to me? I didn't know that Headmaster was kept in the dark about this. I was simply making conversation with senior sister Tang Yu. Why would I purposely lie to her? It's just that Xia Fan has already gathered professionals from the East Sea Prefecture. But he's using people from both academies to fend off the demons and monsters instead. I think he's up to no good, answered Yi Futian. Are you trying to turn us against each other? Tang Mo was extremely sharp. His great aura was suffocating Yi Futian. When you reach the site of the remains, you'll know whether or not Xia Fan has been lying to you. If what I said was false, then my life is in your hands, but if what I said was true, then you should start being wary, said Yi Futian. Why? Asked Tang Mo. I don't know what Xia Fan promised you, but I'm sure you know what the inheritance of Emperor Yi Qing signifies. When the troops are done dealing with the demons and monsters, it would be easy to get his hands on the heirloom. After he accomplishes his goal, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill off all the witnesses. Headmaster, you must take caution. Yi Futian spoke solemnly. Up ahead, it was loud as the troops advanced and the boundaries of the mountain were on lockdown by the aces of Haiyan Academy. There would be no need to worry about a leak of information if worse comes to worst. Do you hate the vice chief? Tang Mo asked suddenly. Yi Futian lifted his head to look at Tang Mo. After a short silence he nodded. Of course. Xia Fan will do anything to get his way. He even started the monster tide to get us all on the mountain. The city of Qingzhou is my home. I can't allow him to bring harm to our city. If his plans succeed, it would be difficult for even me to make it out alive. If you don't believe me, then forget it. But if you choose to believe me, then please join hands with us. My master is Hua Fenglu, and I'm acquainted with General Qin. Even if the two schools have always been rivals, it's not impossible to work together just this once. If we can get our hands on Emperor Yi Qing's heirloom, wouldn't it all be worth it? You would be able to do anything you want, without fearing repercussions from a prefecture chief. Tang Yu, take him away, Tang Mo ordered abruptly with a sullen look. Tang Yu walked towards Yi Futian. He bowed once more to Tang Mo and left with Tang Yu, not saying another word. What do you think? Tang Mo asked the eagle-eyed man at his side. That guy has got quite a mouth on him. We can't trust him completely. The key now is to wait and see if what we find is truly the historical remains of Emperor Yi Qing, reasoned Eagle Eyes. And if they really are his remains? Tang Mo continued to question. Father, if it is actually the heirloom of Emperor Yi Qing, then what would a city like Qingzhou be to us? If we got our hands on the heirloom, not even the entire East Sea area would be able to stop us, said Eagle Eyes. Tang Mo went into deep thought. Even though Yi Futian's words were evidently trying to make the groups question one another, he had a point. With the heirloom in his hands, he would be unstoppable. Do you think he'll be of use to us? Tang Mo asked. Eagle Eyes thought for a while, then shook his head. Whether it be his gift or his personality, he's too hard to control. That's true. Yun Tianhao is naturally prideful and thinks only of cultivation, but this young man is different. Tang Mo agreed with his son. Even though Yun Tianhao lost to this fellow, he is still a mandate sorcerer. Yun Tianhao will only get stronger and more powerful. He has already left for the city of Donghai to seek more knowledge. He will definitely make a glorious return. Yi Futian, on the other hand, if we don't get him under control. Eagle Eyes looked at Tang Mo and then shared an unspoken understanding. The large group was advancing very quickly. Along the way, they stepped over countless carcasses of different types of demons and monsters, but they had also suffered many attacks. Both Qingzhou Academy and the Dark Chila Knighthood made many sacrifices, some dead, some hurt. The fog on Mount Tianyao grew thicker. It would be impossible to locate anything in the mountains from up in the air. This was the only reason Xia Fan chose to advance on foot. During their long expedition, Headmaster Gu Mu of Qingzhou Academy and Qin Shui went looking for Xia Fan. When they found him, they made their intentions clear. If everyone else continues to take a back seat while our people from the Academy and the Knighthood clear the way, we will leave the way we came. Are you threatening me? Xia Fan stared at Qin Shui, who had just listed his terms. Think what you will, said Qin Shui calmly. They were no longer in the city of Qingzhou. They had initially agreed to Xia Fan's forceful request because of the monster tide, but now that they were deep into Mount Tianyao, things were different. Xia Fan did not dare to push his luck. Fine, Xia Fan gave in and called out, Headmaster Tang Mo, I understand. Tang Mo nodded and ordered his people to take the place of the people of Qingzhou Academy and the Dark Chila Knighthood at the front line. Yi Futian stepped up with them. This area with the deeper fog housed more powerful demons and monsters. Sometimes there were even high-level Dharma-ranked demons and monsters. To defeat these creatures, the elders would have to step in. Time passed, and day by day there were fewer and fewer people in their expedition, and a large number of those who were hurt were actually their most powerful people in the group. The weaker people were being protected in the back of the group. Nobody would send the weak out to die, so they were the safest. Whenever Yi Futian was met with danger, he ran to hide amongst the Haiyan Academy aces so he would be safe as well. He was not about to risk his life for the Haiyan Academy. A lot of people scorned him when he did this, but he did not care at all. Finally, when they had gotten far enough within the mountains, the fog began to clear. This area was bright, maybe even brighter than it had been off the mountains. Spiritual qi was gathered here. This area is heavy with spiritual qi, but the surrounding areas are layered in fog. Could it be? Someone in the group spoke up. That's right. We're here, said an ace beside Xia Fan. He was excited. The lot continued to advance, and they started to realize that there was not a single demon or monster in this area. What is that? Someone pointed ahead and screamed. As they got closer, the view became clearer, and everyone's hearts began to pound. What they saw was an enormous statue. It rose from the valley below and stood in the middle of the mountains. Everyone was shaking, but they continued to advance until they were all standing on a cliff above the valley, looking out at the statue. Spiritual qi was flowing like crazy through the entire area. Look down. Someone pointed with a shaking finger down at the base of the statue. There they saw a dragon coiled around the statue. It was an actual dragon. Right now it had its eyes closed shut, seemingly asleep. That's the dragon, someone from Qingzhou Academy said. Everyone, including Yi Futian, was surprised. This dragon was the same one they saw last fall. Around the statue and dragon, the valley was swarmed by powerful demons. They were revolving around the statue, greedily absorbing its spiritual qi. This was a valley of 1,000,000 beasts. Emperor Yi Qing, someone said in shock as they stared at the giant statue. 16 years ago, The death of Emperor Yiqing became tabooed, and it became forbidden for anything in his image to exist, but right in front of their eyes was this magnificent statue of Emperor Yiqing. Chapter 38. The monumental statue in front of them was vivid and dignified. Black hair casually spread across the shoulders. The eyes were so bright that they seemed to be looking through people. The statue had already demonstrated the unsurpassed charm of Emperor Yiqing. The monumental statue in front of them was vivid and dignified. Black hair casually spread across the shoulders. The eyes were so bright that they seemed to be looking through people. The statue had already demonstrated the unsurpassed charm of Emperor Yiqing. Emperor Yiqing was the legend of the divine prefectures of the East. Even though his name became a taboo after he died, it was still mentioned privately. The name had come as a shock. They had never expected that in Mount Tianyao there was such a lifelike statue of Emperor Yiqing. And they were wondering whether the dragon was his mount. Wow, look at this, the relics of Emperor Yiqing. Tang Emo, the headmaster of Haiyan Academy, narrowed his eyes. He realized that Xia Fan had concealed his true intentions about coming in here. Qin Shui gazed at the coiled dragon in the canyon below. He frowned with doubt. Several years ago, when he had come here with his master, he hadn't seen the coiled dragon. There were only the statue and monsters at that time. The dragon must have come later. Everyone, these are the relics of Emperor Yiqing. There's an entrance behind the statue, and I believe the treasure of Emperor Yiqing is hidden inside. Even without the relics of Emperor Yiqing, the corpse of this dead dragon is a valuable treasure itself. Xia Fan pointed below. He looked so greedy that he would have started the exploration already if not for the monsters lurking below. Tang Fei went to tell Xia Fan that the monsters below were entirely different from the ones in the monster tide. Mr. Xia, these monsters are different. These monsters were just being lazy. They didn't even care about the people and kept laying there. So we all need to work together, Xia Fan said. I didn't know Emperor Yiqing was a native of the city of Qingzhou, and that there were relics in this place. How much longer were you going to hide this from me? Tang Emo asked Xia Fan tentatively. Xia Fan looked at Tang Emo and then smiled. In fact, I didn't know that Emperor Yiqing lived in this city until recently. However, it's still unknown whether the relics are behind the entrance of that statue or not. I didn't tell Mr. Tang because I wanted to keep it confidential information. Okay. Tang Emo nodded. Yi Futian was telling the truth. Emperor Yiqing had been a native of the city of Qingzhou. However, what he didn't know was that Yi Futian also felt shocked about this fact. He had totally made it up and he had no evidence to support it. To his surprise, Xia Fan admitted that Emperor Yiqing had lived in the city of Qingzhou. Time to get to work, Xia Fan commanded. Awkwardly, no one started moving. None of them were going to risk their lives for Xia Fan at this time. General Qin, Mr. Gu? Xia Fan looked at Qin Shui and asked. We have already finished our job. I am not going to let people of the Dark Kyla Knighthood and Qingzhou Academy die for your interests, Qin Shui said coldly. Due to the huge amount of monsters below, Xia Fan would basically be sending them in as bait to distract these monsters from guarding the entrance. Mr. Xia, there are so many monsters and to be honest, some of us will die if we fight them. If you get the treasure from Emperor Yiqing, what will we get? I don't want my people to die for nothing, Tang Emo protested. Xia Fan was caught off guard then smiled. He realized that Yi Futian had talked with Tang Emo about his plan. Uncle. Xia Fan looked at the man in black next to him. Then he went silent. The next moment, a fierce storm of sword power burst out of his body. This storm became so intense that it enveloped all the people. People were nervous. The power of this sword storm was so overwhelming that it could destroy everything, monsters and people alike. He's in the Arcana plane, that's incredible. Hua Fenglu realized Xia Fan was serious this time. He had summoned his uncle from the city of Donghai who was, in fact, a powerful swordsman. The treasure of Emperor Yiqing was so precious that it was hard for Xia Fan to fully trust his army. Tang Emo also looked uncomfortable and shot Yi Futian a despising glance. Do you have other questions? Xia Fan laughed out loud. He had gained control over the situation now. The Dark Kylan soldiers will fight for you. Let the young students of Qingzhou Academy go. Qin Shui responded. You're asking for death. Xia Fan was impatient. His uncle suddenly launched a powerful strike. The strike was too fast to evade. The dark Kylin under Qin Shui was killed by this strike, and one of Qin Shui's arms was cut off. General! The dark Kylin soldiers gathered around Qin Shui. They were terrified of what had just happened. Dad! Qin screamed in horror. The man in black hurried into the air. He could have launched another strike at any moment. Any more questions? Xia Fan sounded indifferent. I insist that only the dark Kylin soldiers join the fight, and the young students of Qingzhou Academy should leave. Qin Shui was persistent. Blood gushed out of his missing arm, but he was still peaceful. Xia Fan was mad. He needed Qin Shui's army to fight against the monsters, but he knew they would not do so without their commander. Okay, let the young students go. Xia Fan then looked at Tang Imo. Mr. Tang, do you have anything to add? I obey your orders. Tang Imo had to comply. He didn't have the same courage as Qin Shui. So let's move, Xia Fan commanded. The army began to attack the monsters below. The dark Kylin soldiers were the vanguards of this troop, and those powerful people beyond the Dharma plane level were following them. Xia Fan observed the fight. He wanted to test the power of these monsters with the bait he had just sent. Go away or die. A heavy voice came out of the canyon, which stiffened the members of the army. Soon they saw a white-skinned monster standing apart from the herd. She soon started to grow huge, and she looked almost as big as a hill. The rest of the herd were awakened by this voice. Suddenly, the whole herd became active. What the? Xia Fan was frightened. He didn't know there was a monster lord in this herd. How could that be possible? He looked at the statue of Emperor Yi Qing. Was the monster lord the guardian of this statue? People were shocked. The monster lord was a snow ape. When it stood up, it was so giant that it seemed invincible. Die, you intruders! The snow ape roared. The mountain began to shake from this roar. Sorry for the intrusion, Xia Fan said. He knew that this was an inevitable failure. They had lost quite a lot soldiers from their army, and all of that for just a tour of this place? All of the armies retreated back to the top. Tang Imo started speaking. I'm sorry, Mr. Xia, we can't do anything about it. Xia Fan's face was gloomy. It seemed that he needed to release his anger desperately. Go fight the monsters and die there. Xia Fan told Tang Imo. Tang Imo was caught off guard. Mr. Xia, please forgive him. Mr. Tang was encouraged by the others. Morong Qiu approached. Yi Futian knew that the conspiracy had been revealed now. He had tried to cause a crack between Xia Fan and Tang Imo, but he had not expected that Tang Imo would surrender to the power of Xia Fan. Yes, Yi Futian tried to turn me against you. He told me that he was planning to mess with Xia Fan with help from the students of Qingzhou Academy and the soldiers of the Dark Kylin Knighthood. Tang Imo sold Yi Futian out. Tang Yu was embarrassed by her grandfather. She had already started to consider Yi Futian as a friend. So Qingzhou Academy sent Yi Futian to Haiyan Academy to mess up my plans, am I right? Xia Fan's voice was gloomy and cold. Mr. Xia, Yi Futian was expelled from Qingzhou Academy long ago. His activity had nothing to do with this academy. I will kill him for you to prove that, Shizhong explained. Is that true? Xia Fan looked at Gumu for confirmation. Gumu gave Hua Fenglu a glance, then nodded. This has nothing to do with Qingzhou Academy. So, I will believe whoever kills him first. Xia Fan was laughing out loud. I'll do it. Shizhong rushed toward Yi Futian. Tang Lin also rushed toward Yi Futian. They had already had plans to kill Yi Futian, so even without being interrogated by Xia Fan, he would have been killed anyway. Hua Fenglu appeared next to Yi Futian to protect his disciple. He glanced at Shizhong and Tang Lin. Do I not exist? Mr. Guqin Devil, this is none of your business. Xia Fan was complacent. Even your father didn't dare talk to me like that. Hua Fenglu stared at Xia Fan. That was in the past, Mr. Hua. Xia Fan sneered at him. I am in a bad mood. Stay out of this now. The moment he stopped talking, the man in black stepped forward. He soon started to attack Hua Fenglu with the sword storm. I am also in a bad mood. You better stay away from me before you get in trouble. Hua Fenglu sounded peaceful. Your natal spirit has been destroyed, and I'm kind of curious how bad your temper could be. He urged his power toward Hua Fenglu. and it looked like he was going to tear Hua Fenglu into pieces. Professor! Yi Futian was worried about Hua Fenglu. This man in black was in the Arcana plane. He was even more powerful than the people from Haiyan Academy who were in the Dharma plane. Qingzhou City had never seen someone as powerful as he was. He had no idea what plane Hua Fenglu was in, but the confidence of that man worried him. He has fallen under the Arcana plane since his natal spirit was destroyed. The middle-aged man next to Xiafan confirmed Yi Futian's fear. You don't have to die for me, Professor. Yi Futian ran away and yelled. Just tell Fox I love her and tell my godfather I have to let him down. The second half was to Yu Shang. Shockingly, Yi Futian began running into the canyon with the endless monsters. Yi Futian was upset that he had to end his short life in such a way. He was not prepared to die yet. Go after him, Xiafan commanded. Suddenly, some powerful mages rushed out of the group to pursue Yi Futian. Chapter 39. Hua Fenglu did not expect Yi Futian to be so determined. He even left his last words. Hua Fenglu did not expect Yi Futian to be so determined. He even left his last words. He tried to run toward Yi Futian's direction but was blocked by the sword storm, cutting off his advance. Yi Futian, you get back here right now, screamed Hua Fenglu. You should worry about yourself, suggested the Arcana plane cultivator dressed in black. His body was surrounded by the endless sword storm. When he swiped his arms forward, a row of swords appeared, all charging at Hua Fenglu. Get lost, raged Hua Fenglu. An invisible force descended upon him, and the row of swords stopped right before they were able to pierce him. The swords shook violently in midair. While the two were in this deadlock, Hua Fenglu saw Shizhong, Eagle Eyes, and Tang Lin jump down into the canyon to chase after Yi Futian. His heart convulsed. His long black hair flowed without the wind blowing. The dust beneath his feet blew like a weird storm. I told you I have a bad temper. Why did you have to provoke me? Hua Fenglu's voice was shaking. He felt extremely guilty. His life was just beginning. He couldn't die. A bright light emanated from Hua Fenglu. Then the light gathered and formed the strings of a qin. From there, the entire instrument appeared in front of Hua Fenglu. At that moment, his aura began to grow, breaking Dharma into the Arcana plane. Life spirit. That's impossible, said the Arcana plane swordsman. He quickly realized what was going on, and his expression changed. Hua Fenglu, this is suicide. Hua Fenglu disregarded him, and began to strum the instrument with both hands. Music began to play. An abstract wave was released that pierced eardrums with a dragon-like roar. The swords formed with spiritual qi dissipated. The Tsongshan dragon chant. The swordsman could only stare at Hua Fenglu. The Tsongshan dragon chant was a musical spell that the qin devil, Hua Fenglu, specialized in. The swordsman watched as Hua Fenglu's pace quickened. His music spread into his surroundings, and the sound waves created a force field, encapsulating everyone around. The force field made its way to the swordsman and Xiafan. Boom! Xiafan received a harsh attack and moaned in pain. His face was now pale. Be careful, this is his musical spell. Retreat! Shouted the swordsman. His sword raced toward Hua Fenglu once more. Hua Fenglu's fingers moved even faster. The sound of his instrument was magical, spreading far and wide. Kill him, ordered Xiafan, blood in his mouth. He felt as if he were about to explode. His people came to protect him in their retreat. Everyone began to retreat, even Shizhong and Tang Lin, who were chasing Yi Futian. Kill, muttered Hua Fenglu. His music continued, and an even stronger wave attacked Xiafan. His people tried to use their spiritual qi to create a force field for his protection, but the wave was too strong. The force field was broken, and Xiafan was hit once again. His face was now even more pale than before. Shizhong, on the other hand, was not so lucky. Under the power of the music, he screamed in pain. He was killed by the power of Hua Fenglu's instrument, bleeding from every orifice. The Qin Devil, someone said. Many people had heard of this name, but seeing him in action made them realize how truly extraordinary Hua Fenglu was. Let's go, said the swordsman. Protecting himself with a force field, he went to Xiafan's side to retreat together. Seeing this, Tang Mo and Gumu also ordered an evacuation. Qing Shui led the dark Qilin knighthood away from this place of trouble. Hua Fenglu attempted to chase after his enemies, but stopped after taking a single step. He began to cough up blood. This was going to be the end of the legendary Qin devil. He could no longer chase after them. Even so, the sound of his instrument never ceased. Yi Futian jumped down the canyon and felt the wind around him. Just as he was about to land, he was swept up in the wind, but not even the wind could defy gravity. He began to fall once more, and Yi Futian felt no strength in his legs. Would he die like this? He did not die, but he did see the demons and monsters gather around him. They looked as if they wanted to swallow him alive. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" asked the snow ape. Just as he spoke, Yi Futian's thunder dragon spirit was released. "Senior Dragon and I are linked by fate. I have my life spirit thanks to him, so I came to express my gratitude," said Yi Futian loudly. He was not going to give up a chance to live even at a dead end like this. Demons and monsters stormed towards him, not paying attention to anything he said. Yi Futian could smell blood. It came from the mouth of a demon boa. He was out of hope now. Pang! A large hand smacked the demon boa far away. The snow ape stood in front of Yi Futian like a large mountain. It looked down on Yi Futian and asked, "This life spirit, it was given to you by the old dragon?" Yi Futian's eyes twinkled and he spoke. "Last year when I was training on Mount Tianyao, Senior Dragon's image appeared. After observing it, my life spirit was created." "You created the life spirit by observation?" The snow ape stared at Yi Futian. "Show me your natal spirit." Yi Futian nodded. The world tree appeared. The ancient tree swayed in the wind just like a real tree. The snow ape shuddered, his eyes suddenly turning red. His large body fell to the ground, his head landing in front of Yi Futian. "What's wrong?" asked Yi Futian, withdrawing his life spirit. The snow ape looked extremely sad. "Child." The snow ape stuck out its finger to caress Yi Futian's face. Tears formed in his large red eyes and he began to cry. This was enough for Yi Futian to share his deep sadness. "Why is it you?" The snow ape's body shook as he continued to cry. "Do you know me?" Yi Futian's voice lowered, seemingly affected by the snow ape's emotions. "You poor child." The snow ape was unable to pull himself out of his melancholic state. Slowly, he stood up, lifted his head, and let out an earth-shattering scream. His fists pounded down on his chest repeatedly. The snow ape's scream resonated throughout the mountain, and the demons and monsters bowed down as they shook in fear. The snow ape then got down on his knees and gave Yi Futian a deep bow, one fit for royalty. "Senior." Yi Futian was dumbfounded. The demons and monsters of the canyon were bowing down to him. "May you bring me back up there?" asked Yi Futian. He was worried about Hua Fenglu. "Of course," answered the snow ape. He lifted his head and held on to Yi Futian with his huge hands. His feet stomped down on the ground, shattering it, and in a second they were catapulted back to the peak of the mountain. The whole mountain shook along with their movements. Letting go of Yi Futian, the snow ape placed him on the ground. "Master!" Yi Futian's heart squeezed at the sight of Hua Fenglu. He was still strumming away at his instrument, the strings now tainted with blood. "Yi Futian," called out Hua Fenglu. He could not believe his eyes. Yi Futian was safe and sound. A cord snapped, and his instrument disappeared. Hua Fenglu spit out blood once again and fell to the ground. "Master!" Yi Futian sprinted to his side and held Hua Fenglu in his arms. "There's someone over there." The snow ape looked ahead. Yi Futian raised his head to see that the swordsman had returned. When he saw Yi Futian and the snow ape together, the swordsman's heart pounded. How could it be? "Kill him," Yi Futian said coldly. The snow ape took big steps toward the swordsman, who began to run, but his speed was no match for the snow ape. The snow ape gave out a loud growl and stomped down on the swordsman. Before his demise, he managed to shout out a warning to his companions. "Run!" 3 roars came from the snow ape, and from a distance the swordsman's companions shook in fear. What was the Demon King doing outside the canyon? Hua Fenglio's life was hanging on by a thread, but he still smiled at Yi Futian. "Don't worry, this isn't enough to kill me. My powers were disabled once, doesn't matter if it happens a second time." "I told you to leave me be, why did you do this?" If I was already dead, then you would have died in vain, shouted Yi Futian. His eyes were red. As your master, I couldn't just let you be driven to your death and do nothing about it. That's humiliating, laughed Hua Fenglu. Besides, you know I have a bad temper. So you feel good about yourself now? Well, I'm pissed. If something had happened to you, what would I do about Fox? Asked Yi Futian. You would marry her, chuckled Hua Fenglu. Yi Futian lowered his head, tears streaming down his face as he closed his eyes in pain. Why are you crying? My daughter is beautiful. Are you not willing to marry her? Hua Fenglu was acting as if nothing had happened. I'm crying because you messed up my life. If you die, then I don't even get the chance to kick you to the curb when I'm successful, said Yi Futian as he placed Hua Fenglu on his back, carrying him into the canyon. You make it sound like you got the short end of the stick here, Hua Fenglu said from behind. Of course. If I become emperor, then you're the emperor's father-in-law, Yi Futian answered nonchalantly. Hua Fenglu lifted his head to watch the sunset and smiled. Yu Sheng approached them from the edge of the canyon. Yi Futian stared at him. What are you trying to do now? Are you also trying to die with me by jumping off? No, replied Yu Sheng, shaking his head. Yi Futian was even madder now. What happened to being loyal to friends? If you had died, then I would have avenged you. Yu Sheng lifted his head, finally looking Yi Futian in the eyes. His eyes were also red. Fine, I forgive you, said Yi Futian. He looked over at the snow ape who had just returned. Can you bring me to the statue? Okay, but anyone who sees us together has to die, said the snow ape seriously. Yi Futian was shocked at his words and looked over at Yu Sheng. They are some of my closest friends and family. Don't even think about it. As for the others, leave it to me. The snow ape nodded and brought the three to the entrance of the statue. Yi Futian pushed open the door and entered alone. The inside was empty. All that was there was another statue of Emperor Yi Qing, but this one was life-sized. The spiritual qi inside was packed as if there was a matrix somewhere. When Yi Futian took a step inside, the matrix lit up by itself. It got brighter as endless amounts of spiritual qi rushed into the life-size statue. This caused the statue to break apart, releasing a virtual image. It was Emperor Yi Qing. The two met eyes and Emperor Yi Qing spoke softly to ask, "What is your name, child?" "Senior, my name is Yi Futian," he answered. He was not sure why he felt so at peace even though the most legendary character in history was standing in front of him. "We share a surname. Release your life spirit for me," requested Emperor Yi Qing. Yi Futian did exactly that as requested. Upon seeing his life spirit, Emperor Yi Qing froze. Then he let out a pained expression. It was the same reaction that the snow ape had. It seemed like he was about to cry. His virtual image approached Yi Futian and embraced him. He then said, "My dear child, why is it you? Why must it be you?" His voice cracked as he cried. Yi Futian wanted to cry with him. Softly he spoke. "Senior, haven't you been waiting for me? Who exactly am I?" "You are not the one I have been waiting for. I didn't think it would be you." His voice was filled with sadness. His virtual image returned to its original place. Emperor Yi Qing looked at Yi Futian with gentle eyes and told him, "Child, you are the future emperor of the divine prefectures, the ruler of the world." Chapter 40. Yi Futian was looking at Emperor Yi Qing with confusion. His godfather had used to tell him the same thing. He was curious why they had such high expectations for him. Yi Futian was looking at Emperor Yi Qing with confusion. His godfather had used to tell him the same thing. He was curious why they had such high expectations for him. His father had told him that he inherited his natal spirit from his ancestors. However, it was apparent that Emperor Yi Qing and the snow ape recognized his natal spirit. "I would not even dare to think about becoming emperor. Could you please just tell me who I am?" Yi Futian asked in a lowered voice. "Child, you have to trust yourself. You are destined to be the emperor because of your natal spirit," Emperor Yi Qing said patiently. However, Yi Futian was dejected because he had not received a clear answer. "As you're not waiting for me, I believe it's time for me to leave now." "You are wrong." Emperor Yi Qing now looked at Yi Futian, full of kindness. "I feel sad about meeting you in such a situation. However, No one would be more appropriate than you to inherit my power. Your treasures. You are giving me all of them? Yi Futian was surprised. Yes, my natal spirit, my original spells, and everything else. Emperor Yi Qing nodded. Could you please teach my friend your martial arts techniques? He was born to be a warrior. Yi Futian was thinking about Yu Shang. He believed that Yu Shang would be perfect for those techniques. Is his surname Yu? Emperor Yi Qing asked. How did you know that? Yi Futian was surprised. If you had not been born into this world, he would have carried my inheritance. However, since you are here, you deserve all of them. He was born into this world only to help you. Emperor Yi Qing rejected his suggestion. Yi Futian felt sad about this. He believed it was unfair to Yu Shang. Child, there's not much time left for me, even though I want to see you grow up. Emperor Yi Qing's voice was low and sad. Yi Futian looked at him and asked, could you please tell me what the relation is between you and me? Emperor Yi Qing shook his head. He now looked at Yi Futian with kindness and a trace of sadness. Soon the illusory figure of Emperor Yi Qing turned into a bright light, which shot toward Yi Futian's forehead. At that moment, Yi Futian felt a piercing mental power enter his head. His body was trembling because of the anguishing pain. This is already the third time. Yi Futian was disappointed, then lost consciousness. When he woke up again, Yu Shang and Hua Fenglu were sitting beside him. They had both entered the statue. The snow ape and the monsters were guarding the outside. You are so lucky. Hua Fenglu looked at Yi Futian. Xia Fan had summoned someone so powerful, an Arcana Plane swordsman, to seize the treasures of Emperor Yi Qing. They had even released the monster tide to attack the guardians of Qingzhou City. However, all that they had done had just helped Yi Futian in the end. Yi Futian smiled wryly, yet he was still confused and depressed about what had happened. He closed his eyes and entered his life palace. There was another natal spirit now in his life palace, the Storm of Eyes. The eyes were made up of total darkness, almost like a black hole. There was horrifying mental power inside the natal spirit. This new natal spirit came as a gift rather than a result of cultivation. Yi Futian had to admit that he was lucky. Soon after, he opened his eyes. The next moment, his eyes became as dark as the Storm of Eyes. A robust mental power was filling his eyes. Hua Fenglu was surprised by this new power granted to Yi Futian. He vaguely felt the sense of an emperor. His eyes then turned back to normal. Hua Fenglu asked him, Spirit Elemental? Yes, it's Beast Mastery. Yi Futian nodded. Besides the sorcerers of the 7 elements, there were some special mandate sorcerers. For example, Hua Fenglu specialized in music spells. There were also some beast masters. In fact, all these special sorcerers were categorized as mind controllers, who attacked their opponents with the mental power of the spirit elemental. So, Emperor Yi Qing was a beast master, Hua Fenglu mumbled. And he was a powerful cultivator in martial arts. Yi Futian remembered and added, sorcerers specializing in mental power were powerful offensively. However, they had weak defenses. I guess that was why he enhanced his techniques with martial arts cultivation. That just made him perfect. Hua Fenglu nodded. Emperor Yi Qing was the legend who had unified the whole continent, so his talents must have been incredible, incomparable. Take your time to look through the treasures you have received. Just ignore us. Hua Fenglu was happy with Yi Futian's situation. Okay. Yi Futian closed his eyes, and then pieces of memories were swarming in his mind. He saw the dragon riding on the cloud, the bird flying over the sky, and the giant ape stomping on the earth. They were so real that Yi Futian almost felt like he could reach out and touch them. The dragon serves for my strength, the ape serves for my power, and the bird serves for my speed. I can make use of them and form my body to perfection. Yi Futian was shocked deep inside. He had already possessed the soul of the dragon, and now he was using freedom meditation to extract the souls of the ape and the bird. Gradually, the wind, earth and metal element powers raged around in his body, and new natal spirits began to show up in his life palace. Yi Futian finally understood why Emperor Yi Qing had let him inherit all the treasures rather than Yu Shang. He had the rarest of talents. He could actually create new natal spirits on his own. Before long, he had 2 new natal spirits in his life palace. In his life palace he already had many natal spirits other than the original world tree. The sun, the thunder dragon, the guqin, the storm of eyes, the bird, and the ape. It was even more impressive that the natal spirit of the bird had two elements, which were wind and metal. After he opened his eyes, he looked at Hua Fenglu and Yu Sheng with confusion. "What are you looking at?" Hua Fenglu looked back curiously. He noticed that a weird smile had shown up on Yi Futian's face. "Professor, I just have too many natal spirits in my life palace now. The treasures I received from Emperor Yi Qing were too powerful for me." Yi Futian blinked his eyes. Hua Fenglu was embarrassed. He only had one natal spirit, and it was destroyed a long time ago. He pretended to be mad at Yi Futian. "Get out of here." Yi Futian also started to laugh. He took a deep breath and said, "You are also lucky, Professor, to have such a lucky son-in-law." Yu Sheng's notion about how shameless Yi Futian could be was reaffirmed entirely at that moment. As for Hua Fenglu, he almost wanted to kick Yi Futian's ass right now. During the next month, Yi Futian kept cultivating in the canyon of Mount Tianyao. The relentless monsters led by the snow ape locked down this area to make sure no one could approach Yi Futian. Yi Futian was practicing his skills on a bunch of demon beasts. A demon bull pounced toward Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian didn't even try to evade the attack. He headed straight on to the demon bull to counter the attack. While he was charging, the roar of the dragon came out of his body. He made a fist and punched the demon bull hard. That punch looked as if it was landed by the giant ape. With a loud thump, the demon bull was knocked away by that punch. Yi Futian didn't let the demon bull go that easily. His hands reached out to clamp down on the throat of the demon bull. The attack this time changed into another form. Yi Futian almost looked like he had wings and began flying with the movement of a bird. A demon panther also started to attack, but she missed Yi Futian because he was too fast. She saw the counterattack coming, but it was already too late to dodge it. Yi Futian's arms were like the wings of a bird, and his thunder-like strike left the demon panther with a deep wound on her body. The other monsters kept growling. They had been intimidated by Yi Futian. "Now your body moves like a dragon, you are strong as an ape, and your speed is like the bird. You have made impressive progress during the last month." Hua Fenglu felt satisfied with his work. "I am still so far away from the abilities of those true divine creatures." Yi Futian remembered the images in his mind. Hua Fenglu understood and tried to comfort him. "Your level is not high enough to fully develop the power inside your body. You are only in 2-star glory plane, and you're trying to fully seize power from those divine creatures?" Yi Futian was still sad about this fact. He looked at the snow ape and said, "I need to leave now." "Okay. Have you decided on which beasts to take away with you? Your mental power is not strong enough for those giant creatures yet. However, you can control some beasts and monsters that are in the Dharma plane." The snow ape told him. "You're not coming with me?" Yi Futian tried to gain her sympathy. He believed that if the snow ape agreed to follow him, he would be the most powerful mage in East Sea Prefecture. "Sorry boy, I have to stay here. As long as I am here, no one will know that the treasures have been taken. Remember, don't let anyone know that you have inherited the treasures. Otherwise those greedy people would." The snow ape stopped. Yi Futian was upset, even though he understood what the snow ape meant. Yi Futian looked at the monsters around him. He needed to stay under the radar so no one would know that he inherited the treasures by picking a monster that wasn't too flashy. "Could you please call a dark wind eagle to my side?" Yi Futian asked. "Sure," the snow ape agreed, then called on a dark wind eagle that was in the Dharma plane. Yi Futian walked toward the dark wind eagle. He started to release the power from his eyes, which was generated by his natal spirit, the storm of eyes. The snow ape stared at the dark wind eagle to prevent the eagle from resisting. The dark wind eagle was a wind element creature, and her mental power was also of the Dharma plane level. Therefore, without assistance from the snow ape, Yi Futian would not be able to mentally control the eagle. This was the first time he had initiated the beast mastery ability with the storm of eyes. He felt as if the figure of the dark wind eagle was imprinted on his pupils. His ruthless mental power was planting his will inside the eagle to control her, and the body of that eagle was shaking in the process. Suddenly, the dark wind eagle reached her limit. She finally surrendered to the power of Yi Futian, and their souls started to resonate. Phew! Yi Futian took a deep breath. The dark wind eagle finally bowed down to him. Hua Fenglu actually knew the reason why Yi Futian had picked the dark wind eagle as his first subject. Yi Futian was still upset that Hua Jieyu had left with the black eagle. Goodbye, Snow Ape. Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Hua Fenglu finally left. They looked at the statue of Emperor Yi Qing with a sense of attachment and gratitude. Go now. The Snow Ape nodded. The dark wind eagle flew into the air. The sight of Yi Futian, the Snow Ape, the statue, and the monsters becoming smaller until they were tiny dots. Finally they were gone. Go escort them, the Snow Ape commanded. The monsters obeyed her orders. People around Mount Tianyao were frightened by this herd of monsters. They were shocked and wondered why another monster tide was coming. Chapter 41. The city of Qingzhou was a mess because of the monster tide. Buildings had fallen and many people had died. The whole city looked gray and pitiful. The city of Qingzhou was a mess because of the monster tide. Buildings had fallen and many people had died. The whole city looked gray and pitiful. Luckily, the monster tide did not last very long. Towards the end of the monster tide, aces from the East Sea Prefecture had come to help kill off demons and monsters. Thanks to them, the damage was not as bad as it could have been. Despite this, it would take a very long time for things to return to what it once was. There had also been consistent earthquakes in Qingzhou City since the monster tide had ended. After the people of Qingzhou Academy returned with General Qin's Dark Qilin knighthood, it was rumored that the vice chief of the East Sea Prefecture was very unhappy. Then, in a fit of rage, he removed General Qin from his position as leader of the Dark Qilin knighthood. This angered the knights, but they were suppressed by the aces from the prefecture, the Qingzhou guards who were under the orders of the city lord, and the people of the Murong Chamber of Commerce. After a bloody battle, many of the knights had been met with a sad end, and the Qingzhou city protectors, the Dark Qilin knighthood, had become a thing of the past. Then, City Lord Wei Meng was transferred out of Qingzhou City, and his place was taken by the leader of the Murong Chamber of Commerce, Murong Yunshan. Many people were displeased with this decision. Rumors were spreading throughout the city. They said that historical remains of Emperor Yi Qing had been found on Mount Tianyao, and that the continuous arrival of the East Sea Prefecture aces had proved this rumor to be true. However, no one ever made it back from Mount Tianyao with viable information. Some people only make it halfway. Some people make it near the remains but get surrounded by demons and monsters. The rumors also say that it was because of these remains that the East Sea Prefecture's Vice Chief Xiafan started the monster tide and aligned with the city lord and the people of the Murong Chamber of Commerce to force Qingzhou Academy and Qin Shui onto Mount Tianyao. When these rumors spread, the citizens were even more upset. However, it did not matter because the Murong Chamber of Commerce held a lot of power in the city to begin with. Now that their leader was also the city lord, no one dared to speak out against them. To make things worse, they also have the East Sea Prefecture to back them up. The most that citizens of Qingzhou City could do was to complain secretly. At the Yi family house, a black wind eagle landed to drop off 3 people, and then flew up to circle in the sky. Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Hua Fenglu had left the mountains after a short while, because they were worried about their families. Upon their arrival, Yi Futian's heart sank at the sight of his home. The residence was torn apart with bits and pieces of the house scattered on the ground. Looking around, they could not find a single person. Father! Mother! Yi Futian ran through his home as he called out to his parents. The roof was caving in and the house was empty. Godfather! Yi Futian called again with sadness in his voice. Still no one answered. Yu Sheng was also running around the residence with red eyes, looking for a trace of the family. What happened? What on earth happened to them? Yi Futian was scared. More scared than when he had jumped into the canyon. Yi Futian. At that moment someone screamed out his name. Yi Futian whipped around to see a beautiful young woman run toward him. Her body flew into his arms and held on to him tightly. You're alive, you're still alive, said the young woman. Her eyes were red as she cried into his shirt. Feng Qingxue, where is my family? Do you know what happened to them? Asked Yi Futian while he tried to support her. Feng Qingxue dried her tears, her face flushed red and said with her head lowered, Your dad and everyone else is fine. My father told me to let you know that they moved away from Qingzhou City. They wanted to tell you not to worry about them. They didn't say where they were going? Asked Yifutian, now relieved. Thank God nothing had happened to them. Feng Qingxue shook her head and replied, My father also told me not to tell anyone. Your family left secretly, but they didn't want you to worry, so they asked my father to relay the message. Yifutian was stunned. Then he looked up at the sky and cursed, Yi Baichuan, you jerk. His eyes were red from crying. Being as intelligent as he was, Yifutian knew there was something wrong with his background. Both he and his godfather carried secrets about their pasts. Now, his family had taken advantage of the distraction of the monster tide to leave in secret. He knew it was to hide a secret that no one would ever find out. From this day on, the Yi family did not exist in the city of Qingzhou. The East Sea was huge. Where was he supposed to begin the search for his family? They obviously did not want him to find them. Feng Qingxue, how is the city doing? Have the people from the East Sea Prefecture left yet? Asked Yifutian. If Xia Fan was still here, he would have to be extra careful. They left, and so have those from Haiyan City. Qingzhou Academy took a really big blow. General Qin has been removed from his position, and the Dark Qilin knighthood has been dismantled. All of that is thanks to Xia Fan, the City Lord office, and the Murong Chamber of Commerce. Murong Yunshan is now the City Lord. Recently, more and more outsiders have arrived at Qingzhou City in hopes of finding Emperor Yi Qing's heirloom but have all left empty-handed, explained Feng Qingxue all at once. General Qin has been removed? Yifutian was shocked. Yeah, she nodded. Yifutian stood frozen. The protector of the city and leader of the Dark Qilin knighthood has been thrown out by the vice chief of the East Sea Prefecture. Who would have imagined that? Those high authority figures held absolute power and played with the lives of others. Had he not gotten lucky, he would have died on Mount Tianyao. What do you have planned for the future? Why don't you come stay at my place? Asked Feng Qingxue with anticipation. Yifutian did a once-over of Feng Qingxue. At his piercing gaze, her face reddened. That's okay. I might actually leave Qingzhou City as well, answered Yifutian. Feng Qingxue was dazed. Her heart skipped a beat upon hearing his reply. She asked, Where are you going? To do what I have to, Yifutian said with a smile. Feng Qingxue, I should get going now. You should head home too. Say goodbye to your father for me. Take care of yourselves. Yifutian returned to Hua Fengliu's side. He placed him on his back and they headed outside with Yushang beside him. Feng Qingxue remained frozen in place. As she watched him leave, she shouted, Yifutian. He turned back to face her. I like you, she shouted at the top of her lungs after mustering up the courage to do so. He looked at her and a smile appeared on his face. I know. Who wouldn't like a person like me? Don't miss me too much. Finishing his words, he turned around once again and continued on his way. Feng Qingxue's tears fell and she crouched down to the ground. Yifutian did not stop. He was afraid that if he gave in, he wouldn't be able to leave. Feng Qingxue was a beauty after all. If I wasn't here, would you go with her? Asked Hua Fenglu, who was on Yifutian's back. Why would I? I only need one fish from the sea. Fox is the only one for me. Yifutian answered his question matter-of-factly. At this, Hua Fenglu rolled his eyes. How did a shameless person like you get my daughter to fall for you? Looks, was all Yifutian said. Hua Fenglu had words for him. Master, when are you going to get better? If I keep carrying you like this, people might misunderstand, asked Yifutian in a low voice. If you don't want to carry me, then just throw me on a corner somewhere, retorted Hua Fenglu. In that battle, it took all the power he had to rekindle his Qin spirit. It also caused irreversible damage. At that time, he barely managed to keep standing. I'm sorry, father-in-law. Yifutian apologized quickly. Only then did Hua Fenglu smile again. Where are we going now? Asked Hua Fenglu. To kill a person, answered Yifutian. In the air above Qingzhou Academy, a black wind eagle was circling. Its sharp eyes were trained on the Earth Elemental Pavilion below. It could not seem to find its target and continued to circle. Then when a group of people exited the pavilion and headed for a restaurant off campus, the black wind eagle flew off after them. It did not attract the attention of the people below. As of late, things had been going great for Murong Chiu. Even though the expedition to Mount Tianyao failed, he was still able to establish a good relationship with the vice chief of the East Sea Prefecture. This aided his climb up the ladder at the Murong Chamber of Commerce. He had already been unanimously chosen as the successor of the chairman's seat, and his father was now the city lord. The whole city was under his family's control. Although he understood that a lot of people disliked him, including most of his classmates, he did not care. They had no choice but to treat him with respect. The lobby of the restaurant was packed with people, many of whom were disciples of Qingzhou Academy. When Murong Qiu and his people arrived, almost everyone bowed their heads with respect. This was very satisfying to Murong Qiu. He proceeded to look for a place to sit with a smile on his face. After the food arrived at the table, his whole group began to converse. Junior brother Murong Qiu possesses such a rare gift. You were able to reach the glory plane so quickly. You'll be in the Dharma plane in no time, and then the Arcana plane, said a disciple of the Earth Elemental Pavilion. The first 4 planes of cultivation were Awakening, Glory, Dharma, and Arcana. To reach the Dharma plane would mean you were sufficient to rise into the presbyter level and become an elder. If one were able to get a bit stronger than that, they would be able to become a pavilion lord. After all, the highest level anyone in the city of Qingzhou had reached was the Dharma plane. In the past, Hua Fenglu was known as the city's #1 ace because he was once in the Arcana plane. He was considered a top ace in all of the East Sea Prefecture. Well, of course, Murong Qiu will take control of all of Qingzhou City in the future. Naturally, he will be the most powerful person in the city. Murong Qing boasted about her older cousin. That's right. Don't forget about us when you have the city in the palm of your hands, junior brother, someone said as they held their cup up to toast. Murong Qiu smiled elegantly and lifted his cup as well. He looked ahead as if he were in deep thought. Seems like I'm a bit of a failure when it comes to the ladies, he said. His utterance put the table in an awkward silence. It was not a secret that Murong Qiu liked Hua Jieyu, but she ended up with Yi Futian. Then when Murong Qing introduced him to Feng Qingxue, everyone thought he had it in the bag. In the end, it seemed like Feng Qingxue still had feelings for Yi Futian. That bitch. Feng Qingxue is just ungrateful. She's not good enough for you. You shouldn't feel bad about it, said one of Murong Qiu's junior brothers. That's right, junior brother. Look at you now. The ladies won't be able to get enough of you, consoled a senior brother. Feng Qingxue is blind. I already told her to stay away from Yi Futian, but she went back to him in the end. Now that he has been killed by the demons and monsters, she must be regretting her decision. She really missed out on you with all that power in your hands, said Murong Qing. I actually hope that he's not dead. Things will be more interesting that way, Murong Qiu said with a cold demeanor. You're right. If he's not already dead, then he will be shaking in his boots when he sees you, laughed Murong Qing. She then realized that the restaurant was suddenly very quiet. Many eyes were watching their little group. She furrowed her brow in confusion and looked out the door. At the lobby entrance of the restaurant stood a handsome but arrogant figure. Everything you guys said is correct. Yi Futian's voice resonated. A frivolous smile was on his face. Chapter 42. Yi Futian. Murong Qiu's eyes became gloomy. He could not believe that Yi Futian had survived after jumping into the canyon full of monsters. How could the monster lord have let him go? Yi Futian. Murong Qiu's eyes became gloomy. He could not believe that Yi Futian had survived after jumping into the canyon full of monsters. How could the monster lord have let him go? Even the powerful swordsman Xiaofan's uncle, who was in the Arcana plane, had died at the hands of the snow ape. In fact, many powerful mages had tried to sneak into the canyon to find Emperor Yi Qing's relics. None of them had been successful, and most of them had died. In the restaurant, other students of Qingzhou Academy were also looking at Yi Futian with confusion. The entire restaurant was in extreme silence as they watched the confrontation unfold. How did you survive? Someone next to Murong Qiu asked him. Yi Futian shrugged his shoulders and said, I share the same first name as Emperor Yi Qing. His soul told me that I was destined to inherit his treasures. I just got back from the canyon after accepting his powers. People around him thought he was insane. They believed he was acting shamelessly to show off. Treasures? Inheritance? Destiny? What was he talking about? If he actually had these treasures, why wouldn't he try to keep a low profile? Yep, Yi Futian hadn't changed his style at all. He was still the lucky boy that loved to bullshit. You're alive, and you dared to come back to the city of Qingzhou. Morongqiu still wanted him dead. It looks like I have to kill you again. Students of Qingzhou Academy, listen to me. This guy Yi Futian betrayed our academy. I cannot believe he has survived all that happened. Please help me execute him as soon as possible. Morongqiu sounded cold. He now knew that Yi Futian was much more powerful than he was, and he would definitely not fight against him alone. Around him, however, there were some powerful disciples from the College of Earth Element, including several mages in the Glory Plane. He believed that Yi Futian would die for sure this time. Some students came forward and prepared to attack. They were looking at Yi Futian with hatred in their eyes. Their director, Shizhong, had been humiliated entirely by Yi Futian and his master Hua Fenglu. They felt so ashamed by this that they wanted to kill Yi Futian right then. This is the second time that Morongqiu has wanted to kill me. If you help him, I will consider you guys his accomplices, Yi Futian said peacefully to those who stood in front of Morongqiu. I will not show you any mercy. Shut up, you arrogant fool. A mage from the 4-star glory plane stepped out. The earth element power around him was covering his body. Soon the power formed into armor. He knew Yi Futian was both a mage and a warrior, so it was important to formulate a defense system. Otherwise, he would be in trouble once Yi Futian approached him in melee range. Bang! Yi Futian stomped on the ground. Then his body suddenly sprang to his opponent. He realized this guy was determined to kill him, so he had to skip the formalities and get down to business. The mage in the 4-star glory plane was forced to react. The earth element power around his body formed into sharp lances, and with a swing of his arm, all the lances rushed toward Yi Futian. There was a piercing sound that rang through the air. Yi Futian actually sped up while facing the lances. When the lances had almost reached him, he suddenly leaned his body backward. His body slid through the lances without even a scratch. Moments later, there was a blast behind him. That was the sound of the restaurant wall being destroyed by the lances. The mage was starting to become nervous. He then urged the spiritual qi in his body to resonate with the power of the universe. A shadow in the shape of a giant rhinoceros showed up on his body. Go! He initiated his spell. The giant rhino charged toward Yi Futian. The earth began to crack under this beast. It seemed like the rhino was going to tear Yi Futian's body into pieces. You cannot run from this. The mage started speaking in a cold voice. He believed that at such a close range, Yi Futian was definitely going to die. However, to his surprise, Yi Futian didn't even try to run away from the attack. His body made a sound like the roar of a dragon. With thunder surrounding him, he made a fist and readied his attack. He landed his fist on the rhino when the beast reached his body. At that moment, people had the illusion that it was not Yi Futian, but a giant ape who landed that fist. The attack was so powerful and fierce that it exceeded their knowledge of power. A clamor burst out. The giant rhino was killed by the attack instantly. Now people's minds were blown, much like the rhino. They had never witnessed a warrior who could kill a creature formed by the spell of a mage in a higher plane. This completely changed their understanding of the differences between a warrior and a sorcerer. It was too shocking to be real. However, Yi Futian didn't stop there. His fist kept moving with authority toward the mage. It was too late for the mage to defend himself against the attack with any spells other than the armor he had formed before the fight. With a snapping sound, the earth element armor shattered. The onlookers realized it was not only the armor that shattered though. His bones were also broken from the attack. He was knocked feet away, and his body smashed into the tables behind him. Morongqiu, just go! Xinyu yelled. He was driving the earth element power of the universe with the perceiving ability of a 5-star glory plane mage. The earth element formed into walls. He had tried to lock Yi Futian's body within these walls to confine his movement into a tiny space. Morongqiu ran outside the restaurant as fast as he could. He was shocked by the power Yi Futian had just shown. Yi Futian had defeated a mage in the 4-star glory plane with his martial arts techniques, and it was apparent that Morongqiu must run for his life. Morongqing was even weaker than her cousin. She had no choice but to run away with him in panic. Bang! With another booming sound, Yi Futian broke down the walls. He saw Murongqiu running away, so he tried to chase after him. However, another wall suddenly formed in front of him, blocking the exit of the restaurant. Yi Futian turned around. He gave Xinyu a cold glance and said, "You are really pissing me off. What are you going to do about it?" Xinyu did not dare look down on Yi Futian anymore. He had covered his body with earth element armor and prepared for the fight. He realized Yi Futian was much stronger than a warrior who was merely in the 2-star glory plane. "You're done." Yi Futian's hand started to glow with a golden light after he spoke. He released his mental power, and a storm of the metal element was around his arms. It almost felt like his arms turned into the golden wings of a bird. "What? How are you using that metal element power?" Xinyu was so shocked. In fact, it was not just Xinyu who was shocked. The students of Qingzhou Academy standing in the corners also could not believe it. Yi Futian had shown so many talents in various elements, including martial arts, thunder, and fire. Now there was metal element too? Exactly how much power was he hiding? Actually, the metal element storm around his body was entirely beyond the ability of a mage in 2-star glory plane. Even for the mages in the same 2-star glory plane, there was a significant difference in the strength of power they were able to use. Moreover, Yi Futian was a mandate sorcerer. There was no time to waste. Yi Futian's body formed into a bolt of golden thunder that broke through the air. Soon another wall blocked Yi Futian's way. It didn't work at all because his arms had become razor-sharp wings that easily cut the wall into pieces. Xinyu's face looked gloomy. He was driving the power in that space like crazy. All the remaining lances and walls were rushing at Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian was so fast that his body had become a golden shadow. Every attack from Xinyu totally missed its target. When a martial arts cultivator was this overwhelming and fast, he would be lethal for a mage, because once the mage's attacks missed their opponent and the mage was forced to fight in melee range, he was already defeated. Xinyu could do nothing more but run away. But Yi Futian didn't give him a second chance. His body flew toward Xinyu as fast as a bird, and suddenly a horrifying wound appeared on Xinyu's chest. His face turned ghastly pale from blood loss. Yi Futian left him alone. Murongqiu was still his primary target. He saw Murongqiu running in the direction of Qingzhou Academy, and kept chasing. "We're getting a show." The students of Qingzhou Academy in the restaurant rushed out. They believed Yi Futian was going to kill Murongqiu. Murongqiu was surprised that Yi Futian was so fast, and the distance between them was disappearing. He was running so hard that he felt like his lungs were about to explode. There were a lot of students coming in and out the academy. Murongqiu was screaming with desperation. "Help!" People were curious as to why Murongqiu was in such a panic. They realized that Murongqiu was being chased by someone, and was that Yi Futian? How could he be alive after jumping into the canyon? What's going on? Someone came out of the academy and tried to control the scene. It was the director of the College of Thunder Element. "Help me, Professor. He's going to kill me." Murong clutched at his last life-saving straw. He quickly hid behind the director. Yi Futian. The director was surprised to see the student chasing after Murongqiu. Yi Futian stopped charging forward. He was still staring at Murongqiu and said, "Sorry, Professor, you may want to stay out of this. It's totally personal." "Yi Futian, listen, you are lucky to have survived. Remember, this academy is a sacred place. Don't do anything stupid." The director was commanding him to stop. "On my way here, I saw the whole city was destroyed by the monsters. People are crying in their houses, and this academy has been severely damaged. I believe, Professor, you know who is behind all of this," Yi Futian started saying. "And what about General Qin Shui and the Dark Kailan Knighthood? They do not deserve this. If you still believe this place is sacred, leave me alone." The director was ashamed. Xia Fan was the lord of East Sea Prefecture, and even the headmaster of Qingzhou Academy wouldn't dare question his ideas, not to mention the directors. However, now Yi Futian was accusing him in public. "In fact, I believe we are not at the academy yet," Yi Futian said. The director was stirred from his resolve. Murongqiu knew that the director might not be protecting him anymore. At that moment, someone else came to his side and told him, "Just follow me." Suddenly, the student who talked to Murongqiu flew into the air. bringing Murongqiu along with him. A lot of students lifted their heads to look at them. That is Yang Yao, a student from the College of Earth Element. He is a mage of earth and wind double elements. People whispered to each other. Yi Futian. Murongqiu was now floating in the air and taunting Yi Futian. How are you going to kill me now? Director, why don't you take him down? Murongqiu then asked the director. Just leave. The director did not want to hurt Yi Futian. In fact, he actually appreciated this boy. I must kill Murongqiu today. Yi Futian was stubborn. This attitude reminded the director of the time this young boy had stood in the snow, confronting the authority of the academy. I know you are good at wind element power. Even so, you cannot outrun him. The director kept trying to persuade him. Yang Yao is in the 4-star glory plane. This is a personal matter, Yi Futian insisted. The director kept staring at Yi Futian. He could not believe that this boy was so stubborn and persistent. Could that be the arrogance of knowing nothing? Yi Futian had proven his power twice. I guess you have to show me your real power to persuade me. The director started talking again after a few moments of silence. Students were surprised by this demand. You are going to see something brilliant. Yi Futian laughed. Suddenly, a bright golden glow burst out of his body. As the crowd watched in admiration, 2 wings appeared on his back. He had transformed his body into the shape of a giant bird. All of a sudden, the place was silent. I am a mandate sorcerer. Yi Futian announced his power to the audience with pride. Chapter 43. Countless pairs of eyes fell onto Yi Futian. They watched as his bright, shining life spirit was released. The rock spirit. Countless pairs of eyes fell onto Yi Futian. They watched as his bright, shining life spirit was released. The rock spirit. Was this who Yi Futian really was? A frivolous, stubborn, and prideful young man? Everyone thought they understood him well enough, but now they realized that they were still underestimating him. He has already displayed his skills in both martial and divination art cultivation, plus his gifts in the thunder and fire elements. Now he was surrounded by a crazy storm of spiritual qi. Evidently, they were wind and metal elemental. By the looks of it, he was a mandate sorcerer in at least 4 elements and cultivating in both arts. He had been so casual about possessing such a great gift. His behavior had once been considered presumptuous and arrogant, but now it was actually understated. If it weren't for Yi Futian's intent of killing Murongqiu, the people of Qingzhou Academy would have never found out how truly gifted he was. Qini arrived running. Upon witnessing this scene, she had the urge to cry. Ever since returning from Mount Tianyao, her father had been decommissioned, and the Dark Qilin knighthood was suppressed to the point of being abolished. After all, the enemy Xia Fan had returned to the East Sea Prefecture, and the city had fallen into the hands of Murong Yunshan. Murongqiu was having his way. Her father had once been the protector of the city, the one citizens put their faith in. Now who was going to get justice for him? Even the prestigious Qingzhou Academy had chosen to stay quiet. All she could do was continue to cultivate in hopes of becoming stronger and more powerful. However, there was a stubborn young man who had come to get revenge on Murongqiu all on his own. I am a mandate sorcerer, said Yi Futian. Qini suddenly thought back to the scene in her classroom. She remembered everything he had said. Those words had sounded so shameless before, but with what she saw now, Qini could only laugh. Although she was laughing, tears began to fall from her eyes. At that moment, the wings behind Yi Futian flapped, and he rose into the air. Yi Futian did not cultivate wind aviation, but he possessed the life spirit. The wind elemental rock spirit was going to help him fly. Tell me, how should I kill you? Yi Futian asked Murongqiu as he watched him mercilessly. Murongqiu had once asked Yi Futian arrogantly, how are you going to kill me now? Murongqiu paled and he shouted, Yang Yao go. Yang Yao failed to react immediately, but was still able to use a wind spell to carry the 2 of them away. However, Yi Futian's figure was gone in a flash. He soared in the skies just like a rock. His wings spread out majestically. Very quickly, he was able to catch up to Yang Yao. Yi Futian's speed was even faster than that of Yang Yao. Wind blade. Wind elemental spiritual qi gathered around Yang Yao and formed into a sharp blade. Cutting through the air, it made its way in the direction of Yi Futian. A sharp, piercing sound resonated. Yi Futian's golden wings cut through the wind blade, destroying it. His beautiful golden wings carried him toward Murongqiu gracefully, just like a real rock. Hurry! Murongqiu shouted in a craze after turning to see that Yi Futian was closing in on them. With one flap of his golden wings, blood was spilled. A bloody cut appeared on Murongqiu's neck. Murongqiu's eyes widened at the sight of Yi Futian. Then, in great fear, his shaking hands reached around his own neck. He lost all his energy, and his body began to convulse. He was only 18. These were supposed to be his best years. How could he die like this? The next moment, all the life slipped out of his body, and his limp body fell to the ground. Yang Yao was scared out of his mind. He let go of Murongqiu. He tried to make a quick escape by himself. This was not the time to talk about loyalty amongst senior and junior brothers. Bang! Murongqiu's body hit the ground. Everyone inside and outside of the campus were shocked beyond words. They could only continue to stare at the young man in the air. Yi Futian looked down at the pavilion lord of the Thunder Elemental Pavilion. Thank you, senior. Hurry, go. The pavilion lord looked up at Yi Futian. He nodded and began to fly away. From a distance away, several people rushed over. Leading the group was the new pavilion lord of the Earth Elemental Pavilion. He did not know what to do. He wanted to chase after Yi Futian, but was stopped by the Thunder Elemental Pavilion lord. Thunder and lightning suddenly appeared and blocked their path. He has not been a disciple of Qingzhou Academy for a while now. Even if his gift is like no other, you can't just let him get away with this, the Earth Elemental Pavilion lord stated coldly. More people started to arrive. They all stared at Yi Futian's quickly disappearing figure, and could not do anything about it. They all had mixed feelings about letting him go so easily. As the most prestigious place in all of Qingzhou City, Qingzhou Academy can't even compete with a teenager, said the Thunder Pavilion lord. His tone was peaceful, but it also contained disappointment and sadness. His beliefs had been shattered. Yi Futian had taught him something new today. To be young and reckless, sometimes he was very envious of teenagers. They could do whatever they wanted without fear because in their eyes there were no rules and no limitations. The people who had just arrived did not know what to do. In some of their hearts they felt guilt. Personal benefits, power, rigid regulations. The Thunder Pavilion lord busted out in laughter suddenly. It was as if he was laughing at himself. He looked ahead at Qingzhou Academy and bowed to the place of rich history. Lifting his head, he spoke once again. This place is no longer what it used to be. There is no use in staying. Finally, he turned and walked away. With his back to everyone else, he lifted his hand to wave. When that young man's name spreads all over the world, you guys will understand what Qingzhou Academy missed out on. Not too long ago, he had said that he wanted to see what Yi Futian was capable of, and he was not disappointed. A mandate sorcerer of 4 elements cultivating in martial and divination arts. A 1 in a million gift. Even so, the Thunder Pavilion lord still felt like he had yet to witness Yi Futian's true potential. The people of the academy just stood there, watching him as he walked away. His back was bleak but at the same time unrestrained. Meanwhile, a black Qilin departed from within the academy, and began chasing in the direction of where Yi Futian left. In the faraway skies, Yi Futian soared in the clouds. Not long after, a black wind eagle emerged from the clouds and began to fly beside Yi Futian. Seated on top of it were Hua Fenglu and Yu Shang. Yi Futian came to kill Murongqiu alone, but of course he would have a backup plan. His form changed back to normal and he landed on top of the black wind eagle as well. Hua Fenglu and Yu Shang did not ask any questions. Yi Futian returned safely. That meant that he accomplished what he set out to do. Yi Futian! A voice called out behind them. Yi Futian looked back and saw a black Qilin flying towards them. Seeing that it was just a black Qilin, he did not feel the need to escape. Senior sister. Yi Futian smiled and greeted Qini on the black Qilin. Are you leaving already? She asked. After killing Murongqiu, Yi Futian could not continue to stay in the city of Qingzhou. The only way he would be able to stay was if Hua Fenglu was not injured, but obviously that was not the case. If it were, then Yi Futian would not have had to kill Murongqiu in such a manner. Yeah, I have to leave the city now. Take care, senior sister, said Yi Futian. He felt bad for Qini. Her father protected Qingzhou City but was decommissioned and no one was willing to help her. One could only imagine how she felt right now. "Let me send you off," she said with a gentle smile. "Okay." Yi Futian nodded. The black wind eagle and the black qilin flew side by side, getting far away from Qingzhou Academy. The Qingzhou coast had many large vessels headed in all different directions. Right now, many people were boarding a large ship by the coast. This ship was one headed for the city of Donghai. The distance between Qingzhou City and Donghai City was quite long. Naturally, Yi Futian couldn't fly the Black Wind Eagle all the way there. Plus, Hua Fenglu was not in good condition and couldn't handle flying for long periods of time. Yu Shang piggybacked Hua Fenglu and waited in front of the ship. Yi Futian was having his last farewell with Qin Yi. "Senior sister, I really have to go now," he said softly. "All right. Remember to come back to visit me when you grow up." Qin Yi nodded. Even though she was sad, she kept a smile on her face. "Okay, but you have to make sure not to forget me," said Yi Futian. "How could I forget you?" asked Qin Yi. "I'm afraid that I'll grow to be too handsome and you won't be able to recognize me," he said with a sly smile. She stared at him. This rascal was still so mischievous. "Goodbye." Yi Futian turned around and waved. "Yi Futian," she called out to him. Yi Futian turned to look at Qin Yi again. Her arms were open and she had a big smile on her face. "I'll let you leave with a treat." "Senior sister, you're putting me in a tight spot here." Yi Futian sighed and walked up in between her arms, holding her curvaceous figure with his arms. Qin Yi leaned into him lightly, her smile still bright. Sometime later she spoke again. "Are you not going to let go?" "Oh." He loosened his grip on her and smiled at her. "I'm going to miss you." Qin Yi looked at him without a word and then turned around. "I'm going now." She made her way to where the back qilin was. "Senior sister, you have to take care of yourself," Yi Futian shouted. With her back to him, Qin Yi began to tear up. As her tears fell, she mounted the black qilin and flew away not looking back. Yi Futian watched her as she departed and let out a sigh. He could not help her with much. He only hoped that she would be strong enough to handle everything alone. He turned around to walk towards the ship. Both Hua Fenglu and Yu Sheng watched him. "Master, we should board the ship now," Yi Futian said to them. "Okay." Hua Fenglu nodded. On their way there he asked, "How was the hug? Comfy?" Yi Futian tripped over his own 2 feet. He looked over at Hua Fenglu and attempted to explain. "Master, senior sister Qin Yi was feeling upset about what happened with General Qin. I was only trying to console her." "Okay, I understand," nodded Hua Fenglu. "You have to hug someone that long to console them? Master, you have deeply misunderstood me." He finished his words and walked ahead of Yu Shang. Then he crouched down and said, "Yu Shang, let me carry Master." "Yu Shang, let's go," said Hua Fenglu. Okay. This time Yu Shang did not listen to Yi Futian and carried Hua Fenglu onto the ship. Yi Futian watched their backs and tried to catch up. Nice guys always end up getting hurt. Chapter 44. On the coast of city of Qingzhou, a giant ship sailed away and finally disappeared from people's sight. On the coast of city of Qingzhou, a giant ship sailed away and finally disappeared from people's sight. An old man was standing quietly there, watching the giant ship leave. Waves continued crashing on the rocks, while the wind shrieked. The sea breeze kept whistling and whipped around the old man's body. His gray hair was swinging and so was his body. It almost looked like he would be blown away by the wind. However, he stayed immobile. Behind him, in the city of Qingzhou, some powerful sorcerers and knights mounted on beasts were heading that way. They looked at the ocean and someone commanded, "Lock down this coast." The lord of the city ordered that Yi Futian shall not leave this city. "A ship just left for the city of Donghai. Should we check the ship?" Someone asked. "Old man, did you see a 16-year-old boy board that ship?" A sorcerer saw the old man standing on the coast and asked him. The old man was still standing there quietly. He just stared ahead and stayed silent as if he wasn't listening. "Answer him." A knight came forward and pointed his lance at the old man. The old man also ignored him. The sorcerer frowned at him, and the knight continued to threaten the old man. "Are you looking for trouble?" The wind was still shrieking and sand was flying. The sorcerer mounted on the monster realized something terrifying was approaching. He suddenly noticed that the old man was condensing the power of the universe. Soon he saw a terrible whirlpool of sand forming. It only took a moment for the vortex to descend upon them and ultimately engulf them all. The old man was still standing there quietly as if he wasn't doing anything. "Please don't kill us." All those powerful people were now begging for mercy. However, they had already lost their chance. The sandstorm had taken them all and lifted their bodies into the air. The old man also started to float with them. "Please, we regret what we said." They were totally desperate. "You have never seen the power of the holy bird. You should feel lucky that you can witness this power before you die," the old man said peacefully. His body soon disappeared. As soon as he left, the storm intensified and all the people trapped inside were torn apart. Yi Futian was not worried about the people chasing after him. He knew that the prefectural administration mansion would only be informed that he left after a long while. Even if they reacted as soon as possible and locked down the coasts, they would still have no idea where he was going. Furthermore, since the people chasing after him were scattered, the resistance he encountered would not be too harsh. Meanwhile, the Black Wind Eagle was flying next to the ship, prepared to attack anyone in Yi Futian's way. The ship he was on was enormous. There were a lot of private rooms on the ship that could house 4 people inside comfortably. "Be careful, Professor." Yi Futian helped Hua Fenglu sit down. He and Yusheng then sat across from Hua Fenglu. "Professor, do you have any plans for after we get to the city of Donghai?" Yi Futian asked. It had been Hua Fenglu's idea to go to this city, so he believed Hua Fenglu must have had a plan. "I don't want to talk right now." Hua Fenglu was in a grim mood. "Sorry, I'm just kind of excited about seeing my fairy soon." Yi Futian was smiling. "The city of Donghai is the capital of the East Sea Prefecture. You will run into many beauties there." Hua Fenglu was making fun of Yi Futian. "Professor, please, I'm not that bad." Yi Futian believed Hua Fenglu was doing this intentionally. "Okay, I'll trust you." Hua Fenglu nodded. "Yusheng, how about you?" Yi Futian turned toward Yusheng. "I trust you too," Yusheng said mockingly. "I need some air." Yi Futian was embarrassed and left the room. After going up on the deck of the ship, Yi Futian started to enjoy the sea breeze. The city of Qingzhou started to fade away from his sight. His mind was now filled with emotions. He had no idea when he would be able to come back to the city he had lived in for 16 years. Yusheng also followed him onto the deck. They gazed at the city together. That city had held so many memories for them. "Yusheng, do you think your father is watching us now?" Yi Futian asked. "Even if he is, he's only looking at you." Yusheng sounded a bit sad. Yi Futian looked at Yusheng and realized that he wasn't very happy. However, he didn't know how to comfort him. Ever since they were born, Yusheng's father had always treated Yi Futian better than Yusheng. Even though he respected his father, Yusheng was somewhat resentful. Gazing at the sea, Yi Futian started to laugh. "Yusheng, remember, even if someday I become the emperor of this continent as Godfather expects, I would give that crown to you if you asked me. I promise you that I will share everything with you except my cute fairy." Yusheng nodded to show that he understood. When he was being punished by his father as a child, Yi Futian would confront his father and secretly share snacks with Yusheng. At that time, he swore to himself that he would stand by Yi Futian's side no matter where they were. The sea breeze was still shrieking and whipped at the boys. No one had any idea how legendary their future would be. There were footsteps behind them. Yi Futian turned around and saw 2 beautiful girls coming towards them. The 2 girls were the same age. Both of them were very attractive, especially the girl on the left who was wearing green. She was extremely charming. They realized that Yi Futian was staring at them. The girl in green naturally nodded back at him. "What's wrong with your eye? Getting fixed on beautiful girls?" The girl on the right started to chuckle with a wicked sense of humor. Yi Futian also started smiling. "Why would I take my eyes away off of beautiful girls like you? Don't be mad, please. Don't listen to her." The girl in green began introductions. "I'm Wuxia, and this is Xiao He, my friend. Who are you guys?" "I'm Yi Futian, and this is my best friend Yusheng." Yi Futian didn't stop smiling. "Are you also from the city of Qingzhou? I don't believe we have met before." No, we come from the city of Donghai, Lin Xie said. We heard that relics of Emperor Yi Qing showed up in the city of Qingzhou. We asked our masters to bring us here to broaden our horizons. However, people told us that the place couldn't be approached at all, so we gave up. You guys are from city of Qingzhou, so have you been there? Yes, we have, Yi Futian nodded. You're bragging. Xiao He kept chuckling. Admit it. You're just trying to attract Lin Xie's attention. Yi Futian shrugged his shoulders. Lin Xie then asked, Why are you going to the city of Donghai? We're following our professor. Yi Futian responded. Good luck to you. The best academy in this province is there. Lin Xie encouraged them. What's your class in plane? I can guess your chances. Xiao He asked Yi Futian. A mage in the 2-star glory plane. Good for you. I believe you will go to a decent academy. Lin Xie smiled and said, Now we need to go for a walk. See you later. Yi Futian then told Yu Shang. Let's go back. Soon they headed back to their room. After seeing them leave, Xiao He started chuckling again. Why did you hit on these strangers, Lin Xie? Lin Xie gave her a stare. That boy is a bad one, isn't he? But he's pretty handsome. The other one is a stud. So, Lin Xie, which one do you like? You're talking nonsense. Come on, girl, we just met. Even though we just met, it's okay for you to tell me your preference, right? Lin Xie gave up. She thought for a while, then smiled. I like Yi Futian better. He's cute. Xiao He sighed in disapproval and looked at her with mockery. Lin Xie tried to stop her. Stop thinking of crazy stuff. It was just a casual conversation. I know he is talented, but he is definitely not the very best in the city of Donghai. Of course you're looking for the greatest. They left and kept chatting. Several days later, the ship finally arrived at the city of Donghai. When Yi Futian disembarked, he was awed by the prosperity of the city. Countless ships were docked at the commercial capital of the East Sea Prefecture. Due to the geographic importance of this city, it had become the gateway of the whole province. Goodbye, Yi Futian. Xiao He waved at Yi Futian and Lin Xie was looking at them with a smile. I believe we will meet again. Yi Futian waved back. Later, he saw the girls leave with an old man. Yi Futian raised his head. He explained to Hua Fenglu, Professor, it was just some casual talk with the girls, I promise. Yu Shang can testify for me. I'm used to it. Hua Fenglu did not take it seriously. Yu Shang looked at Yi Futian with sympathy. The black winged eagle landed in front of them. They got on her back, and soon the eagle flew to the city of Donghai. Compared with the city of Qingzhou, this ancient city was so much more prosperous. Monsters were flying in the air all over the city, and they served as mounts for powerful cultivators. Yi Futian and Yu Shang suddenly believed that they had made an absolutely great choice to come to this city. Lead the way, please, Professor, Yi Futian asked Hua Fenglu. Hua Fenglu took command of the black winged eagle, and Yi Futian noticed that he looked earnest now, which was rare. Apparently, getting back to the city of Donghai stirred his mind. Eventually, they arrived at their destination. From afar, they saw an immensely spectacular mansion in their sight. It was almost as grand as a royal palace. The black winged eagle landed in front of the building. Yi Futian had never seen such a majestic building. He asked Hua Fenglu, Professor, where are we? It almost looks like a royal palace. It used to be a royal palace, Hua Fenglu told him. About 300 years ago, before Emperor Yi Qing and Donghuang the Great unified the continent. This continent was torn apart by warlords that controlled separate regions. The nation of Nandu was ruled by the Nandu family. After the continent was unified, the ruler gave a new order to this world. The Nandu family toppled and were seized from the throne. This was the mansion of the Nandu family. So why did you bring us here? Yi Futian was curious. Because your future wife is living here. Hua Fenglu started laughing. Yi Futian blinked his eyes. He was surprised. So, your wife is the daughter of this royal family? How did you manage to pursue her? I was handsome, boy. Hua Fenglu was confident. Yi Futian believed he was boasting again. Professor, if I told the guards that I want to go to this place to see my girlfriend, would they kill me? Yi Futian was joking. You can try that, Hua Fenglu said. I have been prohibited from entering the city of Donghai. They told me that if I did, they would destroy my natal spirit. However, it has been already destroyed. Yi Futian was silent. He started laughing again and said, "Don't worry, Professor. Someday they will beg you to come back." Chapter 45. Hua Fenglu stared at the magnificent palace. Yi Futian's words went straight to his heart. Would there be a day that they would beg him to enter? Hua Fenglu stared at the magnificent palace. Yi Futian's words went straight to his heart. Would there be a day that they would beg him to enter? His handsome face lit up with a bright smile. He said in all seriousness, "I believe you." Hua Fenglu had no confidence in himself, but he had the utmost confidence in Yi Futian. "Let's go," Hua Fenglu said lowly. No one wanted to enter that palace more than he did. The two women he loved most were in there. "Master, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" asked Yi Futian. Obviously he was not really trying to run into the palace to look for his girlfriend. Hua Fenglu was handsome, talented, and known as the Qin Devil. Even if he was not welcomed into the palace, Yi Futian was definitely not welcomed either. Even though he knew that he was handsome, to walk in and say that the 16-year-old princess was his girlfriend as a glory-playing cultivator would probably get his legs broken, and then he'd be thrown out of the palace. "I wanted to give you a little motivation," chuckled Hua Fenglu. The three of them returned to sit on the black-winged eagle. They were up in the air once again. Their clothes shook violently in the wind. Yi Futian looked down at the palace as the view got blurrier. This was going to be his #1 goal, whether it was for Hua Jieyu or Hua Fenglu. When the black-winged eagle touched land again, they were outside of another residence. This one was not as intimidating as the Nandu family, but it was obviously still the residence of nobility. After landing, they were able to see the entrance of the residence. Guards stood on watch outside and above the doors was a plaque. "The Mu House." "Let's go," said Hua Fenglu. Yi Futian carried him towards the entrance, but was blocked by the guards. "Is there something I can help you guys with?" asked one of the guards. "Please relay a message to your master Mu Hong. Tell him Hua Fenglu is here to see him," Hua Fenglu told the guard. The guard looked over at his colleague and nodded. One of them headed into the residence. Not long after, a young man looking to be about 17 years old arrived. He saw Hua Fenglu on Yi Futian's back and gave a look of interest. He bowed lightly and said, "Greetings, senior. I am Mu Yunqing." "I can't believe Mu Hong's child is already all grown up," smiled Hua Fenglu. "Is your father not home?" "My father is inside, preparing the house to receive your presents. If you'll please follow me," said Mu Yunqing. His arm was outstretched, inviting the trio inside. So Yi Futian carried Hua Fenglu into the home. The Mu family house was huge. Their group arrived at one of the buildings within the residence. A stern-looking middle-aged man stood there. When he saw Hua Fenglu, a look of confusion crossed his eyes. "Hua Fenglu, what has happened to you?" he asked. "My old sport Mu Hong." "It's a long story," sighed Hua Fenglu. "Come have a seat," Mu Hong said, and a servant girl walked up with tea for everyone. A young girl beside Mu Hong sized up their little group. After everyone took their seats, Mu Hong spoke again. "Hua Fenglu, you've already met Mu Yunqing. This is my daughter Mu Yunni. This is Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Yi Futian is my disciple, and it is because of him that I have come to you," Hua Fenglu said. "What do you mean?" asked Mu Hong. "You know that I have enemies in Donghai City. I don't want to drag Yi Futian into it. So, if you are willing, I was hoping he could stay here with you. You can treat him like a nephew, or even take him in as your disciple," explained Hua Fenglu. His intentions were now clear to Yi Futian. Hua Fenglu wanted to find support for Yi Futian, even if he had to beg. "My father won't take just anyone under his wing." Mu Yunni glared coldly at Yi Futian. "Yunni, watch what you say," reprimanded Mu Hong. "You don't have to worry about his talent, old sport," Hua Fenglu reassured him. "You had your powers disabled by the art saint. How powerful can your disciple be? Now that you're like this, you want to drag my father down as well?" said Mu Yunni unwelcomingly. "Be quiet," shouted Mu Hong sternly. Then to Hua Fenglu he said, "My daughter is undisciplined. Please do not mind her." Mu Hong picked up his cup and sipped on his tea. The room was quiet and he did not answer to Hua Fenglu's request. Of course, Hua Fenglu knew what this meant. At that moment, Yi Futian spoke up. Master, let's be on our way now. Okay, nodded Hua Fenglu. Please excuse us now, old sport, he said to Mu Hong. Aren't you going to finish your tea first? Asked Mu Hong casually. He had no intentions of asking them to stay. Yi Futian already had Hua Fenglu on his back. Hua Fenglu smiled and shook his head. There's no need. Very well then. Mu Yunqing, Mu Yenny, go send off Uncle Hua Fenglu, said Mu Hong. The Mu siblings nodded and followed behind Yi Futian as they made their way out. After they left, Mu Hong let out a sinister look. Disciple? If he was willing. He had no lack of disciples. Hua Fenglio's powers had already been disabled. Plus, he has made enemies of the Art Saint and the Nandu family. Did he really think it would be easy to find someone to back him up? Yi Futian's trio stepped out of the residence and Mu Yunqing spoke. Take care now, senior. The trio continued on their way, but from behind they could hear Mu Yenny. Shouldn't they have known better? How shameless. They have it tough, laughed Mu Yunqing, no longer keeping up with his previous proper image. They made no attempts to hide their conversation. The words stung as they reached Yi Futian's ears. Yu Sheng had his fists clenched. Hua Fenglu felt guilty and said, I'm sorry, Yi Futian. You've suffered because of me. No, I haven't. Mu Hong is ignorant and blind. He just gave up a chance to be the master of the future emperor, Yi Futian said nonchalantly. You rascal, laughed Hua Fenglu. It looked like he was worried for no reason. With a handicapped man like me, people will only look down on you. They won't see your true potential. When you are able to control the world, they'll regret everything. Master, don't say that about yourself. Yi Futian felt terrible. He knew well and clear it was for him, and that Hua Fenglu had gone to beg Mu Hong. As the legendary Qin devil, Hua Fenglu was extremely prideful. Now that his powers had been disabled, he did not care about his enemies. If it weren't for Yi Futian, Hua Fenglu would have never returned to the city of Donghai. It's okay, I still have some friends here. Let's go find them, said Hua Fenglu. Master, I don't want you begging others for me, said Yi Futian. Coming to Donghai City was my idea. Xia Fan wanted to kill you back on Mount Tianyao. Even though this city is huge, there's no way to say that we won't run into him. I can't protect you in my disabled state. I can't just let you be on your own, explained Hua Fenglu. Don't worry, this is just the plan for now. We won't have to do this after a while. Master, don't you understand? All those years ago when your life spirit was destroyed and you were kicked out of Donghai City, none of your friends stood up for you. Now that you've returned abject, who do you think is willing to help you? Asked Yi Futian. I'll be careful and take care of myself. Don't worry about me. I didn't even die on Mount Tianyao, I won't die so easily. Hua Fenglu sighed and said, All right then. Let's go take a look around the Qin Gardens. Is that where you used to live? Yi Futian guessed. Yeah, but it's probably deserted now, nodded Hua Fenglu. They set off on the Black Wind Eagle once again. Hua Fenglu and Yi Futian stood in front of the Qin Gardens shocked. The residents in front of them looked lively. They noticed this even from up in the air. It was definitely not deserted. Yu Sheng, go find out who the new owner of the Qin Gardens is, said Hua Fenglu. Okay, answered Yu Sheng. He walked up to ask the guard but did not get a name. All the guard told him was that the new owner's surname was Tang. Let's leave, Hua Fenglu said. His expression changed. Yi Futian thought this was peculiar but turned to follow. What's so scary about my last name? A voice rang out behind them. Yi Futian stopped in his tracks and looked back. A woman had walked out from the Qin Gardens. She looked to be in her 30s. She was very beautiful. One could only imagine how much more beautiful she was in her youth. Hua Fenglu saw the woman and smiled bitterly. I didn't think you would be living in the Qin Gardens. The woman looked at Hua Fenglu and began to give off an icy aura. She looked like she was about to erupt in anger. Yi Futian shuddered. She couldn't be an enemy of Hua Fenglu, could she? Who did it? She asked in a cold demeanor. She was referring to Hua Fenglio's disability. Maybe she wasn't an enemy after all. Forget about that. How have you been? Hua Fenglu asked. How do you think I've been? She asked him in return. Yi Futian was confused. Could she be Hua Fengliu's wife? Didn't she live in the Nandu family palace, though? Who's he? The woman asked, looking at Yi Futian. Senior, I'm Master's disciple, Yi Futian answered. Who caused his disability? She continued to inquire. Vice Chief Xiafan of the East Sea Prefecture wanted to kill me. Master is like this now because he tried to protect me, said Yi Futian. That useless son of the Xia family? He dared to lay a hand on you? I'm going to kill him, said the woman. Stop acting crazy. Hua Fenglu stared at her. It's been so long. Can't you control your temper a little? If I hadn't been abandoned by a certain someone, would I have become like this? She asked. Yi Futian felt weak in the legs. So it was an old lover. You still haven't married? Hua Fengliu's tone became gentler. Do you want me to marry that badly? Tang Lan retorted. Hua Fenglu did not know what to say. Come in. This used to be your home. Now that you're back, it should be returned to its rightful owner. You can live here from now on. Tang Lan's tone also lightened. No, Hua Fenglu rejected, shaking his head. Why? Afraid I'll swallow you alive? She was furious. If you had married me all those years ago, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Don't you feel like you were dragged down by that woman? Asked Tang Lan. Yi Futian burst out in cold sweat. Let's not talk about the past. Hua Fenglu tried to brush it off. Who else lives in the Qing Gardens? I took in 2 female disciples, she answered. Young and pretty? Asked Hua Fenglu. There is one, replied Tang Lan. Why? You like them young now? Hua Fenglu was dumbstruck. Stop with the nonsense. I just don't want your disciples to follow in your footsteps. So it's best if I don't go in. Follow in my footsteps? At first she seemed confused. Then, she glanced at Yi Futian and finally understood what he meant. Yi Futian was young and handsome. In a couple of years there would be another Hua Fenglu. Even the disciple you took in resembles you. But don't worry, my disciples have higher standards than I did, said Tang Lan. Come inside. Hua Fenglu smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, with a guy like Yi Futian it wouldn't matter how high their standards were. Don't regret it, Hua Fenglu sighed. Then he turned to look at Yi Futian. Hey kid, behave yourself. Master, I'm really not the person you think I am. Yi Futian was completely speechless. Who was that defensive against their own disciple? Chapter 46. The Guqin Gardens had an elegant environment with pavilions, bamboo, and rocks. It was quiet and comfortable. The Guqin Gardens had an elegant environment with pavilions, bamboo, and rocks. It was quiet and comfortable. A group of people arrived in front of one of the pavilions. They saw a girl about 20 years old come out of the pavilion. She greeted Tang Lan. Hi, Professor Tang. Nie Bing, this is Mr. Hua and his disciple. Tang Lan made the introductions. This is my first disciple, Nie Bing. The younger ones are now cultivating in Donghai Academy. Don't worry, I won't let Yi Futian see them. Yi Futian smiled wryly. His reputation had been ruined by Hua Fenglu. Mr. Hua. Nie Bing greeted Hua Fenglu. The place you used to live in has been kept vacant, but it's clean so you can stay there. Tang Lan told Hua Fenglu. Thank you. Hua Fenglu nodded. If you had gratitude, you would not have left me. Tang Lan still resented him because of their past. Hua Fenglu did not refute this. He responded with nothing but silence. Miss Tang, my professor has been missing you all this time. He told me many times that he had failed someone and he played the Guqin every time this memory came back. Yi Futian spoke for Hua Fenglu. Tang Lan looked at Yi Futian with suspicion. Is that true? Of course. Yi Futian looked serious. I did not know who that person was, but today after meeting you, Miss Tang, I totally understand that feeling. Tang Lan looked into the crystal bright eyes of the boy, and she started to believe he was telling the truth. She turned toward Hua Fenglu, and he was shaking his head, sighing. It's all just in the past. Okay, you do have some last shreds of a conscience. Tang Lan finally believed him. Yu Sheng was surprised that Yi Futian was able to help Hua Fenglu gain forgiveness from his old flame. Nie Bing, go get my Guqin, Tang Lan told her. Nie Bing left and soon returned with a Guqin in her arms. Hua Fenglu was overcome with emotion. Thank you for repairing Duyo for me. Dio used to be your favorite guqin. Now it's time to return it to you. Niebing gave it to Hua Fenglu. Hua Fenglu took the guqin and strummed the strings with his fingers. They heard a unique sound coming out of the guqin, which brought the audience into an empty and secluded world, as if it had magical powers. Wow, an artifact! Yi Futian was awed. Objects enhanced with spells were called artifacts. Yi Futian, come here. It belongs to you now. Hua Fenglu handed the guqin over to Yi Futian. Tanglan was confused about this. She had realized that Hua Fenglu would give this disciple everything. For the guqin devil, this guqin was almost as important as his life. Yi Futian took it carefully with both hands and replied with a smile. Professor, I will not let you down. I believe you, Hua Fenglu laughed. He knew Yi Futian was genuinely talented. He just needed time to hone his power. What's your plan now? Don't think about revenge. I always wanted to destroy his natal spirit because of what he did to you, but he was just too powerful, Tanglan said. Hua Fenglu knew who she was talking about. It was his longtime nemesis, the art saint. I did not come here for revenge. I brought Yi Futian here to attend Donghai Academy. However, since the spring term admission test has ended, I'm afraid that he will have to wait until next year. You've stayed in this city all these years. Do you know if there is anything I can do to get Yi Futian into that academy? Hua Fenglu asked Tanglan. Tanglan shook her head and answered, unless someone of high authority at the academy asked for him personally. Hua Fenglu frowned, looking like he was thinking hard. Professor, why do I have to attend Donghai Academy? Yi Futian asked. In the city of Qingzhou, Qingzhou Academy is a sacred place, and the official students of Qingzhou Academy have a high social status in the city. Most of the important people of that city graduated from that academy. Even the lord of the city is supposed to show respect to Qingzhou Academy. Hua Fenglu answered his question. It's the same for Donghai Academy. However, Donghai Academy is even more remarkable. Donghai Academy is not the only academy in this city, but it is the oldest one, founded more than 300 years ago, when this continent was in severe conflict. The initial founding of this academy was intended to serve the major families in this city, and this purpose has not changed. So, you mean Donghai Academy is more than just a school? Yi Futian asked curiously. Correct. Donghai Academy is far more powerful and complex than you'd think. If you attend Donghai Academy, your safety will be better ensured, Hua Fenglu explained. Yi Futian nodded, realizing that Hua Fenglu had a more significant plan in mind. Otherwise, they would not have come here. I met your professor at Donghai Academy. Tanglan sounded sad, as if some past memory had just popped into her mind. In fact, we were about your age. Hua Fenglu was smiling. What a beautiful time it was. I was willing to devote my most precious youth to you, but soon after you met her, Tanglan kept speaking. I made a mistake. Hua Fenglu was embarrassed. You feel guilty? Tanglan was mad, and she being sarcastic with Hua Fenglu. To be honest, I was not as beautiful as that girl, but as far as talents and power, I was considered to be the top of my class. Why did I devote myself to the wrong man? I'm tired, Yi Futian. Help me go back to my room. Hua Fenglu tried to close his eyes. Yes, Yi Futian responded. He lifted Hua Fenglu onto his back and carried him to his room. Tanglan still looked like she was mad at what had happened in the past, but since Hua Fenglu had lost his ability to walk, she began to sympathize and warm up to him. Yi Futian carried Hua Fenglu into the room and asked, Professor, Jieyu's mother was the princess of the Nanda family, just like my Jieyu. Is she also studying at Donghai Academy now? You need to find out for yourself. Hua Fenglu smiled. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and left Hua Fenglu to rest. He went back to Tanglan and she said to Yi Futian, looks like you guys are getting along with each other. Professor was injured because of me, Yi Futian said. He was trying to protect me, reactivated his natal spirit, and suffered this irreversible injury as a result. Is there any possibility that he could be cured by someone in this city? That is nuts. Tanglan was shocked by what Hua Fenglu had done for Yi Futian. To cure him, we would need a special mandate sorcerer, who is a healing sorcerer with mental power. Besides, he would have to be more powerful than your professor. It would be almost impossible to find someone like that. There is not a single person in the city of Donghai? Yi Futian's hope was rebuilt. He would do anything he could to cure Hua Fenglu. In fact, there is. Tang Lan had thought of someone. She realized Yi Futian was looking at her with expectation, so she told him, "Just give up. Your professor would be happy enough that you are even thinking about how to cure him. Please, Miss Tang, tell me." Yi Futian looked stubborn. "He's not going to do it." Tang Lan shook her head. Yi Futian was disappointed. He understood that Tang Lan had her reasons for not telling him. "Goodbye, boy. Take care of your professor and get a good rest," Tang Lan said. "Thanks, Ms. Tang." Yi Futian knew that Ms. Tang had helped them a lot by letting them stay there, and he was grateful. "Professor is so lucky to have you." "This is life," Tang Lan sighed. "Which part of Professor attracted you to him in the first place?" Yi Futian asked. "Boy, he was handsome." Tang Lan answered and left, leaving Yi Futian standing there surprised. Yu Shang looked him in the face, then mumbled, "No wonder why so many girls like you. You do have a pretty face." Yi Futian pretended to be mad and stared at Yu Shang. However, when he turned around, he couldn't stop laughing. He was so eager to cultivate at Donghai Academy. This academy was apparently the best in all of the East Sea Prefecture. In fact, countless people came to this academy every year and tried their best to be admitted. However, only those with extraordinary talents could become students. The rest just gave up their first choice and went to the academies that were not as excellent. This was why everyone in Donghai Academy could be considered geniuses. And a virtuous cycle was formed that let this academy become even more powerful over time. The powerful sorcerers such as the Guqin Devil, Art Saint, and Tang Lan had all attended Donghai Academy. For a powerful family like Nandu, Donghai Academy had become the first and only choice for their offspring. Meanwhile, at Donghai Academy, a beautiful girl was inscribing. She was about 16 years old, and she was focused entirely on her work. This concentration shed a holy glow on her body. "Hua Jieyu," someone called her. Another pretty girl had entered. She was not as gorgeous as the one inscribing though. "What's going on?" Hua Jieyu paused her work and looked at the girl. "Someone is inviting you to dinner." She smiled at Hua Jieyu. "A guy?" Hua Jieyu asked peacefully. "No, it's a girl, and all she wants is to be overshadowed by your beauty at the dinner," the girl said jokingly. "I'm sorry I can't go." Hua Jieyu picked up her pen. The girl looked awkward. "Why don't you even ask who he is?" "I can't go," Hua Jieyu insisted. The girl almost gave up. "Can't you at least try this time? I promise you this is one of the greatest boys at this academy." The girl tried for the last time. "I have a boyfriend," Hua Jieyu explained. The girl was surprised and asked, "You're not making this up, are you?" Hua Jieyu shook her head. The girl realized she was serious. She sighed. "Oh my, so many boys at this academy are going to have broken hearts. Is this boy at the academy?" "No," Hua Jieyu answered. "Is he an amazing boy? It must be really difficult to get you to fall in love," the girl said. The image of Yi Futian came into her mind. Then she suddenly started smiling. That smile was soul-capturing. It was utterly irresistible even for the girl next to her. "He's a bad boy." Hua Jieyu didn't stop smiling. That smile was so sweet. The girl could see that Hua Jieyu was definitely not lying. She looked like she was in love. Chapter 47. The moon hung high in the night sky and the sound of Guqin resonated in the Qin gardens. The music seemed to be able to bring its listeners peace. The moon hung high in the night sky and the sound of Guqin resonated in the Qin gardens. The music seemed to be able to bring its listeners peace. From the music, one could feel happiness and a longing for love. In front of one of the buildings at the Qin gardens, Tang Lan laid silently in a hammock, listening to the music. It brought her back to her youth and elicited memories from the past. She could not help but smile while she reminisced. "Master," a gentle voice sounded. Tang Lan opened her eyes and was met with the sight of a sweet-looking young woman underneath the moonlight. The young woman's eyes were clear and pure, but carried curiosity when she looked at Tang Lan. She had approached Tang Lan without being noticed, and what was more, she saw a smile on her master's face. Her smile was beautiful, but the young woman had never seen it before. Was it because of the music? "Tang Wan, why are you back?" Tang Lan asked. I wanted to come back to see you, Master, Tang Wan answered softly. Master, who is playing the guqin? It sounds like they are trying to convey a certain feeling. He is back. The person playing is his disciple, Tang Lan answered. She never expected Yi Futian to be on par with Hua Fenglu at such a young age. His music was able to pluck a person from reality, pulling them into the mood of the piece. Tang Wan was puzzled at first but then remembered the person Tang Lan kept in her heart all these years. Her eyes twinkled. The Qin devil? Yes. Since you're back anyway, you can show his disciple around Donghai Academy tomorrow. Help him get familiar with the environment. When he enters the academy next year, you'll be schoolmates. Tang Lan chuckled and continued. But that rascal is good with words. Don't be tricked by his sweet talk. Tang Wan blushed. Tang Lan said the guy playing the guqin was a sweet talker. What could he have said to Tang Lan for her to say that? Go now. Get some more rest. From now on you don't have to worry so much about me, focus on cultivation, Tang Lan said gently. Of her two female disciples, she favored this younger disciple more. Tang Wan was young and beautiful, sweet and enchanting. She was very much like Tang Lan when she was a young girl. Tang Lan hoped that her beloved disciple would not end up like herself. I understand, Master, Tang Wan replied. She turned and left the area but did not head back to her own living space. She followed the sound of the music and arrived at the building in which Hua Fenglu and Yi Futian were staying. In front of the building, she saw a young man quietly strumming at the chords of the guqin. He seemed to have fallen deep into the music. A smile adorned his face, which made him seem much more attractive. Tang Wan did not walk up to disturb him. Instead, she listened wordlessly from where she stood until the piece ended. The young man lifted his head and Tang Wan gave him a warm smile. That was beautiful. Thank you. My name is Yi Futian. Are you Ms. Tang Lan's disciple? Asked Yi Futian with a smile. Yes. My name is Tang Wan. My master wants me to take you around Donghai Academy tomorrow. Do you want to go? Asked Tang Wan. That sounds great, he nodded. Then I'll come find you tomorrow. Tang Wan smiled and was on her merry way. Yi Futian stood up, grabbed his guqin and entered the bamboo forest behind the building. A rustling noise came from the bamboo forest. There also seemed to be a low hum. Up ahead, Yi Futian could see the stalks of bamboo shaking from a gust of strong wind. When he walked closer to the area, he could see Yushang seated on the ground. His body was surrounded by a dim golden light, making his already intimidating physique even scarier. At the same time, his face seemed to be slightly contorted, as if he were suffering from great pain. The low hum from before was coming from within Yushang. It was as if a ferocious force was attacking his body from the inside. Yi Futian sat down on the ground and placed his guqin down in front of him. He began to play again. Under the sound of music, the suffering young man seemed to have calmed down, but the scary force continued to attack. It growled and roared, almost like it was ready to devour Yushang. After a long while, the force finally calmed down. Yushang opened his eyes, but the look on his face was icy cold. However, when he looked over and saw Yi Futian, his gaze started to warm up. Yushang, how long did your father say you had to cultivate this technique? Asked Yi Futian. Forever, answered Yushang. Can't you stop? Yi Futian felt terrible. It's fine. Yushang scratched his head and smiled. This way I can become stronger. You dummy. Rest well, said Yi Futian. He left after picking up his guqin. However, Yushang did not go rest. After Yi Futian left, he started to cultivate again. Yi Futian had almost been hounded to death on Mount Tianyao. Now that they were in the city of Donghai, there were even more powerful cultivators here. He had not cultivated long enough. At the plane he was in now, he was not capable of protecting Yi Futian. He had to become stronger and more powerful as quickly as possible. The next morning, Donghai City was basked in the warmth of the bright sunlight. In the Qin Gardens, Tang Lan sent people to take care of Hua Fenglu bright and early. Yi Futian felt bad for him though, because everyone Tang Lan sent was male. Hua Fenglu tried to protest in a roundabout way. He said that there were some things that females do in better detail. To this Tang Lan replied, "There's me." Hua Fenglu could only cry on the inside. He should have known better than to come back to the Qin Gardens. This was pure revenge. Yi Futian was still laughing as he stepped out of the residence. He, along with Yu Sheng and Tang Wan, departed on the Black-Winged Eagle. In the air, Yi Futian looked down at the large city. His feelings about the city down below were complicated. He was afraid of it, but at the same time he wanted to conquer it. Tang Wang, are there a lot of geniuses at Donghai Academy? Yi Futian asked. Yeah. All the geniuses from well-known families all across the East Sea Prefecture are usually sent to Donghai City to further their education, and of course Donghai Academy is the first choice. For example, people say that over half of all the young mandate sorcerers in the East Sea Prefecture are gathered at Donghai Academy, Tang Wan explained. Yi Futian slowly nodded. He could understand this. It was only natural for families of mandate sorcerers to want to send their children to study at the best academy. Are you feeling stressed? Tang Wan smiled at Yi Futian. Her smile was sweet and beautiful. Stress? Yi Futian wanted to smile. Doesn't exist. Looks like you're pretty confident, chuckled Tang Wan. Yi Futian did not reply but instead threw her a question. By the way, have you heard of a person named Hua Jieyu at the academy? She's about your age. With Fox's looks, it would be impossible for people at the academy not to know her. At the mention of this name, Tang Wan gave Yi Futian a strange look. You aren't planning to try anything with Donghai Academy's #1 beauty, are you? Donghai Academy's #1 beauty? Yi Futian was dumbfounded. Almost immediately a huge smile spread across his face. She was actually here. Furthermore, she was more well-known than he thought. She really was a fox. Didn't she just get into Donghai Academy? Yi Futian asked curiously. Yeah, but her performance at the spring quarter entrance exams was incredible. All the higher-ups were shocked. Plus, I heard she comes from an impressive background. So, her popularity skyrocketed as soon as she entered the academy. She was the talk of the town. Also, with her looks, it's only natural that she was crowned the academy's #1 beauty, Tang Wan explained. Do you have a crush on her? I think you should just forget about it. Yi Futian looked at Tang Wan. It looked like she didn't know about Hua Jieyu's background. If she did, then she would have been able to guess that Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu knew each other. Why? He asked. Hua Jieyu has countless suitors at the academy, but even the most popular guys have all been turned down. So, I don't think you have a chance. Tang Wan gave him a light smile. I get it. Yi Futian's smile got even bigger. Do you know why she turns all of them down? Probably because she's too prideful, said Tang Wan. It's because she already has someone she likes, he said. Who? Tang Wan was curious. Me, answered Yi Futian, smiling at Tang Wan. She smirked. Master said you were good with words, turns out they were for bluffing. Yi Futian was speechless in response to her comment. Then, thinking about Tang Lan, said he felt a bit upset. After dropping off the trio, the Black-Winged Eagle was off again. Donghai Academy was majestic. The main doors were open, allowing access to anyone and everyone. In all of the East Sea Prefecture, no one dared to cause trouble at Donghai Academy, so the academy never had to worry about preventing intrusions. Students came and went. The youngest was around the age of 13 or 14, and the oldest was not over 20. Everyone looked upbeat. The campus was vibrant. There are so many pretty girls here, said Yi Futian as they entered. Hearing his very first comment about Donghai Academy, Tang Wan felt many pairs of judging eyes on them. It was embarrassing. As people walked past them, they could not help but stare. Yi Futian was handsome. Tang Wan was beautiful. And Yu Sheng looked strong and intimidating. Naturally, this trio would attract a lot of attention. At this time, a pair of eyes landed on Yi Futian and his friends. The corners of her mouth lifted into a smug smile. It's him, said a young woman around the age of 16. Mu Yeni, is he someone you know? Asked a classmate of hers. Yi Futian was heading in their direction. His eyes did a quick sweep and saw the Mu siblings from yesterday amongst a group of people. It was hard to tell whether or not they were smiling at him. Can I help you with something? Asked Yi Futian. The siblings had walked up to him. When Mu Yeni saw how confident Yi Futian looked, she was reminded of how pitiful he had looked to her the day before. She snickered at him. Found someone else to back you up? What's it to you? He asked with a smile. Nothing, I'm just asking, she laughed. Then the group brushed past Yi Futian and continued on their way. Right after walking past Yi Futian, Mu Yeni told the person next to her, "That guy is the Qin Devil's disciple, but the Qin Devil is now handicapped. He even had the nerve to come to my house and beg my father to take in his disciple. Isn't that such a joke?" Yi Futian heard her words and stopped in his tracks once again. He turned to Tang Wan and jostled his shoulders. "What happens if I beat someone up at Donghai Academy?" Chapter 48. Tang Wan looked at Yi Futian with curiosity. Why would he pick a fight even before being admitted to the academy? Tang Wan looked at Yi Futian with curiosity. Why would he pick a fight even before being admitted to the academy? However, Mu Yeni was very rude. If it had been her own master who was insulted, she wouldn't have taken it either. Students are not allowed to bully each other at Donghai Academy, but friendly competition is encouraged. Therefore, any fight voluntarily initiated by both parties of students will not be interfered with by the academy administrators. However, the parties in competition must make sure they have full control of their violence, which means no casualties allowed. Tang Wan mumbled to Yi Futian, "Since you're not a student of this academy, if you insult the students here you will probably get your ass kicked." Yi Futian felt awkward. Why didn't Tang Wan believe in him? The group of people around Mu Yeni stopped walking when they overheard Yi Futian and Tang Wan's conversation. Mu Yeni gave Yi Futian a glance in confusion. Someone started telling her, "Mu Yeni, this guy wants to kick your ass." Mu Yeni mocked Yi Futian. "Why are you agitated? Am I wrong? Who was there at my house begging my dad to accept him? Why don't you just beg me? And maybe I'll be nice and persuade my dad to give you a place." Yi Futian looked at Mu Yeni and said, "I'm mad now." "So what?" Mu Yeni was still smiling at him. People around her were also laughing. "Mad? Did it mean anything?" "So," Yi Futian yelled, "Yu Sheng, I'm ready." Yu Sheng clenched his fists and stepped forward. At that moment, Tang Wan felt that this big guy had become a beast. His body exuded a sense of danger. "You are a 3-star glory plane warrior. Don't tell me you're afraid to fight," Yi Futian said to Mu Yeni. "Yeni, I'll take him," a guy next to her said. "I will challenge you all," Yu Sheng announced. Tang Wan was shocked. Even she knew that Yu Sheng was definitely stronger, but he was still a bit overconfident. He was challenging 6 Donghai Academy students who were elite amongst their peers. Some of them might even be mandate sorcerers. Yi Futian wasn't worried at all. Yu Sheng had been practicing techniques inherited from his father since he reached the 7th plane of awakening. Additionally, he had exceptional talent. Therefore, his power could not be measured merely by plane. He knew what Yu Sheng was trying to do. If he challenged only one student and other people got involved, then it was no longer a friendly competition. They were new to this place, so they still had to comply with the rules. Yu Sheng was very smart by challenging all those students. Mu Yeni and her brother looked embarrassed. The people who came to their house begging their father to accept them were now challenging all of them? "How can I reject you since you're asking for it?" Mu Yunqing didn't take Yu Sheng seriously. However, he still had absolute confidence. He was only 17 years old but already a 4-star glory plane mandate sorcerer. He was indeed one of the top students at Donghai Academy. The moment he agreed to fight, Yu Sheng stomped on the ground, and his body shot toward Mu Yunqing. He had endured this family long enough. Since Hua Fenglu was rejected and humiliated yesterday, he believed it was now time to teach them a lesson. The ground fissured and Yu Sheng's body was covered with a dark golden glow, as if he was wearing solid armor. He was much taller than the average person, and with the armor, he almost looked like a knight sent by God. "This boy is so." Tang Wan was shocked. Yu Sheng had not even reached Mu Yunqing yet, and Tang Wan had already perceived the real power in his body. Not only Tang Wan but other people being challenged obviously sensed Yu Sheng's power. 2 people stepped forward, and both of them started to condense elemental power into spells. One of them created a chain that appeared from the ground to shackle Yu Sheng's body, and another one shot a sharp golden arrow in his eyes. Yu Sheng blocked the attacks by merely putting his arms in front of his body. The golden arrow broke into pieces the moment it reached his arms, and the chain was easily torn apart. Yu Sheng had almost reached their bodies when they started to flee from Yu Sheng's range of melee attack. Their speed was breakneck, because both of them were powerful mages who also cultivated martial arts techniques. Unfortunately for them, Yusheng was faster. They saw a golden giant blocking their way. They were frightened because they had never seen anyone who could corner them in a fight like Yusheng did. He was so fast that they were defeated before they had fully employed the power of their attacks. Bang! Yusheng's arms swept onto them. They were knocked back to the ground, and their bodies were smashed. Yusheng kept charging forward towards Mu Yeni. The ground was shaking with his steps. At that moment, Mu Yeni's face turned deadly pale. She apparently had just realized the strong guy was way more powerful than she was. "Just go, I'll take him," Mu Yunqing told his sister. Mu Yeni had to obey. She ran as Mu Yunqing started to attack Yusheng. She made sure she was in a safe place and started watching them fight. She believed her brother could take care of that crazy big guy, and then they could beat up Yifutian together. Other students of Donghai Academy were attracted to this place by the fight. The moment they saw Yusheng, they wondered why they had never met this guy before. They believed he was also a student of Donghai Academy because he was mighty. Mu Yunqing unleashed the natal spirit he had inherited from his father. The natal spirit was a golden eagle. A golden eagle was a powerful monster that consisted of both gold and wind elements of power. It was similar to the Yi Futian's divine bird. However, it was weaker. After the natal spirit was unleashed, wings appeared behind his body. His whole body was now floating in the air, and the horrifying power of gold and wind elements were condensing around him. The power then formed into sharp lances that were pointed at Yusheng. "Go!" Mu Yunqing's wings shook, and the lances suddenly started rushing at Yusheng, piercing the air. With enhancement from his wind element, the lances were much faster than expected. Yusheng didn't try to dodge the attacks at all. He directly swung his arms toward the lances. People were shocked at how it was possible for a warrior to destroy the spells with martial arts techniques. The moment Yusheng's arms made contact with the lances, a golden shadow enveloped his body. The golden shadow soon turned into whirlpools and began to engulf all the spiritual qi of the universe. The lances were quickly absorbed by the whirlpools, and after the lances were gone, barbs grew out of Yusheng's arms. Mu Yunqing didn't give up on his attacks. He held the sharpest lance by himself and charged toward Yusheng. His body was as fast as thunder, and people started to worry about Yusheng. Yusheng swung his arms again. However, this time the barbs detached from his arms and shot toward Mu Yunqing. Mu Yunqing blocked the barbs by closing his wings to entirely cover his body. However, this movement also blocked his own sight. When he opened up the arms again, Yusheng was almost in melee range. Mu Yunqing could do nothing but run away from the momentum of Yusheng. Yusheng definitely would not let him go that easily. He stomped hard on the ground, and it began to crack under him. His body suddenly rushed toward Mu Yunqing. People witnessed Mu Yunqing being approached by a golden light. "Be careful!" Mu Yeni tried to alert her brother. It was too late. Mu Yunqing was shocked to find himself caught by Yusheng. Yusheng's arms were clamping on his foot. He couldn't fight against what happened next. With a sudden pull, he was smashed to the ground. With a loud thump, Mu Yunqing's body hit the ground. He laid there entirely immobilized. What a beast! The audience was shocked by this absolute power. Was he really a warrior? Yusheng's power had transformed their attitudes toward martial arts cultivators. They had never seen a warrior who could trounce a mandate sorcerer. Yusheng kept stepping forward. People around Mu Yeni moved out of his way because they were too frightened to fight against this guy. Mu Yunqing had already shown them that Yusheng was overwhelming. "What are you doing?" Mu Yeni was overcome with fear when she saw Yusheng walking toward her. She was trying to run away by unleashing her natal spirit, which was also a golden eagle. That little resistance did not cause any trouble for Yusheng. He easily grabbed Mu Yeni by the arm. She did not dare attack him since he was now as ferocious as a beast. The next moment she was being pulled to her brother. "Let me go!" she screamed. Yusheng smashed her to the ground next to her brother. They were both now lying on the ground, severely injured. "Now you know that your father does not deserve to be his professor." Yusheng was humiliating them to return the humiliation they had suffered yesterday. Hua Fenglu had brought them to their house, and this family had rejected them. They had been destined to taste revenge because of Yushang's bad temper. Yushang's fury was gone. He was no longer a beast, just a big boy. He quietly walked back to Yifutian. It took a long while for Mu Yunqing and his sister to stand up again. They were staring at Yifutian and Yushang with resentment. "I'll remember you." Mu Yunyi gnashed his teeth in anger. "Go ahead, tell your father that you've been beaten by us." Yifutian kept humiliating them. Mu Yunyi was so angry. However, there was nothing she could do. It would be a shame if they had to go back and tell their father about the fight. Mu Yunqing and his sister were crestfallen. Tang Wan looked at Yifutian and believed he was talking like that intentionally. There were a lot of people watching, so these guys would definitely not tell their father what had happened. "Looks like you have to go." Tang Wan forced out a smile. These guys had beat up students on the first day they came to the school. It was impossible for them to stay here any longer. "You told me that professors at Donghai Academy don't care whether we fight." Yifutian was confused. "They won't, but those you just beat have classmates who do care," Tang Wan said. "It's okay. I still need to find my girlfriend." Yifutian ignored her warning. Tang Wan followed him and asked in a lowered voice, "Who is your girlfriend? Don't tell me it's Hua Jieyu." "How did you know that?" Yifutian responded. Tang Wan was surprised and stopped talking. Chapter 49. Donghai Academy was enormous. After exploring more of the academy, the architecture on campus really opened Yifutian's eyes. The buildings were erected on ascending stairs. To see the building at the very top of the stairs, one would have to tilt their head toward the sky. A magnificent view indeed. Donghai Academy was enormous. After exploring more of the academy, the architecture on campus really opened Yifutian's eyes. The buildings were erected on ascending stairs. To see the building at the very top of the stairs, one would have to tilt their head toward the sky. A magnificent view indeed. Donghai Academy consists of 7 schools. The schools of the Emperor Star, Ruinous Star, Power Star, Flirting Star, Treasury Star, Finance Star, and Minister Star. That group from before was from School of the Flirting Star, and your girlfriend is from the School of the Emperor Star, explained Tang Wan. Her eyes were full of distrust when she used the word girlfriend. Back in Qingzhou Academy, the schools were divided by occupation. Does Donghai Academy do that? Asked Yifutian. No, each of the 7 schools consists of cultivators from different classes. Each school has their own powerful figures backing them up. It's all really complicated. While they help develop the schools, these powerful figures are also trying to increase their own powers. Tang Wan lowered her voice and explained to Yifutian. So complicated, said Yifutian. Yeah, nodded Tang Wan. Because things are this way, the competition between the schools is very rigorous, and they pick fights with each other all the time. But within the schools, everyone is very united. So, when Yushang picked that fight with the group from the School of the Flirting Star, it was the equivalent of picking a fight with their whole school. I personally think it's best for you both to leave for the time being. Yifutian smiled but did not say anything. Tang Wan continued. Plus, Hua Jieyu was handpicked by the officials of the Emperor Star School as soon as she entered the academy. So, she's not among the ordinary student pool anymore. She cultivates up at the Emperor Star building. You wouldn't be able to go up there even if she was your girlfriend. She certainly is incredible, Yifutian muttered to himself. He turned around and saw the crowd following from afar. Everyone saw what had happened between them and the students from the Flirting Star School, and knew that group would never let them go so easily. So, now they followed Yifutian and his friends in anticipation of what would happen next. If I leave now, would I lose face? Yifutian asked for Tang Wan's opinion. She stared at him. How was he still in the mood to joke around? She had no idea what he was thinking. Just as they were speaking, a group of people approached looking almighty. Mu Yunqing and Mu Yunyi, who had just been defeated by Yushang, were also among them. The way they looked at Yifutian and Yushang was not friendly at all. They could not believe that he really chose to stick around. He really was not afraid to die. Yifutian realized that his opponents had him and his friends surrounded. He looked to Mu Yunyi and said, And here I was wondering how arrogant you guys were. Is this all you've got? Mu Yunyi could not say anything to that, but no matter what, they had to have their revenge. The group moved in closer to Yifutian, determined and ferocious. Yifutian asked Tang Wan, Can I reject their challenge? Tang Wan rolled her eyes. He would not leave when she told him to, and now that he has beaten these people up, he wanted to turn down their challenge? There was no way they were going to let him go. Take care of yourself, Tang Wan said weakly. She then took several steps back without a word. Yi Futian stared at her, eyes wide, jaw open. Where was the loyalty? Different types of spiritual qi flowed crazily. The group of these people closed in on Yusheng carefully. Yusheng, make a move, said Yi Futian. As soon as he spoke, Yusheng charged forward wildly. Several of the more powerful cultivators surrounded Yusheng. Their sorcery erupted all at once. Vines thicker than his arm curled around Yusheng's body, entangling his arms and legs. This was earth elemental sorcery. Soon, his entire body was buried beneath the vines. Ice seal. A gush of cold air rolled in and further buried Yusheng and the vines in a layer of ice. Boom! The loud sound had come from Yusheng's right foot. His ice-covered foot took a large step forward, and the spell was broken. Above his violent figure appeared a dim golden light, and he continued to charge forward at the opposing group. Disperse! Ordered the leader of the group. Immediately, a wind spell was cast over the whole group, aiding them in a speedy getaway. Then the spell formed a bubble and encapsulated Yusheng. Yi Futian squinted his eyes at the scene. It was very obvious that the group benefited from having cultivators of different elements work together. This made them stronger in battle. The Mu siblings led a few people in Yi Futian's direction. Their hatred of him surpassed that of Yusheng, who was the one who had actually defeated them in battle. Two people charged at Yi Futian as their spiritual qi went haywire. From one of their bodies the roar of a tiger was emitted, and his spiritual qi created a golden tiger. The person's speed also increased to that of a tiger. He pounced on Yi Futian with an outstretched hand. The hand is slightly curved, as if to mimic a tiger's paw. This person was a metal elemental cultivator of martial and divination arts. He was using metal elemental spiritual qi to fight in close range. Third level of the glory plane, said Yi Futian. He could feel his opponent's aura. Yi Futian remained unmoved as a ferocious earth elemental force erupted from his body. Faintly, people were able to see a giant ape appear on Yi Futian's body. Born from the collection of spiritual qi, the ape possessed an inhumane amount of strength. Even though both animals had been formed from spiritual qi, Yi Futian's giant ape was obviously more intimidating than the tiger demon. As his opponent got closer, Yi Futian stuck out his arm. With one loud growl of the giant ape, the image of the tiger exploded. Following that, the giant hand of the ape demon wrapped around the opponent's neck and picked him up off the ground. A second later he was smashed into the ground. The loud crash mimicked that of the Mu siblings' hearts. Yi Futian smiled at the two and proceeded to race towards them. At the same time, the second person had also approached Yi Futian without hesitation, was knocked out by a single punch. Mu Yunqing and Mu Yunyi released their life spirits and were lifted into the air. Even though they had been injured during the previous fight, they were still capable of battle. At this moment, a bright light shone from Yi Futian's back as he ran. The wings of the rock carried him up into the air as well. At the speed of lightning, he flashed before the siblings. The body of a dragon, strength of an ape, and the agility of a rock. A mandate sorcerer with a rock spirit. People were amazed as they witnessed this scene. It was rare to meet a mandate sorcerer, but even more rare to meet a mandate sorcerer with a rock spirit. Different life spirits were able to bring the mandate sorcerer different levels of power. For example, both the rock and the golden eagle were wind and metal bi-elemental life spirits, but the power from the rock brought Yi Futian more power, making it super easy to defeat the golden eagle. Furthermore, life spirits grew along with the mandate sorcerers. Strong life spirits would only get stronger with time. Tang Wan was dumbfounded. No wonder Yi Futian was so arrogant, turns out he had every right to be. Watch out, warned Mu Yunqing. By the time he completed his warning, Yi Futian had already arrived in front of him. Mu Yunqing did not look too good. He proceeded to rush toward Yi Futian even though he knew his life spirit could not compare to that of Yi Futian, but he was in a higher plane. He did not believe he would lose to Yi Futian. The two orbs of golden light clashed in the air. The people below watched as the two continued their close-range combat. How can he be so strong? People questioned Yi Futian's powers as they watched him fight a cultivator of a higher level than himself. He even had the upper hand. Soon Mu Yunqing was struck by Yi Futian's fist and lost his balance. In the next second, Yi Futian had already placed his foot on his body, slamming Mu Yunqing directly into the ground. This was too violent. Mu Yunyi began to run away again when she noticed Yi Futian's attention shifted to her. This time was no different from her battle with Yu Shang. The only exception was that this time was more direct than the last. One punch and she was off. The Mu siblings were cruelly defeated twice in a day. This may leave a deep emotional scar on the both of them. Many people could not bear to look at Mu Yunyi. She was a pretty girl after all. Yi Futian and Yu Shang should have taken it easy on her. Back on Yu Shang's side, there were also multiple people lying on the ground. Yu Shang was too wild, just like the god of war. Had it not been for the alliance of different elemental sorcerers, no one would have been able to compete with Yu Shang, not even the two 5-starred glory-playing cultivators. In a flash, Yi Futian attacked a wind elemental sorcerer in the air. Very quickly, the sorcerer was pushed far away. It was pitiful. The school of the flirting star is screwed, everyone thought to themselves. They had obviously underestimated Yi Futian and Yu Shang's powers. The only ones standing now were the two 5-starred glory-playing cultivators. However, after Yi Futian joined Yu Shang was like a beast who had just broken free. In one quick sweep, the whole lot was lying on the ground. They all looked so ferocious when they arrived, but now pitiful was the only word to describe them. Many people pitied the school of the flirting star. This was incredibly humiliating for them. Who were these two anyway? They were way too violent. A black wind eagle swooped down from the skies and landed by Yi Futian. "Let's go, Yu Shang." The two walked to the eagle. Tang Wan rolled her eyes at Yi Futian. He did know when to make an escape. "My girlfriend will come looking for you. When she does, bring her to the Qin Gardens," Yi Futian whispered in Tang Wan's ear. Then they mounted the black wind eagle and ascended into the vast sky. He wasn't really dumb enough to walk into the school of the Emperor Star screaming for his girlfriend. "Remember, my name is Yi Futian." Yi Futian screamed. His words were heard by everyone down below. To the students of the Flirting Star School, his words were a form of mockery. Tang Wan thought of the words Yi Futian had left her with. A strange look crossed her eyes. Could this have been his true intention? "Hua Jie will come looking for me," she mumbled to herself. At the thought of the beautiful girl, she shook her head lightly. She must have been overthinking. Yi Futian is always joking around. Maybe this was also a joke. In the air, Yi Futian watched as Donghai Academy got smaller and smaller. He then muttered under his breath, "Fox, this was the only way I could think of to let you know. I'm here." Chapter 50. The news that students from the school of the Flirting Star were defeated soon spread around the Donghai Academy like wildfire. If it had merely been friendly competition within the academy, people wouldn't have reacted so strongly. However, in this fight, two students who were known as geniuses at this academy were entirely crushed by two unknown boys below their planes. This was huge news. The news that students from the school of the Flirting Star were defeated soon spread around the Donghai Academy like wildfire. If it had merely been friendly competition within the academy, people wouldn't have reacted so strongly. However, in this fight, two students who were known as geniuses at this academy were entirely crushed by two unknown boys below their planes. This was huge news. Besides, the audience may have somewhat embellished the details of the fight. They had told other students that one boy was a stud with explosive power like a monster. They claimed that it was impossible to find someone more talented than this strong guy in Donghai Academy, and in the future he was going to be a legend. Still, a lot of prodigies at this academy didn't buy it. They considered the other boy a freak. He was a mandate sorcerer, specializing in both sorcery and martial arts. His natal spirit was a divine bird. What was even more impressive was that both his speed and his strength were at the top level. He had easily toppled Mu Yunqing, who was actually 2 planes higher than him. Plus, this boy was really arrogant. When he left, he had announced that people should remember his name, Yi Futian. People started to discuss their origin, and some of them came to Tang Wan because she knew these boys. Students in the school of the Emperor Star were also discussing. In fact, those truly powerful students didn't care at all. They had always believed that they were too talented to be compared to others. They had considered the friendly competition that had happened at the academy small. However, there were some among them who enjoyed gossiping about these small-time fights. Xu Yuyan was one of them. She was a lively girl who enjoyed making fun of people. On the top floor of the School of the Emperor's Star, Xu Yuyan entered the room, and she saw another beautiful girl standing beside the window, looking down at the scenery below. That was one of the spots where people were able to enjoy the full view of Donghai Academy. Hua Jieyu, my heart trembles even when I just see you standing there. Xu Yuyan started with a compliment. Hua Jieyu turned to her, smiled and said, "No more party invitations. I'm not going anywhere." I know, my goddess. Can't we just chat?" Xu Yuyan knew she had been misunderstood. "Did you know that something funny happened yesterday? Some students from the School of the Flirting Star were beaten up by outsiders, and more amazingly, the outsiders were in lower planes. Is it possible that some other academy in the city of Donghai sent these guys to intentionally provoke us?" Xu Yuyan started to talk about the exciting fight yesterday. "I don't know," Hua Jieyu answered. She seemed not to be interested at all. People said both of them were really cute. One was strong and wild as a beast, and the other one was particularly handsome. It was also said that a lot of girls witnessing the fight were hopelessly attracted to the boys. They fought over who was more handsome and charming. Xu Yuyan went on. "So which one do you prefer?" Hua Jieyu smiled and asked. "I wasn't there. The handsome boy seemed to be really arrogant. He claimed that we should remember his name when he left." Xu Yuyan laughed. Did he truly believe that he was more talented than all the geniuses at this academy? "You seem to be curious enough about it." Hua Jieyu made fun of her. "And you're not curious at all. You know nothing but cultivation," Xu Yuyan refuted. Okay, I know you're not interested at all. See you." When she turned around to leave, she was mumbling, "Yi Futian, this name is arrogant enough to be remembered." Hua Jieyu heard the name, and her body trembled with shock. She stopped Xu Yuyan and asked, "What was that name again?" Xu Yuyan looked at her and said, "Yi Futian. It's the name of the handsome one." She was confused when Hua Jieyu heard the name and suddenly started laughing. This was the first time Xu Yuyan had seen such bright laughter on her face. She asked, "What's wrong with you?" Hua Jieyu was laughing too hard to stop at that moment. She didn't answer the question. "Come on, don't tell me you're attracted to him just because of his name." Xu Yuyan was really curious. "No, I'm not." Hua Jieyu finally stopped laughing. She then asked, "Were there only 2 boys in the fight?" "They came with a student from the School of the Minister Star, Tang Wan," Xu Yuyan told her. "Okay girl, thanks," Hua Jieyu responded. "See you later." After Xu Yuyan left, Hua Jieyu was still smiling. She looked so cute now and mumbled, "No wonder people said he was a bad boy." Then she summoned the wind to carry her and jumped out the window. The way she landed was almost like an angel had descended to the world. Tang Wan was busy after Yi Futian left, because quite a lot of people had asked her about Yi Futian and Yu Shang. These boys entirely lit up the curiosity of students at this academy. What made it even more awkward for her was that some girls who were attracted to these boys came to her and asked her to invite the boys on dates. She didn't take these jobs because she couldn't just go to the Guqin garden and tell the boys to go on a date. It would be so embarrassing. "Tang Wan, someone's looking for you." Tang Wan was upset. It was so troublesome to have to answer questions about the boys again and again. "Could you please just ignore your curiosity?" Tang Wan complained. However, the person calling her said this time was not only about curiosity. "Who is it?" Tang Wan asked. "Just go and check." Tang Wan peeked outside. She saw a gorgeous girl waiting for her quietly outside the door. Tang Wan was suddenly reminded of what Yi Futian had said the day before. She now had a weird feeling that this girl was special. Come on, he wasn't joking. "Hello, I'm Hua Jieyu." She smiled and introduced herself. Tang Wan was absolutely confident in her own beauty. However, she still felt a bit overshadowed when she saw the girl standing outside. "I'm Tang Wan. Could you please bring me to the boy?" Hua Jieyu asked politely. Tang Wan definitely understood who she was talking about. She nodded and said, "Follow me." "Thanks." Hua Jieyu followed Tang Wan. People wondered why these girls were walking together because they didn't know each other before today. "Do you know that guy?" Tang Wan was so curious that she finally asked. "Yep. The image of Yi Futian came into Hua Jieyu's mind, and she started smiling again. So he wasn't lying to me yesterday, Tang Wan mumbled. What did he say? Hua Jieyu asked her. Tang Wan looked at her for a while and said, he told me that you're his girlfriend. This guy. Hua Jieyu flushed. She was shy. Tang Wan finally realized that Yi Futian made such a scene yesterday only to let Hua Jieyu know that he was already at the academy looking for her. What a sly boy. In fact, she wondered if the students of Donghai Academy knew what had happened here. How many hearts would be totally broken? Nope, I do not admit that. Hua Jieyu tried to deny. However, her face was so red. How could Tang Wan believe her? When they entered the garden, they ran into Tang Lan. Greetings, Professor, Tang Wan said. Tang Lan was staring at Hua Jieyu. Naturally, Hua Jieyu reminded her of someone that had meant a lot in her life. Greetings, Ms. Tang. Hua Jieyu also greeted. Girl, you look exactly like her when she was young. Tang Lan was amazed. Hua Jieyu knew that she was talking about her mother. She had spoken a lot with Tang Wan on the way here, and she knew who Tang Lan was. Tang Wan also knew that Hua Jieyu was the daughter of Hua Fenglu, whose wife was her rival for the affections of Hua Fenglu. She had doubted whether she should bring Hua Jieyu to this place. She felt as if she had made a mistake. Professor, Tang Wan faltered. It's not your fault, girl. Hua Jieyu, go to your father, Tang Lan sighed. Thanks, Miss Tang. Hua Jieyu walked into the garden with Tang Wan and Tang Lan following her. In front of the door, Hua Fenglu was sunbathing, and Yi Futian was playing the guqin. When they saw Hua Jieyu, Yi Futian stopped playing, and Hua Fenglu started to smile with kindness. Dad. Hua Jieyu couldn't help crying. Tang Wan had told her that her father was severely injured. The sadness of seeing her father like this entirely drove away the happiness of their reunion. Hey girl, don't cry. Hua Jieyu hugged his daughter. However, he had even started crying himself. Yi Futian stood by their side quietly, watching the scene of the reunion. Tang Lan asked Tang Wan, how did she know they were here? Tang Wan briefly explained what had happened. Tang Lan was surprised by the crazy thing Yi Futian had done. She then turned to Tang Wan and warned her. This boy is such a troublemaker. No wonder Hua Fenglu told me to keep an eye on him. Stay away from him, girl. What are you talking about, Professor? Tang Wan was confused. Beautiful girls are just dangerous. Both of these girls are gorgeous. Hopefully, this boy will not make the same mistake as his professor did. Tang Lan sighed. She believed that Hua Fenglu had fallen into such a situation because of that woman. Now, Hua Jieyu looked exactly like that woman when she was young, but somehow even more beautiful. Tang Lan was afraid that several years later, when she became an adult, Yi Futian would run into troubles because of this beautiful girl, just like his professor had. No matter what, there was such a substantial coincidence between these two generations. Chapter 51. After crying for quite a while, Hua Jieyu finally looked up at her father. Her eyes were red and bloodshot as she asked, Father, what on earth happened after I left? How did things end up like this? After crying for quite a while, Hua Jieyu finally looked up at her father. Her eyes were red and bloodshot as she asked, Father, what on earth happened after I left? How did things end up like this? Silly girl, it's all over now. Look, I'm sitting here safe and sound. Hua Fenglu consoled her gently. Hua Jieyu stood up and turned to look at Yi Futian. What happened? Fox, it's my fault for not taking good care of Master. After you left, a monster tide washed over the city of Qingzhou. There were people who wanted to kill me, and Master ended up like this because he was trying to protect me, said Yi Futian. He still blamed himself for what had happened. Then, he remembered that Xia Fan was right here in Donghai City, and reminded himself that he had to get his revenge. It's not Yi Futian's fault. At the time, if he weren't so lucky, he would have been forced to his death on Mount Tianyao. You know, I have a bad temper. Obviously I wanted to get revenge for him, but I was useless. I didn't manage to kill the enemy, but instead harmed myself in the process, smiled as he spoke. He was seemingly unbothered by it all. Is this true? Hua Jieyu asked Yi Futian. He nodded lightly. Her tears fell once again. She walked up to Yi Futian with her arms outstretched and pulled him into her arms. Hua Jieyu rested her head on Yi Futian and said, Who allowed you to put yourself in danger? What would I do if you had died? Hua Jiayu's voice shook as she cried. The thought of her father being handicapped and Yi Futian almost dying after she had left them made her even more frightened. Yi Futian felt the warmth flood his body as she gently embraced him. He reached out his hands and wrapped them around her as well. He swore to himself to never let her cry like this again. Tang Wan stood not too far away. She shuddered as she witnessed the scene in front of her. It was true. The goddess of Donghai Academy had already given her heart to someone. If the students of Donghai Academy found out, many of them would impulsively want to kill Yi Futian. Tang Wan knew there were quite a few of the geniuses at school who failed in their attempts to get closer to Hua Jiayu. At that time I didn't get to see you again yet. Of course I couldn't die. You promised to compensate me, Yi Futian said to Hua Jiayu with a gentle voice. She lifted her head at him. She stared for a while then left his embrace. I already did. What? Yi Futian blinked in disbelief. That was it. What else were you expecting? Hua Jiayu looked at Yi Futian. Then, just let me hold you for a little longer, Yi Futian requested as he took a step forward. Hua Jiayu stepped away from his advance and replied, Don't try to change the subject. Who did this to my father? Hua Jiayu knew Yi Futian was trying to cheer her up. He seemed to have a natural ability to do so. She was always happy when he was by her side. During the 3 months in which they spent every day together, the days went by in endless bickering. However, at the same time, he unknowingly made his way into her heart. Can you trust me to handle it? I will get revenge. As for Master's condition, I will most definitely find a way to heal him, said Yi Futian. This was something he had to take care of personally. He did not want Hua Jiayu to get involved. Hua Jiayu just let Yi Futian handle it. It's perfect motivation for him. Hua Fenglu agreed with what Yi Futian had said. Hua Jiayu looked at both men and said, Then you have to promise me that you'll succeed. If I don't succeed in this, how would I be able to marry you? Asked Yi Futian. Who says that I will marry you? Hua Jiayu blushed as she stared shyly at Yi Futian. Can you lovebirds tone it down a little? It would be fine if it was just me, but there are other people here, said Hua Fenglu. Hua Jiayu turned around and realized that Tang Lan and Tang Wan were still in the room. Her red cheeks got even redder. Yi Futian, on the other hand, did not seem to mind. They'll get used to it, he said. Master, should we leave? Whispered Tang Wan. Yi Futian was too shameless. He's worse than his master, Tang Lan said weakly. Afterward, the two of them left, not wanting to disturb the group. Father, I want to stay here and take care of you, said Hua Jiayu. Sure. She felt better after crying and joking around with Yi Futian, but it would be impossible for her to recover from this sadness completely. Silly girl, you still have to cultivate. I will be fine here. Yi Futian and Ms. Tang Lan are here to take care of me. After seeing you I feel so much better already, chuckled Hua Fenglu. Then I'll stay for today. You can't make me leave, said Hua Jiayu. All right. Stay. I know you haven't seen Yi Futian in a while, laughed Hua Fenglu. I don't want to see him, said Hua Jiayu. Really now? Hua Fenglu looked at his daughter and could only laugh. Of course. Hua Jiayu nodded. How sad, sighed Yi Futian. And to think that I've been thinking of you every day and turning down advances from different girls. Looks like I'll have to rethink those opportunities now. You wouldn't dare. Hua Jiayu whipped around to glare at Yi Futian. Then did you miss me? Yi Futian chuckled at her. Father, has he been flirting with other girls? She asked her father. Yi Futian blinked. Hua Fenglu wanted to laugh as he glanced at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked so desperate that Hua Fenglu could only laugh. He kept to himself, Hua Fenglu answered. Yi Futian let out a sigh of relief. Then yeah, I missed you every now and then, whispered Hua Jiayu ever so lightly, but Yi Futian heard her anyway. Seeing the timid expression on Hua Jiayu's face, Yi Futian felt that she was someone worth giving up others for. I'm going to go cultivate, said Yu Shang. He could no longer listen to this. He walked towards the bamboo forest behind the building. Did they really have to act all lovey-dovey every time they saw each other? Hua Fenglu and the couple chuckled at Yu Shang's words. Yi Futian called out to him. Yu Shang, there are so many beautiful girls in Donghai City. If you find someone you like, I wouldn't mind being your wingman. Father said I can't be in a relationship, Yu Shang said, not even turning his head to answer Yi Futian. But your father isn't here, so whatever I say goes. Yi Futian shouted. Yu Shang had already disappeared around the corner. Only 3 people remained standing in front of the building. Under the sunlight, the sadness melted away, replaced with warmth. At this moment, an elderly man approached from the outside of the Qin Gardens. The powerful icy force he gave off seemed to cause the temperature within the Qin Gardens to drop a couple degrees as he stepped inside. A figure appeared and stood in front of the elder. It was Tang Lan. Realizing who was standing in front of her, Tang Lan froze for a moment. Then with a cold demeanor she asked, "What are you doing here? Our young miss has been in there for quite some time now. Who did you guys bring her here to see?" asked the elder with an equally cold demeanor. "You were stalking her?" asked Tang Lan. "This isn't stalking," the elder said. He took a step forward and he was gone, his speed faster than the speed of light. "Presumptuous!" yelled Tang Lan. The whole Qin Gardens was able to hear her. Hua Fenglu and Yi Futian were alerted by the noise. They looked up and saw 2 figures descending from the skies, quick and forceful as lightning. Hua Fenglu. The elder's gaze fell on Hua Fenglu. "You dare to step foot in the city of Donghai?" "Nanda Ku." Hua Fenglu looked at the elder. "You were following me?" asked Hua Jieyu. "Young miss, you are a person of utmost importance. The family would never feel at ease if you were to step out alone. Within Donghai Academy, I would not dare to meddle in your activities. However, as soon as you step off the academy premises, I will be there to protect your safety," explained Nanda Ku. "Nanda Ku, I am now a powerless person. I just wanted to come back to Donghai City for a visit. Can't you guys let me be?" asked Hua Fenglu. Nanda Ku looked puzzled. The Qin devil was now powerless? "Since you're already powerless, then I can let you go about your business. The family already gave in and allowed young miss to accompany you for 3 years. However, now that she has made it past the initial process of cultivation and has stepped into the critical period, the family doesn't wish for anyone or anything to distract her," said Nanda Ku. "I'm just going to spend a little time with my father, then head back to Donghai Academy," said Hua Jiyu coldly. "Young miss, please don't put me in a difficult position. All those years ago, the family already agreed to your stubborn requests. If you keep acting this way, then your father will definitely not be allowed to stay in the city of Donghai," said Nandu. "You guys wouldn't dare." Hua Jieyu was furious. "Hua Jieyu, you should go back." Hua Fenglu opened his mouth to speak. "Father." The strong aura around Hua Jieyu dissipated as she turned to speak to her father. Hua Fenglu gave a warm and gentle smile. "Sweetie, I'm fine here. Go back to cultivate at the academy and don't worry about me." Hua Jieyu felt terrible. She gave Nanda Ku another cold glare. "You guys dare to treat my father this way? Aren't you afraid that I'll retaliate once I complete my cultivation?" "Young miss, these things were decided by the family. I am not clear on the details. If you can recover the Nanda family's glory, I'm sure that they will be willing to grant your every wish," said Nanda Ku. "Fine. That day will come," replied Hua Jieyu. She then turned to Hua Fenglu and said, "Father, I'm going now." "Go," said Hua Fenglu, still smiling. Then Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian. Their eyes met with longing, and without a word, Hua Jieyu turned to leave the Qin Gardens. Nanda Ku did not leave with her. After she left, he looked at Hua Fenglu and gave him a warning. "You are clear that the family was not unwilling to accept you all those years ago, but it was you that could not become part of the family. But yet, you choose to reach for the stars and cause things to end up like this. You're lucky that young miss is extremely gifted. Her gift is a perfect combination of you and her mother. Therefore, the family will not allow anyone to get in the way of her cultivation." Hua Fenglu did not spare Nanda Ku a glance. The elder then turned to Yi Futian, who was standing beside Hua Fenglu, and asked, "And who is he?" "My disciple Yi Futian," answered Hua Fenglu. "You brought your disciple with you? Are you setting all your hopes on him?" Nanda Ku laughed at Hua Fenglu. "That's some fantasy. You lost to him in the past. I bet now even his disciples are stronger than yours." When he was finally done, Nanda Ku turned to leave. Watching his departing figure, Hua Fenglu said, One day, you will remember his name. I look forward to that day. Nandaku left after his last words, disappearing from the Qing gardens. Chapter 52. Yi Futian kept silent while watching all this happen, but deep inside, he was not as calm as he looked. Yi Futian kept silent while watching all this happen, but deep inside he was not as calm as he looked. It took so much effort to meet his fairy again, and she had to leave soon after this reunion. It was understandable that he felt sad. You don't like this feeling, do you? Hua Fenglu perceived his gloom and asked him. Yi Futian nodded. Why shouldn't I be sad? Then just keep training and grow stronger. Hua Fenglu closed his eyes. He was also pissed off because Nandaku had told him that his life was hopeless. He could do nothing but put all his hope in Yi Futian, although he wasn't desperate because he knew how talented Yi Futian was. With the inheritance from Emperor Yi Qing, as long as he kept cultivating, people in the city of Donghai and the Nanda family would eventually bow down to his power. Therefore, he was trying to get Yi Futian accepted into Donghai Academy, and it would be even better if one of the higher-ups of the academy picked him as a disciple personally. He needed a safe and promising environment for him to grow in. Yi Futian didn't respond to Hua Fenglu, but he felt hot-blooded. He needed to be strong enough to protect his professor and girlfriend. The only time Yi Futian went out was to buy inscribing pens and scrolls. Both scroll inscribing and guqin practice served as cultivation for him. They enhanced his mental power and ability in spiritual qi perception, which was critical for the development of a mage. As for martial arts techniques, he kept improving on the treasures Emperor Yi Qing had given him. With enough time, his body would be as invincible as the divine dragon and the snow ape. One day, Tangwan came to their place. I have good news for you guys, Tangwan smiled. What is it? Yi Futian was curious. Someone from the school of the finance star told me that you have been admitted, Tangwan said. Yi Futian was confused and didn't believe it. I guess some supervisor in that school heard about the fight. I think he must have heard about it from a student. Otherwise, they would have been looking for you guys even sooner, Tangwan elaborated. The talents Yi Futian and Yu Shang had demonstrated during that fight were obviously more than enough for them to be admitted. Unfortunately, there was no professor or supervisor in the audience. Wow, we just benefited from kicking someone's ass, Yu Shang mumbled. Yi Futian was also smiling. He was so happy that once he was admitted into Donghai Academy, it would be much easier to spend time with Hua Jieyu. What are you talking about? Hua Fenglu was doubtful about this admission. It is uncommon for a school in Donghai Academy to make an exception for applicants. What did they do? Mr. Hua, you don't know what happened? The first time I brought them to Donghai Academy, they messed with some students from the school of the flirting star, because one of them, Mu Yunyi, was being rude. These boys totally kicked their asses. This is how your daughter knew Yi Futian was here and asked me to bring her to you, Tangwan explained. Hua Fenglu finally understood what had happened. The last time Hua Jieyu had come here, they were in such a rush that he didn't have time to ask for the details. Hua Fenglu gave Yi Futian a glance. He was a little bit mad that this boy had not told him about the fight. Just go. Remember to take care of yourself, Hua Fenglu said. All right, Professor, enjoy your private time with Ms. Tang after we are gone, Yi Futian teased him. Screw you. Hua Fenglu was embarrassed. Bye, Professor. Yi Futian was still somewhat worried about Hua Fenglu. He was too injured to live alone. Don't worry, I'll take care of him. Tang Lan came in at this time. She knew that Yi Futian was worried, so she was trying to comfort him. Thank you so much, Yi Futian said. Now he was settled. The Black Wind Eagle arrived and landed next to them. Yi Futian, Yu Shang and Tang Wan got on her back. Then she soon took off into the air. Yi Futian waved to Hua Fenglu, apparently reluctant to leave. Good luck, boy. Your new journey has just begun. Hua Fenglu was smiling. Looks like he's almost like a son to you. Why do you believe in him so much? Tang Lan was curious. Trust me, someday Donghai Academy will be proud of having such a student. Hua Fenglu was confident. Tang Lan was surprised and a bit confused. She believed that the confidence Hua Fenglu held for Yi Futian was much stronger than she could have imagined. Within each of the 7 schools at Donghai Academy, there were students of various classes for the purpose of diversity. However, there were also specific characteristics for each of them. It was all about the people who were supporting the schools. Students from the School of the Finance Star were known for great martial arts techniques. This was why the supervisor of this school had made an exception to admit Yi Futian and Yu Shang without a test. According to those who had witnessed the fight, both of them were incredibly talented at martial arts, especially Yu Shang. The admission of Yi Futian and Yu Shang didn't quite cause a sensation at Donghai Academy, because only a few students had witnessed the fight, not to mention that most students just knew their names, but had never seen them. Besides, it had been a while since the fight took place. Tang Wan led them to the School of the Finance Star. They were well accommodated and brought around to tour the school. However, the supervisor who accepted them had not arranged a meeting with the boys. It was possible that he still wanted to give them some time to prove themselves first. Students in the School of the Finance Star lived in a separate area that consisted of dorms specifically assigned to them. In fact, the environment seemed to be better than that of Qingzhou Academy. Who are you? Someone passing by was curious about these new students. They had never met Yi Futian and Yu Shang before. I'm Yi Futian and this is my best friend Yu Shang. Yi Futian was smiling. Yi Futian. This name sounds familiar, the boy mumbled, and soon he remembered who they were. He quickly disappeared, and word started to spread in the School of the Finance Star that the students who kicked the asses of the students from the School of the Flirting Star had been admitted to this school. The word spread so quickly that suddenly, a lot of people were gathered around them. Is this guy Yi Futian? Really, a 2-star Glory Plane student? Yu Shang looks exactly how people said. He's such a big guy. Is he merely a martial arts cultivator? Or he is actually hiding some powerful natal spirit? Wow, they're so cute. Some girls were also gossiping. The students were curious about everything since they were so young. Is there a library at this school? Yi Futian asked Tang Wan. Tang Wan shook her head. There is only one library at Donghai Academy, and it's located right in the center of the campus. The entry is free to every student, but no checkouts are allowed. You may only browse the books and scrolls inside. Yi Futian understood why checkout was prohibited. There were just so many students at this academy that books might be lost once checked out. Let's go there, Yi Futian said. He had already reached the 2-star Glory Plane, but the spells he could initiate were still mostly basic. It was a huge waste of his talents. He believed that he was not supposed to give up sorcery cultivation, even though his martial arts inheritance from Emperor Yi Qing was so powerful. A combination of both would definitely make him stronger. Sure, Tang Wan nodded. She was surprised that he was not just a pretty boy like he looked and was in fact quite diligent. The first place he had wanted to go to was the library. The scale of the library at Donghai Academy was much larger than that of the one at Qingzhou Academy. Besides, there was no limit for the students. Any student at this academy would be allowed to browse all the collections in this library. Donghai Academy was very generous about this. When Yi Futian entered the library, he was shocked by the comprehensiveness of the collection. There were books on general subjects like martial arts techniques, swords techniques, elemental spells, and even some very rare books on mental spells. He even found books about music spells, matrices, and scroll inscription. He totally understood why Hua Fenglu had insisted he study at this academy. During the following several days, Yi Futian spent all his time making his way through the entire collection. Meanwhile, the news that Yi Futian had been admitted to the School of the Finance Star finally spread all around the academy, including the School of the Flirting Star. They started looking for him everywhere and finally, they found him in the library. Yi Futian was reading books quietly when a group of angry people came up to him. Mu Yunqing spoke to him in rage. Long time no see, Yi Futian. What's up? Yi Futian didn't even raise his head. Since you're now admitted into this academy, I guess it's time for us to get even about what happened last time. Mu Yunqing sounded really mad. Are you challenging me? Yi Futian looked at him with contempt. However, Mu Yunqing was not planning to fight by himself. Someone from the School of the Flirting Star will represent me. Who is it and what plane is he in? Yi Futian asked. Mu Yunqing realized that other people were looking at him and he faltered. Are you still going to fight me together like you did last time? Yi Futian was laughing. He was now a student at this academy, so people who fought him had to abide by the rules, which was one-on-one. Mu Yunqing was extremely embarrassed. He didn't say anything, and the group left crestfallen again. This incident soon spread around the academy. Students started to make fun of Mu Yunqing. They now considered him to be a total coward. Several days later, it was announced that Jing Yang, a student from the school of the Flirting Star, had openly issued a letter of challenge to Yi Futian. It caused a sensation at the academy. He was a 3-star glory plane mandate sorcerer, a true prodigy. He had been personally admitted directly by the supervisor of the school of the Flirting Star as a disciple. Usually he didn't care about friendly competition, but now to save the reputation of his school, he challenged Yi Futian publicly. However, the response from Yi Futian left people totally speechless. "Sorry, I have no time for this." This was such a lame excuse to turn down the challenge. Students in the school of the Flirting Star accused him of being a real coward. Jing Yang, however, was not surprised. He told people that Yi Futian was just so. Yi Futian wasn't disturbed by these comments at all. He still spent all his time on reading and cultivating as usual. Chapter 53. There hadn't been many opportunities for Yi Futian to cultivate in peace. So naturally, he did not want to bother with the thought of the challenge. He did not know who Jing Yang was, and it did not matter if he was a prodigy. None of this had anything to do with Yi Futian. Defeating Jing Yang would only draw more attention to himself and would have no benefit for him. It might even bring about more problems. There hadn't been many opportunities for Yi Futian to cultivate in peace. So naturally, he did not want to bother with the thought of the challenge. He did not know who Jing Yang was, and it did not matter if he was a prodigy. None of this had anything to do with Yi Futian. Defeating Jing Yang would only draw more attention to himself and would have no benefit for him. It might even bring about more problems. The students of the school of the Flirting Star continued to throw insults at Yi Futian, but he paid them no attention. He was not listening to any of their comments. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Futian broke through another plane while he cultivated silently. He was now a 3-starred glory plane in both martial and divination arts. During his silent cultivation, he was also able to learn a large number of new spells. Yi Futian was attempting a battle tactic, which was a combination of martial and divination arts in his dorm. He specialized in the sorcery of different elements, so if he was able to incorporate his powerful martial arts abilities into his sorcery, his combat would be able to reach new levels. Yu Sheng watched him from the side. He said to Yi Futian, "Of the 7 elements, you have cultivated in all of them with corresponding spells, all except for the element of water." Although Yi Futian could perceive all elements, he did not have a water elemental life spirit, so his gift in this element was on the weaker side. For the time being, he did not have the ability to cultivate the element of water. Other than that, he was at the highest level of cultivation in all of the other elements. His natal spirit was the world tree, which was wood elemental. He had already begun to cultivate in this element, even though he knew that there was a chance that the natal spirit would never be released in front of others. These are all spells chosen by me. There's no harm in learning more. Yi Futian smiled and said, "I have to step out and take care of something, so I might not make it back tonight. Work hard on cultivating and quickly make it to the 4-starred glory plane." "Okay. I should be getting there," nodded Yu Sheng. His journey in cultivation was no easier than that of Yi Futian. Yi Futian mounted the Black Wind Eagle and was out of Donghai Academy. The Luo Palace was a palace in the city of Donghai. It was rumored that the master of the palace, Lord Luo, was a distant relative of the king of the Nandu nation. Other rumors had it that he was in the good graces of the imperial family, and was therefore named a lord. Regardless of the reason, he was the only person in all of the city of Donghai to be given such a title. Naturally, his status was everything but that of the ordinary. The Luo Palace was extremely dignified, and was a true family of power. There was a young man standing in front of the Luo Palace. It was Yi Futian. Outside the doors of the palace, people were busily scurrying around. The building was well decorated, and there was a festive atmosphere in the air. Yi Futian knew that the master of the palace was having a birthday celebration. However, none of that mattered to Yi Futian. The only thing he cared about was Lord Luo. He was the only arcana plane healing sorcerer of the spirit element in all of Donghai City. He was the person that Tang Lan had refused to tell him about. Investigating this was the only thing Yi Futian did outside of cultivation. He was always thinking about Hua Fengliu's injuries. Yi Futian did not understand why Tang Lan had been so sure Lord Luo would refuse to help. He was not completely confident that he could get Lord Luo to agree to help heal Hua Fengliu. But he knew that he couldn't just sit around and do nothing. He found out that Lord Luo lived an isolated life and cared a lot about his reputation. Every year on his birthday he would hold an extravagant celebration. Yi Futian wanted to find out exactly what kind of person he was, and see if there was a chance to persuade him to help Hua Fengliu. Yi Futian owed this to Hua Fengliu. This was also what he had promised Hua Jieyu. It did not matter if he succeeded. He had to give it all he had. The steward noticed Yi Futian. A handsome young man, he thought. With a smile he asked, "Is there something I can help you with, young master? May I ask if there will be dancing and music entertainment at Lord Luo's birthday celebration? I specialize in performing the guqin. If possible, I would like to play for Lord Luo at his birthday celebration," said Yi Futian. The steward smiled and replied, "The palace does not lack a guqin player. I am sure that I am more capable than your present personnel," Yi Futian continued. "If it's really not possible, then are you guys lacking in the errand boy department?" The steward looked at Yi Futian confused. The young man had an aura of elegance, and was obviously not an errand boy. "Young master, why are you so adamant on entering the palace?" asked the steward. His eyes squinted with suspicion. The steward was a clever man. "I just want to witness the extravagance for myself," Yi Futian said calmly, keeping his composure. "The palace has no shortage of guqin players or errand boys," the steward said, rejecting Yi Futian. Although one teenager couldn't do much harm, he could not simply grant him access to the palace. "Hey!" At that moment, someone from behind them called out in surprise. Yi Futian turned around and was met with two beautiful girls. The girl walking in front was especially beautiful. Yi Futian had met both of these girls aboard the ship on his way to the city of Donghai. "It's you?" the girl in front asked in surprise. She had thought that they were passing strangers, never to meet again. She would never have expected to run into him again, much less at a place like this. "Young Miss Lin Xia, is he a friend of yours?" asked the steward. Could the young man have come for the young miss? It couldn't be. She arrived only yesterday as a guest of the palace. "Yes," Lin Xia nodded. She smiled at Yi Futian. "What are you doing here?" "The young master says he is a guqin player and wants to perform during Lord Luo's celebration," said the steward. Since he was a friend of Lin Xia, there was no way he could say that Yi Futian came to be an errand boy. "Yeah," Yi Futian agreed. "Why don't we give him a chance?" Lin Xia asked the steward. The steward smiled helplessly but nodded anyway. "Since young miss has spoken, then I guess we can give him a chance. Young master, this way please." The group walked into the palace. Lin Xia and Xiao He were on either side of Yi Futian. Lin Xia asked, "Didn't you say you were coming to Donghai City to attend school? Why do you want to be a guqin player at the palace?" "That's right. I'm attending Donghai Academy now. I just wanted to come explore the palace and see what it's like," replied Yi Futian with a smile. "You're lying." Xiao He snickered. "When you arrived in Donghai City, the spring quarter exams were already over. How could you have gotten into the academy already? Are you making things up to attract Lin Xia's attention?" "Stop with the nonsense, Xiao He," said Lin Xia while trying to suppress a smile. While this was going on, they failed to notice Yi Futian shrugging his shoulders in defeat. He felt helpless. Every time he told the truth, nobody was willing to believe him. "Oh right. What are you doing here? Do you live in the Luo Palace?" Yi Futian asked curiously. Lin Xia shook her head. "The elders of my family know Lord Luo, so the younger generation of the family is also familiar with him. I came this time to visit him. I can introduce some people to you." "I see," Yi Futian nodded slightly. It looked like Lin Xia was the young miss of a noble family. It was no wonder that her every gesture and way of speech flowed with such elegance. "What kind of person is Lord Luo?" Yi Futian asked her in a low voice. Tang Lan had said that it was impossible for Lord Luo to agree to help. If it was simply because of his proud and aloof personality, then it was not a problem. But if it was because Lord Luo and Hua Fenglu had some sort of rivalry going on, then maybe it really was impossible to persuade him to help. Stern but kind. It really depends on the situation, smiled Lin Xia. The group arrived in the garden area. There was a person playing on the guqin as well as dancers. They seemed to be rehearsing for tonight's performance. It was obvious that they would not want to make any mistakes at Lord Luo's birthday celebration. It was best to prepare beforehand. The steward went to whisper to the guqin player, then turned to Yi Futian. Would you like to give it a go? Sure, nodded Yi Futian. The guqin player got up and gave his seat to Yi Futian. When Yi Futian's fingers finally met with the chords of the guqin, the aura around him shifted. It was now quiet and peaceful. A touch of elegance added on to his already outstanding looks. His long fingers flew over the chords, strumming them as he moved. The sound of the guqin played and the original guqin player's expression darkened. The music played softly, and everyone was being drawn in. That's enough. I admit defeat. The guqin player smiled bitterly and shook his head. Being able to create a certain mood was an important part of playing the instrument. Even though Yi Futian was young, he was able to play as if he had years of experience. Yi Futian played at a level that he could not reach. However, the guqin player had no idea that Yi Futian was a musical sorcerer, and was able to surpass ordinary guqin players like himself even without musical spells. If it's like this, then young master, you should stay here today and learn the pieces you need to play tomorrow. How does that sound? Asked the steward. All right. Thank you. Yi Futian smiled. Lin Xia, what are you doing here? At that moment, a group of youths approached from afar. We were just looking for you. What brings you here to observe the rehearsal? Asked one of the youths in the group. The group Yi Futian was standing and all turned their heads towards the voices. All of them had a magnificent aura around them. They must all either be from prominent families or the Luo Palace. My friend is playing the guqin here, so I came to check it out, explained Lin Xia. Your friend? One of them looked at Yi Futian. Yeah, he's a guqin player. He wants to play at tomorrow's birthday celebration, nodded Lin Xia. Oh, I see. One of the youths lost interest as soon as he heard guqin player. He continued. Lin Xia, let's go. Someone is coming. Okay, nodded Lin Xia. She turned to give Yi Futian a quick wave goodbye. Yi Futian returned the gesture with a smile. Who is it? Lin Xia asked the group of youths as they walked away from Yi Futian. Zhou Mu, replied one of them. Lin Xia's eyes lit up. She heard that Zhou Mu was already a 5-starred glory-playing conjurer. He was highly gifted just as his master had been years ago. Oh right, Lin Xia. How did you end up making friends with a guqin player? Asked a young woman in the group. We met once by chance, she answered. Is it because of his good looks? Teased the young woman. Lin Xia smiled but did not reply. Yi Futian was handsome, even more so when he was playing his instrument, but it was unfortunate that he was a mere guqin player. In addition, he seemed to be boastful and a liar, but Lin Xia thought that it might be because he was too prideful. Lin Xia did not invite Yi Futian to join the group, nor did she introduce him to them. Yi Futian knew that a guqin player like himself did not belong in a group with the nobles. However, they had only been strangers to begin with, so Yi Futian really did not mind. Besides, he had not entered the palace to get to know that group of youths anyway. Chapter 54. All the music and dances for the birthday banquet of Lord Luo had been settled, and the musician left after he had taught Yi Futian the songs he was assigned to play. The steward also repeatedly told him some do's and don'ts for the next day. All the music and dances for the birthday banquet of Lord Luo had been settled, and the musician left after he had taught Yi Futian the songs he was assigned to play. The steward also repeatedly told him some do's and don'ts for the next day. Yi Futian was left in the palace to rehearse with a group of girls. Their figures and facial features were all top-notch, especially the leader. She was about 18 years old, extraordinarily sexy, but with a face full of the youthfulness of a younger girl. When she was dancing in that dress made of chiffon, it was possible for any man to fall in love with her. Yi Futian kept his head low while playing the song. A sweet and charming voice suddenly spoke. Why don't you raise your head? A gorgeous face soon appeared in front of him. He smiled and replied, You are so charming that once I see you I feel distracted. You do know how to compliment girls, she chuckled. Her skirt swung onto the guqin. Just come and join us. She started dancing again and seemed to be luring him intentionally. Most of the musicians were just old men, so she was surprised that the assigned musician this time was such a young and pretty boy. Sorry, miss, I have a girlfriend. Yi Futian smiled at her. The girl was dumbfounded for a moment, then started chuckling again along with the girls around her. What are you talking about? Remember, my name is Yun Ro, and in the future, I will marry a very powerful cultivator. You are too young to pique my interest. Yun Ro made fun of him. Nice to meet you. I'm Yi Futian, he replied, and then the rehearsal continued. They told Yi Futian that tomorrow, at the birthday banquet of Lord Luo, there would be many influential people of the city of Donghai attending. However, these girls didn't have any further information. In this continent, the talents of cultivation determined everything. Even a gorgeous girl who was born to a mundane family could not gain much advantage from her beauty. She might marry a powerful cultivator, but most likely, she'd end up a concubine rather than a wife. Even worse, since powerful cultivators tended to look for younger women, affairs would become an inevitable fate on the man's side of the marriage as time went by. The next day, the Luo Palace became boisterous in the morning. A lot of servants were busy preparing for the banquet and hosting the visitors. The rehearsals kept going. After lunch, there started to be more and more visitors crowding into the banquet room. Yi Futian and the girls were already in place. The banquet was opulent. The center spot was reserved for Lord Luo, the guest of honor, as he was the one being celebrated. Then, there were seats arranged in rows on both sides of Lord Luo's spot. Apparently, the people who were seated closer to Lord Luo were of higher status in this city. There was a broad space between these two rows, and behind the seats, there was a stage with a golden carpet. That was where Yi Futian and the girls were to perform. It was designed to liven up the banquet without distracting the guests. Before the guests were seated, the show had already started. The whole room was filled with laughter. Lin Xia and Xiao He were among the first group of people entering the room. While they were getting ushered into their seats, Lin Xia noticed Yi Futian and smiled at him. Such a pity that you're rarely attracted to a boy, and the one you pick is only a musician, Xiao He joked. Lin Xia gave her a stare. Stop that. A pretty handsome boy came to them and asked with a smile. What are you talking about? Nothing, Mr. Luo. Lin Xia shook her head. Xia, people told me that you brought that musician to this place. Is he your friend? The boy asked. We've met twice. He told me that he wanted to come here and broaden his horizons, so I did him a favor. You're fine with that, aren't you? Lin Xia answered. It's okay. In fact, if he wants to, he can stay here as long as he wants. The boy was still laughing. Okay, I'll ask him after the banquet is over, Lin Xia said. Sure. See you later. The boy left. Xiao He whispered to Xia. Young Lord Luo seemed to be attracted to you, girl. I already told you to stop. Lin Xia felt awkward. I'm serious. I know he doesn't look as cute as Yi Futian, but what about his status? Xiao He didn't want to stop. Lin Xia gave up. She knew that this girl liked to joke. Young girls had all kinds of fantasies. Apparently, Yi Futian did not understand what they were thinking at all. Suddenly, someone entered the room, walking with majestic steps. He was apparently of high status in this place. People stopped chatting and greeted him. Happy birthday, Lord Luo. Yi Futian also raised his head and looked at Lord Luo. He had an absolutely commanding and dignified appearance. Long time no see, Lord Luo. You actually look younger than the last time we met. Someone walked up to him and said, Lord Luo, happy birthday from the Lin family. People started to queue up to send birthday congratulations. Lord Luo, happy birthday from the Xia family. A bright and clear voice sounded. I appreciate it, Lord Xia, Lord Luo replied with a smile. The title of Lord Luo was merely conferred without substantial authority. In fact, Xia Feng, the head of the Xia family, was the most powerful man in this city. Still, there were some other people almost equally dignified in this city, such as the head of the Nandu family, the supervisors of schools at Donghai Academy, and a few others. Behind Xia Feng, there was a young man who bowed slightly to Lord Luo. Greetings, Lord Luo. I'm Xia Fan. Mr. Xia Fan, you have grown up. Lord Luo complimented. Don't praise him, Lord Luo. He's been dawdling all the time. With your compliment, I'm afraid it's going to be worse, Xiaofeng joked. Coincidentally, Yi Futian raised his head at this moment, and soon noticed Xiaofan. The moment he saw Xiaofan, he gave him an icy glare. After Xiaofeng and Xiaofan were seated, Xiaofan started enjoying the show. When he saw Yun Ro, he felt very attracted to this beautiful girl. However, soon he noticed that Yi Futian was sitting behind her, playing. He frowned and felt very confused. How could Yi Futian be here? How had he survived after jumping into the canyon? Had the ferocious snow ape just let him go? Yi Futian was also looking at Xiaofan. They stared at each other, and Yi Futian perceived the contempt in Xiaofan's eyes. Xiaofan had believed Yi Futian was just a nobody, someone that Xiaofan did not care was alive or dead. Xiaofan was the young lord of Donghai province. He could entirely ignore Yi Futian due to their vast gap in status. He knew that Hua Fenglu, the only patron of Yi Futian, was now crippled. The only thing he felt frustrated about was that his uncle had died at the hands of the snow ape in that fight. Who are you looking at? Xiaofeng asked. Nothing. I just saw someone interesting, Xiaofan responded. It was extremely interesting that the disciple of the Guqin devil was now serving in this room as a musician. Yi Futian became peaceful and kept playing. He wasn't worried about running into Xiaofan at this place. He was already a student of Donghai Academy, so no one would be allowed to try to kill him this time, no matter how powerful they were. Happy birthday from the Nandu family. Another congratulation came. Lord Luo looked at the person approaching and started laughing. Long time no see, Mr. Nandu. There were two men from the Nandu family. One was middle-aged and one was young. They were Nandu Wenshan and his son, Nandu Kai. They had come here on behalf of the Nandu family. Since they were the leaders of the Nandu family, attending this banquet represented the respect they held for Lord Luo. Long time no see, Lord Luo, Nandu Wenshan replied. Lord Luo ushered these two into the seats closest to himself. So Wenshan, you do come here, another voice said. And Nandu Wenshan stood up from his seat to greet the new group of people that had just entered the room. Why did you come here together? Nandu Wenshan laughed. We met each other on the way here. One of them had a complexion as clear as jade. He was casually dressed for this banquet, but it was obvious that he was not someone common. The other one was an old man but still in good shape. He laughed at Lord Luo and greeted him. I am here on behalf of Donghai Academy. Thanks so much, Lord Luo replied with his body slightly bowed down. He then ushered these two men into their seats, also the ones closest to him. This group of people was now having a conversation. They were among the most influential people in the city. Mr. Art Saint has been friends with Lord Luo for a long time. He's attended his birthday banquet every year. It's said that Mr. Art Saint has reached a higher plane than he was in last year. The person who is with him actually runs the school of the Emperor Star at Donghai Academy. I believe the young man behind him must be Zhou Mu. He is already a 5-star glory plane invoker, a true genius. People say that Art Saint is trying to form a political marriage between Zhou Mu and the daughter of the Nandu family. I think Art Saint is trying to make up for his mistakes of the past. I'm afraid that this job is not going to be easy. The princess of the Nandu family is supremely gorgeous, talented, and so treasured by the Nandu family that they don't want to trade her for political interest. People were whispering to each other. They lowered their voices to avoid being heard, but Yi Futian still learned a lot of information from all the talk. He looked at the middle-aged man with the bright complexion and realized that this man was Art Saint, who had destroyed Hua Fengliu's natal spirit. He soon understood why Tang Lan had told him it would be impossible to ask for help from Lord Luo. Lord Luo was longtime friends with Hua Fengliu's nemesis. He felt upset, as it seemed that his attempt to get help was all in vain. However, he had obtained a lot of information about the political situation in the city of Donghai. He was still curious about the relationship between Hua Jieyu and the representative of the Nandu family. Chapter 55. Upon the arrival of the guests, the celebration began. Drinks were exchanged and the sound of laughter and conversation filled the air. The older partygoers formed their own small circle, while the younger partygoers did the same. Other than presenting their gifts and exchanging words of common courtesy, Everyone was discussing interesting new happenings within the city of Donghai. Somewhere along the line someone brought up the topic of Qingzhou City. Upon the arrival of the guests, the celebration began. Drinks were exchanged and the sound of laughter and conversation filled the air. The older partygoers formed their own small circle, while the younger partygoers did the same. Other than presenting their gifts and exchanging words of common courtesy, everyone was discussing interesting new happenings within the city of Donghai. Somewhere along the line someone brought up the topic of Qingzhou City. I heard that the historical remains of that person were discovered in the city of Qingzhou, and that you even went to investigate personally. Is that true, Xia Fan? Someone asked with their sights set on Xia Fan. By that person they obviously meant Emperor Yi Qing, but because he was a taboo character in the divine prefectures of the East Sea, it would be inappropriate to use his name in a public place such as this. It is true indeed. However, a demon king, or perhaps even higher-leveled snow ape demon stood guard there and we were unable to enter. My younger brother even lost his life at the hands of that monster, said Xiaofeng. What Chief Xiaofeng said is true. I wanted to take part in it like every else and traveled to Qingzhou City. Indeed, no one was able to get close to the historical site. I heard that the path was blocked by demons and monsters, said Lin Xia's father. Many people nodded in agreement. Many powerful individuals have sent their people to Qingzhou, but they all returned with no results. If really was a demon of higher level than a demon king, then forget about us. Probably even the Nanda nation wouldn't be able to do anything about it, someone sighed. Hearing their words, Yi Futian felt a twinge of sadness. If the snow ape had not refused to leave the mountains, then Yi Futian would not have to beware of his every move in Donghai City. He would have been able to do whatever he pleased, even in the Nandu nation. Yi Futian debated whether or not he should find time to head back to Mount Tianyao to persuade the snow ape to leave with him. Brother Lin, your daughter, Lin Xia, should be about 16 years old now, right? She's getting more beautiful by the day, said Lord Luo. His eyes drifted to Lin Xia in the crowd. Her beautiful eyes contained a hint of timidness. Thank you for your compliment, Lord Luo, said Lin Xia's father. Has she been betrothed? Asked Lord Luo. Not yet, but she is still young. She is still focusing all her attention on cultivation. There's no hurry, answered her father. That is true, but looking around this venue there are many worthy young men. It couldn't hurt to meet them, chuckled Lord Luo. Speaking of worthy young men, I heard that the art saint's disciple, Zhoumu, is already in the 5-starred glory plane, Lin Xia's father said. He looked over at Zhoumu, who stood behind the art saint. It's all thanks to Master's guidance. Zhoumu smiled lightly in response. Nanda Kai beside Nanda Wunshan does not pale in comparison to Zhoumu, the art saint said modestly as he looked at Nanda Wunshan. Nanda Kai is slightly older and his gift is not half bad, but in comparison with Zhoumu, he is still lacking. He will need to work harder, said Nanda Wunshan. How is she doing? The art saint asked suddenly. Nanda Wunshan was stunned, but then shook his head with a bitter smile and said, My younger sister is still the same. I heard that her daughter is back and is an exceptional person. Zhoumu keeps pestering me to let them meet. The art saint continued to speak. Everyone exchanged a look. Indeed, the art saint was trying to set up his disciple with the young miss of the Nandu family. Shockingly, he did not seem to care that she was the Guqin devil's daughter. It was probably a love someone and love everything about them type of situation. After all, the art saint had always been madly in love with that person. It is true Hua Jieyu is exceptional. She is now practicing cultivation at the school of the Emperor Star within Donghai Academy. Nanda Wunshan smiled. Upon hearing this exchange, his heart was no longer calm. The art saint wanted to set up his disciple with Hua Jieyu? In addition, it seemed that Nanda Wunshan was the older brother of Master's wife, which would make him Hua Jieyu's uncle. Hua Jieyu's gifts are top-notch within the Emperor Star School. It would be hard to find a person who could compare with her in all of Donghai Academy, said an elder of the school of the Emperor Star. Since Hua Jieyu was a student of his school, he knew quite a bit about her. You guys are all complimenting her. It makes me want to meet the young miss of the Nandu family. Lord Luo laughed. Hua Jieyu. Xia Fan's lips twitched into a wicked smile. His eyes landed on Yi Futian, who was playing the guqin. In the city of Qingzhou, He had seen Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian together by the lake. The relationship between the two did not seem like that of ordinary friends. Xiaofan wondered, what would happen if the Nandu family found out the ambiguous relationship between Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian? Just the thought of this brought a smile to Xiaofan's face. Of course, there were other ways to crush Yi Futian. He did not have to do it this way. If he were to expose their relationship in a setting like this, he might offend the Nandu family. After all, they were a big, powerful family and cared a lot about their reputation. Hua Jieyu was also the apple of their eyes. They would not permit anyone to try to drag her through the mud. Yi Futian felt that something was amiss and lifted his head to look at Xiaofan. Right now, everyone was talking about Hua Jieyu, so Yi Futian knew immediately what Xiaofan might have been thinking. He could not help but raise his eyebrows at Xiaofan. As a person, Xiaofan was sinister and treacherous, a truly despicable person. Yi Futian had gotten a taste of this back in the city of Qingzhou. When the chance comes, I shall have Hua Jieyu come to pay respect to you, Lord Luo. Nandu Wenshan smiled at Lord Luo's words. You should stop talking about Hua Jieyu now. Since we have so many talented young people gathered here today, and since Lord Luo is in such a good mood, why don't we have the youngster perform? That's right. This would be the perfect opportunity to catch a glimpse at all the young talent in the city of Donghai. Someone chimed in. This piqued Lord Luo's interest as well. Thus, he went on to say, then let's have any youngsters willing to perform show off their skills in front of us elders. There shall be hefty rewards for the best performances. Lin Xia, how about you go first? Lord Luo set his sight on Lin Xia. She blinked a couple times then nodded with a smile. With light steps, she carried herself to the middle of the crowd. Lord Luo, I hope you will enjoy my lacking performance. After she spoke, water spiritual qi began to gather around her. Her hands danced in the air, carrying the spiritual qi with her every movement. Slowly, the character for longevity formed in midair and floated towards Lord Luo. It only disappeared once it had reached him. Lin Xia, you're already a 3-starred glory plane sorcerer. How fast? That was very interesting, complimented Lord Luo. Thank you for your compliments, said Lin Xia. She bowed to him and retreated into the crowd. A young man stepped up. I will perform a sword dance for you, Lord Luo. He drew out the sword he carried on his person, and it began to dance through the air. With every slash of the sword a stroke was left in the air. When the young man finished his performance, 5 words were left in midair. May you achieve boundless eternity. Nice! Many people applauded him. Following that, other youths continued to put on their performances to present their blessings and best wishes to Lord Luo. At the same time, they were able to put their talents on display. Their performances brightened up the atmosphere of the party venue. Brother Hua, does your disciple not wish to perform? Someone asked the art saint. The art saint's surname was Hua, a different Hua from Hua Fenglu. Go, commanded the art saint. Yes, master, answered Zhou. Stepping up, he held a pencil in his hand. Then, he laid out a large piece of paper on the bright golden yellow carpet. Zhou bent down and began to draw. It's rare to see Zhou in action. We are all so lucky to be able to witness the art saint's disciple in action, said one of the youths in the crowd. All the youngsters at the venue admired Zhou. I've never seen a conjurer in action before, so I don't know what it's like, said a young girl. Her eyes glowed in interest as she observed Zhou. Zhou drew with great speed. His movements were natural and graceful. Lord Luo complimented. Brother Hua, your disciple has such a grand aura for a person of his age. That's true, everyone else agreed. Even Yun Ro and her group of dancers tried to look on as they danced. Yi Futian was also aware of all the happenings. Despite playing with his head down, he was thinking to himself. Hua Fenglu and the art saint were old rivals, not only in power, but also in love. To be able to take mistress away from someone like the art saint, Yi Futian could only imagine how charming Hua Fenglu must have been in the past. If Hua Fenglu did not have his powers disabled, then he probably could have been admired and respected like the art saint. To have ended up in his situation, Yi Futian felt really bad for Hua Fenglu. Zhou drew as Yi Futian played the guqin. One was the disciple of the art saint, one was the disciple of the guqin devil. However, everyone's focus was on Zhou. Finally, Zhou work was complete. A fire phoenix escaped from the artwork and circled the skies above. Covered in the flames, it let out a screech. Then, it landed by Lord Luo's side and began to dance for him. Bravo! Wonderful! The phoenix is a symbol of success. What a wonderful omen! We wouldn't have expected anything less of the young art saint. Everyone was full of praise for Zhou. Even Lord Luo gave him a look and smile of approval. He said, "You shall be rewarded." "Thank you, my lord." Zhou bowed and then returned to his spot by his master. Watching Zhou, I was reminded of a person. A couple days ago, Nandaku paid a visit to the Guqin Gardens and saw Hua Fenglu, said Nanda Wunshan. In a split second, he had captured everyone's attention. The Guqin devil was back in the city of Donghai? However, he's handicapped now and is being protected by Tang Lan. He even took in a disciple, Nanda Wunshan elaborated. Handicapped. Everyone was shocked. Even the art saint was surprised. What a shame. Why is it a shame? Even if he weren't handicapped, he wouldn't dare show his face in front of you, art saint. Someone laughed. That's right. In the past, Hua Fenglu had no understanding of his own capabilities and brought the humiliation onto himself. Who would have thought he would still have the nerve to come back after becoming disabled? Would he even be able to groom the disciple he took in? If his disciple met with Zhou, he would probably have to walk in the other direction. Another person mocked Hua Fenglu. He can only live under someone else's protection now. Why is he even thinking about anything else? People began to speak up against Hua Fenglu. All their words were meant to suck up to the art saint. Xia Fan watched Yi Futian. He could not wait to see how long it would take for Yi Futian to explode in anger. Just as everyone was enjoying their time making fun of Hua Fenglu, they were interrupted by the sounds of the Guqin. The style has shifted. The once soft notes were getting louder and faster as well. Slowly, Yunro and the other dancers became influenced by the music. The women began to dance their hearts away. Their long dresses flowed with their movements. They all looked like goddesses. Under the influence of the music, the youngsters got more excited and the elders were in an even better mood now. The atmosphere of the entire party venue was pushed to the highest point. "What piece is this?" asked the art saint. His eyes drifted toward Yi Futian. Not only him, but the other high authority figures as well felt something amiss. Their emotions were being controlled by the music. The youths at the party were getting agitated and the dancers on stage looked like they were unable to pull themselves away from the music. Behind the stage, a young man was playing his instrument silently. He seemed to be in a world of his own. His looks could be said to be one of the best amongst the younger partygoers. When he played, he released a mystical force that was incorporated into his music. The melody of the white feathers garment. "Who are you?" The art saint's gaze sharpened and his utterance interrupted the music. Many people began to wake up from their previous trance. They all stared at the young Guqin player in shock. They watched as the young man lifted his head slowly. His eyes were clear and clean with no sense of lowliness. Looking towards Lord Luo, he spoke. "I am the Guqin devil's disciple Yi Futian. I am here to convey blessings in place of my master with a single piece. The melody of the white feathers garment." Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Please bring it on. Chapter 56. Please bring it on. The boy was not talking loudly, but his voice was still rather firm. Suddenly, the banquet was silenced. Yi Futian, disciple of the Qin devil, hereby delivers happy birthday to Lord Luo with white feather garments, on behalf of my master. People were surprised that this young musician was the disciple of the Qin devil. The white feather garments had totally taken over their mind, which indicated that there was strong mental power contained in that music spell. The power was especially demonstrated by the young men and women who started dancing along. If not for the interruption from the art saint, they would still be possessed by the mental power in that song. Yunro now looked at Yi Futian with absolute surprise. This seemingly careless boy was actually quite powerful. The song he just played, the melody of white feather garments, was one of the most renowned royal waltzes. It was said that if this song was played by a powerful sorcerer that specialized in music spells, people listening to it would soon be trapped into a world of illusion. Lin Xie and Xiao He were also looking at him. They felt shocked that this ordinary young musician was in fact the disciple of the famous Qin devil. So, was he a musical sorcerer? Yi Futian, where did I hear this name before? Some students of Donghai Academy were mumbling, because this name rang a bell for them. Soon they realized who he was and wondered if this boy was the same person who recently became famous in Donghai Academy. Art Saint and Lord Luo were both staring at Yi Futian, feeling confused. They never anticipated that the disciple of the Qin devil would show up in this banquet as the musician. If Nanda Wunshan had not mentioned the Qin devil, or people had not satirized him, this boy would still be playing peacefully. Nanda Wunshan heard from Nanda Ku that the Qin devil had high expectations for this disciple. He realized the reason. According to the vibe of this boy, he was almost the younger version of Qin devil. Now silence haunted the place. It was just too dramatic for the disciple of the Qin devil to show up in this situation. Xia Fan was sneering at Yi Futian. He did not believe that Yi Futian actually dared to announce his identity under these circumstances. Meanwhile, Yi Futian stood up and bowed slightly to the person running the school of Emperor Star in Donghai Academy. Greetings, Professor, from Yi Futian, the School of Finance Star. You are a student of that school. The supervisor was surprised about the fact that the disciple of the Qin devil was currently studying at the School of Finance Star. Obviously, he did not pay much attention to this boy, who had recently become rather famous in Donghai Academy. I was admitted recently. Yi Futian took out the name tag from his pocket. The supervisor from the School of Emperor Star nodded slightly, without saying anything. At that moment, Xia Fan's face turned very pale. He could not believe that Yi Futian had been admitted to Donghai Academy, with his identity as a Donghai Academy student, and that this was a public birthday banquet. It would be difficult to do anything to him. Even though the supervisor from the School of Emperor Star seemed not to like Yi Futian, as long as he was a student in Donghai Academy, people could hardly be harsh to him. Lin Xia was looking at Yi Futian, totally distracted. She remembered that Yi Futian used to tell her that he was studying at Donghai Academy. At that time she believed that he was bragging, but it seemed that he was actually telling the truth. In fact, she should not be blamed. She met Yi Futian on a ship to this city, and at that time the spring term entry test had ended. That was why she and Xiao He both believed Yi Futian was bragging. So there remained only one possibility for Yi Futian to enter Donghai Academy. Yi Futian was well appreciated by someone running the School of Finance Star, so a rare exception was made for him. She totally realized what it meant. Yi Futian was possibly much more talented than other students in Donghai Academy. Other people were also confused about this admission. Donghai Academy was the best school in this province, and Yi Futian was given an exception soon after he arrived. Zhou Mu, the disciple of Art Saint, was well known for his extraordinary talents. However, now the disciple of the Qin devil stepped out and shocked the whole audience with white feather garments, which indicated that he was also unusual. Things were getting interesting. That's a good song. How's your master doing? Lord Luo asked him, his voice monotone. Yi Futian played that song as a birthday gift, so he must not lose his politeness in this situation. My professor was set up by a villain, and has been crippled for a while. Now he is peacefully living in his own garden, unbothered by the mess happening outside. Yi Futian sounded peaceful. However, Xia Fan felt mad. He had just been referred to as a villain. People looked at him. This youth said only what was necessary. He told them that Qin devil was now living on his own, crippled, and did not care about what was going on outside. This speech successfully prevented further trouble for his professor. Today, I was going to play the song peacefully to entertain the guests here, and did not intend to interrupt the fun going on. However, so many people started to insult Mr. Hua Fenglu. He glanced at the audience and kept talking. I am not a great student, but still I have dignity, so does my professor. I cannot act like nothing is going on when people are insulting my professor. I know there are a lot of talented young men in this place who have some negative impressions of him. I will accept any challenge if you believe I am not being appropriate. He paused for a second, then stared at those who insulted Hua Fenglu. Please bring it on. He was only 16 years old, and now there were so many big chiefs of this city sitting in the room. However, the way he talked was neither humble nor pushy. Every word from his mouth was firm and solid. The talented young men were showing off their achievements and complimenting each other. However, suddenly, someone who had been silent announced that he would challenge any one of them. How dramatic was this? The Qin devil definitely deserved a disciple with such guts. People did not know what to say. The girls who used to talk with him felt that, in the past, they did not know him at all. The true self he hid was so different. Those who insulted the Qin devil now looked embarrassed. This boy was acting polite, yet had a firm will. They were totally overshadowed by his personality, not to mention being challenged. What plane are you on, boy? Lord Luo asked to err on the side of caution. If he was too powerful, it would be better for the people challenged to just ignore him rather than having their ass kicked. 3-star glory plane it is, Yi Futian replied peacefully. Lord Luo did not say anything, but started looking at the young men in this room. 3-star glory plane was impressive for a boy his age, but not too rare for other young men attending the banquet. I accept your challenge. Someone stood up from his seat. It was the swordsman who responded. He was in the same plane as Yi Futian, a 3-star glory plane swordsman. Okay, just show us your best. You don't have to worry about damaging this place at all, Lord Luo told them. There were so many powerful people in this place that the audience would be well protected from the fight. Understood. The swordsman unsheathed his weapon and stepped toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian went back to his guqin and slowly sat down. The girls already evacuated the place for him. Since someone was insulting the Qin devil, he should absolutely defeat those people with the techniques he inherited from Hua Fenglu, which were the music spells. He started playing, and suddenly the room was full of a feeling of desolation. Some of the people soon felt as if they were brought to a state of illusion, where they were left alone in a deep woods in a mountain. That is a music spell. Some powerful people soon recognized what it was. The rainbow and feather garments he played were not injected with much mental power, so the effect was not truly strong. But since Yi Futian was being serious this time, the song was played with immense power of mental control. The swordsman also initiated his attack. He charged as fast as thunder toward Yi Futian. However, there was a continuous sound. It pierced through his eardrum with a magical power, and he was also drawn into the illusion. Now he saw himself charging toward Yi Futian, but in the background was a cliff. He realized he had been mentally attacked. He soon ignited his blade with the fire element power he possessed. He jumped off into the air and came down with authority. His hands were holding the sword firmly, and the blade was pointed exactly at Yi Futian's forehead. Yi Futian suddenly sped up his fingers. His fingers were now insanely fast, and there was a dragon vaguely roaring in the song. Soon he swung his hand towards his opponent, and the swordsman saw a dragon flying right at him. The dragon was not hurt by the blade at all, and totally engulfed his body in a second. In reality, people saw the swordsman suddenly stop his attack. He looked painful and desperate, and soon after, he fell onto the ground severely injured. Yi Futian finished the last note of his song and said peacefully, "You all insult my professor but can only train disciples at this level?" Chapter 57, The Battle of the Disciples. Chapter 57. The Battle of the Disciples. Yi Futian's words acted as a slap to the face. The people who had previously insulted Hua Fenglu were now fuming, their expressions dark. It was a palace celebration and the art saint was present. They had simply wanted to get on his good side by badmouthing his rival. They had never expected for the Qin devil's exceptionally gifted disciple to appear with a challenge. The young man sitting behind the Qin had clean, carefree eyes. Yun Ro and the other dancers stared at his back with infatuation. It turned out that the young Qin player was capable of shining so bright. Lin Xie and Xiao he could also feel Yi Futian's excellence. They were acquainted with the young man he had just defeated. The young man's skills were not lacking at all, but he was still defeated instantly by Yi Futian's musical spells. It was easy to see just how powerful Yi Futian was. Lin Xie thought if it had been her up against him, the results would probably be the same. The venue fell into silence once again. Even though it was a simple challenge and did not seem to symbolize anything, the other youths knew better than to step up on a whim. Musical spells attacked the spirit and were extremely forceful. The young swordsman Yi Futian had just defeated was also a 3-starred glory plane sorcerer, so his spirit was pretty strong, But he was injured by Yi Futian's musical spell even though he had yet to put in full force. This meant that any martial or divination art cultivators below the 3-starred glory plane should not even think about going up against Yi Futian. If your spirit was not strong enough, you would be immediately defeated by his musical spells. It seems like the Qin Devil has a successor. Who else is willing to give it a go? Asked Lord Luo. His tone was still calm, but in his heart, he was very unhappy. Today was his birthday celebration, but his spotlight had been stolen by the Qin Devil's disciple. If Yi Futian had been the disciple of a friend, it would have been better, but he was the disciple of the Qin Devil. Since Lord Luo was good friends with the art saint, it was only natural that he did not like Hua Fenglu very much. Plus, what Yi Futian said before had offended many people, and all of these people were his guests. However, Yi Futian had been frank about his intentions from the beginning, which made it hard to pick any problems with him. After all, the group of elders could not blatantly pick on a youngster. Therefore, the best solution was to have Yi Futian be defeated by one of the young people present. "I'll go," someone uttered. From the crowd, an excited young man dressed in extravagant golden clothing came forth. His aura was remarkable. "That's Su Qing. He's a thunder and fire bi-elemental sorcerer in the 4-starred glory plane," said someone in the crowd. Everyone looked at him with anticipation, especially the youngsters from the Luo Palace. The spirit of 4-starred glory plane cultivators was slightly stronger, and should be able to withstand Yi Futian's musical attacks. As long as the musical spells had no effect, Yi Futian was defeated. Su Qing, 4-starred glory plane sorcerer. Su Qing introduced himself to Yi Futian. "Please," answered Yi Futian, not losing his patience. As he invited Su Qing onto the makeshift battlefield, Yi Futian lowered his head and his fingers began to stroke the chords once again, blocking out everyone else in his surroundings. The people frowned as they listened to him play. This time around, his music lacked the feeling from before. The notes seemed to be random, unable to form into a distinguishable piece. The demon flurry. A look of recognition was on the art saint's face. He was old rivals with Hua Fenglu and was therefore familiar with his attack pieces. The piece that Yi Futian played before was the Zhongshan Dragon Chant, and this was the demon flurry. What seemed to be a disorganized piece was actually very powerful to deal with. Thunder and fire elemental spiritual qi erupted from Su Qing, and it flowed around him as it harmonized with his spirit. The notes of Yi Futian's qin continued to enter his ears. Su Qing grew increasingly agitated. He was unable to focus his spirit, and he felt himself lose control of the spiritual qi as he attempted to gather it for a spell. In sorcery, it was essential for one's spirit to accurately and efficiently gather spiritual qi, or else the spells would never succeed. The crowd began to take notice of the strange scene. Su Qing continued to gather large amounts of spiritual qi, but had yet to be able to form a spell. The spiritual qi continued to revolve around Su Qing in a violent manner. What's happening? The people were curious. Yi Futian's musical spell seemed to only be affecting one person. The invisible sound waves were all focused in Su Qing's direction. The onlookers could only hear random chords being played, but Su Qing was able to hear the spirit attacking piece of the demon flurry clearly. Su Qing remained in one spot. He looked terrible as the sweat ran down his face. Something was wrong with the atmosphere around him. The demon flurry did not attack directly, as the Zhongshan Dragon Chant did. Instead, it obstructed the release of the subject's sorcery. This piece was a sorcerer's kryptonite. As Yi Futian continued to play, it became increasingly difficult for Su Qing to focus his spirit. His will was weakening. This battle took such a large toll on him, like nothing he had ever experienced before. But at the same time, this was his first time going against a musical sorcerer. The results are clear. "That's enough," said the art saint. His calm voice managed to carry great force, interrupting the music once again. Yi Futian took his hands off the qin, looking as calm as ever. It was as if he had just played any old piece. On the other hand, Su Qing, who was still standing, looked as pale as a ghost. His body was shaking lightly, and he glared at Yi Futian with burning rage. Su Qing had never been so humiliated before. Was that really a battle? From beginning to end, Su Qing did not get a single opportunity to make his move. He was trapped by the music. If they had continued, his spirit would have been depleted. The art saint looked at Yi Futian. Hua Fenglu did not come back to Donghai City with his disciple as retirement plan. "Step down," ordered Lord Luo when he saw that Su Qing had no intention of moving from his position. Su Qing was unwilling, but because Lord Luo said so, he backed down. His legs shook weakly beneath him as he walked away. He began to wonder what would have happened if he gave up on gathering spiritual qi for a spell and chose to attack at close range instead. Su Qing regretted not trying. Yi Futian remained seated and only stood when no one else came forward. To Lord Luo he said, "My deepest apologies for interrupting your birthday celebration. I only wish to punish these people for their disrespectful words towards my master. I will excuse myself now. You already started your tantrum. Do you think you can just leave like this?" Someone voiced coldly. Everyone turned their attention to the young man beside the art saint. Zhou Mu was shooting daggers at Yi Futian with his eyes. The art saint disabled the Qin devil years ago. Now, were their disciples going to recreate history? The youngsters in the crowd were excited. Only Zhou Mu could avenge them now. Yi Futian's musical sorcery was able to restrain both martial and divination art cultivators. "You want to duel?" asked Yi Futian. "Zhou Mu 5-starred glory plane. I'm on a higher level than you and initially had no plans of challenging you, but seeing how arrogant you are, I can only step up to the plate." "Don't say that I'm bullying you," warned Zhou Mu. Then he stepped up and stood opposite of Yi Futian. Everyone had their eyes glued on the two young men. They sneered at Yi Futian. If they had simply let him go, not only the people who badmouthed Hua Fenglu, but all the youngsters present as well, would have felt utterly humiliated. Now that Zhou Mu was going to make his move, the results were set. Lin Xia was also looking at the two young men. Yi Futian's performance was very surprising, but his opponent this time was Zhou Mu. She really hoped that he would reject the challenge. Zhou Mu was at a higher level than Yi Futian, and so it would not be embarrassing for him to reject. "Then let's fight." Just as Lin Xia was thinking, Yi Futian had already spoken. He returned to his seat once more. Hua Fenglu had his powers disabled by the art saint all those years ago, but Yi Futian was still not powerful enough to get revenge. However, fighting the art saint's disciple was something he could manage. Yi Futian sat down and the music started again. Zhou Mu bent down on the ground and drew with his hands. Spiritual qi gathered at his fingertips and was released to form a picture. It was a lifelike goshawk. He heard the notes that Yi Futian played but remained unaffected because he was a powerful 5-starred glory plane cultivator. His spirit was strong and therefore unaffected. Su Qing continued to draw. Not long after, he completed the goshawk and it soared through the sky and headed to attack Yi Futian. Bystanders were shocked. Su Qing's skills as a conjurer were too powerful. The pace at which Yi Futian played sped up. His fingers flew rapidly across the instruments. Every note attacked the goshawk. This caused the goshawk's body to break down piece by piece, but because it felt no pain, the goshawk did not halt its attacks on Yi Futian. After a while, only half of the goshawk's body was left, but it still descended with talons ready to attack Yi Futian. Yi Futian continued to stroke at the cords and finally, the goshawk's body broke apart completely. Simultaneously, Yi Futian's qin broke apart as well. A gust of wind swept past. Yi Futian's clothes and hair danced in the wind. Vulnerable. The people were stunned by what happened and began commenting on Yi Futian's defeat. Zhou Mu was powerful indeed. Yi Futian was defeated as soon as he stepped in. Yi Futian was a musical sorcerer. How was he going to battle without a qin? Lin Xia sighed. Yi Futian was strong, but his opponent was the art saint's genius disciple. However, Yi Futian was unfazed. He had a silent epiphany. He finally understood why Hua Fenglu lost to the art saint. The creature created by Zhou Mu was unaffected by the sounds of the qin. After receiving multiple blows to its body, it continued to attack. It was all because it was lifeless, only controlled by the conjurer. Musical spells were able to restrain ordinary martial and divination art cultivators but were restrained by conjurers. It was also because of this that one blow from Zhou Mu, who was 2 levels higher than himself, destroyed his qin. "Is this all you've got?" Zhou Mu was throwing Yi Futian's words back at him. Zhou Mu stood in place with great pride. Although I have master's guidance, I lack the gift and am still unable to learn the main points of musical sorcery, said Yi Futian. And that's why musical sorcery is only my weakest link. Chapter 58. As soon as Yi Futian stopped talking, the people in the banquet room stopped smiling. Moments before, Zhou Mu, the disciple of the art saint, had accepted the Yi Futian challenge and even broke his guqin. People were about to latch on this chance and chastise Yi Futian in order to retrieve their dignity. However, even before they began, Yi Futian shocked them again with his overbearing statement. As soon as Yi Futian stopped talking, the people in the banquet room stopped smiling. Moments before, Zhou Mu, the disciple of the art saint, had accepted the Yi Futian challenge and even broke his guqin. People were about to latch on this chance and chastise Yi Futian in order to retrieve their dignity. However, even before they began, Yi Futian shocked them again with his overbearing statement. Musical sorcery was his worst talent? They had seen many people who were reluctant to admit defeat, but they now considered Yi Futian even worse, almost shameless. Yi Futian defeated 2 young geniuses with music spells, and successfully intimidated a lot of others. However, now he claimed that musical sorcery was his weakest skill. He was intentionally humiliating the young men at the banquet, suggesting that they were too lame to even compete with his worst skill. It almost seemed that he forgot the fact that his guqin had been broken within a second. The big chiefs in the room did not believe him either. He acted like his defeat had not happened. This was intolerable. Your instrument has been broken. How dare you keep talking like this? Show me what you got without your guqin now. Su Qing was still mad that he did not get to beat up Yi Futian. He was a 4-star glory plane mage with double element talent, but he did not even get the chance to fight. This was something he felt very angry about. You are not good enough for me, Yi Futian said peacefully while walking toward Zhou Mu. Su Qing ignored his rejection. He stood up from his seat, and the spirit and qi around his body started to gather in a frenzy. Yi Futian stopped walking and gave Su Qing a glance. He noticed that thunderbolts clashed around Su Qing, and rage was burning in his eyes. Su Qing believed his previous defeat only happened because his spell channeling had been interfered with by the music spell. Otherwise, Yi Futian would have been doomed. Thunder spell, the thunder vortex. All the thunderbolts converged over his body, and Su Qing almost looked like Thor's incarnate. Piercing lights were centered in his palm, and its power would be tremendous. However, Yi Futian started smiling. He also reached out his hands and suddenly, there were also thunderbolts converging into his palm. Soon there was a whirl of thunder that formed a sphere in his right hand. I can do that too. Yi Futian sounded peaceful. People were so shocked that 2 boys were channeling the same spell. Even though Yi Futian was in the lower plane, the thunderbolts in his palm were actually more converged than those Su Qing's palm. It actually indicated that Yi Futian possessed a higher level of control over this spell than Su Qing did. Su Qing was extremely embarrassed. It was considered an utter humiliation to counter the attack of one's opponent with the same spell. Charge! Yi Qing cast his vortex toward Yi Futian. The thunderbolts were so fast that they would pierce through Yi Futian's body in a second. Su Qing did not stop there. He started converging the fire element to initiate the following spell. As a double-element mage, he was good at spell combos. However, Yi Futian easily dodged the thunder vortex. He started charging towards Su Qing, carrying his own thunder vortex in his palm. This spell was supposed to be a ranged attack, but Yi Futian transformed it into melee range. Yi Futian almost teleported across the space between them, and he appeared right in front of Su Qing without leaving him any time to react. Su Qing's body was frozen. Yi Futian was looking at Su Qing directly in the eye. His palm was so close to his body that Su Qing was just several centimeters away from death. He realized that Yi Futian was showering him with mercy. Are we done? Yi Futian dispelled his attack, then turned around and kept walking to Zhou Mu, leaving Su Qing behind him dumbfounded. He walked and talked in such a peaceful manner that people even somehow started to respect him. He defeated Su Qing, a powerful mage, with the exact same spell. How incredible was that? Was it true that musical sorcery was his weakest ability? As a disciple of the Qin Devil, was he still hiding more unknown power from everybody? Yi Futian stopped in front of Zhou Mu. He laughed and challenged Zhou Mu. Yi Futian 3-star glory plane. Please show me your ways. People knew he was doing this intentionally. They already knew his plane. He made this introduction only to agitate Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu ignored this provocation. The spirit and qi started converging in his body. He drew something in the air with his hand, and people noticed it was a sharp sword. The sword was made of gold element qi in the universe. Zhou Mu is serious. The audience was curious about how Yi Futian would finally be defeated by a real genius. Zhou Mu suddenly launched his attack. The sword aimed right at Yi Futian's throat, and it was flying really fast. Yi Futian also made a quick reaction. He leaned to his left, and the sword missed him by such a narrow margin that it actually cut off several of his hairs. What? Yi Futian sensed danger coming from behind. After missing the first strike, the sword turned around and flew back at him. However, meanwhile, another sword was approaching from the opposite direction. With a single stroke, swords were created endlessly. Controlling the swords with mental power? Yi Futian was shocked at this ability. Invoker and musical sorcerer had the similar abilities in mental control. Yi Futian summoned a terrifying gold element storm around his body to protect himself. The barrier was a dark gold, almost like a solid armor. When the swords connected with the barrier, rather than breaking through, they were absorbed by the armor. Since Zhou Mu was summoning hundreds of swords, each individual sword did not contain power strong enough to break through the barrier. But the quantity was just so immense. The swords Zhou Mu summoned were arranged into rows. Hundreds of swords hung all around the barrier Yi Futian summoned, not attacking. Zhou Mu was obviously looking for a weak spot to concentrate his attack. Meanwhile, he kept summoning more and more swords into the fight. Yi Futian believed he must act now to grab the upper hand. He suddenly came out of the barrier and appeared before Zhou Mu with wind element power. He realized that as the disciple of the art saint, Zhou Mu was a perfect invoker. However, he seemed to be really weak at martial arts. Melee ranged attack might provide a good opportunity for Yi Futian. Countless swords suddenly started moving and chasing after him again. Several of them were deployed around Zhou Mu's body as defense mechanism. They were forming an array to intercept Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian slid through the defense and kept approaching Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu also knew melee range was his weak spot. He initiated a wind element spell to drive his body away from Yi Futian. The array of swords moved with him. As Yi Futian approached, the swords kept attacking him continuously. Zhou Mu was trying to block every possible route for Yi Futian. Yi Futian finally became impatient. He stopped dodging and formed the golden armor around his body again. With the swords continuously crushing the armor, cracks started to show, and the armor finally shattered into pieces. However, a pair of wings appeared on his back. The golden wings covered his body from the swords, and he almost reached the melee range of Zhou Mu. Meanwhile, Zhou Mu had also finished his final summoning. He summoned a demon lion with wings on its back. In fact, people had never seen a demon lion like this. This monster was only made real because Zhou Mu was such a powerful invoker that he was able to inject his creation into form without being limited by reality. The demon lion pounced on Yi Futian. People were shocked at how Zhou Mu kept summoning different forms of monsters by drawing. His incomparable mental power made it possible for a sorcerer to block a warrior outside his melee range. When the demon lion almost reached his body, Yi Futian finally released his natal spirit, the divine rock. He decided not to hide this ability anymore, because he had already released the rock in Donghai Academy. A mandate sorcerer. People were surprised and awed. The divine rock was made of wind and gold element powers. However, Yi Futian was also a musical sorcerer. People were curious where that power of mental control came from. It obviously did not belong to the divine rock. A gold and gray storm consisting of both gold and wind elements converged around his body. Soon he jumped into the air, and the speed he showed obviously came from the wind element spell. Yi Futian became the incarnate of divine rock himself. The divine rock crashed with the demon lion in the air, and it generated a strong shock wave, knocking over many desks. While people opened their eyes again after the shock wave, they noticed that the demon lion failed. The momentum of divine rock tore the lion into pieces of spirit and qi, which soon disappeared in the space. The audience lost any previous estimation of how powerful Yi Futian was supposed to be. He was a musical sorcerer, a multi-element, a mandate sorcerer and a warrior. He even had such a powerful natal spirit. It seemed as if he had no weak spots at all. No wonder he said musical sorcery was his weak link. He had not been lying. Lin Xia was astonished. She never imagined that the pretty boy she met would soon unveil his disguise and show how powerful he was. Nanda Wenshan felt a little bit frustrated. Now it was apparent that the disciple of the Qin devil was more talented than the disciple of the art saint. The only reason Zhou Mu did not lose the fight in an embarrassing way was because he was still in the higher plane. That's all you got? You are in the higher plane than I am. Yi Futian laughed at Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu was seriously pissed off and decided to release his own natal spirit. The natal spirit was a shadow with the eyes of Satan. Evil mental power was permeating around Zhou Mu. Yi Futian recognized this natal spirit. It was a mind-controlling natal spirit, and Yi Futian believed there was quite a lot of similarities between this one and the Eyes of Storm he possessed. Yi Futian was about to turn to the audience and announce that the fight was over. However, he suddenly perceived Zhou Mu's natal spirit. But it was too late. The mental power pierced into his mind and somehow started warning him. Chapter 59. Yi Futian froze, conscious of the force of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was an invisible force. If a powerful cultivator in the arcana plane made a move with the energy, it was definitely possible for it to go unnoticed by others. Yi Futian froze, conscious of the force of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was an invisible force. If a powerful cultivator in the arcana plane made a move with the energy, it was definitely possible for it to go unnoticed by others. That's enough. Go home. A low voice resonated in his mind. It was hard to tell who the voice belonged to, but it did not seem to mean any harm. The voice only wanted to persuade him to stop here. In reality, Yi Futian had already announced his leave after defeating Su Qing, but Zhou Mu stepped up, so he could only continue to fight. Hua Fenglu once lost to the art saint and even had his life spirit disabled. Then today people insulted him. The art saint's disciple made the first move and went as far as destroying the guqin that Yi Futian played. He could not just walk away after defeat. How would that reflect on Hua Fenglu? That was the reason for his attacks on Zhou Mu. Just as Yi Futian was deep in thought, Zhou Mu had completed yet another drawing. This time it was a large golden dragon, ferocious and arrogant. The golden dragon revolved around Zhou Mu's being. The energy from his life spirit rushed out in a crazed manner and descended on the dragon. It was as if a real dragon was present. Those that were shocked by Yi Futian were now in awe because of Zhou Mu. He was even more intimidating since he was going all in. Yi Futian showed no expression. A wild force of spiritual qi gathered in his body and formed a golden rock. He flew into the sky and shined brighter than anything else. At this point, Yi Futian's only option was to fight until the end. However, he still appreciated the voice for warning him. Zhou Mu and Yi Futian moved at the same time. The golden dragon and the golden rock were about to collide. The spiritual qi in the atmosphere went wild and the skies began to change color. High-level cultivators at the venue joined hands to create a force field to block out the powerful energy given off by Yi Futian and Zhou Mu's attacks. Just then, Yi Futian felt another force of spiritual energy invade his mind. This time there were no warnings but a direct attack. Yi Futian felt a stabbing pain, then his nerves began to grow numb, almost like he was about to lose all his senses. Just as he was approaching Zhou Mu, Yi Futian lost control of the flow of spiritual qi. Boom! A loud crash. Yi Futian had no idea where the attack came from, but after he was attacked, his own attack on Zhou Mu was weakened by a significant amount. The golden dragon imploded. Zhou Mu and Yi Futian retreated at the same time. All of these events happened in the span of minutes. When Yi Futian landed on the ground, he felt no anger, but smiled instead. There were a lot of important people present at today's celebration. It was only natural that they could not put down their pride to intrude in a battle between two youngsters, but if they couldn't do it blatantly, they could do it in secret. Looks like the first voice that warned him knew that this would happen. Who was it that warned him? And who was it that attacked him? Obviously, Yi Futian was not dumb enough to reveal that he had been attacked. His attacker was most likely looking for an excuse to put him in his place. If he were to come out and accuse of the high authority figures, then they would have a legitimate reason to get rid of Yi Futian. Thank you for this experience. Yi Futian smiled. However, he was not looking at Zhou Mu when he said this but to the group of VIPs. His attacker would understand what he meant. I have unwillingly disturbed your celebration, Lord Luo. I am grateful for your understanding. If you'll excuse me, I shall be on my way now. Yi Futian smiled as he bowed and turned to leave. He did not want to fight any longer. His attack had already resorted to this method. If Yi Futian did not stop the battle, he would only be at a disadvantage. The battle isn't over. Are you really leaving? Zhou Mu shouted at Yi Futian's back. He seemed to have gained quite a bit of confidence. Zhou Mu, that's enough, said the art saint. Zhou Mu was stunned, but when he recovered he spoke again. If the opportunity ever comes again, we shall finish where we left off. At that time I will be sure to give it my all. Sure. Today is Lord Luo's celebration, so I didn't want to cause too much of a ruckus. Therefore, I only used about 50% of my power. When we battle again, you'll see what I'm talking about, said Yi Futian as he continued on his way out of the palace. His words piqued Zhou Mu's interest. Yi Futian was able to drive him to a breaking point, but now he said that he was only using half of his powers? Shameless. Maniac. Everyone began voicing their opinions of Yi Futian. Somebody tried to brown-nose the art saint once again. The art saint was nice enough to let him go without making him look bad after being defeated by Zhou Mu. How dare he say such ridiculous things? Absolutely preposterous. That shameless bastard. The insults continued around the venue. Zhou Mu's performance was fascinating. He is definitely fitting as your disciple, Brother Hua, complimented Lord Luo. Many people agreed with him, but the high-powered people present knew even though Zhou Mu was able to fend off Yi Futian's attack towards the end, there was no telling how things would have ended had they continued their battle. Plus, Zhou Mu was 2 levels above Yi Futian. His victory in this battle was nothing to brag about. Xia Fan did not look too good. He realized that he never got to truly get to know Yi Futian. His extraordinary gifts would explain why Hua Fenglu was willing to take him in as a disciple, and even went crazy to try to save him. Yi Futian had to be rid of as soon as possible. He could not be allowed to keep growing stronger. At the party venue, besides the rivalry between the art saint and Yi Futian's master, the Guqin devil, nobody had anything against Yi Futian himself. Even if they had been humiliated by him today, it could not be considered a bloody feud. Therefore, they had no need to be wary of Yi Futian. However, it was different for Xia Yan. If he allowed Yi Futian to keep getting stronger, Yi Futian would definitely try to kill him. I never expected Yi Futian to be able to withstand a battle with Zhou Mu. He is pretty gifted. No wonder the Guqin devil took him as a disciple. When I was in the city of Qingzhou, I even saw him flirting with Hua Jieyu. The two of them seem to have an extraordinary relationship. I'm afraid she has fallen victim to his lies. Yi Futian harbors bad intentions, said Xia Fan. His words drew everyone's attention. It was obvious that Xia Fan had something against Yi Futian. Hua Jieyu is the little princess of the Nandu family, and from what everyone said, has an excellent gift. Brother Nandu, you should keep an eye out, said Lord Luo. Nandu Wenshan looked at Lord Luo and said, Thank you for your advice. But Hua Jieyu was in Qingzhou City cultivating under her father's guidance, and Yi Futian is his disciple. It's only natural that they will be in good relations with one another. However, I will still remember to have a talk with her. I'm sure that you will come to your own conclusions, nodded Lord Luo. Beside him, the art saint was in deep thought. After a while he spoke up. Yi Futian did not come to convey his blessings. If my predictions are correct, he came because Lord Luo could heal Hua Fenglio's injury. Lord Luo was stunned. You're saying that he originally wanted to come and ask me to heal his master? That's right, nodded the art saint. He thought back at home. Yi Futian stood up to the people who insulted Hua Fenglu and could not help but say, Hua Fenglu chose a good disciple. The art saint personally complimented Yi Futian. Nobody knew what to say to that. Zhou Mu, head to Donghai Academy School of the Emperor Star tomorrow, the art saint said suddenly. His voice was calm, as if he knew that just one word could get Zhou Mu into the school without testing. In addition, none of the high-powered authorities thought that this was strange. On the contrary, it seemed like such a normal thing. Even the elder from the Emperor Star School did not seem to have a problem with this. Yi Futian would have never seen this coming. Okay. Zhou Mu nodded. Hua Jieyu of the Nanu family was also in the Emperor Star School. Also, Yi Futian attended Donghai Academy as well. A big congratulations to the School of the Emperor Star for gaining yet another spectacular student. Lord Luo smiled at the elder. Lin Xie observed everything in silence. Yi Futian's handsome figure appeared in her mind. That reckless fellow had no idea of the relationship between the Emperor Star School, the Art Saint, and Lord Luo. It was a good thing that he was clever. Although he was reckless, he was also careful. He did not do or say anything that could be used to threaten him in the future. Although a public setting such as this could not be considered dangerous, it seemed like Yi Futian had already made some enemies. The celebration continued but could not return to the atmosphere at the beginning of the event. Lord Luo was supposed to be the only star of the night. However, his spotlight was stolen by Yi Futian. At this moment, Yi Futian was headed back to Donghai Academy mounted on the Black Wind Eagle. The wind blowing on him cleared his mind as well. He knew clearly that his actions today were reckless, but he could not bear to watch as the Art Saint received everyone's respect, and his disciple flooded with compliments, while Hua Fenglu was disabled and insulted to make the Art Saint look better. "I'm afraid I've offended some people today," Yi Futian muttered. He must be careful from now on, especially around Xia Fan. Yi Futian knew that after the battle, Xia Fan was definitely going to try to kill him. As for the others, they may worry about their reputation and therefore not be able to take care of Yi Futian personally, but that did not mean they wouldn't try to operate in the shadows. This point was evident when he was attacked during the battle against Zhou Mu. The person who attacked me is either the Art Saint or Lord Luo, Yi Futian thought to himself. They were both sorcerers of the spirit element. And the person who gave me that warning was most likely the elder from the School of the Emperor Star, Yi Futian analyzed. When Yi Futian got back to Donghai Academy, many people stared at him. He was becoming more and more well known around campus. However, Yi Futian paid them no attention and continued on his way. It was then that several people came up and blocked his path. "Yi Futian," said the leader of the pack. Yes. Yi Futian had never seen this person before. "Jing Yang of the School of the Flirting Star wishes to challenge you. Why do you keep avoiding it?" asked the person. Yi Futian looked at the person in front of him and thought of how stupid this was. He did not want to acknowledge them and so, he chose to escape from the side. "When you said you didn't have time, it was just a poor excuse, wasn't it? You only got accepted into the School of the Finance Star because you defeated students from our school. Are you scared now that you got into the academy? Is this who you really are? Don't you think you're disgracing your school?" The person continued to pester Yi Futian. There were many onlookers at this point. Yi Futian stopped in place. With his back still facing the students of the Flirting Star School, he said, "I'm not in a good mood right now, so you better shut up and stop trying to pick a fight with me, or else you'll regret it." Finishing what he had to said, Yi Futian was ready to walk away again. But the person would not take no for an answer. He laughed and said, "You're really opening my eyes to something new. I've never met a person who can be so thick-skinned after being too chicken to battle." The foot that Yi Futian picked up to leave was placed on the ground once again. Everyone watched as he turned around with a bright big smile and said, "Tell Jing Yang. I will be waiting for him here." Chapter 60. The news that Yi Futian finally accepted Jing Yang's challenge soon spread around all the academy, causing a great sensation. People were now swarming toward the dorm where Yi Futian lived. The news that Yi Futian finally accepted Jing Yang's challenge soon spread around all the academy, causing a great sensation. People were now swarming toward the dorm where Yi Futian lived. Several weeks before, when Yi Futian was first accepted to the School of Finance Star, Jing Yan issued him a letter formally challenging him, and Yi Futian rejected it with the excuse that he did not have time, which made people confused. Jing Yang commented arrogantly on the response from Yi Futian, saying he was just SOSO. The whole story was rather dramatic. One of them was the genius who just got admitted, and the other one was the top student from the School of Flirting Star. This challenge was really important to students in the School of Flirting Star, because they hungered for the revenge. Yi Futian's attitude truly made them upset. Now Yi Futian was agitated and agreed to fight. There was already a large audience watching Yi Futian. He stood peacefully with his hands in his pockets. He acted almost like a master in this school. Tang Wan was looking at him and believed he was using this manner as a bluff. Most students in the school of Flirting Star gradually arrived. They were all staring at Yi Futian with hatred. They believed Jing Yang would definitely win this fight, because he was the private disciple of someone powerful who ran this school. There were also many students from the school of Finance Star. Some of them did not like Yi Futian much, but still they hoped that Yi Futian would win. At least Yi Futian was attending the same school, so this fight was obviously about dignity. Mu Yunqing and Mu Yunyi also came. They had been badly anticipating the fight, because there was finally someone able to get revenge for them. Since Jing Yang was not studying in the same place with others, he arrived a little bit late. When he arrived, he was surrounded by students from the school of Flirting Star. They were loud and imposing. The audience moved and formed a path for Jing Yang. The group with him also stopped and let him enter the field where Yi Futian was waiting. Finally, you agreed to fight, coward? Jing Yang sneered at him. In fact, it was unexpected that Yi Futian accepted the challenge. Stop spouting nonsense. You have wasted so much of my time, so just shut up and prepare to get your ass kicked. Yi Futian looked at Jing Yang for the very first time. Jing Yang was confused about his attitude and wondered how crazy this boy was to say something like that. The audience was also shocked. They could not understand this contempt from Yi Futian at all. Jing Yang was the superstar in the school of Flirting Star, the private disciple of someone truly powerful who ran the school. However, Yi Futian acted so arrogantly, as if it was a waste of his time to wait for Jing Yang. People soon remembered his no time for this comment about challenge, and became speechless about this boy. They realized he had never taken this fight seriously from the beginning. People from the school of Flirting Star looked extremely embarrassed. Never had there been a student who disrespected their school in such a way. Jing Yang sneered at Yi Futian. You are the first guy. Yi Futian did not let him finish. He initiated his attack, shooting his body at Jing Yang like a thunder. Jing Yang swallowed the second half of his sentence. He started driving the spirit and chi in the universe to react. Silk imprisonment. Jing Yang cast his spell. The gold element power formed countless silk threads that flew towards Yi Futian. They were blocking the space around him, confining his movement. He is a genius, is he not? People were awed by Jing Yang. There are different levels of difficulty for spells, and silk imprisonment was definitely among the top level of all spells. It required extremely strong mental control to run thousands of silk threads at the same time. This spell was really mighty because it could confine the freedom of opponent, or directly kill him, depending on the will of the spellcaster. A pair of golden wings made of spirit and chi appeared on Yi Futian's back, and the wings were so sharp that they slashed the countless silk threads into pieces. The attack from Jing Yang was not effective at all facing the absolute power of Yi Futian. Jing Yang was caught by surprise for a moment. He did not anticipate that Yi Futian could survive his previous attack. He changed his spell a little and suddenly, all the silk threads straightened and rained down as needles. Yi Futian wrapped his wings around his body to protect himself from the needles, and charged at lightning speed at Jing Yang, leaving only his shadow behind. The next moment, Jing Yang saw a fist coming at him. Instead of fancy techniques, it was just a simple punch. Without any time for a reaction, Jing Yang's body fell to the ground, blood covering his face. He was the same plane as Yi Futian and the latter didn't want to waste his time. However, he was finally forced to accept because so many students in the academy started considering him a coward. He had to fight for his own reputation. This punch made the audience feel as if their hearts were shaking. It was truly nasty and rough. Soon, all they witnessed as Yi Futian endlessly punched Jing Yang with his bare fists. Bang bang bang. With every sound of the solid punches, the audience was becoming more shocked by this fight. Satisfied? Yi Futian said coldly. People were totally speechless. Yi Futian asked Jing Yang if he was ready to get his ass kicked before the fight, and now he was restating his point. What an arrogant attitude. People were confused by how quickly and easily Jing Yang had been defeated. He was the private disciple of the school of the Flirting Star's supervisor, and had said that Yi Futian was so before the fight. However, he had been totally humiliated by this fight. Just so? That was Jingyang, not Yi Futian. Stop! Students from the School of Flirting Star felt angry and yelled at Yi Futian. Yi Futian stood up and looked at those students. He laughed and said, "Is this what you were asking for?" He let go of Jingyang and left. People even forgot to check on Jingyang after he left. Yi Futian could feel hundreds of eyes following him. This feeling of being the center of attention gave him a weird feeling of pride. It's not my fault. They asked for it. It seemed that as long as Yi Futian was still a student of Donghai Academy, this humiliation of the School of Flirting Star would never be erased. Yi Futian's mind was eased slightly after he let out his rage on Jingyang. Staying in the Lord Palace was a good life for him, but somehow he felt depressed, especially now that it was impossible to find some help for Hua Fenglu. When he returned to the room, he noticed that there was one more person. Yu Sheng had lived with him for a long time. However, there was someone standing next to Yu Sheng in their room. Yi Futian was surprised when he clearly saw the person. He kept blinking to make sure it was true. It was a girl about 16 years old standing next to Yu Sheng. She was petite and cute with a gorgeous face. Yi Futian confirmed with a quick glance that this girl was definitely a sweetheart. Yu Sheng and the girl noticed that Yi Futian was back. The girl looked at Yi Futian and started smiling. Yu Sheng opened his mouth, as if he was trying to explain. "Keep going. Just ignore me." Yi Futian turned around. "Wait," a soft voice said. Yi Futian stopped and saw the girl smiling at him. When she was smiling, the beauty from her unique youthfulness was even more attractive. "It's not what it looks like," Yu Sheng tried to explain. Yi Futian laughed and asked, "What does it look like?" "Ah." Yu Sheng was silent, not sure what to say. He had always been awkward compared to Yi Futian. "Qingxian came here for us," Yu Sheng said. "Wow, you're using just her first name already. Sounds like there's been great progress between you guys, right?" Yi Futian was still making fun of him. Yu Sheng did not know how to respond at all. "I told him to call me by my first name." The girl smiled and said, "I'm Yi Qingxian, so just call me Qingxian." Yi Futian. He also introduced himself. "I know you." Yi Qingxian nodded. "I was there watching your first fight with the School of Flirting Star. I saw every bit of the fight. You were so good." "Yu Sheng is better." Yi Futian was still laughing. It was almost like he was trying to make Yu Sheng more embarrassed. "You are both really good." She kept smiling. "He's not only good. You know what? He's single and available too." Yu Sheng wanted to run out the room. Yi Qingxian fluttered her beautiful lashes and smiled. "You guys are interesting. I guess I will see you next time." She soon stood up and left. As she passed by Yi Futian, he whispered to her, "What do you think about my buddy? Like him?" Yi Qingxian blushed and answered in lowered voice, "He's nice." Then she just ran out of the room. Yi Futian started to laugh even harder. He looked at Yu Sheng with a wicked smile and asked, "Tell me, Yu Sheng, how far did you go with her when I was not here?" Yu Sheng said, "She came to ask whether we would be willing to get tested and go to the upper level of cultivation in the School of Finance Star. She was sent here by the supervisor?" Yi Futian was curious. "I guess so. I did not ask," Yu Sheng said. "She must be someone special in this school. Not to mention, she is so beautiful and sweet. I think she's good for you. What do you think?" Yi Futian asked Yu Sheng. "I have no idea what you are talking about." Yu Sheng was numb. "Boy, she blushed when I asked her about you. I guess she's got a crush on you. Do you have the same feeling?" Yi Futian kept nagging him. "My father told me to stay away from girls, you know that. He told me my lifelong task is to help you build your kingdom." Yu Sheng was serious. Yi Futian had to stop joking when he realized Yu Sheng meant what he said. Then he started talking again. "Yu Sheng, I know my godfather has really high expectations for me, but I believe the future is still far away for us. Life is so long that neither you nor I knows where we will end up. I know he believes I was born to be the king, but there's a long journey ahead of us. So, I hope we can enjoy this journey together. We are brothers, not master and servant. The future belongs to both of us. It's his will that I should live for you. It's meant to be this way," Yu Sheng insisted. I told you he's not here, so forget about what he said. My word is the law now. Yi Futian had suddenly started to yell. Yu Sheng was shocked seeing him angry. He lowered his head, but still looked stubborn. The guilty look on Yu Sheng's face made Yi Futian somewhat regret yelling at him. He lowered his voice and said, Yu Sheng, forget the shackles he has put on you. You should have your own life, a really happy one. If you do, I will also feel happy for you, even you leave me alone someday. Yu Sheng looked at Yi Futian and found that he was smiling again. He almost cried and swore to himself that he would never leave Yi Futian alone, ever. Chapter 61. Yi Futian of the School of the Finance Star had brutally defeated Jing Yang from the School of the Flirting Star. This news spread like wildfire through the academy the following day. Everyone gossiped amongst themselves after hearing the details. Yi Futian of the School of the Finance Star had brutally defeated Jing Yang from the School of the Flirting Star. This news spread like wildfire through the academy the following day. Everyone gossiped amongst themselves after hearing the details. Jing Yang had wanted to salvage his school's reputation, but had been ruthlessly defeated by Yi Futian. He did not even get a chance to defend himself. All of these details made Jing Yang the laughingstock of the school. He had previously called out Yi Futian for being gutless and running away from his challenge. This time around it was impossible to recover from the humiliation. Not only for Jing Yang, but for the School of the Flirting Star as well. The students of the Flirting Star School felt judged by their fellow schoolmates as they walked around the campus. They were so humiliated. It was because they had been humiliated that they wanted to retaliate against Yi Futian, but by the looks of things now it was mission impossible. Yi Futian was a freak. It was not only the students of the Flirting Star School who thought this way. Everyone in Donghai Academy felt this way. Yi Futian was the devil in disguise. Within the School of the Emperor Star, Hua Jiyu was sitting in her dorm. Xu Yiyan was also with her. They were in the middle talking about Yi Futian's battle with Jing Yang. Hua Jiyu smiled as she asked, So you mean they served themselves up on a silver platter? Yeah. I heard that Yi Futian was not interested in their challenge, but they were being shameless. They blocked his way and threw insults at him. Only then did Yi Futian give in, and waited for Jing Yang. His first words when Jing Yang arrived were, Are you ready for a good beating? Isn't he wild? Laughed Xu Yuyan. Hua Jiyu smiled and replied, Yeah. He's awful. Xu Yuyan was a little suspicious of Hua Jiyu. She never used to be interested in such gossip, but after the first time Xu Yuyan mentioned Yi Futian, Hua Jiyu began to show interest. Now she listened to every story with ears wide open. Last time you said that the person you liked was an awful guy. Now you're showing so much interest in Yi Futian. You haven't had a change in heart, have you? Xu Yiyan asked Hua Jiyu. Ah. Hua Jiyu was dumbfounded. She went on to say, What are you talking about? I just think that punk is interesting. That's good. I really thought you had a change of heart. I would have felt so bad for the guy you liked, Xu Yiyan said. Oh, that's right. I heard teacher say that the Art Saint's disciple, Zhou Mu, will be coming to cultivate at the Emperor Star School. He doesn't even have to be tested. Rumors say that he is genius conjurer. Okay, Hua Jiyu replied nonchalantly. From her expression, Xu Yiyan knew that she was uninterested. Smiling, Xu Yiyan said, Looks like you don't have a single ounce of interest in the Art Saint's disciple. This makes me curious about what kind of person the guy you like is. How bad could he be? You'll find out in the future. Hua Jiyu gave her a sweet smile. Xu Yiyan was dazed by her smile. It seemed like Hua Jiyu was already in too deep. At the School of the Finance Star, Yi Qingxian was back at Yi Futian and Yu Sheng's shared dormitory. When Yi Futian saw that she was present, he smiled. Should I excuse myself? What are you talking about? Yi Qingxian looked a bit embarrassed. She shyly took a peek at Yu Sheng before asking Yi Futian, You hit Jing Yang yesterday? He deserved it. Yi Futian shrugged. The other students from the Flirting Star School had forced him to, so he had no choice but to oblige. Jing Yang studies in the main building of the Flirting Star School, and the news that you brutally beat him up has already spread around the entire academy. You've made an enemy of their school, she told him weakly. Yi Futian was a little upset by this. He previously chose to ignore Jing Yang's challenge because 1. He was not interested in humiliating Jingyang, and 2, he did not want any trouble. However, right now all the blame had fallen on Yi Futian, despite the fact that it was the school of the flirting star who initiated everything. It would have been fine if Donghai Academy was not separated into 7 different schools, but Yi Futian already knew that the relationships between the schools were complicated. Each school existed as an individual entity. Now that he did what he did to the flirting star school, there was no way they would forgive him. Seeing how upset Yi Futian looked, Yi Qingxian gave him a weak smile and asked, "Do you want me to bring you guys up there?" Yi Futian blinked a couple of times, then pointed at the large main building of the School of the Finance Star located on large stairway above. "There. Yeah, but we might have to test your abilities first. Do you guys mind?" asked Yi Qingxian after she nodded. "Not at all." Yi Futian gave her a big smile. He patted Yu Sheng on the shoulder and said, "We're getting this opportunity thanks to you, man. What does this have to do with me? Wasn't it you who hit someone?" Yu Sheng looked confused. "You don't get it," Yi Futian said earnestly. "You guys head out first. I'll follow." Yi Futian smiled and pushed Yu Sheng forward. Yu Sheng gave him a look of confusion and walked off. Yi Qingxian caught up to Yu Sheng and whispered, "How are you guys so good? How do you cultivate?" "I don't know either." Yu Sheng shook his head. "When I saw you battle last time, you used powers from metal spiritual qi, which means that you probably have the gifts of a sorcerer, but you did not use any sorcery. You fought purely with martial art tactics. I don't even know where you get all that strength from." Yi Qingxian complimented him. "Isn't he the coolest?" Yi Futian butted in abruptly. Yi Qingxian turned to glare at Yi Futian. He shuddered and then gave her a smile. "You guys continue, I promise not to eavesdrop anymore," he said. Yi Qingxian turned her head and continued her conversation with Yu Sheng. As promised, Yi Futian walked behind them, not bothering the two. Yu Sheng was dominating and handsome while Yi Qingxian was gentle and beautiful. They made a good match. The main building of the School of the Finance Star was a magnificent piece of architecture. The feeling it gave Yi Futian was not that of a school, but a sacred site. Many people greeted Yi Qingxian with respect as they walked in. This made Yu Sheng and Yi Futian extremely curious. Also, she was able to bring the two of them into the main building. Who was she? Yi Futian observed his friends. He noticed looks of jealousy from a couple of the male students when they saw Yi Qingxian chatting with Yu Sheng. To Yi Futian it seemed like Yu Sheng had some love rivals. In the end, Yi Qingxian led Yi Futian and Yu Sheng to a large hall. There were already people present. 2 elders stood at the front while 8 younger individuals stood by them. Yi Qingxian left Yu Sheng's side to stand beside the 2 elders. Yi Futian looked at her and wondered about her identity again. From the setup, it was evident these people were prepared for their arrival. Yi Qingxian told me that the 2 of you are extremely powerful. A while ago, there were rumors floating around that you 2 have been accepted into our school. But now we want to see your powers with our own eyes. These people here are all gifted students of the Finance Star School. They are all 4-starred glory-playing cultivators. You guys can take your pick of opponents, and we shall see if your powers are truly as strong as Yi Qingxian told us, said one of the elders. Yi Futian finally understood. Their acceptance into the School of the Finance Star was thanks to Yi Qingxian. This made much more sense. Even though their first battle had caused a ruckus at Donghai Academy, the higher-ups of each school usually did not pay attention to the happenings in the academy. Thus, it made sense for them to be accepted under recommendation. 4-starred glory plane? Yi Futian chuckled. We can save the trouble then. Let's have them all go at once. No offense. He knew that this was not a time to be modest. If he did not bring out his full potential, there was no way he was going to be valued by the higher-ups of the Finance Star School. You are just as arrogant as they say, chucked one of the 8 students. I heard you defeated Jingyang yesterday with a single punch. I'm curious, just how good are you? Don't let us down, said a young lady dressed in tight clothing, carrying a sword on her back. You'll find out soon. Yi Futian smiled and made formal introductions. Yi Futian. Yu Sheng. Nice to meet you all. We will have everyone go at once then, said the elder. The 8 students got into formation surrounding Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. The 4 of them faced forward, and the other 4 stayed in their original positions. In a split second, the spiritual chi in the room was off the charts. Vines shot out at the two of them. It was a wood elemental spell. The spiritual chi around Yi Futian erupted. Golden wings appeared, shaking violently, breaking the vines headed in his direction into pieces. Yu Shang, on the other hand, stayed still where he stood, allowing the vines to wrap around his body. Whoosh! Flames erupted, setting the vines ablaze. Yu Shang's body seemed to be burning, but on the outside golden armor protected his body. He continued to stand in place. On Yi Futian's body a golden armor plate appeared. 2 students charged towards Yu Shang and 2 towards Yi Futian. Boom! The vines wrapped around Yu Shang's body burst open. He took 1 step forward and the ground began to shake. 2 fists came towards Yu Shang from different directions. With a loud collision, the 2 students landed their fists on Yu Shang's body, one in the chest and one on his back. However, they were the ones who felt the pain. A second later, Yu Shang reached out his arms to catch the 2 students by their forearms and flung them into the air. They landed quite a distance away. At the same moment, the young lady began her attack on Yi Futian with a sword. Another student moved like a ghost and revolved around Yi Futian in a blur. Yi Futian stood still, but suddenly began to move his wings. He threw a punch, and the ghost-like blur was propelled into the air. Without skipping a beat, Yi Futian avoided the young lady's sword at the speed of lightning. His wings flapped in a crazed manner, throwing the young lady into the air as well. Eventually she landed on the ground face first. The battle had just started, and 4 of the students had already been defeated, laying on the ground. The other 4 students were dumbfounded. Were these 2 even human? Do you still want to continue? Yi Futian asked with a smile. That's enough. The 2 elders could not continue to watch their students like this. They had always thought that their students had a spectacular gift, but the students were defeated before they could even display their full potential. Let's go. The 2 elders turned to leave, obviously upset. Watching the 2 elders leave, the students felt embarrassed. The 2 students thrown out by Yu Shang came running back, injured from head to toe. They took one look at Yu Shang and turned to leave as well. Amongst themselves they whispered, "This guy is a complete lunatic." "Such bullies," said another student, also upset. He never would have thought that his first experience soaring through the skies would be like this. The girl with the sword crawled up off the floor and stood in front of Yi Futian with a face dirted from being on the ground. She glared at him and said, "You're not a man." She then left, feeling wronged. She was a beautiful, blossoming young lady, and she was gifted. In previous battles, even if she could not win, her opponents always went easy on her and would not attack her too ruthlessly. How could Yi Futian do this to her? Yi Futian stood there looking innocent of any wrongdoing. At the front of the hall, Yi Qingxian laughed. These 2 were too much. Chapter 62 Yu Shang, meet your master. Chapter 62. Yu Shang, meet your master, is that even my fault? Yi Futian noticed Yi Qingxian was laughing at him, and felt upset that he had been made fun of by a woman. Sure, it's not your fault. Yi Qingxian kept laughing, looking even cuter. Someone came out of the hall. He looked powerful and soon fixed his eyes on Yu Shang. Dad, I didn't lie, right? Yi Qingxian was smiling at the man who just came out. He did not respond but kept looking at Yu Shang. Yu Shang was somehow confused. You were born to be a martial arts cultivator. Would you like to be my disciple? Yi Qingshuan's father asked Yu Shang. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. This girl seemed to have a powerful background in this school. Those 2 old men who tested them must also be powerful in this school, but they were only doing the pretest for Yi Qingshuan's father, who was in fact the decision-maker. Yu Shang looked at Yi Futian, seemingly indecisive. I'm sorry, but you are. Yi Futian asked politely. Yu Shang needed to know his identity before becoming his disciple. I am the director of this school, the middle-aged man answered him. Yi Futian was surprised for a moment, then started smiling. He gave Yi Qingxian a glance. Surprisingly, the reason why they were admitted into the School of Finance Star was actually because the daughter of director had witnessed their fight. Now she introduced him and Yu Shang to her father again. My dad has been looking for a genius in martial arts to inherit his power, but none could be found. That's why I told him about you guys right after the fight. Yi Qingxian told them. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He said, Yu Sheng, hurry and bow down to your master. This man was the director in School of Finance Star, which was one of the 7 schools in this academy. Yi Futian believed that he was most likely one of the most powerful people in this school as well. Yu Sheng nodded and bowed reverently to the director. Greetings, Professor, from Yu Sheng. Okay. The director stopped looking so serious. He smiled at Yu Sheng and said, you will be cultivating with me from now on. Then he looked at Yi Futian again and asked, what is your major? Sorcery or martial arts? Both, Yi Futian answered. I am looking for a disciple to inherit my martial arts techniques. Are you willing to also acknowledge me as your master? He asked. I already have a master. Mr. Director, do you know the Qin Devil? Yi Futian asked. The director's eyes sparkled with surprise. Then he asked Yi Futian, you are the disciple of Hua Fenglu? Yes. Yi Futian nodded. It sounded like the Qin Devil used to be so famous that even the director in this place knew him. How is he doing? Where is he living now? The director asked. He has been severely injured. Now he is living in the Qin Garden to recuperate, Yi Futian answered. So, you have also been to the Qin Garden? How is Ms. Tang Lan doing? The director had so many questions. Yi Futian was quite confused. Why did there seem to be something between him and Tang Lan? She's doing well. In fact, she is the one taking care of my professor, Yi Futian responded. I know it. She will never let it go. I used to try to persuade her many times that she should stay away from that guy. Hua Fenglu was no good at all, but a lone wolf who had no guilt about cheating. I just cannot understand why she likes him so badly. The director suddenly became mad. Yi Futian was shocked. It seemed that a strong hatred existed between the director and Yi Futian's professor. Mr. Director, so, it sounds like you have a history with my professor and Ms. Tang? Yi Futian asked in a lowered voice. History? Tang Lan used to be my disciple, and she just broke away from this school because of Hua Fenglu. Yi Futian did not know how to respond. He stood there, vividly embarrassed about asking this question. Whatever. It happened so many years ago. I just cannot believe how stubborn she is. She really did forget me, her first master. Next time you see her, just tell her that the past is the past, so if she finds some spare time she's welcome to come visit, the director told him. Yi Futian nodded and said, Mr. Director, I can tell that Ms. Tang cares heavily about relations. Since you are her first master, I believe she definitely has not forgotten you. I guess she does not visit maybe because she feels guilty about what happened. I know. Otherwise, why would she take care of Hua Fenglu now? The director sighed, then looked at Yi Futian. You are well-spoken and have good looks. I know Hua Fenglu accepted you as his disciple for a reason. Yi Futian was thinking, Mr. Hua, why does everyone think of you as a playboy and just project it onto me? Qingxian, stay away from this boy. Stay with Yu Sheng, the director told his daughter. This demand tickled Yi Futian. He laughed and told the director, I guess you are right. Okay, come with me. The director turned around and started walking. Yi Qingxian, Yu Sheng and Yi Futian followed him. Yi Qingxian looked back at the boys and winked, as if she was being complacent. The director's name was Yi Xiang. He brought Yi Futian and Yu Sheng to a garden. The garden was pretty spacious, but there was only a pavilion and a giant tree inside, giving the garden a sense of isolation. How much do you know about Donghai Academy? Yi Xiang sat down under the tree, so did the young people. There are 7 schools here, and in fact each school is an individual clan. The supervisors of these schools run Donghai Academy collaboratively. Yi Futian answered. You are right. The 7 schools grew out of the top-level clans in Donghai City. 300 years ago, when Emperor Yi Qing and Donghuang the Great unified this world, they advocated cultivation, demanding that the local governors found academies for this purpose. With this as its background, Donghai Academy became the official site for cultivation in this city. Therefore, to be officially endorsed, neither of the top clans in Donghai City at the time gave up control over this academy. Because this academy was initially run by 7 clans, the 7 schools were finally formed. Yi Xiang started to tell them the history of Donghai Academy. Now, each school of Donghai Academy has its own style, which has actually been determined by those clans in the olden times. For example, in the school of Emperor Star, all the elites are mental control sorcerers. In fact, the art saint and your master, the Qin Devil, went to that school. It is now considered the most powerful school among the 7. The school of Treasury Star is considered second. How about this school? Yi Futian was curious. Martial arts are not valued in this world. Yi Xiang looked at Yi Futian and told him, in this world, most people believe that sorcerers are more powerful than martial arts practitioners, so cultivators accept sorcery more than our techniques. Even for those who are talented in both, they would major in sorcery. However, in fact, as the cultivators reach certain planes, the power of martial arts will definitely be the same as sorcery or even stronger. Unfortunately, this is not common knowledge, so this school has been declining for a while. It is really hard for me to find someone with extraordinary martial arts talent in this place. I'm glad Yu Shang is here. I believe he will make people understand my point in the future. I've always believed these two classes are equal, Yi Futian said. His godfather had told him long ago that hard work differentiated the cultivators, not the class. Good. Yi Xiang nodded. However, Yu Shang, don't stop improving your mental power. Otherwise, when you are put against those mental control sorcerers from the school of Emperor Star, it will be impossible for you to unleash your power. I understand, Yu Sheng said. He knew that a pure martial arts cultivator could be countered by powerful mental control sorcerers. Yu Shang, your strength and burst are in the top level, but you lack in speed. This garden is where I used to cultivate. You see the rooms over there? That's the bedroom and book collection room. This is where you will live from now on, Yi Xiang told them. Roger that. The boys nodded. Look around and make yourselves feel at home. We need to go, Qingxian. Yi Xiang then left with his daughter. Before the girl left, she showed her fists to the guys as if to say, come on, you can make it. After they left, Yi Futian patted Yu Shang's shoulder and said, Yu Shang, you are just one step away from becoming his son-in-law. Do you know that? Empirically speaking, huh? Yu Shang tried to joke. Yi Futian did not know what to say. Soon he said, at least this was a successful experience. Then Yi Futian walked toward one room in the garden. However, moments later, he flew from the room pathetically. He yelled, what the heck is this place? It was a major news that Yu Shang had been accepted by the director in the School of Finance Star as a private disciple. People heard that the director had stopped accepting private disciples for many years, so this exception for Yu Shang indicated the director believed Yu Shang was very talented. Yi Futian would also go there for cultivation. These two troublemakers who had just entered Donghai Academy a short while ago had finally become superstars in the academy. There was also more major news about Zhou Mu, the disciple of the art saint. He was admitted into Donghai Academy and accepted by someone running the school of Emperor Star. Students in Donghai Academy now started to discuss and compare the boys a lot. They believed that even though Yi Futian and Yu Shang were talented, their background was not as strong as Zhou Mu's. He used to be the disciple of the art saint. Soon it was said that Yi Futian was the disciple of the Qin Devil, the nemesis of art saint whose natal spirit had been destroyed. The news also spoke of Yi Futian making a scene in the Luo Palace during the Lord Luo's birthday banquet. He defeated some geniuses from the academy there, but finally got his ass kicked by Zhou Mu. Chapter 63 Driving a Wedge Between Them. Chapter 63 Driving a wedge between them. The news of Yi Futian being defeated by Zhou Mu spread throughout Donghai Academy. Many students of the Finance Star School were not happy about this. Now that Yi Futian and Yu Shang were cultivating under the headmaster, and Zhou Mu had entered the school of the Emperor Star, it seemed like the Finance Star School was lacking in comparison to the Emperor Star School. However, Yi Futian and Yu Shang had no knowledge of any of this. For the past few days, they had been cultivating in the courtyard. At this time a loud noise sounded. Yi Futian was thrown out of the training room. The wings on his back fluttered, and even though it looked awkward, it allowed him to land safely on his feet rather than on his butt. You're able to withstand it for a longer period of time now, said someone from behind. Yi Futian turned his head and saw Yu Shang and Yi Qingxian chatting under the ancient tree. Do you guys even care about how I feel? Asked Yi Futian. Yu Shang took one look at him and shook his head. No. This is payback, isn't it? Yi Futian glared at Yu Shang. He walked towards the ancient tree and asked, Yi Qingxian. Who created that matrix in the room? My movements have improved a lot over the past couple of days, but the attack from the matrix is still too fast and too strong for me. I'm not sure either. Yi Qingxian shook her head. The purpose of the matrix is to refine your martial arts abilities. The stronger you are, the more spiritual qi you can utilize and the stronger the matrix gets. As long as you are able to withstand being in the matrix for a longer period of time every time, it means you're improving. I'm faster than Yu Shang, so how come he can withstand it longer than I can? Yi Futian asked, a little upset. Because he is physically stronger. You rely on the movement of your body more, so the gravity within the matrix has a stronger effect on you, explained Yi Qingxian. Yi Futian nodded and said, after Yu Shang cultivates in the matrix for a while, he'll be able to swiftly avoid attacks while overcoming the gravity problem. Then, he'll be ever more fearsome than he is now. These past days, Yi Futian had been working on refining his movements. In actuality, Yi Futian was not lacking in strength at all. The body refinement methods that Emperor Yi Qing passed on to him enabled Yi Futian to refine his body to a monster's level. And this place was very suitable for him to do so. Furthermore, there was a library containing many books on battle tactics. He could take a look at those and cultivate accordingly. According to Emperor Yi Qing's body refinement methods, the dragon refined the body, the ape refined strength, and the rock refined speed. These were his personal findings from when he trained demons and monsters. His attack tactics were also learned from the demons and monsters he controlled. Based on Emperor Yi Qing's abilities, he must have been able to exert combat powers on par with a real dragon or a real golden rock. However, Yi Futian had not reached that level yet, and there was a limit to what he could comprehend. All he could do was to speed up the process by cultivating more powerful combat tactics. That reminds me. There are some rumors spreading about you at the academy, Yi Qingxian said to Yi Futian. What kind of rumors? He asked. Zhou Mu has been accepted into the school of the Emperor's Star. After that, rumors started spreading at Donghai Academy that said we were really arrogant at the Luo Palace, but were eventually defeated by Zhou Mu. Yi Qingxian spoke carefully. She seemed worried for Yi Futian. If the rumors were true, would they hurt his pride? Yi Futian was shocked. Did Zhou Mu say this personally? I think the rumors came from a couple of students at Donghai Academy, Yi Qingxian said gently. Yi Futian shrugged and smiled. Looks like someone doesn't really like me. So the rumors aren't true. Her eyes lit up. Zhou Mu was a 5-starred glory plane cultivator. Even though Yi Futian was really good, he was still at a lower level than Zhou Mu. Therefore, when Yi Qingxian heard the rumors, she was not completely sure they were false. It couldn't have been Zhou Mu, said Yi Futian. It did not seem like he had heard a single word Yi Qingxian said. Are people using this as an opening to bring up the battle between the art saint and my master? Yi Futian asked her. He already seemed to know the answer to that question. Yi Qingxian saw how confident he was and smiled. Yeah, there were some people talking about that. I'm thinking it's the people from the Flirting Star School who are spreading the topic around just to piss you off. There are also people who were questioning my father's choice of choosing Yu Shang as his disciple. Should we try to clear up these misunderstandings? We should let the people of Donghai Academy know that those are all rumors so they will stop misunderstanding you. If the people are willing to believe that the rumors are true, do you really think they'll change your mind just because you say otherwise? Yi Futian laughed and continued. You can never stop the mouths of others. Just let them be. One day, they'll know to shut their own mouths. You seem so nonchalant about this, but if you're so confident, then we'll wait to see all these people eat their words when you defeat Zhou Mu, said Yi Qingxian with a smile. Rather than paying attention to these things, I'm more interested in the progress of your relationship with Yu Shang, said Yi Futian. He gave Yi Qingxian a look and watched as her face grew red. She glared at him and said, I don't know what nonsense you're spouting. I'm leaving. Afterwards, she took a peek at Yu Shang before jogging off. Oh, Yu Shang, you have to take initiative, laughed Yi Futian. I'm going to cultivate now. Yu Shang walked away, headed for the training room. Yi Futian and Yu Shang immersed themselves in cultivation. Yi Qingxian would come to visit them often. Once in a while, Yi Chong would stop by to give Yu Shang pointers. As for Yi Futian, he was ignored. There was an obvious difference in the way the two were being treated, just like how Hua Fenglu treated Yi Futian and Yu Shang differently back then. Yi Futian was hurt. One day, Yi Qingxian came to visit again. Yi Futian, Yu Shang. My father wants me to bring you guys to him, she said. Okay. Is something wrong? Asked Yi Futian. There are people visiting from the schools of the Emperor's Star and the Treasury Star. They said they wanted to congratulate my father on taking on a new disciple. Yi Qingxue continued. It's proper etiquette to have you guys go greet them. The two young men nodded and followed wherever Yi Qingxian led them to. The trio arrived at the guest hall of the School of the Finance Star. Seated in front of Yi Xiang were two people. They exuded such grace. These two people were from the schools of the Emperor's Star and the Treasury Star. Behind each person stood two more people, presumably their students. Yi Futian had met the person from the school of the Emperor's Star before. It was the elder he met at the Luo Palace. Greetings from student Yi Futian. Yi Futian paid his respects to the two elders with a bow. We meet again, the elder said. I never expected for you to come cultivate under Headmaster Yi Xiang after the events at the Luo Palace. Indeed, you are young and promising. Thank you, senior, said Yi Futian. All those years ago, your master cultivated at the Emperor Star School. How could you go to the Finance Star School? Should I try to demand Headmaster Yi Xiang to pass you on to me? The elder laughed. You're too funny, senior. Yi Futian smiled weakly. The elder laughed aloud and said, Hua Jieyu cultivates at our school. Since you two know each other, you should come visit her when you get a chance. Yi Futian was shocked. Since the elder already knew that Yi Futian was the Guqin Devil's disciple, then there was no hiding the fact that he knew Hua Jieyu. If things had come to this, then all he could do was admit it. I've been wanting to go visit her, but since she studies up at the main building of the Emperor Star School, I did not want to intrude. But since Senior has extended the offer, I will gladly visit her when I get the chance. I hope it will not be of an inconvenience to you, Senior. Very good. The elder gave Yi Futian a meaningful look. All right now, you youngsters go talk amongst yourselves. I have some things to discuss with Headmaster Yi Xiang. The elder smiled. The students standing left the hall along with Yi Futian's little trio. Xu Yiyan was watching Yi Futian the whole time. When the elder told them to leave, she quickly ran to catch up with Yi Futian. Wait up, she shouted. Is there something I can help you with? Yi Futian smiled at Xu Yiyan. My name is Xu Yiyan. I am Hua Jieyu's best friend, she told him. She felt as if she had just uncovered a secret. In the past, Hua Jieyu mentioned that she had someone she liked, but that was before Yi Futian came to Donghai Academy. Hua Jieyu probably had no idea that Yi Futian was going to show up a few days after what she had told Xu Yuyan. After that, Hua Jieyu showed special interest in all things regarding Yi Futian. Xu Yuyan had never cared about the details. It was only when Zhou Mu entered the school of the Emperor Star that she found Hua Jieyu was the daughter of the Guqin Devil, Hua Fenglu. Then she found out that Yi Futian was the Guqin Devil's disciple. It was obvious that Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were previously acquainted. When all these findings were added up, Xu Yuyan was able to easily take a guess as to what was going on between the two. She eyed the handsome young man in front of her. This guy who stirred up trouble right after being admitted should be the guy in Hua Jieyu's heart. My name is Yi Futian. He smiled and continued. Is Hua Jieyu doing well? Yeah, Xu Yiyan nodded. She was very curious about Yi Futian. What type of person was this guy who Hua Jieyu was so crazy about? There were so many things she wanted to say right now, but there were others around. Xu Yiyan could tell that Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu wanted to keep their relationship under wraps. So, this was not a good setting to talk about it. Are junior brother Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu close? Asked a smiling young man behind Xu Yuyan. Hua Jieyu is the beloved daughter of my master, of course we're close. Yi Futian took a look at the young man. He was maybe about 18. His sharp eyes made him look extremely menacing. Is that so? Laughed the young man. I cultivate with Hua Jieyu at school and talk to her often, but I've never heard her speak about you. In the future, when you get a chance to visit our school, be sure to come look for me, the young man said to Yi Futian. From senior brother Mu Yunxuan's tone, it sounds like he's about to get the girl, chuckled another student from the Treasury Star School. A girl like Hua Jieyu won't be so easy to get. I still need time, but Mu Yunxian laughed. Forget it, forget it. Yi Futian frowned, and Yusheng gave Mu Yunxian a once-over. Oh, junior brother Yi Futian, I heard that you had some conflict with junior brother Zhoumu at the Luo Palace, and now the whole academy knows. You shouldn't care too much though, it's just a silly fight. It's not that big of a deal. You'll be able to get over it if you guys get a chance to talk it out, continued Mu Yunxian. Alright. I'll definitely talk it out with Zhoumu when I get a chance. Yi Futian smiled. Now then, we don't want to keep you for too long. Junior brother, you guys should head out first, we'll wait here for our teachers, said Mu Yunxian. Alright. Yi Futian felt no need to be courteous and walked right out with Yusheng and Yi Qingxian. Mu Yunxian watched as Yi Futian and his friends walked away. The smile gradually disappeared from his face. Senior brother Mu Yunxian, what was your purpose for saying all that? Xu Yian asked him. Naturally, she knew he was lying about his relationship with Hua Jieyu. It would not have mattered if Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu did not have any special relationship, but if they did, then Mu Yunxuan's words were meant to drive a wedge between them. Xu Yuyan, what was your purpose of catching up with Yi Futian? Has Hua Jieyu mentioned him to you? Mu Yunxian asked. I just wanted to say hello since he is an acquaintance of Hua Jieyu. I had no other intentions, she said. Really now? Mu Yunxian smiled and picked up his feet to walk away. Chapter 64. Yi Futian and the two others walked back to where he lived. All along the way, his eyebrows were knitted. Yi Futian and the two others walked back to where he lived. All along the way, his eyebrows were knitted. Who is he Qingxian? Yi Futian asked. Mu Yunxian, someone now cultivating separately with the supervisor in the school of Emperor Star. A true genius, currently in 8-star glory plane, and he is a great mental control sorcerer, Yi Qingxian told him. She felt awkward that Mu Yunxian spoke to Yi Futian like that. Mu Yunxian. Yi Futian repeated and remembered this name. Yusheng noticed Yi Futian was upset. He looked at Yi Qingxian, then tried to comfort Yi Futian. I believe my sister-in-law is not that kind of girl. Of course I know my fox is not like that. Yi Futian nodded. But don't you think Mu Yunxian is weird? Why did he tell me that intentionally? Yeah, it is truly weird, Yusheng agreed. It almost feels like he was testing me. He must know something. Yi Futian was still mumbling. Sister-in-law? Fox. Yi Qingxuan's eyes twinkled with a little bit confusion. She could sense that they were talking about Hua Jieyu. Qingxian, remember, this is a secret. Do not tell anyone, Yusheng told her. They had known each other for a long time, so obviously Yusheng considered this girl as one of his best friends, which was why he was discussing these personal issues in her presence. Hua Jieyu is my girlfriend, Yi Futian explained to Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian was surprised, then asked doubtfully, Really? Why don't you believe me? Yi Futian was upset about Yi Qingxuan's reaction. I am such a talented and handsome boy, so why can't my girlfriend be the most gorgeous girl in this academy? Yi Qingxian was speechless. After a short silence she asked Yusheng. Has he always been such a narcissist? Yeah, Yusheng answered. Damn. Yi Futian heard they were talking about him. Come on bros before H**s. Why would you give me up for a girl? The other two were speechless again. I do not care if it's a test or not. I'll remember this guy Mu Yunxian. Thinking of Yunxuan's words, Yi Futian smiled. The smile indicated something, and Yusheng knew that some serious revenge on that name was on its way. After they went back to the garden, Yi Xiang was already waiting for them. He looked at Yi Futian and told him, Come see me. Yi Futian did not know what happened. He nodded and followed Yi Xiang into the room. You caused some trouble at Luo Palace, didn't you? Yi Xiang asked. That was even before I came here. In fact, I met Qingxian right after I came back from Luo Palace, Yi Futian explained. And I was not there to make trouble. You were going to ask Lord Luo to cure your professor? Yi Xiang asked. Yi Futian nodded. That was really unwise. Do you have any idea what you did? Yi Xiang sounded cold. You should feel lucky that you are someone insignificant so that people in that place did not kill you since they had to save their reputation. Otherwise, you would have been dead by now. Do you know the relationship between the art saint Lord Luo and the school of Emperor Star? Yi Futian was shocked and confused. He said, I only knew the art saint also used to attend the school of Emperor Star after meeting you, Mr. E. No wonder you are the disciple of Hua Fenglu. You just share the exact same self-righteousness. Yi Xiang seemed angry. Do you know why your professor's natal spirit was destroyed and why he was banished? I only know that Mr. Hua was defeated by the art saint and was evicted from Donghai City by the art saint and the Nandu family, Yi Futian said. What if he beat the art saint? Would it have been any better? No. His tragedy was destined since the moment he decided to pursue the princess of Nandu family, Yi Xiang told him. Both the school of Emperor Star and the Nandu family tactically planned the political marriage between the art saint and the daughter of the Nandu family. All the powerful people in these clans would benefit from this marriage. Your professor just cut in and ruined everything for them. What was he thinking? That a pretty face was everything? The director stared at Yi Futian as he spoke. Yi Futian felt somewhat awkward. He believed that no matter how badly the director did not like his professor, it was not Futian's fault that he was handsome. He even knocked up that girl and they had a child. He was lucky to get out of this city alive. Yi Futian believed Yi Xiang was still lingering on this. He did not understand why the hatred was so serious. Was it because of Ms. Tang? Is there anything else between the art saint and the school of Emperor Star? Yi Futian kept asking. There is something that people rarely know, and I know only some details about it. The art saint might have some relation to Prime Minister Hua, Yi Xiang answered. He is one of the 2 prime ministers in the nation of Nandu in charge of military force. Now, he is definitely the most powerful person in this nation. He had graduated from the school of Emperor Star, and is now considered a strong backer of this school now. So, the parties that would benefit from this political marriage were the Nandu family and Prime Minister Hua? Yi Futian gradually understood. I'm afraid Hua Fenglu did not know the seriousness involved in this marriage, nor did he have any idea the school of Emperor Star had a role in this play. So, do you understand now that your professor brought this upon himself? Yi Xiang kept saying. As for you, you went to the Luo Palace alone. You know what? Almost all the people there wanted to kill you at that time. Yi Futian's mind was running fast, and he started to think about many things. Soon, he asked, then why is Hua Jieyu cultivating in the school of Emperor Star? Because Prime Minister Hua is so powerful now, I guess the Nanda family is trying to rebuild their relationship with the school of Emperor Star, so they sent Hua Jieyu to this school. As for why she agreed to come, I believe, besides the Nanda family's intentions, the other reason would be your grandmaster. She is now cultivating with your grandmaster. He is a respected old man, however. Yi Xiang sighed. My grandmaster? Yi Futian was surprised. She is a true beauty and I guess she's your girlfriend, am I right? You sly boy. Yi Xiang saw through him. Yi Futian did not know how he could guess so accurately. You are doing the exact same thing your professor did in the past. So just to be kind, mind your manners with others, especially when you are outside the academy. I don't want you to be the next Hua Fenglu, and do not jeopardize the future of my disciple. Yi Xiang left after he finished. Yi Futian finally realized that he told him all that just to protect Yu Shang. He turned around, then looked at Yu Shang and Yi Qingxian. Somehow he suddenly felt sad. However, Yi Xiang's eyebrows knitted, as if he was really preoccupied. The visit from the school of Emperor Star and the school of Treasury Star made him feel like something unusual was going to happen. Since Prime Minister Hua gained power, the school of Emperor Star was becoming more and more greedy over the controlling position of Donghai Academy. The peace of this academy would be broken soon. Several days later, students in the school of Emperor Star were spreading the word that Hua Jieyu became Mu Yunxuan's girlfriend. The news was a serious sensation. As the #1 beauty of this academy, Hua Jieyu naturally attracted the attention of many boys there. They could not believe that she was someone else's girlfriend. Even though it was Mu Yunxian, the genius of the school of Emperor Star, the boys still felt hurt. Yi Futian also heard the word, and became even more confused. What was Mu Yunxian trying to do? And why was the school of Emperor Star trying so hard to circulate this rumor? Even though he did not take the news seriously, as time went by, the rumor spread further, and he started to feel so upset that even Yu Shang and Yi Qingxian could clearly feel it. Hua Jieyu also heard. When Shu Yiyan went back that day, She told Hua Jieyu exactly how Mu Yunxian tried to agitate Yi Futian. To avoid any possible controversy about her relationship with Yi Futian, she did not say a word to stop the rumor. She was worried that after the Nandu family found out they were together, Yi Futian would be in trouble. However, as the rumors became worse, she finally decided to do something. She went to find Mu Yunxian, but this boy had disappeared from campus. She tried to leave the school of Emperor Star to find Yi Futian and explain, but she found herself being stalked when she was not in the room. She felt as if someone was plotting against her. In her dorm, Hua Jieyu was standing in front of the window, overlooking the entire campus. She asked, "Yu Yan, will he misunderstand me? If he really knows you, he will not," Shu Yuyan said. "Rumors can kill, especially when so many people are spreading them. It almost sounds like the truth. Even if he believes me, as far as I know, his personality will make him seriously depressed. Plus, I cannot go to him and explain." Hua Jieyu sighed. "I truly don't want him to get hurt. The school of Emperor Star is obviously spreading the rumor intentionally. I think they are already suspicious about your relationship, so we cannot explain anything now. Otherwise, you would admit that something is going on between you two," Shu Yuyan told her. "That is why I'm conflicted," Hua Jieyu mumbled. Shu Yuyan stood next to her silently. She could clearly feel Hua Jieyu's agony. Meanwhile, in another place, two men were talking. They were the old man from the school of Emperor Star that Yi Futian met in the banquet, and Nandu Ku. Nandu family promised that Hua Jieyu would not be used for any political marriage. However, with the rumors going on, I'm afraid what Xia Fan said should be true, the old man told Nandu Ku. "We have not confirmed anything yet. That boy is the disciple of the Qin devil, so it is natural that he and Hua Jieyu have a good relationship," Nanduka said. "Details tell more than words. I think this princess of your family is going to replay history, especially since the boy in this story is the disciple of the Qin devil." "How ironic," the old man jeered. "I will inform my family to take care of this. Besides, Jieyu is still young. Even if there is really something going on between those two, they will forget about it shortly," Nanduku said. "Then tell your family to mind their own business, and do not let history repeat itself. Yi Futian is now cultivating with Yi Xiang. Even though only few people know the truth of that fight, Yi Xiang might be one of them. He knows so many secrets about the school of Emperor Star. It would be intolerable if the geniuses from Donghai Academy actually go against our school in the future. You better take care of it." He left right after he finished talking, looking obviously pissed off. Nanduku, however, felt nervous. What was happening now truly resembled the past so much. Previously, Nandu family had noticed that something was going on, but had been hesitant to take action. They finally made a huge mistake which they could never compensate for. Chapter 65. Recently, Yi Futian had been in a consistently bad mood. He cultivated his martial arts skills like crazy, and was now able to withstand the matrix in the training room for longer periods of time, thus breaking past the 4-starred glory plane in martial arts. However, he had yet to break through for sorcery. To cultivate spiritual energy, a sorcerer needs a tranquil mind. However, his mind was anything but tranquil at that time. Recently, Yi Futian had been in a consistently bad mood. He cultivated his martial arts skills like crazy, and was now able to withstand the matrix in the training room for longer periods of time, thus breaking past the 4-starred glory plane in martial arts. However, he had yet to break through for sorcery. To cultivate spiritual energy, a sorcerer needs a tranquil mind. However, his mind was anything but tranquil at that time. Rumors were still flooding Donghai Academy as usual. On this day, a group of people mounted on different creatures stepped into the academy. This caused a large ruckus on campus. The leader of the group was actually a young woman, dressed in a long red dress, the color of fire. She stood on a majestic creature, the same color as her dress. She was a blooming beauty, unparalleled by anybody else. Just standing there, she looked elegant, her eyes bright and piercing. "I heard Donghai Academy is the best place for cultivation in all of the East Sea Prefecture. There should be a lot of students here on the same level as me, so I came to check it out," said the young woman. Her tone was menacing as she looked around at the students of Donghai Academy. After that, her group continued to travel deeper into the academy. More and more people gathered and wondered who these people might be. How come the authorities of the academy hadn't come out to stop them? In a flash, the young woman hopped off the creature she was riding on. As she stood in the crowd, she asked in a cold demeanor, "Is there no one at Donghai Academy? What level are you at?" asked a student. 5-starred glory plane, replied the young woman. "I'll oblige," said a young man about 17. He looked at the young woman and introduced himself. "Li Yan, 5-starred glory plane sorcerer. Please enlighten me." As he finished speaking, a large force of metal spiritual chi was released. A bright big golden bird took shape and came for the girl like a flash of lightning. Around the girl, fire spiritual chi gathered crazily. It also formed a big bird, but this was a mystical phoenix. It carried an outrageous burst of flame and collided with the big golden bird, causing the golden bird to disappear into the flames. The phoenix did not stop there. The look on Li Yan's face changed as he stepped back. He saw the phoenix head straight for him. He shut his eyes tight and felt the heat of the flames radiate onto his body. But then the phoenix stopped. It stood right in front of Li Yan, and the fire spiritual chi which had formed the phoenix disappeared. "Too weak," said the young woman. "Is this what the best of the East Sea Prefecture has got?" The students of Donghai Academy felt humiliated. Another person stepped up, but the results were about the same. One attack from her and her opponent was defeated. Students continued to step forward, but it always ended in the same way. Mu Yunqing, 5-starred glory plane mandate sorcerer. Mu Yunqing of the School of the Flirting Star stepped out. He released his natal spirit, a golden eagle. He leveled up planes a short while ago and was now more powerful. Observing the young woman's beautiful face and her outstanding gifts, Mu Yunqing could not help but fantasize. The wind enveloped him, and Mu Yunqing turned into a creature. With extreme speed, he charged at the young woman. When his sorcery kicked in, a bright golden light was emitted from his body and dissolved the wild flames. He chuckled to himself with newfound confidence. However, the young woman moved her body and also became enveloped in a gust of wind. Her movements were elegant but also extremely fast, faster than Mu Yunqing. In a split second, the distance between the two drew closer. Bystanders could only see a fire-red blur flash by. A loud noise sounded and Mu Yunqing flew through the air and landed on the floor. The young woman's feet met the ground once again. The already astounding young woman seemed so carefree. She had a pair of fire-red wings on her back. Even her fists were the color of fire. After touching ground, the tinge of red disappeared. "What a weak mandate sorcerer," said the young woman. Mu Yunqing looked pale as he crawled up off the ground. He realized the young woman did not even bother to spare him a glance. His heart cooled. After Yi Futian entered Donghai Academy, this was already his third consecutive loss. When word spread that there was a battle going on, more and more people arrived to watch. While wondering about her identity, people were also shocked at her power. Students of the 7 schools were also participating in the battle now, but they were all cultivators of the 5-starred glory plane. They did not want to bully the beautiful girl as they were cultivators of higher levels, but slowly they realized that people on the same level as the young woman were all losing. It seemed like no one was able to even bring out her full potential. That was until a very well-known young man from the School of the Ruinous Star made his move. This time the young woman took it seriously. A shield of flames surrounded her, and a flame phoenix appeared. It was her life spirit. At this moment, the young woman seemed even more impressive. Mandate sorcerer with a flame phoenix spirit. A wind and fire bi-elemental cultivator in both martial arts and sorcery. She's so beautiful. Someone couldn't help but stare in awe. The only girl that would be able to compete with her was Hua Jieyu of the School of the Emperor Star. Hua Jieyu was also extremely gifted, but she was introverted and kept a low profile. She might not be willing to fight. Plus, there were a lot of rumors revolving around her. She seemed to be in love. The young cultivator of the Ruinous Star School was also defeated. After that, more people took up the young woman's challenge, but none of them were victorious. Regardless of natural talent, sorcery or battle tactics, she was very strong. A flame phoenix spirit. I wonder who is stronger, the flame phoenix spirit or Yi Futian's rock spirit? Someone whispered in the crowd. The phoenix and the rock were both mystical birds. The former was wind and fire bi-elemental, The latter was wing and metal bi-elemental. Something sparked in the young woman's eyes. She found the person whispering in the crowd and asked, "There's someone at Donghai Academy who possesses a rock spirit?" That person was shocked. The young woman's ears were so sharp that she had overheard them whisper, "Yeah, a genius from the school of the finance star Yi Futian." "How are his abilities?" the young woman continued questioning. "A while ago, he was in the 3-starred glory plane. I don't know about now, but his combat abilities are very strong. He can even defeat a 5-starred glory plane cultivator," the person explained. Since Yi Futian was able to battle with Zhou Mu, he had to be very capable. "He level is too low, but I want to see the rock spirit. Go get him from the school of the finance star," she ordered her people. The people behind her nodded and immediately set off to do her bidding. This scene surprised a lot of people. She was so bossy and arrogant. She was just going to send her people to the finance star school and grab Yi Futian? What they did not know was that they really managed to find Yi Futian at the school. And what's more, the person who found him was Headmaster Yi Xiang. "Someone wants to challenge me?" Yi Futian was in a foul mood to begin with. After a sigh he said, "Not interested." Yi Xiang glared at him. "Even if you're not interested, you must go. Do you really think that I would come to you personally if any ordinary person challenged you?" Yi Futian froze, then asked, "Who challenged me?" "Go see for yourself," said Yi Xiang. With no way out, Yi Futian answered, "Fine." Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Yi Qingxian followed Yi Xiang as he walked to the place where the young woman was waiting. When they arrived, the area was already packed with people. Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Yi Qingxian pushed through the crowd and were finally able to see the young woman in red. She was currently fighting someone. The flame phoenix behind her was very eye-catching. Very quickly, she defeated her opponent, Yi Futian. When the people noticed Yi Futian, they began whispering amongst themselves. The young woman turned her attention to him. "Your life spirit is a rock?" she asked him. Yi Futian looked at her strangely and simply said, "A woman." The young woman frowned and asked, "What do you mean by that?" "I don't want to hit a woman," Yi Futian said and turned to leave. What happened last time with the sword-wielding young lady had traumatized him. "Hold it," she yelled. "Did I say you could leave?" Yi Futian stood frozen in place. This young woman seemed very arrogant, and it was Yi Xiang who told him to come. What was this young woman's identity? He turned to speak with her again. "Anything is fair game in combat. You have such a pretty face, I wouldn't want to accidentally hurt you. Let's not fight." The crowd was dripping in cold sweat by now. Yi Futian would always be Yi Futian, arrogant. "Nonsense." The young woman laughed. "Hurt me? Can you even manage?" "Ah." Yi Futian was speechless. Did all females talk like this? He could not take it anymore. "Yu Sheng!" shouted Yi Futian. After a short while, he realized that no one was answering to him. When he turned around, he saw Yu Sheng chatting with Yi Qingxian. Yi Futian had no words. "Best friends," he muttered under his breath. He could only count on himself now. He walked forward and saw the young woman smiling at him in a cold demeanor. "Release your life spirit, or else you won't get a chance to later on," she said arrogantly. Yi Futian let out a sigh and released the bright rock spirit. She also released her flame phoenix spirit. The bright light emitted from both of the life spirits was blinding. Would Yi Futian be able to win against this insanely gifted young woman? Boom! A force of fire sorcery gathered and formed a fire phoenix, charging at Yi Futian. A golden light surrounded Yi Futian. An endless amount of metal spiritual qi gathered on his wings. His wings joined together and created a shield in front of Yi Futian's body, allowing the fire phoenix to attack as it pleased. Whoosh! His wings opened abruptly, and the wild flames dissipated. In the blink of an eye, Yi Futian was gone, leaving a flash of lightning behind. The young woman could see a blurred figure rushing towards her. The flame phoenix and the golden rock kept getting closer to one another. Both Yi Futian and the young woman were lifted into the sky and brought closer together. The young woman threw a fiery punch accompanied by what sounded like the cry of a phoenix. Yi Futian also reached out his palm, accompanied by a dragon's roar. In the next moment, the people watched as the two of them battled in the sky. Cries and roars filled the skies, the fire and metal spiritual qi flowed wildly. Boom! Boom! Two loud noises sounded. Then the people saw the young woman fall from the sky and land harshly on the ground. Her guards ran to her side. A lean and handsome middle-aged man also descended from the sky. After this person's appearance, many of the authoritative figures of Donghai Academy stepped forward. Even Yi Xiang was there. All of them bowed to this man. "Greetings, Minister Zhua." All of them greeted the man. The students of Donghai Academy looked confused. "Minister Zhua?" At this moment, the young woman got up from the ground with a hand on her chest. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. All they saw was the young woman looking up at the sky where Yi Futian was floating and screamed, "You shameless jerk!" Yi Futian was completely speechless. How did things turn out like this again? Chapter 66. Yi Futian was hurt. Last time he beat a girl, he was insulted for not being a man. Now he was being a shameless jerk? Why couldn't they just challenge normally? Yi Futian was hurt. Last time he beat a girl, he was insulted for not being a man. Now he was being a shameless jerk? Why couldn't they just challenge normally? Beside Yushang, Yi Qingxian thought of what happened last time and snorted. Glancing at where the girl's hand was and then looking at Yi Futian, she said, "You've crossed the line. I said anything is fair in combat and didn't want to fight, but you insisted," Yi Futian explained logically. The girl glared at him. Obviously, it was useless to talk about logic with women. "Professor, I want him," the girl said to the scholarly middle-aged man. "Huh?" Yi Futian was confused. He looked at the girl strangely and said, "I have a girlfriend." The girl was confused as well. Then understanding what Yi Futian meant, her expression changed drastically. "You are so shameless." Minister Zhua, referred to as Professor by the girl, cleared his throat. "You used the wrong words." The girl froze. Thinking back to how she said, "I want him," she realized it really was easy to misunderstand, but she didn't care. She whined, "Professor, you know what I mean." "Stubborn." Minister Zhua gave her a look, then turned back to Yi Futian. "What's your name?" "Minister, I am Yi Futian." He bowed and said, "Minister, your disciple challenged me." "I know." Minister Zhua nodded. "Very good. Your spells and strength are both extremely strong. You didn't even use battle techniques. She isn't at your level." "How can you say that?" The girl looked at her professor, wounded. "It's the truth," Minister Zhua said. "He's in a lower plane than you. Now you know there are many talented people out there. This is just one school in East Sea Prefecture. Don't be so arrogant in the future." At this time, Xia Fan walked out of the crowd to Minister Zhua's side. He looked at Yi Futian coldly and murmured something into the minister's ears. Minister Zhua was taken aback and glanced at Yi Futian in shock. Yi Futian was suspicious. Xia Fan's eyes were cold and he was probably plotting against him. "Yi Futian, come here," Minister Zhua said. The boy nodded and walked over. "I came this time about Qingzhou City's relics," Minister Zhua said to him. "I heard from Xia Fan that someone in Donghai Academy had come out of it alive, so I wanted to take a look. I didn't expect to run into you. Are you willing to come with me?" "Don't worry, I will do everything to protect your safety." Yi Futian's eyes flashed. It was about Emperor Yi Qing's relics again. Qingzhou City was subordinate to the East Sea Prefecture. Since the appearance of Emperor Yi Qing's relics was such big news, the East Sea Prefecture obviously had to report to the Nandu nation. It was natural for them to send someone over too. However, if Xia Fan did this voluntarily, he probably wanted to kill Yi Futian. After all, he knew what Mount Tianyao had. But Xia Fan's plan would most likely fail. How would the snow ape treat him in Mount Tianyao? "Minister, a demon lord protects Emperor Yi Qing's statue on Mount Tianyao. It is really powerful. Even if you are skilled, it would still be dangerous." "It's pure luck that I survived," Yi Futian warned. "I understand, but the emperor commanded this. I have to go take a look." Minister Zhua nodded. "I've already sent someone to scope out the path. When he returns, we will leave. I will have you stay with me." Yi Futian pretended to be uncomfortable. Then he very unwillingly nodded. "If there's any danger, please remember to retreat." "Don't worry." Minister Zhua patted Yi Futian's shoulder. Yi Futian sighed inwardly. He didn't expect to return to Qingzhou City so soon. He could only go ask the snow ape if she would come out or not. What are you talking about? The girl came up and asked. I was convincing him to accept your request. He accepted now, Ministers was said. The girl smirked and looked at Yi Futian proudly. Good, you know your place. You're mine now. Yi Futian was upset. Looking at her, he said, You're pretty, but I really do have a girlfriend, and she's prettier than you. Jerk. The girl was pissed. The minister said, Okay, princess, we should go. Then he said to the people of Donghai Academy, Thank you for your time. You're welcome, minister. Won't you stay a few more days? The big chiefs tried to keep him longer. No, I'm living in the Xia house. Ministers shook his head. He was the minister of Nandu Nation and the East Sea Prefecture was under him. He naturally lived at the Xia house. I will come get you when we leave, he said to Yi Futian. Then he led the people away. While leaving, the girl glared at Yi Futian. The boy shrugged helplessly. Was she trying to scare him? Well, the tides would turn at Mount Tianyao. After ministers were left, many people of Donghai Academy glanced at Yi Futian. This guy was such a pervert. Multiple disciples had failed against the girl, but he squashed her so quickly and was praised by the minister. The big chief stared at Yi Futian deeply. Would he be favored by Minister Zhua? The crowd scattered gradually. Yi Qingxian walked over and smiled at him. You're doomed. People will remember you now. It's hard to have such good looks, Yi Futian sighed. Qingxian glared at him and said, You clearly hit somewhere you shouldn't have. You crossed the line. It's a battle. How would I know? Yi Futian said innocently. Who knows if you did that on purpose or not? Yi Qingxian teased with a smile. You know too much, Yu Sheng said from the side. Yi Futian stared at them and sighed. Yu Sheng, you've changed. Learned from you, Yu Sheng said. Yi Futian could only heave a sigh. Let's go, Yi Xiang called. Yi Futian ran up and said, Headmaster, I remember you mentioned before that Minister Hua and Minister Zhua are rivals. Is it this Minister Zhua? Yes, Yi Xiang nodded. Now you know why I couldn't reject him. Aren't you unethical to sell me out like this? Yi Futian was frustrated. What if something happens to me? You aren't my disciple. You have nothing to do with me. Yi Xiang glanced at Yi Futian. Yi Futian blinked, speechless. You said that you have a girlfriend. Is it Hua Jieyu? Yi Xiang asked. How did you know? Yi Futian looked at him. You think you're the only smart one? The school of Emperor Star aren't idiots either. Mu Yunxian and Hua Jieyu's rumors were to test you too. They probably guessed your relationship already, Yi Xiang said. So what? Yi Futian said nonchalantly. He had been annoyed these days and he was thinking about when to announce this news. The rumors pissed him off. You seem easy and free. Where do you get the confidence? Yi Xiang asked. I have you. Yi Futian looked up and said. Yi Xiang glanced at him. He could not refute it. Minister Zhua has power and His Majesty trusts him greatly. If you can become acquainted with him, the Nandu family might consider you. Yi Futian was frustrated. Emperor Yiqing and his godfather both said that he would become an emperor, but now he needed Nandu to consider him? What a tragedy. I'll take you to the school of the Emperor Star as compensation, Yi Xiang suddenly said. Yi Futian was shocked. He quickly smiled. You're the best. Get out. Yi Xiang rolled his eyes. I'm taking you to see the senior of the school, your grandmaster, not your girlfriend. I know. Yi Futian's expression was understanding. Yi Xiang did not want to talk to him anymore. The next day, Yi Xiang took Yi Futian to meet a senior of the school of the Emperor Star. Yi Xiang was the headmaster of the school of the Finance Star. He was equal status to the headmaster of the school of the Emperor Star, so he could not be stopped. Yi Xiang and Yi Futian entered and walked toward a pavilion. Inside the school, Hua Jieyu heard from Shu Yan about what happened yesterday. She looked wronged and said, He really agreed that jerk. He probably agreed because of Minister Zhua. He couldn't reject him, Shu Yan said softly. Is she pretty? Hua Jieyu asked. Yes. Shu Yan nodded. But not as pretty as you. That guy likes pretty girls. He must have done it on purpose. Hearing that the girl was pretty, Hua Jieyu felt even worse. She said quietly, There are so many rumors about me, but I didn't go see him. Did he get angry and fall for someone else? Stop thinking nonsense. Xu Yuyan looked at Hua Jieyu and sighed inwardly. Even goddesses could panic like this. She was in too deep. You don't know him. If he promised to leave with that girl, she definitely likes him. He's so lustful that he won't be able to resist her charms. Hua Jieyu was worried. Is he that charismatic? Xu Yuyan was speechless, but Hua Jieyu nodded seriously. Is Elder Qin here? A voice traveled over. Hua Jieyu and Xu Yuyan looked up and saw two figures standing outside the yard. The speaker was Yi Xiang. Hua Jieyu's eyes landed on the handsome youth behind Yi Xiang. Her eyes focused there and saw the boy blink at her. Greeting, Headmaster Yi. Grandmaster is here, Hua Jieyu said. Xu Yuyan also bowed. She smiled at Hua Jieyu and left. I am here to see Elder Qin, Yi Xiang said. Hua Jieyu nodded and led the way. Yi Futian followed. Stop pretending. Go say what you want to say and then come find me, Yi Xiang said. He then walked away. Yi Futian looked at his back, realizing the man was pretty loving. Why are you looking at me like that? Yi Futian looked at Hua Jieyu with a smile. He saw that her eyes were slightly red. Jieyu dragged Yi Futian into a room. Closing the door, Hua Jieyu studied him. You went to the Luo Palace? Yeah. Yi Futian nodded. Don't believe the rumors. I have nothing to do with Mu Yunxian, Hua Jieyu said, feeling wronged. I know. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Hua Jieyu stepped forward. She extended her slim arms and lightly hugged Yi Futian. She raised her head. Yi Futian looked at the shocking beauty before him. Those eyes were filled with emotions. He could faintly see a teardrop in the glittering eyes. She was so beautiful he lost his breath. Kiss me, a dreamy voice said, almost melting Yi Futian's heart. Chapter 67. Yi Futian looked down at Hua Jieyu's delicate features, especially her luscious red lips. His heart was beating like crazy. To reciprocate her gesture, he reached out his arms around her waist. Then, he lowered his lips until they met hers. They were both a little awkward at this. Some time later they separated. Yi Futian looked down at Hua Jieyu's delicate features, especially her luscious red lips. His heart was beating like crazy. To reciprocate her gesture, he reached out his arms around her waist. Then, he lowered his lips until they met hers. They were both a little awkward at this. Some time later they separated. Hua Jieyu bit her lip. Her crystal-clear eyes were enchanting. I'm yours now, so you have to take responsibility for me, Hua Jieyu said to Yi Futian as she gazed into his eyes. Ah. Yi Futian blinked. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to refuse? She glared at him. Yi Futian's heart skipped a beat looking at her angry face. He said, since you're mine, then let's have another go at it. After he finished his words, he pulled Hua Jieyu close and they were immersed in each other once again. Hua Jieyu's eyes closed, her face redder than before, but she felt warm in her heart. This time as well they took a while to separate from each other. Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian with a bit of resentment. Suddenly she asked, can you not go? Not go. Yi Futian was confused. That girl from yesterday, said Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian froze for a moment, then chuckled as he looked at his girlfriend. She was jealous. Minister's was orders. I can't reject, he said. Then you have to promise not to fall for her, even if she tries to seduce you, Hua Jieyu told him. Yi Futian was speechless. He never knew women could be so jealous. But it warmed his heart. She looks nowhere as good as my fox. Why would I fall for her? He asked. Hua Jieyu felt proud but continued to say, even if she did look better than me, you can't fall for her. All right, I only like you, Yi Futian nodded. Only then did Hua Jieyu let out a satisfied smile. Her smile was so bright and beautiful. Yi Futian fell for her all over again. After being seduced today, he has lost all his willpower against her. I know you're always thinking of father, but can't you save revenge for after you become stronger and more powerful? I don't want to see you in danger, she said. I'm fine now, aren't I? Yi Futian knew she was talking about what happened at the Luo Palace. I think they know about our relationship. Hua Jieyu sounded very down. She was worried that they would try to harm Yi Futian. They were going to find out sooner or later, But how dare they create all those false rumors? I just want to tell the whole world that you're mine, said Yi Futian. Gloater. Hua Jieyu stared charmingly at Yi Futian. Will you marry me in the future? Of course. I already said you belong to me, answered Yi Futian. Then I'll wait for you. Hua Jieyu smiled gently and said, Promise that you'll never give up no matter how hard it gets. I promise. He nodded. Why don't we do what master and mistress did? Let's jump the gun and do what can't be undone. Hua Jieyu's face paled then reddened. She stared at Yi Futian timidly and laughed lightly. You wish. With you acting like this, it's hard to resist. Yi Futian sighed. The two of them were still in a tight embrace. Hua Jieyu blinked a couple of times then let go. You got lucky today. Headmaster Yixiang is still waiting for you. Let's go meet the Grandmaster. Okay. Yi Futian looked at the captivating young woman in front of his eyes and thought to himself, there's tons of time in the future. The couple stepped out of the room and were walking shoulder to shoulder when Hua Jieyu warned him again. Don't forget. No flirting with other girls. I got it, replied Yi Futian. How worried was she? And also be careful for your safety. If something happens to you, I'm marrying someone else. You have to think about this carefully, she said. How can you do this to me? Yi Futian was speechless. He never thought she would threaten him like this. Why can't I? Hua Jieyu looked smug. She then said, This way you'll know to cherish yourself. I got it. Before we do the deed that can't be undone, I won't let myself die, said Yi Futian. Hua Jieyu reached for his waist and pinched down hard. The two of them reached a courtyard. In the courtyard, Yixiang was chatting with an elderly man. The elder had a full head of white hair, which made him look very old, but while he chatted with Yixiang, one could tell from his smile and his eyes that he was kind. Yi Futian approached the elder and bowed. Greetings, Grandmaster. The elderly man looked up at Yi Futian and said in a friendly tone, Hua Jieyu has told me about you. Here, come sit. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and sat down next to the elderly man. Hua Jieyu told me that she didn't manage to learn any of her father's guqin skills because they were all passed down to you. Is that true? The elder asked Yi Futian. Yes. Master has taught me many musical spells, said Yi Futian. Come and play a random song for me, said the elder. Next to him was a guqin. Yi Futian walked over to sit down behind the guqin, and the aura around him changed as soon as he laid his fingers on the instrument. The peaceful sounds of the guqin flooded the courtyard. It was quiet and peaceful, seemingly able to calm one's heart. There were no other sounds in the courtyard aside from the guqin. The mood that it set up enabled all worries to be tossed to the back of one's mind. Yi Futian finished the piece and the courtyard remained quiet. The elder gave Yi Futian a smile as he reminisced about the past. The way he looked at Yi Futian was even friendlier than before. Hua Jieyu told me that it hasn't even been a full year since you learned to play the guqin from Hua Fenglu. You are even more gifted than he was. However, Yixiang says that your life spirit is a golden rock, but at the Luo Palace you used musical sorcery. Could it be that the spirit element is hidden within this life spirit? Yi Futian looked at Yixiang and Hua Jieyu. Yixiang seemed to understand what Yi Futian's gaze meant, and said, Elder Qin sacrificed a lot for your master in the past. He spent all his time exploring the way of the guqin, and is a true master of the guqin. He gave everything he had to teach your master, but in the end, Yixiang did not continue, but Yi Futian understood. Grandmaster is not like the other people in the school of the Emperor Star, said Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian nodded lightly. Looking into the elder's kind eyes, a bright light radiated from Yi Futian's body, and a guqin appeared in the air behind him, then slowly disappeared. Twin spirits, said Yixiang. He shuddered. When he heard that Yi Futian had crashed the celebration at the Luo Palace and fought with musical sorcery, he knew immediately that Yi Futian had an extraordinary gift. He seemed to be good at everything, regardless it be spirit elemental or martial arts and sorcery, but seeing the twin spirits, he still could not help but feel shocked. Good, very good. Hua Fenglu picked a good disciple. The elder's voice deepened and he said, I can't believe that at my old age, just before I die, I am able to pass down the torch. Yixiang, I would like to keep Yi Futian here with me for a few days. You wouldn't mind, right? Not at all, answered Yixiang. He turned to Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. I'm afraid if I leave alone, the people of the school of the Emperor Star will take notice. They're already suspicious of your relationship. This will only strengthen their suspicions. If you guessed it, then they probably have as well. They're not stupid. They even spread false rumors to test us. They're going to find out anyway, so just let it be. Yi Futian looked to Hua Jieyu and told her, one day, I'll make sure all of Donghai Academy knows. If you're willing to take the risk, then I don't have anything to say. Elder Qin, I am just disturbing you guys, said Yixiang. Yi Futian watched as he left and said, Headmaster Yi knew that I specialized in musical sorcery and purposely brought me here to you, Grandmaster. Yixiang is honest and loyal, unlike the school of the Emperor Star. They've changed. The elder shook his head and said to Hua Jieyu, Child, go bring me all my music scorebooks. Okay. Hua Jieyu nodded and left for a little while. When she returned, she had an armful of scorebooks. Give them all to Yi Futian so he can familiarize himself with them, said the elder. Hua Jieyu nodded again and handed the books over to Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked really serious when he took over the books. He knew what this meant. Hua Fengliu's powers had been rid of. Grandmaster was now handing down everything he was supposed to hand down to Hua Fengliu to him instead. You stay here and learn from Grandmaster. I'm leaving first, said Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian lightly nodded and began to look through the scorebooks. Hua Jieyu returned to her own dorm, and not long after, the people of the Emperor Star School came for her. An elder asked her, Headmaster Yixiang left alone. Did Yi Futian stay here with you? Grandmaster wanted him to stay and learn to play the guqin. If you guys need anything, go ask Grandmaster, said Hua Jieyu coldly. The people from the school shared a look and headed to Elder Qin's residence. Hua Jieyu watched as they left, her expression peaceful as ever. Now that the secret was out, she felt so calm. It was about time to get this thing straightened out. Walking to the edge of the residence, a gust of wind enveloped her, carrying her down from the Emperor Star School. At Donghai Academy, there were tons of students walking around the campus. Right at this moment, someone looked up at the sky and shouted, Hua Jieyu. Gradually, more people began to look up. They saw Hua Jieyu being carried through the sky by a force of spiritual qi, like a goddess strolling in the air. So beautiful. Not even the girl with ministers can compare to her. Hua Jieyu really is Donghai Academy's #1 beauty, said one of the students. Many hearts skipped a beat as they looked at the goddess in the sky. They could only watch her from afar because she was already dating someone. Even goddesses have people they like. Mu Yunxian. That name made many people envious and even jealous. Hua Jieyu stopped and descended from the skies. When she saw that she had the attention of a good amount of people, she began to speak. Recently, there have been some rumors about me being spread around Donghai Academy. Everyone looked at her. There seemed to be something different about Hua Jieyu. They are untrue, she said calmly. This stirred up some feelings instantly. For a while now, the rumors about Hua Jieyu dating Mu Yunxian spread to every corner of the academy. Now Hua Jieyu had actually spoken up. The rumors were false. Hua Jieyu came all the way down from the school of the Emperor Star just to set things straight. Saying all she had to say, she turned to leave. So, does this mean you don't have anyone you like? Someone gathered the courage to yell out at Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu slowed down. In her mind, a certain young man appeared, which brought a smile to her face. I do have someone I like. Hua Jieyu's smile had many people in a daze. But at the same time, their hopes and dreams were destroyed once again. Hua Jieyu already had someone she liked. It's just that it was the rumored Mu Yunxian. Who is he? Is he better than Mu Yunxian? Someone asked. Hua Jieyu thought of the spectacular young man again and smiled even brighter. Mu Yunxian is not worthy to be compared to him. After that, she was up in the skies again, dancing through the clouds like a goddess. Everyone was shocked, frozen in place. Along with hearing Hua Jieyu's words, they were able to hear the sound of their hearts break. Chapter 68. Hua Jieyu's appearance instantly created a gust of wind in Donghai Academy. Rumors about her relationship with Mu Yunxian had abounded recently. They even said that Mu Yunxian had said it himself, and no one from the school of the Emperor Star refuted it, so everyone thought it was real. But today this world-class beauty personally walked from the school of the Emperor Star to announce to everyone in Donghai Academy that this wasn't real. She had someone she liked, but it wasn't Mu Yunxian. Mu Yunxian couldn't be compared to the person she liked. Hua Jieyu's appearance instantly created a gust of wind in Donghai Academy. Rumors about her relationship with Mu Yunxian had abounded recently. They even said that Mu Yunxian had said it himself, and no one from the school of the Emperor Star refuted it, so everyone thought it was real. But today, this world-class beauty personally walked from the school of the Emperor Star to announce to everyone in Donghai Academy that this wasn't real. She had someone she liked, but it wasn't Mu Yunxian. Mu Yunxian couldn't be compared to the person she liked. You can imagine the uproar to Hua Jieyu's words. The most beautiful girl of Donghai Academy. It was like a slap to Mu Yunxian, the talent of the school of the Emperor Star. There was no dignity left for him. Perhaps Hua Jieyu really was mad because these rumors could hurt the person she truly liked. The people of Donghai Academy could imagine Mu Yunxuan's feelings now. But compared to that, they were more curious about the one Hua Jieyu liked. Who was the one that could make Hua Jieyu so beautiful when talking about him? Who was the one that Mu Yunxian wasn't even good enough to be compared to? Did someone like this really exist in Donghai Academy? After all, Mu Yunxian was the genius prodigy of the school of the Emperor Star. At that moment, the one Hua Jieyu spoke of was practicing his guqin in the school. He was immersed in it from day to night. His grandmaster was definitely a master of the guqin arts. His attainment was at the peak. Even Hua Fenglu couldn't be compared to him. He could use music notes to cast spells from other schools, resonating musical spells with others. It could create even more explosive power and was clearly deeper than what he had taught Hua Fenglu. The man hadn't learned these. The night sky was as dark as ink. Under the bright moon, the school of the Emperor Star looked even more majestic. Music streamed from a pavilion. The youth sat on a stone bench and played the qin. A beautiful girl sat beside him, listening to the melody. Under the moonlit sky, this scene was so beautiful and peaceful. After a while, the music came to a stop. The youth gazed at the girl and said gently, "Fox, time to rest." "No, I want to stay here with you." Hua Jieyu's eyes were as gentle as water. She smiled and shook her head. "Then I'll go rest with you," Yi Futian said. "No way." Hua Jieyu smiled. What was this bad guy thinking now? "Huh, you're still not my girl," Yi Futian said, hurt. "That trick doesn't work." Hua Jieyu smiled. He always pretended to be pitiful. Despite her words, she leaned against Yi Futian and slowly lied down into his lap. The arrogant and fairy-like girl at the Donghai Academy during the day had now become a girl in love. She was so gentle. It seems to work. Yi Futian looked at the pretty girl in his lap. He caressed her hair and dipped his head. He pecked her forehead. His eyes were filled with softness. Hua Jieyu smiled sweetly. With her head on Yi Futian's thighs, she murmured, "Don't mess around. Keep practicing and I'll rest here." Yi Futian gave Hua Jieyu puppy eyes. "Fox, do you think I can practice with you here?" "I don't care. Let me sleep for a bit." Hua Jieyu looked smug as she closed her eyes. "Oh, you sly fox." Yi Futian felt tragic, but he started practicing again. If anyone in Donghai Academy knew that Yi Futian felt sad now, they'd probably slap him to death. The music was peaceful and Hua Jieyu actually fell asleep quickly. Yi Futian looked down at the girl. Her eyelashes were long and pretty. A smile still hung on her face as she slept. It was sweet and beautiful. Seeing the sleeping beauty, Yi Futian smiled too. He murmured, "Fox, you suck." Then he raised his head and kept playing. The music continued from night to day. During the night, Yi Futian felt his energy changing. A slight smile appeared on his face. He had been frustrated all these days due to the rumors, but last night, he had felt more peaceful than ever before. With the music notes, he had a mental breakthrough without realizing. This way, he was at the 4-star glory plane for both martial arts and sorcery. A cough broke the early morning peace. Yi Futian saw the old man walk over. He smiled, trembled. Hua Jieyu's eyes opened and she got up, pink tinging her cheeks. "Grandmaster," Hua Jieyu called with her head lowered. There was some embarrassment in her voice. "Must be nice to be young." The old man smiled at the two before him. They were like a perfect pair. He could feel the pure feelings just seeing them. "I hope you will be in love like this forever." He gave his blessing with a smile. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu exchanged glances. Both of them had smiling eyes. Grandmaster, we will, Yi Futian said. You can't slack on your cultivation though, the elder said. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He continued practicing. Hua Jieyu stayed there and cultivated too. Han Mo is here to greet his senior. A voice came from outside. The elder's smile faded. He said indifferently, "Come in." As soon as he finished, a few figures walked in. The first was the Emperor Star elder Yi Futian had seen before. "How have you been?" Han Mo asked with a smile. "Can I help you?" Elder Qin asked. "There is nothing much, but I heard that Yi Futian was practicing here, so I came to take a look," Han Mo said. His gaze fell on Yi Futian. "I told you last time that you can come to the school of the Emperor Star. Why didn't you tell me after you came?" "I came with Headmaster Yi. I am sorry for not notifying you," Yi Futian said politely. "It is all right. Since you are practicing with my senior, why don't you join this school?" Han Mo's smile remained. Yi Futian shook his head wryly. "You are joking again. I have already joined the school of the Finance Star. If I joined the Emperor Star, I would be betraying the Finance Star. Do you accept disciples like that?" "That is true." The old man nodded and said, "Since you are not joining then, according to the rules, you cannot stay here for long." Hearing his words, something flashed through Yi Futian's eyes. He looked at the man's smile and Mu Yunxian behind him. He obviously knew that Han Mo was planning something. The one who reminded him at the Luo Palace was obviously not Han Mo. "You have problems with the fact that I am keeping him here to practice?" Elder Qin's muddled eyes grew sharp. His entire aura seemed to change. His robe fluttered and his white hair flew in the wind. Han Mo bowed. "Senior, please do not be angry. I was just saying, but I will leave now." With that, he really turned to leave. At the same time, he said, "Yunxian apologized to Jieyu." "Yes." Mu Yunxian walked up and said to Hua Jieyu, "The rumors affected you negatively. Please do not mind them." "Get out," Hua Jieyu uttered, staring at Mu Yunxian coldly. Mu Yunxuan's face stiffened. His handsome face became embarrassed. It was one thing for Hua Jieyu to declare the rumors unfounded yesterday at Donghai Academy. It did not affect Mu Yunxian too much. But Hua Jieyu did not spare any dignity for him. She told everyone that he could not even be compared to who she liked. Everyone was discussing him as if he was a clown. And now, Hua Jieyu also told him to get out so mercilessly. Seeing Yi Futian beside her, Mu Yunxian realized that this boy was the one she liked. "Yesterday, Jieyu said that I can't be compared to you. I cannot disturb your master today, but in the future, I hope we can have some exchanges," Mu Yunxian said to Yi Futian, still polite. Yi Futian did not know what had happened yesterday, but he could guess from Mu Yunxuan's words. After deciding to stay in this school and Hua Jieyu no longer had to avoid him, she probably personally revealed the truth. Thinking of this, Yi Futian smiled gently at Hua Jieyu. He took her hands and glanced at Mu Yunxian, giving a strong response to what Mu Yunxian had said earlier. Seeing this, Mu Yunxuan's expression grew more uncomfortable. "Get out," Yi Futian said the same two words as Hua Jieyu. Even though he was told to do so by the school of the Emperor Star, Yi Futian could not tolerate Mu Yunxian saying he was dating Hua Jieyu. Sensing Hua Jieyu's reliance on him, Yi Futian knew that this event had hurt her. She had become sensitive and weak. He needed to make Mu Yunxian pay. "Sorry for the disturbance." Mu Yunxian bowed toward Elder Qin and glanced at Yi Futian coldly. His fists clenched loosely. He turned and walked out to catch up with Han Mo. Han Mo's face was dark too. He said coldly, "Nanda brought her here to cultivate, but it seems like nothing will come out of it. If that's the case, what use does she have regardless of her talents?" "Professor, that Yi Futian will be troublesome in the future too," Mu Yunxian said. "Him?" Han Mo sneered. "Youths who don't know how to lie low will die easily. The school of the Finance Star can't protect him for long." Hearing those words, a cold murderous glint flashed past Mu Yunxuan's eyes. Days later, Yi Xiang came to the school of the Emperor Star to pick him up. Minister Zhou had sent people over, and was preparing to travel to Qingzhou City. In the yard, Yi Xiang walked forward. He floated in the air and his hands were behind his back. Behind him, Yi Futian said to Hua Jieyu, "Qingzhou isn't far from Donghai. With ministers was demon, it'll only take one day. I'll be back soon. Don't worry. Okay, I'll wait for you, Hua Jieyu said gently. She would wait no matter how long it took. Fox, I'm leaving. Yi Futian's eyes were unwilling, but he left with Yi Xiang. Hua Jieyu watched his back. She did not turn to go cultivate until he was completely gone. Chapter 69. When Yi Futian at the entrance of Donghai Academy, Minister Zhuo was already waiting for him. When Yi Futian at the entrance of Donghai Academy, Minister Zhuo was already waiting for him. When the young woman saw Yi Futian, she said, "Let's have another battle." Yi Futian was speechless. He wondered if this girl liked being defeated. "No," he answered. Yi Futian glanced at the young woman. What is that look supposed to mean? Seeing the way Yi Futian looked at her made her mad. "If we fight again, I'm afraid you might cry," said Yi Futian. He was determined never to battle with a female ever again. "You." The young woman pointed at him. "All right, Missy. Let's go. Weren't you the one who begged to tag along?" Minister Zhuo did not know what to do with the little princess. "Just you wait, Yi Futian." She then turned to the Minister Zhuo. "Master, I want him to be my guard." "I." Yi Futian was dumbfounded. He looked to Minister Zhuo. "Senior. She couldn't do this, could she? Stop fooling around." The Minister Zhuo looked at the young woman once and then gave out his order. "Let's go." The large group riding on creatures began their journey, heading in the direction of the East Sea. "I don't care. Master, didn't you say his innate powers were good and that he was gifted? Then he would be perfect as my guard. He can also battle me time to time to help me gain combat experience." The young woman whined to the Minister Zhuo. Yi Futian stared in shock. What did she take him for? "Then you'll have to ask Yi Futian to see if he'll agree," said Minister Zhuo. Yi Futian thanked the Minister Zhuo silently. The young woman looked towards Yi Futian and said, "You're better off by my side than you are at Donghai Academy." "No." Yi Futian remembered what Hua Jieyu made him promise and rejected her firmly. "I really do have a girlfriend." "You." The young woman seemed to be adjusting to Yi Futian's shameless antics because she suddenly smiled. With a beautiful smile, she faced Yi Futian and asked, "Is your girlfriend really as pretty as I am?" Yi Futian saw her smile and did not know what to say. How could her expression change so abruptly? She was trying to get her way through the means of seduction. However, Yi Futian thought it was wasted effort because he was an honest man. However, he couldn't believe that she remembered what he said yesterday. When it came to appearances, women were indeed. "You are very beautiful, but my girlfriend is even more so," Yi Futian said with a serious look on his face. The young woman's smile disappeared in an instant and she snickered at Yi Futian. "Who would believe you?" She seemed to know that there was no hope and refused to look at Yi Futian. That self-confidence, Yi Futian thought to himself, if this girl met Hua Jieyu, then she would not be so confident. At the thought of Hua Jieyu, a smile crept on his face. Yi Futian closed his eyes and enjoyed the gentle blowing of the wind in silence. Quickly, the group made it past the city and arrived at the East Sea. In the vast sea, the wind blew and ships sailed. The group did not stall for too long before they were on their way again, this time headed for Qingzhou Academy. Several hours later, from the skies over the East Sea, an island came into view. Yi Futian stood on top of the beast he was previously riding on and looked at the nearing island. He had no idea he would be back so soon. It did not seem like that long ago that he left the island city. So many thoughts floated through his mind. Was senior sister Qini doing all right? Was General Qin Shui doing better? Did Feng Qingxue miss him? Probably. He smiled at the thought of being back home. Finally, the beasts were flying right above the island. They did not stop but continued in the direction of Qingzhou Academy. Boom! At this very moment, a loud sound came from the ground. Yi Futian and everyone were concerned as they looked down. They saw the ground shake, as if an earthquake or a tsunami was about to dawn upon the city. What's going on? Minister Zhuo's eyes flickered and the beasts continued to advance. A moment later, the loud rumbling resumed and the ground was shaking once again. The citizens of Qingzhou City were in a frenzy. The stronger people ascended into mid-air, while the weaker people were running on the streets. Everyone was in shock. Boom! The ground was still shaking without a pattern. As they got deeper into the city, the shaking got more violent. Even when the monster tide occurred, it did not affect the areas this far away. Right now, it seemed like the entire island was being affected. It was originating from the direction of Qingzhou Academy. What on earth was going on? Yi Futian's heart was pounding. Even though he was not able to become an official disciple of Qingzhou Academy, he still had a sentimental attachment to this place. He did not wish for anything to happen to the academy. The beast sped up and charged forward. Not long after, they arrived at Qingzhou Academy. Right now the whole area was shaking non-stop. Some buildings had already fallen. The teachers and students were all looking in the direction of Mount Tianyao, their hearts in a frenzy. There seemed to be an ultimate battle taking place in Mount Tianyao. Mount Tianyao, it's Senior Snow Ape, thought Yi Futian. His expression changed. The shaking was coming from Mount Tianyao. There could only be one thing that would lead to such strong vibrations through the ground, and that was a huge battle between the Snow Ape and some unknown people. The Snow Ape's powers were unimaginably strong. He may very well be second in power after Emperor Yi Qing. Yi Futian was unsure of exactly how powerful he was, but to be able to battle with the Snow Ape, it was most likely a fearsome opponent. It was hard for Yi Futian not to worry. Seems like someone got here before I could, said Minister Zhua. The group stood between Qingzhou Academy and Mount Tianyao. People who went ahead to test the waters came back to report their findings. They greeted the minister with a bow. Minister Zhua, things are not good. Do you know who it is? Minister Zhua asked. It's not possible for a person so powerful to exist in Nandu Nation. The reporting person shook his head. Minister Zhua contemplated for a while and said, all of you stay here, I'll go take a look. Obviously, everything they had previously prepared was now useless. The plans had been spoiled. An extremely powerful individual got wind of the news and came to Qingzhou City. Senior, can you take me with you? Asked Yi Futian. Your abilities are still too weak. It will be dangerous, said Minister Zhua. That's okay. I want to take a look at what's going on. Yi Futian was determined. I cannot promise your absolute safety, Minister Zhua spoke again. Yi Futian nodded and the two of them made their way into Mount Tianyao. The vibrations of the ground were even stronger now that they were closer to the mountains. Demons and monsters ran frantically in every direction. With Minister Zhua's powers, none of the demons or monsters dared to stand in his way. Finally, they reached the epicenter of the vibrations. One look at the scene ahead and the powerful minister began to shudder, not able to calm down. Senior. Yi Futian clenched his fist. His body was shaking. His eyes were filled with a wild flame and all the veins on his arms were visible. Up ahead was an enormous snow ape, taller than the mountains. Compared to when Yi Futian had met him before, the snow ape was much larger now. His head was in the clouds. His enormous body stood in the midst of a storm, but he remained standing steadily like the mountains. A golden chain was locked around the snow ape's body. The light coming from the chain was shining brighter than the sun. The chain seemed to have come from the heavens, creating a link between heaven and earth. The snow ape reached out his hands, filled with immense power. However, the snow ape's snow-white fur was covered in blood. He was bleeding from wounds all over his body. He looked up at the figures in the sky unyieldingly. Yi Futian also looked up at the sky with his bloodshot eyes. Up in the sky stood a group of people. They were spread out in the air. A light shone from each of their bodies. This light enveloped them like a divine armor, and the people looked domineering, like the gods in heaven. Standing above them were two more people. They were quiet. One of the two was dressed in a robe of sorts. She was dazzling, elegant, and wholly like a celestial fairy. She did not look too old, maybe about Yi Futian's age. Even though she was young, her aura was outstanding. It was almost as if she was born superior to others. She looked very content. Beside her stood a figure that seemed like a divine general. His force field covered her as if to protect her. Compared with Minister's was disciple, the girl won in regards of elegance and looks. Perhaps, even if the goddess-like Hua Jieyu were here, she would not be able to overshadow this girl. The two girls were on a similar level in terms of looks, but when it came to elegance, not even Hua Jieyu could beat her. If Hua Jieyu was compared to a descended goddess, then this girl was a celestial fairy straight from the heavens. It was almost as if the snow ape could sense Yi Futian's arrival. He looked over in Yi Futian's direction and seemed to have mistaken the situation. The snow ape looked at Minister Zhuo with blood-red eyes, conveying his intent to kill. A loud growl sounded. The world seemed to have become frozen and covered in snow. Along with the clanging of chains, the snow ape charged at Minister Zhuo, lifting his arms, preparing to attack. Minister Zhuo's face paled. He could feel his body slowly being sealed by the ice. Senior! Yi Futian jumped in front of Minister Zhuo. He realized that the snow ape must have mistakenly thought that Minister Zhuo was holding him against his will. The snow ape struck the two with his hand, causing Minister Zhuo and Yi Futian to land far away with a loud crash. The chain rattled again, but this time to pull him back. Minister Zhuo and Yi Futian picked themselves up off the ground. At this moment they noticed that the group in the sky were looking down at them. The divine general-like figure spoke to them. Kneel. His voice was domineering, superior, and arrogant. Greetings, I am a Prime Minister of Nandu Nation. May I ask who you guys are? Asked Minister Zhuo. He joined his hands together in a salute. The fairy-like female looked down at them and replied, My family name is Donghuang. Minister Zhuo's knees hit the ground and he bowed his head to the floor. This was not only because the opposing side was power, but also because of their identity. Her surname was Donghuang. The prophecy has been fulfilled, Minister Zhuo thought to himself. A shiver ran down his back. The reason he was willing to risk coming here was because he told his own fortune. The prophecy said that this journey will not be dangerous. On the contrary, he would meet a person fated to become emperor. Never would Minister Zhuo have imagined, by being fated to become emperor, it did not mean the emperor of the Nandu Nation, it meant the emperor of the divine prefectures. Yi Futian did not kneel down. In the storm he looked up to the sky. He stood up straight, and in this moment he was calmer than ever before. He met eyes with the air in the sky. The look they shared was a look of destiny. Chapter 70. Yi Futian looked at the girl up above. She looked back at him. Yi Futian looked at the girl up above. She looked back at him. My name is Donghuang. Yi Futian even felt like that sentence was spoken to him instead of Minister Zhuo. Boundless icy winds blew through, causing flurries of snow that fell from the sky. An indescribable coldness descended into the world. Everyone looked over at the towering mountain's vastness. They saw the snow ape look up the vault of heaven. It was sealed in ice with him as the center. The entire world was frozen. Child, look carefully. A voice floated into Yi Futian's ear. Then he saw a shadow appear inside the snow ape's body. Came straight out of the flesh. The endless ice and snow converged into a giant snow staff that the snow ape grasped. 9 heavenly attacks. The snow ape stood up, almost becoming one with the sky and earth. That moment, incredible power converged above the shadow. His body was so stable. Finally, the snow ape's large shadow moved. The first hit gathered the power of the world and slammed against the atrium. The air seemed to be sliced apart and the frozen world was cut into two. Endless wind and snow blocked everyone's vision except Yi Futian. The snow ape did not hit anyone. He was just teaching Yi Futian. It was the freedom meditation. Even though Yi Futian was sad, he knew that the snow ape was using his life to teach. This staff technique was the evolved by Emperor Yi Qing when he created war techniques. Now the snow ape was demonstrating it personally. After the first hit, the power intensified rather than weakening. When the snow staff was swung again, the power of the first hit seemed to meld into the second and sweep everything. Then the third hit, the fourth. Every hit's power seemed to be multiplying. By the 8th hit, the world was shaking, the mountains were trembling, and the earth had cracked open. The snow ape's location had turned into the world's most terrifying windstorm. The 9th hit, a voice said in Yi Futian's ear. Then he saw the snow ape go toward the atrium. The snow staff swung and countless shadows of the staff appeared, flattening the sky. After that, Yi Futian could not see clearly anymore. Blinding light shone from above the atrium, covered everything. The entire Mount Tianyao shook. The demons all knelt on the ground. An invisible power crashed into Minister Zhuo and Yi Futian. They flew backward, but something was protecting Yi Futian. He was not fatally hurt, but there was pain everywhere. This windstorm lasted a long time because calming down. It began to snow in Mount Tianyao. White snow continued to float down. Yi Futian stood there gaping. The snow ape's shadow had disappeared. All that remained was the giant flesh body standing there. It was lifeless, but it still stood up straight and tall. He was standing even in death. In the canyon behind him, Emperor Yi Qing's statue was still undamaged. It was as if the snow ape had defended the statue to his death. Yi Futian reached out. A snowflake landed in his palm. Child, do not be sad. This was destined. I should have gone with my master long ago, but I had to wait for someone. Thankfully I met you all. I am just sad I cannot see you rule the world with my own eyes. There seemed to be a shred of consciousness remaining in the air. It transformed into a voice that floated into Yi Futian's ear. At the corner of his eye was a tear. Was this really all fate? The snow ape knew the ending, but he still remained here, guarding it. The divine general went toward Emperor Yi Qing's statue to find something, but they could not find anything. A figure radiated and the girl in the air said, "Let his last statue remain." The divine general still shone. The terrible light fell upon the statue, flattening it to the ground. The statue that the snow ape had protected with his life had still fallen. "Princess, you should not have sympathy," the general said, retracting his light. The girl looked at him coldly and turned around. The people left with her. When she left, she looked down. Her gaze fell on Yi Futian and then moved away. Her figure disappeared in the horizon. When they left, Yi Futian collapsed too. Something had been supporting him before, but those violent shakes had even hurt Minister Zhua, let alone him. Before, he had forced himself to stand up and witness it all. Minister Zhua coughed out blood. He could not recover quickly. Everything that had happened was indescribable. He did not even see clearly how the snow ape had died. Walking to Yi Futian, he looked at the youth's calm face with a bit of gratitude. If not for Yi Futian, the snow ape would have killed him. He could feel the murderous intent. But Yi Futian was only a boy. How could he be so calm when faced with all this? He did not even kneel down. The girl from the sky had the surname Donghuang. Even the Emperor of Nandu would have to kneel. Their statuses were too different. However, the youth had still been standing up straight. It was not because he was dumb from shock but arrogance from his bones. At that moment, Minister Zhua had the illusion that the boy before him was as high and mighty as the girl from the sky. His eyes flashed. Then he sat down beside Yi Futian. His life spirit appeared. It was a life chart. The Minister of Nandu was a rarely seen astrologer. Few people knew this secret. Astrologers usually did not live long because they knew too much. The light of the life chart enveloped Yi Futian. The gears moved without stop and sped up. What's going on? Minister Zhua's expression changed. He stared at the uncontrollable life chart in shock. It spun crazily with noise until it finally slowed down. Minister Zhua stared at the chart. The needle spun until it pointed upward. It seemed to point at the sky. The minister collapsed onto the ground. Looking at the life chart, his heart twitched. This was impossible. How was this possible? Shouldn't it be the girl in the sky? Her surname was Donghuang. Why did Yi Futian have this fate? The fortune showed that he would meet someone, but who was it? In disbelief, Minister Zhua continued to activate the life chart. After several attempts, he was sweating. He sat beside Yi Futian and stared at the sleeping youth. Would Nandu Nation's fate change because of him? When Yi Futian woke up, he saw Minister Zhua beside him. The man smiled. "You're awake." "Senior," Yi Futian greeted. He sat up. "You saved my life, so you shouldn't call me senior anymore. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Zhua," Minister Zhua said with a smile. He felt guilty inside. As the minister, he had taken advantage of the boy without him realizing. Uncle Zhua. Yi Futian was not very straightforward. Becoming close to the minister of Nandu would be good for him when he returned to Donghai City. "Yes." Minister Zhua nodded. "How are your injuries?" "No big deal." Yi Futian looked back. He was sad when he saw the statue-like body. "Uncle Zhua," he said, "I want to stay here for a while. You can go back first." Minister Zhua shook his head. "The demons have been chased away, but they might come back. It's too dangerous. Why don't I stay here with you?" "But..." Yi Futian wanted to continue, but Minister Zhua interrupted. "You're calling me uncle already. We're not strangers. Go do what you want to do." I'll just cultivate here. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and stopped talking. He got up and walked toward the snow ape's body. There he kept standing, but he looked up to the heavens. Senior, I can't take revenge for you now, so I'll just accompany you for a while. Yi Futian's voice was sad. He sat by the snow ape's body. The Guqin spirit appeared and descended before him. Yi Futian started playing right there. A gloomy melody sounded as if in farewell. After the tune, Yi Futian started cultivating. The snow ape had taught him the 9 heavenly attacks before dying. Cultivating here was like the last comfort to the snow ape's spirit. The days passed. Without realizing, months had passed. 9 heavenly attacks was extremely difficult. When Yi Futian learned the 3rd hit, both his martial arts and sorcery cultivation had reached the 5-star glory plane. That day, Yi Futian knelt before the snow ape's body. He kowtowed 3 times before standing up and turning around. He never looked back. Uncle Zhua, let's go back, Yi Futian said to Minister Zhua, who was cultivating with his eyes closed. The man opened his eyes and nodded. Okay. With that, he and Yi Futian flew into the sky. They left Mount Tianyao. Yi Futian's recent actions had been odd, but he did not ask. Once out of Mount Tianyao, they were close to Qingzhou Academy. Minister Zhua's men were waiting there. Seeing Minister Zhua return, they let out sighs of relief and went to greet him. Where's the princess? Minister Zhua asked. They were living in Qingzhou Academy while you weren't here, someone said. That girl has probably caused a ruckus, Minister Zhua said. He walked forward and they all went toward Qingzhou Academy. The red-clothed girl was the princess of Nandu. She was now living in the School of Martial Arts. Many people were there right now. When Yi Futian walked in, he saw Qin Yi. Surprised, he called, Miss Qin. Futian. Qin Yi was surprised when she saw Yi Futian. I wanted to go find you. Why are you here? Yi Futian asked. Hearing this, Qin Yi lowered her head slightly. Professor, you're back. The servants here don't know how to take care of people. I can finally go back now. The girl walked by. Many big figures of the School of Martial Arts were present. They all froze when they saw Yi Futian, but Yi Futian's eyes turned cold. Servant. Chapter 71. The people of the School of Martial Arts walked up and greeted him with bow. Greetings, Minister Zhua. The people of the School of Martial Arts walked up and greeted him with bow. Greetings, Minister Zhua. Minister Zhua nodded his head. Leng Qingfeng, the cabinet master of the House of Swordsmen, looked at Yi Futian and asked, What are you doing here? What is my senior sister doing here? Yi Futian did not answer his question. Leng Qingfeng took a look around at everyone. This. He did not know how to explain the situation. She's your senior sister? The young woman snickered. Then to Yi Futian she said, She's been my servant these past couple days, but it's such a pity that she doesn't know how to take care of other people. If you promise to be my underling, I'll let her go. How about it? You did this. Yi Futian glared at her coldly. Yi Futian, I'm fine, Qin Yi said, pulling at his sleeve. But I'm not fine, senior sister. Yi Futian looked at Qin Yi. He moved her hands away and walked towards the young woman. His demeanor was cold, but at the same time he looked furious. Seeing him like this slightly frightened the young woman. She asked, What do you want? Didn't you say that you wanted to battle again? I'll fulfill your wish, he said. His pace quickened, racing straight towards the young woman. You're crazy. She saw Yi Futian charging at her, but because he was going too fast, he reached her before she was able to defend herself. A punch was thrown at her. The young woman gathered energy to defend herself, but his fist broke through her defense and landed on her chest. The young woman flew through the air and was thrown through 2 closed doors. After breaking the doors, she landed on the ground. Everyone watching was dumbfounded at the scene they just witnessed. Qin Yi looked pale because she knew that this young woman was the princess of the Nandu nation. Even Xia Fan, the vice chief of the East Sea Prefecture and the person who destroyed Qin Yi's family, had to kneel down in her presence. Yi Futian actually threw her in the air with a single punch. Princess! Someone shouted. Yi Futian, that was out of line, said someone from the School of Martial Arts, as a group of them went up to help the princess. The young woman walked out of the room she had just been thrown into, with a hand on her chest. Her eyes were red as if she was really going to cry. She had never been hit before. What's more, this was already the second time. Master, he's bullying me. Kill him. The young woman ordered as she looked at Minister Zhua. The powerful cultivators of Nandu Nation surrounded Yi Futian. Minister Zhua, please have mercy. Ling Qingfeng pleaded. Yi Futian. Qin Yi's face was pale and she placed herself in front of him. Step down, ordered Minister Zhua. The people surrounding Yi Futian retreated. Master, said the young woman. She was shocked and did not understand what her master was doing. Have you had enough? In a stern tone, Minister Zhua said to the young woman. Apologize to Yi Futian. Me? Apologize to him? The young woman's eyes were about to pop out of her head as she stared at her master. She was a princess and she was the one who had to apologize after getting hit by Yi Futian? Are you not going to listen to me? Minister Zhua looked at the young woman with a serious look on his face. He could not believe that this child actually ordered to have Yi Futian killed. She would know that this was for her own good sometime in the future. Uncle Zhua, forget about the apology. I can't bear it, said Yi Futian. All I want to know is who made my senior sister a servant? General Qin Shui, the protector of the city of Qingzhou, was disabled by Xia Fan when he offended him for the well-being of the city. Now his daughter, who was cultivating at Qingzhou Academy, was being treated as a servant? Witnessing this with his own two eyes, it was clear that Yi Futian was beyond furious. If it was the young woman's fault, he would hold this against her, even if she was the princess. Hurry up and tell him. Minister Zhua ordered the young woman. She felt wrong seeing her master side with Yi Futian. Her eyes were filled with tears. She looked at Yi Futian and told him. It was the city lord who sent her to take care of me. Why are you blaming me? Murong Yunshan? Yi Futian's eyes grew cold. He asked the people of the School of Martial Arts, is this how you treat the daughter of General Qin? Everyone lowered their heads in shame. They knew that City Lord Murong Yunshan was purposely picking on Qin Yi, but what could they do? Now it was Yi Futian who would stand up against the Murong family again. Last time as well, he executed Murong Qiu in front of students of Qingzhou Academy all by himself. It was just as the Thunder Pavilion Lord had said when he left. The prestigious Qingzhou Academy was nothing compared to this one young man. Not even a year had passed, and this young man was back in Qingzhou Academy. He was actually able to defeat a 5-starred Glory Plane Mandate sorcerer with one punch. To add to that, the person he hit was the princess of the Nandu Nation, and afterwards, Minister Zhua even had the princess apologize to Yi Futian. The world had changed so quickly. When the Pavilion Lord of the Thunder Pavilion left, he said that Qingzhou Academy would know what they missed out on when Yi Futian became known to the world. It seemed like what he said was slowly coming true. Yi Futian's growth was truly shocking. General Qin? Minister Zhua looked at Yi Futian and asked, Yi Futian, is there a story behind this? General Qin is the protector of our city, answered Yi Futian. He turned to Minister Zhua and summarized the story of General Qin, and Xia Fan, Murong Yunshan and the others. When he finished retelling the story, Minister Zhua became extra cold. He said, those bastards! Murong Yunshan plunged the people into misery and suffering, but has become the city lord? Uncle Zhua, I want him dead, said Yi Futian. He was out for blood. Go bring him here, ordered Minister Zhua. Understood. Someone answered his order and flew to find Murong Yunshan. The people of Qingzhou Academy shuddered at this scene. Was the Murong family done for? One word from the Prime Minister of the Nandu Nation was enough to have a whole family killed off, even if it was the city lord. Yi Futian, called out Qin Yi. She looked at the young man standing in front of her. It hadn't even been a year since she last saw him. What on earth had he been through? For her, he attacked the princess. Senior sister, everything is okay now. Yi Futian smiled at Qin Yi. She nodded, eyes red. In this time she learned the truth about human nature. Many people treated her poorly. Even the people who courted her before changed their attitude towards her. As if it was not enough that Xia Fan and Murong Yunshan caused her father's disability, Murong Shan used the arrival of the princess as an excuse to suppress her growth in cultivation. Don't you still owe me an apology? the young woman asked Yi Futian. She still felt wronged. Senior sister, did she give you a hard time? Yi Futian asked Qin Yi. No, she said as she shook her head. Then I'll forgive you, he said to the young woman. You. The young woman pointed a finger at Yi Futian, not knowing what to say. Then she turned to look at Minister Zhua with puppy dog eyes. That's enough. No matter what, you were in the wrong first. Why do you need a servant when traveling? Treat this as a lesson learned, said Minister Zhua gently. He then turned to Yi Futian. Yi Futian, I watched her grow up. Other than being a little obstinate, she doesn't mean any harm. Please don't take what she does to heart, and take care of her if possible. I need him to take care of me? The young girl felt that Minister Zhua was a little strange since coming down from the mountains. What on earth happened? Uncle Zhua, that's too much. I was a little rash. This situation had nothing to do with the princess, so I am at fault, said Yi Futian. Minister Zhua showed much respect for Yi Futian. Even though he saved Minister Zhua on Mount Tianyao, Yi Futian knew that there was a limit to what he could do. After all, the young woman was the princess and her master was Minister Zhua. Is this the attitude you use in an apology? The young woman chewed on her own lip. Fine, then I'll promise to battle you the next time you ask, he said. Who wants to fight you? The young woman scratched her head. After that one punch, she finally realized she could not defeat him. Minister Zhua saw her expression and could not help but smile. It looked like her temper had dissolved. Yi Futian and the princess should have made up by now, right? After a little while, Murong Yunshan was escorted to them. He still had no idea what was going on. When he saw Yi Futian, Murong Yunshan saw red. His son Murong Qiu had died at the hands of Yi Futian. Greetings to Minister Zhua and the princess from Qingzhou City's city lord, Murong Yunshan. He bowed. Yi Futian, what do you want to do with him? Asked Minister Zhua. I want him beheaded, Yi Futian answered without hesitation. Murong Yunshan was in complete shock. He lifted his head to look at Yi Futian. What was going on? Off with his head. One word from Minister Zhua, and the people standing behind Murong Yunshan restrained him. In this moment, Murong Yunshan finally realized the predicament he was in. Please spare me, Minister Zhua. What did I do wrong? Murong Yunshan's expression was completely different. However, Minister Zhua did not bother with him. The minister looked at Yi Futian and felt a cold shiver when he saw Yi Futian's cold eyes. It was then that Murong Yunshan understood. The person who wanted to kill him wasn't Minister Zhua, but was the young man in front of him. He was once an outer sect disciple of Qingzhou Academy. Murong Yunshan thought of the fall quarter examinations. That was the first time Yi Futian stood up in the middle of the stage, stubborn and unwavering. Murong Yunshan never expected that the lives of both him and his son would end in the hands of Yi Futian. I cannot accept this. Murong Yunshan screamed furiously. A moment later, Qingzhou City's city lord was dead in Qingzhou Academy. Have the Murong family property confiscated, Minister Zhua ordered. Immediately, his people left to get things taken care of. What do you think of making General Qin the new city lord of Qingzhou City? Minister Zhua asked Yi Futian. Thank you, Uncle Zhua. Naturally, Yi Futian had the same thought, but he did not feel right asking this of Minister Zhua. He was so shocked at this treatment he was receiving from Minister Zhua. Yi Futian was being treated so well it was getting suspicious. The casual words exchanged in this courtyard flipped the whole city upside down. First, the powerful Murong Chamber of Commerce was destroyed. Originally, the municipal guards tried to resist, but when they found out the Prime Minister of the Nandu nation ordered the destruction, they gave up the thought of defending it. There were also many guards in the municipal guards who actually volunteered to clean out the Murong family house. They did not want to be suspected of siding with the Murong family. Then, out of nowhere, General Qin was invited to fill the spot of city lord. All of this happened in such a short period of time. Very quickly the news spread all through the city of Qingzhou. Qingzhou Academy was the first to get the news. All the students were extremely shocked. They heard that the leader of all these events was actually Yi Futian. Chapter 72. In Qingzhou Academy, two figures strolled through the forested path in the academy like a couple. The girl was 18 years old. It was the prime of one's youth. She was pure yet sexy. The boy was a bit younger but had an outstanding aura and was very handsome. In Qingzhou Academy, two figures strolled through the forested path in the academy like a couple. The girl was 18 years old. It was the prime of one's youth. She was pure yet sexy. The boy was a bit younger but had an outstanding aura and was very handsome. Do you have to leave today? Qini lowered her head. She walked quickly and her voice was sad. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded. You brat. You want to leave as soon as you see your senior? Am I that unappreciated? Qini gave Yi Futian a look. Senior, you know that Donghai City has a lot of things that need someone so successful to do, Yi Futian said jokingly with a smile. I trust you. Qini glared in mocking anger and then smiled. Back then you said you were a mandate sorcerer and I didn't believe you. Now I'll believe whatever you say. My charisma is getting stronger, Yi Qingxian said proudly. Are you falling for me? Qini was taken by surprise. She smiled and continued walking forward as she said, Yeah, I am. Well, it doesn't matter. Too many people are pursuing me. Senior, you're too slow. Yi Futian smiled. Go die. Qini raised a slim leg and kicked Yi Futian while rolling her eyes. Qini looked especially attractive now. The students who passed by saw the two play fighting. They were all envious, thinking that Yi Futian was still the same powerful Yi Futian. But now they were no longer looking at him with jealousy and hatred. Instead, there was some respect. They all knew what had happened in Qingzhou City. The Yi Futian now had become someone they needed to look up to. In the future, he might even become a legend of Qingzhou Academy. There was a pretty girl standing in the near distance. She was beautiful and tall. After half a year, her beauty had increased. Senior, look, I didn't lie, Yi Futian said to Qini after seeing the girl. Look how cocky you are. Qini sighed inwardly and they walked forward. Why didn't you come see me? Feng Qingxue asked as she forced herself to smile. I'm here now, aren't I? Yi Futian smiled. The little girl from before has become more beautiful. Do you miss me? This brat. Qini looked at him, speechless from his narcissism. Yeah. Feng Qingxue nodded with a smile. Qini was shocked. That sucks. You'll have to keep missing me. Yi Futian shrugged. Feng Qingxue studied him. I want to see the outside world too. It's dangerous out there and you're so pretty. It'll be more dangerous for you, Yi Futian said. But you're there, right? Feng Qingxue seemed to have gathered all her courage to say that. Don't, Uncle Feng will think I stole you away. Yi Futian reached out and petted Feng Qingxue's head. She froze, allowing Yi Futian to mess up her hair. This felt so familiar. But sadly, everything was different and they could not go back. How is Yusheng? Feng Qingxue asked. Oh, Yusheng, Yi Futian muttered. He was angry thinking about the guy. He's dating and doesn't want me anymore. Feng Qingxue was shocked. Even Yusheng was dating? Thinking of this, she suddenly felt bitter. It seemed that time had really changed a lot. What about you and Hua Jieyu? Are you dating? Feng Qingxue studied him. She can't escape from me. She didn't want me to come here. Thinking of the fox, Yi Futian's eyes twinkled. He was still smiling casually, but it made Feng Qingxue jealous. They were the perfect pair. I wish you two well. Feng Qingxue smiled gently. We will. Yi Futian smiled as well. I'm leaving. I don't want you two to miss me too much, so I'll hug you too. Okay. Feng Qingxue nodded. She walked forward and hugged Yi Futian. She leaned her head against his chest as if wanting to enjoy that feeling. For a moment her heart was besieged. Tears rolled down instantly. She pushed Yi Futian away and ran off with a tear-streaked face. So that was how it felt to hug him. Looking at Feng Qingxue's back, Yi Futian sighed inside. Qini rolled her eyes. She walked forward to hug him lightly and then separated. Senior, I'm leaving. Yi Futian smiled and turned confidently. Minister Zhua and the others were waiting in the distance. Seeing Yi Futian come, the girl beside Minister Zhua was unhappy. She said, This is someone with a girlfriend, shameless jerk. Minister Zhua felt awkward. This girl was full of resentment. Uncle Zhua, let's go, Yi Futian said when he got close. Minister Zhua nodded. The people climbed on their demons. Sensing something, Yi Futian glanced at the girl. I'm attractive, but you don't have to keep staring at me, right? Shameless, the girl spat. Then she turned away. Yi Futian was speechless. The demons leaped into the sky. The people of Qingzhou Academy watched them leave. Many of the big figures still had not calmed down. In the sky, Ministers Wu asked Yi Futian from his demon. Futian, what are your plans when you return to Donghai City? Will you keep studying at the academy? Would you like to go to Nandu's royal city? Are there many talented men in the royal city? Yi Futian asked. Of course, Ministers Wu answered. The best of Nandu go to the royal city, including the most talented from Donghai City. Really? Yi Futian chuckled. Of course I will, but not now. Oh, I'm sure you have many things you still need to do in Donghai City. I won't pressure you, but next spring something big will happen in Nandu Nation. You must come. Ministers Wu smiled. What big thing? Yi Futian was confused. Do you know about Nandu Nation's history? Ministers Wu asked. I heard from my professor that Nandu was once ruled by the Nandu family, Yi Futian answered. Then, Emperor Donghuang and Emperor Yi ruled over the divine prefectures of the East. The powers of the world were reordered. Nandu was weak and walked down from the throne, replaced by the current king. Yes, the current royal family is named Luo. In order to remind themselves, they have not changed the name of the country. In addition, they hold a Tingfeng banquet every 10 years. Next year will be the next full decade. At this time, not only will the East Sea Prefecture come, people from all prefectures and cities of Nandu will come. The heroes will aggregate and meet each other. You can't miss it. If all the strong men of Nandu are there, why should I go? Yi Futian asked. The stars of the banquet are your generation. The goal is to see the future of Nandu Nation. The outstanding figures of Donghai Academy would definitely be included, Ministers Wu answered. Oh, Yi Futian nodded. He first thought of his professor's ailment. Since the Tingfeng banquet was important, if the king noticed and liked him, it would be easier to heal Hua Fenglu, right? Oh, Xia Fan is the young master of the East Sea Prefecture. With his father there, I cannot deal with him directly. After returning, I must take care of some matters. To protect you from danger, I'll keep the decree of the minister with you. People will treat it as if I'm there. Ministers Wu gave Yi Futian his badge and said, You still have to be careful about assassinations. Yi Futian looked at the badge. He needed it, but he did not accept it. Uncle Zhua, he said. He was still suspicious. Was Ministers Wu treating him so well really because he helped block the blow from the snow ape? He had defeated the princess with one blow because he was brash, but instead of blaming him, the minister had made the princess apologize too. Take it. This is useless for me. Just don't do bad things under my name, Ministers Wu said jokingly. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and took it. He would remember this gift. The badge was truly useful to him. Professor. The princess of Nandu looked at Yi Futian with jealousy. Who was the minister's true disciple? The group advanced forward and finally reached Donghai City. Ministers Wu personally saw Yi Futian to the academy. Futian, remember, don't miss out next spring. Your stage shouldn't be in Donghai City, Ministers Wu advised. Okay, Uncle Zhua. I'm going back now, Yi Futian said. Ministers Wu nodded and watched as Yi Futian entered Donghai Academy. Let's go back too, Ministers Wu said. But then a figure walked out. He said before Ministers Wu, Greetings, Ministers Wu. I am Nandu Ku. You are from the Nandu clan? Yes, Ministers Wu. I have waited here for many days. My clan leader wishes for your help. Nandu Ku bowed. After pondering, Ministers Wu nodded. Since Nandu is inviting me, I will go with you. After you, Minister, Nandu Ku said politely. The group once again set off and soon arrived at the Nandu clan's home. Hearing that Ministers Wu had arrived, the clan leader personally welcomed him to the courtyard. Other than the two, there was also a beautiful girl. It was Hua Jieyu. Ministers Wu, this is a descendant of the Nandu clan. Could you please tell me her fate and fortune? The clan leader asked. Not many knew that Ministers Wu was an astrologer, but he did. Okay. Ministers Wu nodded. Jieyu, please cooperate, the clan leader said. He had once asked Ministers Wu to calculate his but was rejected. Some things were better left unknown. However, Ministers Wu thought that Hua Jieyu was unimportant. Hua Jieyu looked at him. Since Minister Zhuo was back safely, that guy should be back too. He had lied saying he would be back in 1 or 2 days. Minister Zhuo walked to Hua Jieyu and cast his life chart. The light enveloped Hua Jieyu. After a count, Minister Zhuo collected his life spirit. He was shocked. Staring at Hua Jieyu, he thought it was unbelievable. What kind of people were they? Why were their fates all so crazy?